Ah! A shrill scream exploded across the square, then stopped short, as if someone had gripped its throat and cut it off. Zhao Hao watched with his own eyes as that thin boy barely 10 collapsed like a puppet with no bones the instant the black-robed steward's hand touched his forehead. No, not collapsing. He was melting. The boy's skin turned translucent before their eyes, his flesh flowing off the bones like wax under raging fire strand by strand, until the skeleton itself dissolved away. In the steward's other hand, the black soul-summoning banner stirred without wind, a twisted human face faintly emerging on its surface. He raised his hand, and a pitch-black vial floated up out of thin air. The puddle of melted flesh on the ground was dragged by a sucking force into the vial. With the stopper sealed, he tucked it into the gray cloth pouch at his waist. A living person had just been standing there. Now only the smell of blood hanging in the air proved that what had happened was not an illusion. In the square, more than 100 captured boys and girls stood in dead silence. Some trembled uncontrollably, some wet themselves in fear. A cold, sinister wind poured in from every direction, carrying an indescribably cloying scent of blood and decay. Zhao Hao stood near the front of the line, his nails almost digging into his palms. He had woken up half a stick of incense earlier. Fortunately, he was not the only one who had been slumped there in a daze. 1 second earlier, he had been staying up late in his rented apartment on Earth rushing a project. The next, he opened his eyes and found himself in this crowd. His mind was flooded with a jumble of unfamiliar memories. A boy with the same name abducted by demonic cultivators and brought here as raw material for the Yin Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony. Right, not candidate disciple. Cultivation material. To a demonic sect, those with spirit roots become disciples, those without become cultivation material. Zhao Hao swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the man-sized spirit testing stone ahead and the black-robed steward beside it. His mind was screaming, where is the golden finger every transmigrator is supposed to have? System panel. A ring spirit. Before he could finish the thought, next, the steward's voice was dry and hoarse, grating against the eardrum. A thin, dark-skinned boy was shoved forward by a demonic sect disciple, staggering into the gray-white spirit testing stone. The next moment, the stone's surface lit up. Gold, green, blue, red, yellow. 5 colors burst forth at once, all 5 present. The boy froze for an instant, then his face lit up with wild joy, his voice trembling. 5 colors. I have a spirit root. I can become an immortal. He turned his head, relief and gratitude shining in his eyes. But Zhao Hao's fingers clenched tight, because he saw the steward's expression. On that gaunt skeleton-like face there was no joy, the corners of the mouth even curled slightly downward. 5-element mixed spirit root, the steward said flatly. A waste who couldn't even break through the middle stage of chi refining. Keeping him would only waste the sect's resources, and coincidentally, I still need corpse refining material. The smile on the boy's face froze. No, I do have a spirit root. I can cultivate. Please, he never finished. The sound of the soul-summoning banner unfurling was almost inaudible. The boy's body stiffened abruptly. His eyes bulged, his mouth gaped open, but no sound came out. A nearly translucent wisp of light was violently drawn from the crown of his head and pulled into the soul-summoning banner. This time the boy's body did not melt. Instead, it quickly turned ashen and stiff. The steward took a black cloth bag from his waist and opened its mouth. A nauseating stench of corpses rushed out. The body, its face still frozen in terror, was sucked in by an invisible force. It was a corpse refining pouch. Without a spirit root, soul drawn and blood refined. With a 5-element mixed spirit root, soul drawn and corpse refined. Zhao Hao's mind went blank as he mechanically counted how many people remained ahead of him. 7. Only 7 people left. His legs were shaking. Not from fear. His muscles were spasming out of control. His body sensed the coming ending before his mind did. Any experienced cultivator transmigrator knew how could you transmigrate without a golden finger. Just then a pale golden light flickered before Zhao Hao's eyes. It was extremely faint, almost transparent, flickering like an old television. In the center of the light screen, a line of small text appeared, all things enhancement system activated. Zhao Hao's pupils shrank slightly, but his heart was shouting, I knew it. No one around noticed anything unusual about him. A girl at the front was pushed forward. The spirit testing stone lit up with 4-colored light. The steward remained indifferent and waved for a disciple to take her away. For spirit roots, barely acceptable. Zhao Hao fought to steady his breathing and pounding heart, quickly scanning the panel content. Name Zhao Hao. Realm none. Spirit root metal low grade with low grade water, low grade fire, low grade earth, low grade. Those words slammed into Zhao Hao's brain, making his ears ring. 5-element mixed spirit root. The fate of that thin, dark-skinned boy was still vivid before his eyes. When his soul was torn out, his mouth was stretched wide, yet he couldn't force out a single scream. 6 people left ahead. What should he do? Help. Zhao Hao frantically checked the system panel, mentally flicking through the translucent interface, searching for a thread of hope. Enhancement function. Please place the main item into the enhancement slot. Please place the consumed materials into the material slot. Notice enhancement success, the main item rises by 1 minor grade. Enhancement failure, the main item's grade remains unchanged. Whether the enhancement succeeds or fails, the consumed materials are destroyed. Zhao Hao's gaze locked onto those final words. Whether the enhancement succeeds or fails, the consumed materials are destroyed. A wild idea exploded in his mind. 5 spirit roots meant certain death. But what if he used the extra spirit roots as consumed materials and destroyed them? His hands were shaking. No, his whole body was shaking. He focused his mind on the main item slot, and sure enough, the spirit root attributes appeared among the options. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 spirit roots lay before him. Whichever he chose as the main item, the remaining 4 became materials. No time to hesitate. Zhao Hao chose the fire spirit root. Demonic sects valued killing. With a fire spirit root, his odds of survival would surely be higher. He chose fire. A faint warmth rose from the depths of his dantian. On the system panel, a dark red glimmer dropped into the main item slot. It worked. No longer hesitating, he immediately placed the metal spirit root into the material slot. Enhancement success rate 20. It really worked. But 20 was far too low. With a hardened heart, he placed the wood, water, and earth spirit roots into the material slot one by one. For streams of different colored light flickered unsteadily in the material slot. A new prompt appeared on the panel. Main item fire spirit root, low grade, enhanced to mid grade. Consumed materials, low grade spirit roots, metal, wood, water, earth. Enhancement success rate 80. Begin enhancement. 80. Zhao Hao stared at the number of bitter tastes spreading under his tongue. If it succeeded, the fire spirit root would rise in quality and his life would be saved. If it failed, the fire spirit root would remain unchanged and the other 4 spirit roots would be destroyed. He would have only a single fire spirit root, but because it was only 1/5 the size of a normal spirit root, it would still be low grade. What would happen with a low grade fire spirit root? Soul extraction. Corpse refining. Zhao Hao didn't dare imagine the ending. In the brief moment he hesitated, 2 more people ahead of him were processed. One with 4 spirit roots was reluctantly accepted. One with no spirit root was refined into blood on the spot. The stench of blood was thick enough to choke on. 4. Only 4 people left ahead. No more waiting. Bet it all. Zhao Hao closed his eyes. Confirm enhancement. Ding. Enhancement begins. Enhancement failed. Notice the consumed materials. Metal spiritual root with spiritual root, water spiritual root, and earth spiritual root have been destroyed. The mechanical voice echoed in Zhao Hao's mind. Every word struck like a giant hammer, shattering the last shreds of his hope. He had lost the gamble. Not only had he failed to strengthen his fire spiritual root, but now only a single weak lower grade fire spiritual root remained in his body. His fate might be even more miserable than being refined into a corpse puppet. He should have gambled on the 20% chance earlier to destroy 1 spiritual root, preserving his life, just to enter the sect first. Zhao Hao's limbs turned cold and stiff, even the thick smell of blood around him faded away. Next, the steward's voice rang out, utterly devoid of emotion. It was like a final death summons before the gates of the King of Hell. The last youth in front of Zhao Hao stepped forward, and the testing stone lit up with a 3-colored glow. The steward's expression softened slightly as he waved his hand. A disciple immediately stepped forward and led the overjoyed 3 spiritual root boy to the other side. Now on the path leading to the testing stone, Zhao Hao stood at the very front. Every eye in the square focused on him. The black-robed steward's dead gray eyes were nailed to Zhao Hao. He slightly raised a withered hand, black chi coiling around his palm, ready to take a life at any moment. What are you dawdling for? Go. A demonic sect disciple behind him shoved him hard. Zhao Hao staggered forward, his palm instinctively pressing against the cold, rough testing stone. He closed his eyes in resignation. So be it. At least dying in a cultivation world instead of collapsing from overwork in a rented room would be a novel experience. 1 breath. 2 breaths. The expected agony of a torn soul never came. Deathly silence filled the square, as if even the eerie wind had stopped. Just as Zhao Hao thought he had died, and even pain had vanished, a blinding red light erupted violently from where his palm met the testing stone. Buzz. The red was pure to the extreme, without a trace of any other color. The whole eerie square was instantly engulfed by this overbearing crimson glow. Every face was reflected with a blood-red halo. The black soul-summoning banners now looked almost like festive red cloth. The black-robed steward about to bring down a palm strike froze with his arm suspended in midair. In his sunken eye sockets his eyes bulged round, as if about to pop out. Deep in his death-gray pupils a horrified blaze ignited. How could this be? He stared fixedly at the testing stone, waiting for a second, then a 3rd color to appear after the red. Yet 10 breaths passed. 20 breaths passed. The crimson light on the testing stone remained steady, pure, and solitary. Only, the brightness seemed far dimmer than the heaven-grade spiritual root phenomenon recorded in the sect's classics. The thought flashed through the steward's mind for a moment, then was drowned in overwhelming ecstasy. So what if it was dim? Maybe it was because the boy's body was weak. Perhaps it would develop later. This pure color was absolutely the 1 in 10,000 fire attribute, Heaven Spiritual Root. Jackpot. This time it was truly a jackpot. Discovering a Heaven Spiritual Root disciple would earn him enough contribution resources to ascend from early Foundation establishment to late Foundation establishment. After all, disciples of demonic sects like theirs were treated like rats crossing the street. Even the clan forces within the Extreme Yin Sect's territory were mostly unwilling to send their own children here to cultivate demonic arts. Therefore, the Extreme Yin Sect, lacking good sources of disciples, generally had poor talent among its members. Even the sect leader, the Extreme Yin Old Ancestor, who had already reached the peak of Golden Core, had only a dual spirit root aptitude. The steward's facial muscles twitched violently. His cold, corpse-like face contorted with extreme emotion, forcing out a smile. The twisted curve of his mouth was more horrifying than a cry. He abruptly withdrew his frozen hand, then in a voice so sharp it could tear through stillness, tore apart the square's silence. Fire. It's fire. Pure to the extreme, without a trace of impurity. A fire attribute, Heaven Spiritual Root. He seemed afraid others wouldn't believe it, or perhaps he was convincing himself. His voice cracked into a trembling roar. Jia Ren's fortune has come at last. The shrill cry echoed over the square. Everyone was stunned by the earth-shaking reversal. The youths who had just been found to have 4 spiritual roots looked on with envy. The 3 spiritual root youths who had been secretly proud moments ago now burned with jealousy. The demonic sect disciples who had been gloating moments ago now looked at Zhao Hao with a trace of awe. You. What is your name? The steward forced himself to calm down and moved closer to Zhao Hao, his voice dry, yet deliberately gentle. Zhao Hao was still frozen in place. Enhancement failed. Heaven's spiritual root. Could the system really work like this? He answered blankly. Zhao Hao. Good. A good name. The steward nodded heavily. The hand that had been about to crush his skull now patted Zhao Hao's shoulder with false cordiality. Zhao Hao, from today on you are an inner sect disciple of my Extreme Yin Sect. As he spoke, his eyes shifted slightly, and a calculating look crept onto his face. A Heaven Spiritual Root disciple is a matter of great importance. I must make the highest grade soul lamp and identity jade slip for you. Relax. I need to take a strand of your vital essence blood to seal the records. Before Zhao Hao could respond, the steward pressed 2 fingers together like a sword. A flash of black light flickered at his fingertip, too fast to follow, and he lightly slashed Zhao Hao's fingertip. A sting shot through his fingertip. A drop of crimson blood flew out from the wound uncontrollably and was caught steadily by the steward in an exquisite dark green jade bottle. The instant the stopper was sealed, Zhao Hao's heart sank. The feeling that something vital was now held in someone else's hands made his whole body uneasy. Vital essence blood. Why should recording his identity require such special treatment? Could this old bastard have other motives? Extreme vigilance rose in Zhao Hao's heart, yet he dared not show a trace on his face. He only forced himself to appear as if recovering from shock, with a somewhat dazed and submissive expression, lowering his head and staying silent. Without the strength to resist, the slightest wrong move could invite death. Very good. The steward tucked the jade bottle into his robes with satisfaction, his grin growing even more frightening. Come. This is no place for you to linger. I will personally take you to the inner sect to register. You few continue testing the rest. Jia Ren ordered the demonic disciples beside him. With that, he turned and led the way for Zhao Hao with a surprisingly decent attitude. Zhao Hao kept his head lowered and silently followed behind. Just as the two were about to leave the square and turn into a quiet path leading into the depths, Zhao Hao stole a glance through the corner of his eye at a black rock polished as smooth as a mirror beside him. In the reflection of the rock, the steward was looking down at the dark green jade bottle inside his robe. The corners of his mouth stretched into an impossibly greedy curve. It was not the joy of discovering a genius, nor the excitement of the sect's rise. It was the bone-deep craving of a jackal spotting its plumpest prey. Zhao Hao followed behind Jia Ren, each step placed with utmost lightness. The greed seeping from that silhouette sent a chill down his spine. As they left the square, the path of Yin Wind twisted into a deep, secluded lane. Jia Ren seemed to find the pace too slow. He halted abruptly, casting a glance back at Zhao Hao. The squeezed smile on his face had vanished, replaced by its original stiffness and coldness. Stand firm. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pitch-black longsword materialized beneath Jia Ren's feet. He grabbed Zhao Hao by the scruff of his neck, lifted him effortlessly, and leaped onto the blade. Whoosh! The flying sword instantly left the ground, tearing through the air with a piercing screech as it sped toward the depths of the sect. The fierce wind blasted against Zhao Hao's face, nearly blinding him. Zhao Hao forced himself to resist the urge to look down, instead sweeping his peripheral vision quickly over the passing scenery. Some peaks were shrouded in corpse chi, with faint, rigid human silhouettes visible. Some valleys were thick with blood mist, as if a massive lake of blood lay below. Other peaks were cloaked in dense black fog, the howls of ghosts and wails of spirits ceaselessly echoing. This was the Yin Sect, a veritable demonic realm on earth. Zhao Hao's heart turned to ice. Before long, the flying sword slowed, descending gently onto a platform dotted with several black hall. Jia Ren grabbed Zhao Hao by the collar, set him down casually, and strode into one of the halls. Lu Gui. Inside the hall, a disciple in blue robes who had been nodding off while dozing was startled awake, springing to attention. Jia steward. Jia Ren didn't even glance at him. He took a blank jade slip from his storage pouch, traced his fingers over it a few times, and tossed it over. Take care of this kid's inner disciple procedures, and brief him on the sect's general situation. With that, Jia Ren turned and left, his steps hurried as if burdened by some urgent matter. That eager manner only confirmed Zhao Hao's suspicion that the old man was up to no good. As soon as Jia Ren left, the atmosphere in the hall instantly relaxed. The disciple named Lu Gui picked up the jade slip and probed it with his spiritual sense. The next moment, his expression changed, from calm to shock, then he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He rolled his eyes, then hurried around the counter in 3 steps, came straight to Zhao Hao, who was still standing there, and bowed deeply. I am Lu Gui, paying respects to senior brother Zhao. This sudden grand courtesy caught Zhao Hao off guard. Senior brother, please don't be alarmed. Lu Gui raised his head, his face beaming with smiles. You possess a heavenly spirit root with boundless prospects. In the future, your cultivation will surely surpass mine. It is my honor to pay respects in advance. This shift in attitude was faster than turning a page. The deference he had shown Zhao Ren was now replaced by sycophantic flattery toward Zhao Hao. So this was the treatment of a heavenly spirit root. Zhao Hao sighed inwardly, but his face still wore the bewildered and timid expression of a teenager. Lu Gui patted his chest in assurance, swiftly returning behind the counter to process Zhao Hao's procedures while chattering away. Senior brother Zhao, you may not know, but the realms of cultivation are Qi refining, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation. In our Yin Sect, there are 3 branches: corpse refining, soul refining, and blood refining. Each branch's master is a golden core powerhouse. The sect leader, the Yin ancestor, is at the peak of golden core. Hearing this, Zhao Hao's expression flickered as he probed then. What about Steward Jia Ren? Which branch does he belong to, and what is his cultivation level? Lu Gui chuckled, lowering his voice. Steward Jia is an elder of the corpse refining branch at the early foundation establishment stage. He's notorious for his ruthless methods. But senior brother, rest assured, with your heavenly spirit root, even Steward Jia cannot act against you without cause. Nor need you worry about being possessed. Only a golden core elder nearing the end of their lifespan would be qualified to attempt possession of a heavenly spirit root. Moreover, the disciple being possessed must at least reach the 9th layer of Qi refining with their sea of consciousness fully nourished by spiritual energy to withstand the invasion of a foundation establishment or golden core soul without collapsing. And in a few days, a golden core branch master will likely take you as a disciple. Since you were brought by Steward Jia, you'll probably be accepted by the master of the corpse refining branch. Corpse refining branch, early foundation establishment, and the threat of possession at higher cultivation levels. Zhao Hao's heart sank like a stone. Senior brother, here is your identity token sect technique and this month's stipend. Considering you haven't started cultivating yet, I've put some items in this cloth pouch. Once you succeed in Qi refining, you can use a storage pouch. Keep it safe. Lu Gui's voice interrupted Zhao Hao's thoughts. He handed over a cloth pouch. Zhao Hao took it and found it contained quite a few items. A pitch-black token, cold to the touch, engraved with the characters Zhao Hao. A thread-bound booklet with the cover reading Mystic Yin Qi Absorption Art. 2 delicate porcelain bottles, and a small heavy pouch. A gray cloth bag. Seeing his confusion, Lu Gui kindly explained, Senior brother, this black token is your disciple token, also the key to your cave dwelling. Within 100 li of the sect, it can also serve as a communication jade talisman. Guard it well. This Mystic Yin Qi Absorption Art is the sect's basic technique. All disciples start with it, and it's the foundation for higher level techniques. The porcelain bottle contains 5 Qi gathering pills which speed up cultivation. Each pill is worth 1 low-grade spirit stone. The other bottle holds fasting pills. 1 pill can keep you from needing food or drink for 7 days. The bottle contains a month's supply. And this? Lu Gui pointed at the heavy little pouch, his tone full of envy. That's 20 low-grade spirit stones, your monthly stipend as an inner disciple. He continued, our sect has a strict hierarchy. Disciples with 4 or 5 spirit roots become laborer disciples, toiling away for a mere 2 low-grade spirit stones a month. Those with 3 spirit roots, or those who've broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refining, become outer disciples and receive 5 stones a month. Only someone like you, senior brother, with a heavenly spirit root, or those senior brothers with profound cultivation, can enter the inner sect directly with a stipend of 20 spirit stones and elixirs. If it weren't for a clansman elder looking after me in the sect, I wouldn't have landed this job. Zhao Hao listened silently, pouring the contents of the cloth pouch into his hand. As his fingertips touched the cool, hard spirit stones imbued with mysterious energy, a powerful sense of reality struck his mind. He had truly transmigrated. He had survived and even joined a demonic sect. Oh, and that gray cloth pouch is a storage pouch. Though it only has a space of 1 zhang square, it's still a magical artifact. You don't have spiritual power yet, so you can't use your spiritual sense. Once you guide qi into your body, it'll be much easier to store things inside. Lu Gui added enthusiastically. After completing all the procedures, Lu Gui personally escorted Zhao Hao to his cave dwelling. Senior brother, this way. Lu Gui led Zhao Hao, deliberately detouring around a majestic black hall. Senior brother, look, that's the doctrine hall. For the first 3 months after entering, new disciples can attend free lectures from Qin hour to Wu hour every day. The elders in the hall not only explain techniques, but also teach literacy and common knowledge about the cultivation world. Since you've just arrived, it would be beneficial to attend. Zhao Hao silently noted this. Having just transmigrated, and with the original body lacking any memory of the cultivation world, the doctrine hall was undoubtedly a perfect gateway to understanding this realm. Soon they arrived at a mountainside. An independent courtyard appeared before them, with faint spiritual light flickering at the entrance. Senior brother, this is your cave dwelling. Lu Gui stopped pointing at the cave door and meticulously taught Zhao Hao how to control the formation with the identity token. After sending off the overly enthusiastic Lu Gui, Zhao Hao took the token and, mimicking his gestures, swiped it forward. The spiritual light at the entrance flickered and the stone door swung open. He strode in quickly, then turned and closed the stone door with the token. Rumble. The heavy stone door sealed off the outside world. Zhao Hao leaned against the cold stone door as taught, nerves finally relaxing a fraction. But he dared not let his guard down. Immediately, by the light of the luminous stones embedded in the cave, he thoroughly inspected the entire dwelling. A stone chamber, a stone bed, a set of stone table and chairs, nothing else. Having confirmed there was nothing overtly suspicious, he finally collapsed completely. The immense lingering fear and sense of crisis now truly surged within him. The identity of a heavenly spirit root was both a shield and a death warrant. He must grow stronger as fast as possible. Driven by an urgent need, Zhao Hao immediately sat cross-legged on the stone bed and took out the mystic Yin Qi absorption art. Fortunately, the original body had attended a private school for a year and knew some characters. After an hour of reading with guesses and deductions, he had managed to go through the entire technique once. Just as he read it 3 times over and roughly grasped the meaning of the technique, the familiar pale golden light curtain automatically appeared before his eyes. Detected technique mystic Yin Qi absorption art beginner 0100. Zhao Hao's heart stirred. A wild thought once again emerged in his mind. Since spirit roots could be strengthened, then what about techniques? Just as Zhao Hao was about to proceed with his next study, the hunger pangs in his stomach became exceptionally clear. He took out a porcelain bottle labeled fasting pill from his cloth bag and poured out a soybean-sized pill. According to Lu Gui, 1 pill could stave off hunger and thirst for 7 days. Without hesitation, he tossed the pill into his mouth. The pill shattered, releasing a faint medicinal fragrance mingled with a slight bitterness that dissolved in his mouth. A warm current slid into his abdomen, instantly dispelling all hunger and thirst. With his bodily needs satisfied, a sense of urgency immediately seized his entire mind. Zhao Hao sat cross-legged and once again immersed his mind into the pale golden light screen. He focused his mind on the technique enhancement. Main item, Yin Qi absorption art beginner 0100. Please select consumable materials. In the material slot, 2 options lay quietly. One was spirit stone. The other made the corner of his eye twitch uncontrollably. Dual cultivation secret technique. E-Drive 10T study materials proficient 0200. Good heavens, the teachers from his past life's hard drive had become a dual cultivation secret technique in another world. He steadied himself, first took out a low-grade spirit stone from his cloth bag, placed it in his hand, and selected it in the material slot. Enhancement success rate 1. Zhao Hao then selected all 19 spirit stones he had just obtained. Enhancement success rate 20. 1 spirit stone only adds 1. Zhao Hao muttered to himself. He couldn't forget the glaring 80 success rate and the cold enhancement failed prompt when he had enhanced his spiritual root. In this godforsaken place where people devour each other without spitting out bones, any probability below 100 equals 100 risk. Especially in the early stages of development, he couldn't afford a second failure. With a thought, he withdrew all 20 spirit stones from the material slot. His gaze fell on the proficient level dual cultivation secret technique. E-Drive 10T study materials. Selected. Enhancement success rate 100 success. Zhao Hao hesitated no more. Confirm enhancement. Ding. Enhancement successful. Yin Qi absorption art proficiency increased to proficient 0200. Boom. An invisible torrent of information like a sudden enlightenment rushed into his mind. Every character and every meridian diagram in the thread-bound booklet of Yin Qi absorption art instantly came to life in his mind. The originally obscure and difficult sentences disassembled and reassembled themselves, transforming into the most straightforward cultivation principles. The complex circulation routes felt as if they had run through his body thousands of times, and he thoroughly understood every bottleneck and trick. Moments ago, he could barely read the words, stumbling and guessing. Now this technique was as responsive as his own fingers. Suppressing his ecstasy, Zhao Hao immediately sat cross-legged on the stone bed and attempted to attract qi into his body following the newly gained experience. Time passed. After one incense stick's worth of time, just as Zhao Hao was about to lose patience, he finally sensed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, threads of it multicolored and radiant. He began to circulate the technique to absorb the corresponding fiery red spiritual energy. Soon after, Zhao Hao's brows furrowed. This absorption speed was unbearably slow. According to the technique description, a heaven-grade spiritual root should absorb spiritual energy like a whale drinking water, with qi surging like tides. But now he was like someone clumsily trying to pick up the sparse red specks in the air with a pair of chopsticks. So the foundation is still that of a 5-element spiritual root. A chill ran down Zhao Hao's spine. The identity of heaven-grade spiritual root was his only talisman. If anyone discovered that he was just a flash in the pan with a cultivation speed even slower than that of a 3-element or 4-element spiritual root, then how would Zhao Run and even the entire Extreme Yin Sect treat him? Zhao Hao dared not even imagine how miserable his fate would be. He no longer dared to be distracted, immersing all his spirit into cultivation, frantically pulling in those faint wisps of spiritual energy and scouring his meridians again and again. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the sky began to show a pale white, Zhao Hao, whose eyes had been tightly shut, suddenly trembled. He clearly saw that the countless spiritual energy he had absorbed was finally refined, merging into a thread of icy, cold spiritual power that flowed along his meridians into his dantian. Name: Zhao Hao, Realm Qi Refining Layer 1, 1100 Technique, Xian Yin Absorption, Art Proficient 0, 200 Spiritual Root Fire, Low-Grade Success. He had officially stepped over the threshold of a cultivator. The world became different at this moment. His perception extended outward, revealing the fine patterns on the cave walls and the distant wind sounds outside, every detail crystal clear. This was spiritual sense. However, the joy of breakthrough lasted only a moment. The next second, a deeper sense of crisis seized him. He did not stand up, nor did he even open his eyes. The first thing Zhao Hao did upon gaining spiritual sense was to conduct a thorough, floor-scraping investigation of his own body. From the tips of his hair to the Yongquan acupoint, from skin to bone marrow. He wanted to find any hidden schemes that old ghost Zhao Run might have left behind. After one incense stick's worth of time, Zhao Hao opened his eyes, his gaze even more solemn than before. He found nothing. His body was clean, without any foreign objects. This was precisely the most terrifying. His mind raced and immediately attempted to place his own blood as the main item into the system enhancement slot. He wanted to try if he could change the essence of his blood through enhancement, rendering the drop of natal essence blood that had been taken useless. The system had no response. In the main item slot, there was no option for blood. Zhao Hao's heart sank completely. Scenes from novels he had read in his past life flashed through his mind. That old ghost was probably waiting for him to grow up, then directly seize this heaven-grade spiritual root, body, or refine him into some kind of powerful living corpse. An intense, suffocating feeling made it almost impossible to breathe. A dead end lay before him. If he cultivated too slowly, his fake heaven-grade spiritual root identity would be exposed, leading to death. If he cultivated too fast, he would be actively fattening himself as prey for Zhao Run and might die even sooner. He must become stronger at a speed faster than a true heaven-grade spiritual root, while also finding a way to conceal his cultivation level. First, he still needed to increase his cultivation speed. He opened the system again and placed Spiritual Root Fire Low Grade into the main item slot. In the materials slot, the 4 elements of metal, wood, water, and earth spiritual roots were no longer present. After thinking, he took a low-grade spirit stone from his storage pouch and placed it into the materials slot. Enhancement success rate 0. 101. Doesn't that mean to upgrade the spiritual root from low-grade to mid-grade, he would need 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to reach 100 success rate? 1,000. His entire fortune now was only 19 stones. Zhao Hao forced himself to calm down and extended his spiritual sense into the gray storage pouch. The inside of the pouch was about 1 zhang square, with a neatly folded black robe lying quietly. He put the technique pills, spirit stones, and token into the storage pouch and changed into the inner disciple's robe. After a night of cultivation and the previous travel, his body was already sticky and uncomfortable. But this robe seemed to have a built-in cleaning spell, quickly removing the dirt and stickiness from his body. It was already broad daylight. Having stepped into Qi Refining Layer 1, he felt not the slightest fatigue, but rather full of energy. He stood up and pushed open the stone door. The sunlight was dazzling. Hall of Technique, Transmission. Zhao Hao looked at the distant hall, his gaze falling on the storage pouch. Upgrading the spiritual root was out of the question for now, it seemed he had to start with the technique proficiency. Hopefully he could obtain more study materials. Zhao Hao pushed open the stone door, making his way toward the scripture hall. The fierce sunlight poured down, and he instinctively squinted. Waiting outside was a figure, none other than Lu Gui. The ingratiating smile on his face froze the instant he laid eyes on Zhao Hao. Then, as though he had seen a ghost, his eyes bulged wide, locked rigidly onto Zhao Hao. The words died in his throat. Zhao Hao felt unnerved under his piercing stare and glanced down at his cultivation robe. Nothing seemed amiss. "ZZ senior brother Zhao." Lu Gui's voice trembled as he stepped forward half a pace, only to seem repelled by an invisible aura. You've already drawn spiritual energy into your body." His voice carried an uncanny quality, shattering the morning tranquility. "You've had no one to instruct you in the cultivation method, and it's only been one night. You've already reached the first layer of Qi refinement." No instruction, yet in a single night he had broken through to Qi refinement. This was unheard of in the history of the Extreme Yin Sect. According to the sect's records, even the most gifted prodigies required at least 3 days to comprehend a cultivation manual, followed by another 3 or 4 days of independent practice before they could barely refine a wisp of spiritual power. This person before him was nothing short of a monster, truly deserving of his heavenly spiritual root. Zhao Hao's heart skipped a beat, though his expression remained utterly calm. He slightly raised his chin, and in a tone characteristic of youth, tinged with pure arrogance, calmly uttered 3 words. "Is it difficult?" The 3 words floated lightly through the air. Yet Lu Gui was rendered speechless. Not difficult. Was this not unimaginably difficult? He recalled his own journey. With his 3 spiritual root aptitude, even under the direct guidance of his clan elders, it had taken him a full week merely to understand the cultivation method, and another 3 days of meditation before he could enter the first layer of Qi refinement. At the time, he had been hailed as a rare genius within the clan. But compared to the person before him, his reputation as a genius was nothing but a laughingstock. Lu Gui grew ever more convinced that this senior brother Zhao would surely rise to great prominence within the Extreme Yin Sect in the future. If he did not cling tightly to this opportunity now, when would he get another chance? The fervor in his eyes seemed ready to burst into flames, and his waist bent even lower. Watching this display, Zhao Hao's mind raced, and he decided to press his advantage while the moment was ripe. He wanted to test just how valuable this heavenly spiritual root identity truly was. "Senior brother Lu," Zhao Hao said casually, "I have just arrived and wish to strengthen myself as quickly as possible, yet my coffers are rather empty." He paused and held up a single finger. "I wonder if senior brother could lend me 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." 1,000. The smile on Lu Gui's face instantly froze, and a sheen of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. That was nearly all he had accumulated over years of hard work as a Qi refinement 7th layer cultivator. Moreover, he did not even have that much on hand right now. This senior brother Zhao was truly asking for an exorbitant sum. His facial expressions shifted multiple times, from discomfort to pain, then to inner struggle. But thinking of Zhao Hao's miraculous overnight breakthrough, of the unfathomable future that awaited him, and remembering that this was the first time a heavenly spiritual root had ever made such a request. If he refused, how could he ever hope to attach himself to such a powerful figure in the future? He made his decision. This was undoubtedly the greatest investment of his cultivation life. "It is my honor that senior brother trusts me." Lu Gui's expression grew exceedingly solemn as he bowed respectfully to Zhao Hao. "Even if I must sell everything I own, I will gather it for you. Please give me some time, senior brother. I will deliver it before noon." Zhao Hao nodded with pretended gratitude. Deep within his heart, his understanding of this ruthless survival of the fittest demonic sect grew even deeper. As long as you demonstrate sufficient value, people will willingly ruin themselves for you. Under Lu Gui's near-escorting demeanor, the two made their way to the scripture hall together. After seeing Zhao Hao settled, Lu Gui wore a grave expression, bowed once more, and then hurried away. He looked as though he were off to accomplish some earth-shattering matter. Zhao Hao entered the scripture hall. The hall was vast and already filled with quite a few disciples, mostly newcomers who had recently joined, with a handful of outer sect veterans in their distinctive robes. The disciple responsible for registration noticed Zhao Hao's inner sect cultivation robes and sensed his faint Qi refinement first layer aura. After a moment of surprise, he immediately grew respectful and led him into the hall. Zhao Hao directly chose a cushion in the front row, the best seat for listening, and took his place. His arrival instantly drew the attention of everyone present. How could a newcomer with only a Qi refinement first layer aura wear inner sect robes and boldly sit in the chief seat? Whispers immediately erupted throughout the hall. Just then, an 11 or 12-year-old boy dressed in inner sect attire with an aura around the third layer of Qi refinement frowned discontentedly as he entered the main hall. His name was Xiao Wugui. Possessing a dual spiritual root aptitude and a rear stage foundation establishment uncle as his backing, he had always been the center of attention among new disciples. Given his current cultivation level, he was well past the point of attending lectures at the scripture hall, but he cherished nothing more than this feeling of being the center of attention. Now he felt his spotlight had been stolen by some unknown peasant upstart, and his resentment burned fiercely. The scripture master had not yet arrived. Xiao Wugui directly led his two followers strode over to Zhao Hao and tilted his chin upward. "Hey newcomer." His voice dripped with superiority. He glanced again at Zhao Hao's inner disciple robes and sensed the fluctuation of his aura before saying, "You must be that heavenly spiritual root who joined yesterday, right? Don't you know this seat has always been mine? Your aptitude is good. What good is that? In this sect you need connections and backing. Stick with me from now on, and I'll protect you." Zhao Hao raised his head and studied him leisurely. A hint of innocence crossed his face, though calculation lingered beneath as he countered with a question, "Stick with you? Are you even powerful?" This blunt, almost offensive question caught Xiao Wugui off guard. He immediately puffed out his chest and declared proudly, "I have a dual spiritual root and have reached the third layer of qi refinement. My third uncle is Steward Xiao of the Alchemy Hall with a late-stage foundation establishment cultivation base. What do you think?" "Oh, I see." Zhao Hao feigned understanding. He nodded and before everyone's eyes extended his hand toward Xiao Wugui. "So you're truly impressive, senior brother. Then lend me 1,000 low-grade spirit stones first to show your strength, and I'll follow you." The entire scripture hall fell into instant silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Xiao Wugui was so stunned by the remark that his face flushed crimson. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. His monthly stipend was only 20. Even if his uncle were a foundation establishment elder, he certainly could not just hand over 1,000 spirit stones for reckless spending. Was this kid mad or stupid? "You?" Xiao Wugui trembled with rage, about to lash out. Just then a powerful pressure emanated from outside the hall, and a deeply cultivated foundation establishment scripture master slowly entered the grand hall. Xiao Wugui could only sullenly find a seat nearby. Before leaving, those venomous eyes glared fiercely at Zhao Hao. The lecture began. The elder cast a sidelong glance at the youth. Already at the third layer of qi refinement, yet wasting his days attending lectures instead of cultivating properly in his cave dwelling, but said nothing. He began explaining the most fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world, his voice calm, yet carrying an inherent power that steadied the mind and calmed the spirit. From the elder's teachings, Zhao Hao learned that this world was called the Qingyun realm, divided into 5 regions: the eastern continent, southern frontier, western desert, northern territory, and central continent, with the Extreme Yin Sect located in the northern territory. The northern territory boasted 8 nascent soul-level powers, 5 righteous sects, and 3 demonic sects. Though the Extreme Yin Sect did not rank among the nascent soul powers, it remained at the pinnacle with 4 golden core cultivators and a sect master who had achieved perfect golden core attainment. These fundamentals held the disciples captivated, Zhao Hao included. The elder then proceeded to explain the profound yin qi absorption art. As he listened, Zhao Hao cross-referenced the cultivation method with the system-enhanced knowledge stored in his mind. The elder's explanations filled in many gaps regarding cultivation world fundamentals and practice details, giving him a more comprehensive understanding of this world. As the lecture deepened, the proficiency points for the cultivation method on his system panel surprisingly increased by 10. More significantly, he confirmed something important. This publicly taught profound yin qi absorption art contains several deliberate barriers designed for universal applicability, which compromise cultivation efficiency. Fortunately, the experience the system had imprinted upon him followed the most orthodox path, perfectly matching his circumstances. The 2-hour lecture concluded swiftly, and the disciples rose to depart one by one. Xiao Wugui was preparing to lead his followers in once again confronting Zhao Hao and teaching him a lesson. But just then a commotion erupted at the entrance of the scripture hall. Lu Gui had returned. His face was flushed with joy, even tinged with a hint of red. Ignoring everyone, he hurried through the crowd and stopped directly in front of Zhao Hao, who had just risen. "Senior brother Zhao, I have not disappointed you." Before the watching eyes of all the disciples, he retrieved a heavy bundle from his storage pouch and pressed it into Zhao Hao's arms, nearly causing Zhao Hao to lose his grip. Then, lowering his voice with barely concealed excitement and pain, he said, "Senior brother, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Use them first, if they're not enough. I'll find a way." Xiao Wugui's pupils contracted sharply. As someone at the third layer of qi refinement, he had heard every word clearly. Gazing at the enormous bundle Zhao Hao struggled to hold, and recalling his own humiliation when faced with a similar request, Xiao Wugui's face flushed crimson. It burned with shame. He fixed Zhao Hao with a murderous glare as if craving to devour him. Finally, without uttering a single word, Xiao Wugui turned and strode away with his followers, his robes sweeping behind him. Zhao Hao stowed the 1,000 spirit stones into his storage pouch, his heart undisturbed. This was no gift. It was a desperate gamble, with Lu Gui staking his entire fortune. It was also the first seed capital to pry open his future. "Senior brother Lu, thank you." Zhao Hao nodded to him. "You're too kind." You're far too kind. Lu Gui hastily waved his hands, bending even lower. Zhao Hao cut to the chase. I've just arrived, and want to improve my strength as quickly as possible. Aside from the Xian Yin Qi absorption technique, are there any other secret arts or spells? He needed more enhancement materials to strengthen the Xian Yin Qi absorption technique. Only then could his cultivation speed truly match the status of a heavenly spiritual root. Senior brother, you've come to the right person. Lu Gui leaned in, lowering his voice to a whisper. For us in the Qi refining stage, strength depends on two things: cultivation level and combat techniques. By the mid-stage of Qi refining, one must master 5 basic spells. Although you're only at the first layer of Qi refining now, with your heavenly spiritual root speed, reaching mid-stage is just around the corner. Which 5? Zhao Hao asked. 1 offensive, 1 defensive, 1 movement technique, plus concealment and aura observation techniques. Lu Gui explained offensive spells are the foundation of combat. Defensive and movement techniques are for survival, no need to elaborate. The key are the last 2. Lu Gui's expression turned grim. The concealment technique is a talisman for us demon sect disciples when we venture outside. The sect's Xian Yin concealment technique is extraordinary. It can disguise your spiritual energy aura, even making you appear as a righteous cultivator. The aura observation technique is even more crucial. When you go out, if you can't see through others' true strength and run into a sly old monster pretending to be weak, you won't even know how you died. As he spoke, Lu Gui's voice turned somber, as if recalling something. Senior brother Zhao, let me offer a word of advice. Please remember this. Within the sect, never use the concealment technique to hide your strength unless absolutely necessary. Why? Zhao Hao raised an eyebrow. Lu Gui sighed, his voice barely a whisper. Last year, there was an intersect senior brother from the soul refining lineage. He had 3 spiritual roots, was at the 9th layer of Qi refining, just 1 step away from foundation establishment, and was considered a genius. But he had read too many storybooks, always thinking he was a child of destiny, constantly scheming to play the weakling and catch the strong off guard. He mastered the concealment technique to perfection, suppressing his cultivation to the early Qi refining stage, and wandered around the sect all day. Even the foundation establishment elders couldn't see through him. Zhao Hao's eyelids twitched. What happened? What happened? Lu Gui's voice carried a chill. A foundation establishment elder from the corpse refining lineage happened to need a high-quality, living corpse with certain requirements. While patrolling the mountain, he spotted him. The elder saw that he was at the early Qi refining stage, nearly 20 years old, with poor aptitude, worthless, and a waste of sect resources. So the elder, citing cleaning house and recycling waste, immediately refined him into a corpse on the spot. Lu Gui spread his hands, a sarcastic smile curling his lips. According to sect rules, a foundation establishment elder cannot kill a disciple without cause. But he hid his strength, got labeled a waste, and died for nothing. By the time the elder realized something was wrong, it was too late. He could only become a mindless, hopping corpse. Later, that corpse refining elder compensated the soul refining lineage with some resources, but he didn't lose out. A high-quality refining corpse of the 9th Qi refining layer was worth far more than those resources. After finishing the story, Lu Gui stared intently at Zhao Hao, speaking slowly. Senior brother Zhao, you have a heavenly spiritual root. You're the sect's treasure. Never act like that fool. In our Jin sect, value is everything. The more value you show, the more secure your position. No value means you're trash. And trash only deserves to have their souls extracted and be turned into a zombie. These final words sent a chill down Zhao Hao's spine. He thought of Jia Ren's greedy eyes. He thought of his own weak, heavenly spiritual root. Hiding his strength would mark him as worthless and lead to death. Not hiding his strength would make him a fattened pig for people like Jia Ren, waiting to be possessed or refined into a higher-level living corpse. Also death. A dead end either way. The only way out was to grow at a speed even more terrifying than a true heavenly spiritual root. Then carefully conceal only the part of his strength that exceeded the heavenly spiritual root category. Until he grew strong enough that Jia Ren dared not touch him, could not touch him. And besides Jia Ren, there might be others in the sect with designs on his heavenly spiritual root. Zhao Hao's chest felt tight. He sincerely thanked Lu Gui. Thank you for the advice, senior brother. I'll remember it. For Zhao Hao, this information was worth far more than 1,000 spirit stones. Where can I learn these techniques and spells? The scripture pavilion. Lu Gui pointed to a more ancient black 4-story building not far away. Senior brother, as an inner disciple, you can read the Qi refining classics on the first floor for free. Copying them onto a jade slip requires spirit stones or contribution points. After parting with Lu Gui, Zhao Hao walked straight to the scripture pavilion. The disciple guarding the pavilion checked his inner sect token and let him in. The first floor of the scripture pavilion was vast. Near the entrance, a black-robed elder sat behind the counter, radiating no aura. Zhao Hao felt him like a cold stone, yet the stone seemed to have eyes, making every hair on his body stand on end. He dared not look too long. After a bow to the elder, he strode deeper. The first floor was divided into sections for techniques, spells, and miscellaneous cultivation arts. On rows of shelves lay jade slips neatly arranged. Zhao Hao had a clear goal to gather all usable techniques and spells as enhancement materials. His gaze swept across the shelves like a net, precise and sharp. Soon he found 17 different qi refining stage techniques in the pavilion. After spending a full hour comprehending their contents, a long list of names appeared on his system panel. Comprehended technique Earth Element Technique Entry 0100. Comprehended technique Blood Fiend Skill Entry 0100. He did not linger, but moved to the spell section, spending another 2 hours. In the first floor spell area, there were 32 qi refining stage spells in total. He comprehended and recorded every single one into his system panel. Several of them caught his special attention. Evil Light Technique, an offensive spell, excelled in speed of casting and attack, but its explosive power was inferior to spells like the Explosive Flame Technique. Spirit Shield Technique, a protective spiritual shield, simple and practical. Light Body Technique, a basic movement skill essential for travel and combat. Xian Yin Concealment Technique, the method Lu Gui emphasized, used to conceal demonic aura and hide cultivation level. Aura Observation Technique, an essential method for probing the true strength of other cultivators. Earth Escape Technique for traveling underground, an excellent choice for ambushes and escapes. In addition, there was a highly demonic-style spell, Blood Escape Technique, which burned essence blood for explosive speed, used when fleeing for one's life. Having downloaded all usable techniques and spells, Zhao Hao turned and left without a trace of reluctance. He returned to his cave dwelling. Rumble. The stone door sealed shut and the restrictions activated, isolating the inside from the outside. Zhao Hao sat cross-legged on the cold stone bed, summoning the system panel. Looking at the densely packed names on the panel, his ever-suspended heart finally settled. His consciousness wandered between the two options of spiritual root and technique. Zhao Hao sat cross-legged on the stone bed, sinking his mind into the system panel. In the skills column, the densely packed list of 17 different cultivation techniques was his capital for surviving in the demon sect. His first priority was to solve the speed of refining spiritual energy, the Xian Yin Qi Ju. With a thought, he selected the Xian Yin Qi Ju into the main item slot. Main item Xian Yin Qi Ju proficiency 10,200. He dragged the Diyuan Ju, which he had memorized from the scripture depository, into the consumable materials slot. Enhancement success rate 4, only 4 per book. Zhao Hao furrowed his brow. He then added 9 more books. Enhancement success rate 40. This meant that to upgrade the proficient level Xian Yin Qi Ju to the next level, he would need a full 25 beginner level techniques. Yet the scripture depository had only 17 techniques in total. He tried to see if he could select spells, but the materials slot didn't even have an option for spells. Can only techniques be used to enhance techniques? Zhao Hao steeled himself and selected the remaining 7 techniques one by one, totaling 17. Enhancement success rate 68. Still 32 short. He selected a low-grade spirit stone. Enhancement success rate 0. 1 spirit stone, now only provided 0. 2 progress. To close the 32 gap, he would need 160 low-grade spirit stones. No. Zhao Hao immediately rejected the idea. The spirit stones must be saved for enhancing the spirit root. That was the foundation, and the success rate couldn't afford any compromise. Main item Xian Yin Qi Ju proficient 10,200 minor accomplishment 10400. Consumable materials 17 techniques, enhancement success rate 68, begin enhancement. Zhao Hao stared at the glaring 68. Fortune favors the bold. He had failed with 80 before, maybe this time his luck would turn. At worst, I'll spend another day in the scripture depository and memorize the techniques again. Confirm enhancement. Ding. Enhancement begins. Enhancement successful. Xian Yin Qi Ju proficiency increased to minor accomplishment 10400. It worked. I knew my luck wouldn't always be this bad. A torrent of information far greater than the last time surged through his mind. The paths and bottlenecks in the technique that had only been at the proficient level were now dissected and shattered. All the secrets and deeper mysteries were poured into his mind. At the same time, his memories of the 17 material techniques quickly faded until they vanished completely. This time his luck had truly exploded. Zhao Hao clenched his fists and immediately tried to circulate the Xian Yin Qi Ju at the minor accomplishment level. The speed of refining spiritual energy was more than double that of the proficient level, but it was still far from the scene described in the sect's classics as spiritual energy surging like a tide for a heavenly spirit root. A spirit root disciple was still too weak. His gaze fell on the heavy pile of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones in his storage pouch. It was time. Zhao Hao did not hesitate. He placed spirit root fire low into the main item slot. Then he dragged all 1,000 low-grade spirit stones he had borrowed from Lu Gui into the material slot. Main item fire spirit root low medium consumable materials low-grade spirit stones x 1,000 enhancement success rate 100 begin enhancement. Begin enhancement. Ding. Enhancement successful. Spirit root fire medium. A warm current washed through his limbs and bones, causing faint cracks, as if he were reborn. Zhao Hao closed his eyes and could clearly see a blood-tied connection forming between himself and the fiery red spiritual energy particles in the world. If before absorbing spiritual energy was like using chopsticks to pick up grains, now it was like switching to a pair of large hands to scoop them up. He did not stop. He immediately placed Spirit Root Fire Medium back into the main item slot, then took one Spirit Stone from his monthly allowance of 20 and put it into the material slot. The system showed no response. He added 4 more. Enhancement success rate 0. 1, just as he suspected. Zhao Hao understood. Raising the Spirit Root by 1 grade increased the enhancement cost proportionally, now 5 times the original. He recalled that initially 4 different attribute Spirit Roots as materials had provided 80 success rate, and during the first technique enhancement 1 high-level material had provided 100. He understood now. The core logic of this system was sacrifice of the same kind. Using ordinary items for enhancement was not cost-effective. But when applied to things like spirit roots and techniques that were difficult to improve through normal means, it was a divine skill. Having figured this out, Zhao Hao's mind was completely opened. His attention turned to spells. He must conceal his cultivation level, which was beyond the progress of a heavenly spirit root. He placed the Xian Yin Lian Shishu into the main item slot. Main item Xian Yin Lian Shishu Beginner 0-100. He first put in 1 spirit stone. Enhancement success rate 1. Its value was comparable to the initial Xian Yin Na Qi Ju. From the 32 spells he had memorized in the scripture depository, Zhao Hao picked the 5 most useless ones and threw them into the material slot. Enhancement success rate 100. Confirm enhancement. Xian Yin Lian Shishu proficiency increased to proficient 0-200. He paused briefly, then used the remaining 25 spells as materials. Xian Yin Lian Shishu proficiency increased to minor accomplishment 0-400. Feeling the various techniques for concealing his aura and feigning cultivation level flooding into his mind, he was still dissatisfied. Minor accomplishment was not enough. Tomorrow he must go to the scripture depository again and max out both the Xian Yin Lian Shishu and the Xian Yin Na Qi Ju. By now night had fallen. After doing all this, Zhao Hao began his first formal cultivation session with the dual enhancements of Spirit Root and Technique. Boom. The moment the technique circulated, the spiritual energy in the cave was stirred by an invisible giant hand, forming a visible vortex that madly surged into his body. In just the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he felt a strand of pure spiritual power condense in his dantian. Realm Qi Refining Layer 1 2100. According to the technique's description, after condensing another 98 strands of spiritual power, he would break through to Qi Refining Layer 2. At the current speed, over 6 hours in one night, he could condense about 24 strands, bringing his progress to 25,100. This speed was already comparable to a quarter of a true heavenly spirit root. But Zhao Hao soon discovered a new problem. The rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy could not keep up with the refining speed of the minor accomplishment level Xian Yin Na Qi Ju. His spirit root was still too weak. His thoughts turned to the bottle of only 5 qi condensing pills left in his storage pouch. They can speed up cultivation. Without further hesitation, Zhao Hao took one out and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly in his mouth, releasing a vast medicinal force that was frantically refined by the minor accomplishment level Xian Yin Na Qi Ju, turning into the purest spiritual energy that he absorbed like a whale. An hour passed. Realm Qi Refining Layer 1 26,100. Normally, absorbing spiritual energy for an hour would yield 4 points of progress, but one pill had directly surged by 20 points. Moreover, due to the high proficiency of the technique, most of the medicinal power was perfectly absorbed. This cultivation speed was like riding a rocket. Zhao Hao swallowed another qi condensing pill, immersing himself in the thrill of rapidly increasing power. 1 pill. 2 pills. When the last pill's medicinal power was refined, the spiritual power within him surged explosively, and the bottleneck shattered with a bang. Realm Qi Refining Layer 2, 25,100, breaking through to Qi Refining Layer 2 in a single night. Zhao Hao slowly opened his eyes, feeling the several times stronger aura within him, a smile of joy just beginning to form at the corner of his mouth. But as he looked at the panel, a newly added status made his expression freeze. Status: Qi Condensing Pill Toxin Extremely Mild. Zhao Hao gazed at the line of small text in his status panel, and his heartbeat faltered for a mere fraction of a second. Status: Qi Gathering Pill Toxin Extremely Trace. Could this truly be classified as a status? With a mere thought, he attempted to touch and drag the newly appeared status panel with his mind. In the next instant, that gray text reading Qi Gathering Pill Toxin was actually dragged right into his main inventory. Brilliant. Zhao Hao's train of thought instantly unbound itself. A sudden epiphany flashed through his mind like lightning, reminding him of an obscure technique he had downloaded from the Scripture Pavilion, the 100 Poisons Body Tempering Art. To cultivate this art, one must consciously absorb toxins to temper the physical body, The more potent and varied the poisons, the greater the effect. Although he had already fed that very technique into the dark Yin breath concealment art as material, leaving him no concrete memory of its cultivation method. But as long as he paid another visit to the scripture pavilion and downloaded it again, it would be fine. Pill toxin was a trouble to be shunned by others, but in his hands it became a precious resource for continuous recycling. After all, he could use pill toxin as material to strengthen other poisons. Just as Zhao Hao was calculating how to turn this pill toxin into treasure, the defensive barrier at the entrance of his cave dwelling was suddenly triggered, emitting a faint hum. Zhao Hao raised an eyebrow, slightly rose from his seat, and moved behind the stone door. Through the barrier's perception, he clearly saw an unfamiliar disciple standing outside. The visitor wore the black ceremonial robes of the corpse refining lineage, his aura hovering around the 8th layer of chi condensation, an air of arrogance radiating from his demeanor. Is Zhao Hao junior brother within this cave dwelling? The voice from outside carried obvious impatience. Zhao Hao gathered his thoughts, opened the stone door, and seamlessly switched his expression to one of bewildered caution befitting a 10-year-old boy. I am Zhao Hao. May I ask which senior brother this is? The chi condensation 8th layer disciple glanced at him from the corner of his eye, chin lifted high in disdain. I am Wang Mang, sent here by the lineage master to inform you. He paused, seemingly savoring the expression Zhao Hao might wear upon hearing this. Our corpse refining lineage's master, the venerable Shi Xian, wishes to take you as his 9th direct disciple and orders you to proceed to 10,000 Corpses Mountain for an audience immediately. Shi Xian Jinren, the lineage master, a golden core stage powerhouse. Zhao Hao's heart pounded violently, yet his face perfectly displayed the ecstatic, flustered joy of a favored disciple. Watching his reaction, Wang Mang curled his lips into a scornful arc, then leisurely added, "This is a heavenly opportunity of immense magnitude. Were it not for Deacon Jia Ren vigorously recommending you before the lineage master, such a favorable circumstance would never have fallen to a newly initiated disciple like you." Jia Ren. Those two words detonated in Zhao Hao's mind. That old hound who had taken his primordial essence blood actually sold him off as a gift to the lineage master. What exactly was this old thing scheming? Had he placed himself within the corpse refining lineage to make his own designs more convenient, or did he harbor some other purpose? Countless thoughts churned within him, yet Zhao Hao's facial expression grew ever more agitated and naive, even tinged with a hint of helplessness. Thank you for the information, senior brother. I shall accompany you right away. He bowed respectfully to Wang Mang. Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction and turned to lead the way. Along the journey, the deeper they ventured into the sect's interior, the denser the baleful corpse chi became around them. Stepping onto the mountain path leading to 10,000 Corpses Mountain, a pungent odor of rotting flesh and damp earth slammed into their faces. Within the forested hills lining the path, one could even spot several low-tier wandering corpses moving with stiff, jerky motions, drifting aimlessly as their empty eye sockets occasionally turned toward the passing pair. Wang Mang cast a scornful glance back at Zhao Hao, eager to see him tremble in sheer terror. But Zhao Hao merely kept his head bowed, following closely step for step, his face displaying nothing beyond a trace of curiosity toward the surroundings. Wang Mang pursed his lips in mild disappointment. Soon the two arrived before a magnificent black grand hall perched midway up the mountain. The hall doors stood wide open, revealing a chilling aura of Yin energy within. Wang Mang halted his pace. Go on inside. Master and several senior brothers and sisters are already within. Zhao Hao took a deep breath and stepped into the grand hall. The interior of the hall was vast and shrouded in dim light, illuminated only by the eerie green glow of phosphor stones embedded in the walls. The moment he crossed the threshold, several pairs of eyes snapped toward him in unison, some curious, some scrutinizing, and some openly icy. For individuals already stood within the hall. At that precise moment, a petite girl appearing no older than 14 or 15, her hair tied in twin tails, and clad in an exquisite black dress, bounced cheerfully toward him. You must be the new junior brother. You're rather cute. She circled Zhao Hao once, grinning brightly as she introduced herself. I am Lin Yaoyao, Master's 8th disciple. You may address me as Senior Sister 8. Zhao Hao hurriedly returned the bow. I greet you, Senior Sister. No need for such formalities. Lin Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively, then pointed toward the others in the hall to give him introductions. The eldest and second senior brothers are perpetually out on missions and not present at the sect. The gloomy-faced one over there is your third senior brother Shirlei. The one beside him, as cold as an ice block, is your fourth senior sister Han Xuan. Both of them have reached early foundation establishment. Zhao Hao followed her gaze. The two simply cast a cold look his way before losing interest entirely. We originally had a fifth senior brother as well, but he perished on a mission 2 years ago. Lin Yaoyao's tone lacked any trace of sorrow, as though she were discussing some trivial and inconsequential matter. The silent shut, and over there is your sixth senior brother Chen Mo. He has reached the peak of chi condensation. As for that one, She pointed toward a slightly portly young man who was appraising Zhao Hao with the same detached gaze one might use to assess merchandise, a flicker of undisguised distaste crossing her face. That is your 7th senior brother Wu De. He is also at early foundation establishment. A subtle shift occurred within Zhao Hao's mind. His 6th senior brother was still at the peak of qi condensation, yet his 7th senior brother had already reached early foundation establishment. This seniority ranking did not seem to be based purely on cultivation realm. Maintaining a completely poker face, he returned the greetings to each of them in turn. Just then the 3rd senior brother Shirley spoke abruptly. His voice sounded like 2 rough stones grinding against each other, stiff and frigid. Our revered master has not yet arrived, and since we are otherwise idle junior brother, allow me to test whether you are qualified to become our 9th senior brother on his behalf. Before his words had even settled, he swept his sleeve. Whoosh! From the shadows flanking both sides of the grand hall, 2 rows of figures suddenly rose to their feet. A total of 10 refined corpses. Each radiated a suffocatingly terrifying aura, the weakest of them having reached the peak of 1st stage, equivalent to a cultivator at the 9th layer of qi condensation. Meanwhile, the 2 positioned at the very rear had corpse qi congealing into tangible black mist around them. Clearly early 2nd stage refined corpses comparable to early foundation establishment cultivators. Walk from here to the center of the grand hall. Shirley pointed toward the main throne at the far end of the hall, his tone brooking no refusal. If you cannot endure even this modest display of pressure, you are unworthy of being master's disciple. This brazen assertion of dominance caused the air within the hall to freeze instantly. Zhao Hao understood perfectly well that if he retreated even an inch now, he would be instantly branded a good-for-nothing. It could even directly cause Shi Xianzhenren to refuse accepting him as a disciple. He did not hesitate. He circulated the 100-odd strands of spiritual energy that had just coalesced within him, coating his body's surface to form a thin protective layer. Then he lifted his foot and step by step walked directly into the midst of the corpse layer, shrouded in pestilential miasma and filled with the guttural roars of refined corpses. Please guide me, senior brother. Zhao Hao gave a slight bow to Shirley, his expression showing no fear. He strode forward and walked directly into the passage formed by 10 refined corpses. The moment he stepped in, the refined corpses on both sides were awakened by an invisible force, their empty eye sockets opening in unison. A tyrannical, icy, and bloodthirsty pressure surged toward him like a raging tide. Zhao Hao's body sank abruptly, his bones groaning under the crushing weight. Roar! A refined corpse let out a guttural snarl, and a fetid, suffocating wind blasted toward him. Zhao Hao's face remained unchanged as he continued forward. To resist this pressure, his spiritual energy was consumed at a tremendous rate, and the aura of his qi condensation 2nd layer cultivation happened to reveal itself. Qi condensation 2nd layer. On the faces of the people in the hall, save for the taciturn 6th senior brother Chen Mo, a trace of surprise flashed across. In merely a single night, he had broken through from an ordinary mortal to qi condensation 2nd layer. Was a heaven-grade spirit root truly this terrifying? A flicker of something crossed 3rd senior brother Shirley's face, but it quickly returned to cold indifference. Cultivation speed alone meant nothing without the right mind. A 1 would still be useless. Zhao Hao bore the immense pressure, stepping forward 1 pace at a time. His progress was exceedingly slow, yet each step was remarkably steady. His complexion had grown slightly pale from the depletion of spiritual energy, and fine beads of sweat emerged on his forehead. His body trembled faintly, as though he were on the verge of collapse. Yet his gaze remained utterly calm. Compared to the mental torment he had endured in his past life, juggling overnight proposals while facing the combined pressure of demanding bosses and clients, this was nothing. The mental fortitude forged across 2 lifetimes far exceeded what these pressures could test. When he reached the final pair of refined corpses, one at the early 2nd stage lunged forward, its razor-sharp claws nearly tearing his face. The foundation establishment stage pressure crashed down upon him like a collapsing mountain. Lin Yaoyao instinctively gasped. Yet Zhao Hao did not even pause. On his youthful face there was not a hint of panic, only a calm that was deeply unsettling. And so beneath the varied gazes of onlookers, he walked out of the refined corpse formation unscathed and came to a stop at the center of the great hall. A flicker of approval finally appeared in 3rd senior brother Shirley's eyes as he nodded. At that moment a voice resonated from the main throne in the hall, as if echoing from the deepest abyss. Not bad. Zhao Hao looked up sharply. Before him the previously empty throne now held a withered old man draped in black robes. He resembled a desiccated corpse, sitting motionlessly, merging seamlessly with the shadows of the great hall, regarding Zhao Hao with keen interest. True corpse heart. The others in the hall immediately bowed deeply. Greetings, master. Zhao Hao quickly followed suit, his heart racing with alarm. This was an old demon at the golden core stage, appearing and vanishing without a trace. He hadn't even noticed when the man had arrived. From this day forward you shall be my 9th direct disciple. Corpse Heart True Person spoke slowly, his cloudy gaze fixed upon Zhao Hao as though capable of seeing through everything. Now that you have entered my sect, I naturally must bestow a welcome gift. He flicked his fingers, and 3 streams of light materialized before Zhao Hao. A deep blue jade slip, a black short sword, and a black cloth pouch. This is the secret technique of my corpse refining lineage, the mysterious corpse spirit control art. At its highest level, it can grant your refined corpses spiritual awareness and dramatically enhance their power. This sword is named Yogu, a top-grade first-stage magical artifact. This corpse refining pouch contains a late-stage first-level iron corpse gifted to you for protection. Go to 10,000 Corpse Mountain and find an unoccupied cave dwelling for yourself. As he finished speaking, Corpse Heart True Person's figure gradually dissolved like green smoke upon the throne. Thank you, Master. Zhao Hao offered his timely gratitude. Ha, congratulations, junior brother. Lin Yaoyao was the first to leap forward, pressing a mid-grade magical artifact armor into Zhao Hao's hands. Don't end up like 5th senior brother killed in a single strike. 3rd senior brother Shirley snorted and tossed a corpse refining pouch toward him. This contains another late-stage first-level iron corpse. Cultivate diligently and don't bring shame to our master. 4th senior sister Han Shuang was more straightforward, throwing him a storage pouch. Inside are all the materials needed to refine a late-stage first-level iron corpse, saving you the trouble of gathering them yourself. When it was 6th senior brother Chun Mo's turn, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he pulled out 10 porcelain bottles from his robes. Senior brother has been gathering materials for foundation establishment pills lately and doesn't have much of value on hand. Take these 10 bottles of qi gathering pills first. Early cultivation foundation is quite important. Zhao Hao accepted each gift with repeated thanks. Finally, it was 7th senior brother Wu Da's turn. He chuckled and retrieved a person from his own corpse refining pouch. She was a woman clad in sheer silk, her figure alluring and her countenance breathtakingly beautiful. Yet her eyes lacked any spark, and she carried not a trace of vitality about her. Junior brother has just entered the sect. How can he manage without someone to attend to him? Wu Da winked and said, Senior brother will gift you a maid. At night. She can also help with whatever tasks she's capable of. At these words, 4th senior sister Han Shuang and 8th senior sister Lin Yaoyao both let out displeased huffs. Zhao Hao stared at the maid, his face etched with bewilderment. After the master-disciple ceremony concluded, Lin Yaoyao volunteered to guide Zhao Hao to select a cave dwelling. Along the way, she leaned close to his ear and urged him repeatedly, Junior brother, whatever you do, don't lose yourself to that maid from earlier. That's a living corpse refined by 7th senior brother. Regarding the mysterious corpse spirit control art our master bestowed among all the disciples, 7th senior brother has mastered it best after our master himself. Zhao Hao's heart skipped a beat. This perfectly resolved his earlier confusion. 7th senior brother is very powerful. Powerful. That's putting it lightly. Lin Yaoyao sneered with distaste. What enables him to accumulate resources for a foundation establishment breakthrough faster than 6th senior brother isn't combat prowess or completing missions. Rather than crafting powerful combat corpses, he pursued the opposite path, refining over 100 female corpses identical to the one before, appearing indistinguishable from living humans despite their mere early-stage qi condensation cultivation. Then, Lin Yaoyao's voice dropped even lower. He opened 3 brothels across the 3 market towns under the sect's jurisdiction, sending those female corpses to earn spirit stones for him. Among those female corpses, no fewer than 20 were originally female servants from our Extreme Yin Sect who had committed offenses. Zhao Hao stood frozen, utterly astonished, his entire body rigid. Using refined corpses to run brothels for profit. Such tactics were thoroughly absurd and entirely fitting for the demonic path. Lin Yaoyao's figure vanished at the end of the mountain path, and the lively aura unique to the 8th senior sister dissipated along with it. Zhao Hao turned around and firmly closed the stone door of his new cave dwelling. The restrictive light of the cave glimmered once, completely isolating the interior from the outside. Without a moment's delay, he focused his mind, and the alluringly shaped maiden corpse appeared in the empty stone chamber, standing there with lifeless eyes. Zhao Hao circled the corpse twice, his face devoid of any lascivious thoughts, only caution. Lin Yaoyao's reminder was just one reason. In this demon sect, any gift from anyone could be a poisoned blade. Especially this 7th senior brother whose conduct was so bizarre. Who knew what hidden tricks he had left on this corpse? He steadied his mind, summoned the system panel, and attempted to place the first stage late-grade iron corpse bestowed by his master Corpse Heart True Man into the main item slot. It succeeded. Next, he dragged the maiden corpse into the consumable materials slot. Enhancement success rate 0.8. Only this much added to the success rate. Zhao Hao frowned, then placed the other first-stage late-grade iron corpse, given by 3rd senior brother Shirley, into the material slot. Enhancement success rate 20. Indeed, enhancement between the same grade provided a base success rate of 20. And to raise an item like a magical artifact or a corpse puppet from one grade to the next, the amount of same grade materials required would likely be 5 times as much. Using a first stage initial grade corpse to enhance a first stage late grade iron corpse was truly not cost effective. Just as he was about to abandon the idea, an utterly insane thought suddenly sprang from the depths of his mind. A corpse puppet in essence was the corpse of a cultivator brimming with spiritual energy, and it once possessed a spirit root in life. Could it serve as nourishment for his own spirit root? Once this thought took root, it could no longer be suppressed. Zhao Hao's heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath and, as if possessed, dragged his own spirit root fire middle grade into the main item slot. Then, trembling, he moved his mind toward the consumable material slot. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. In the material slot options, 3 choices appeared: Maiden Corpse Gift from Wu to First Stage Late Grade Iron Corpse Gift from Shirley, and First Stage Late Grade Iron Corpse Gift from Master. It really worked. Zhao Hao's heart began to pound violently. He first selected the Maiden Corpse. Enhancement success rate 60. So high. He immediately removed the Maiden Corpse and replaced it with the First Stage Late Grade Iron Corpse given by 3rd Senior Brother Shirley. Enhancement success rate 60. Zhao Hao then tried the one bestowed by Master Corpse Heart True Man. Enhancement success rate 60. The success rate provided by all 3 corpse puppets was exactly the same. Thoughts raced through Zhao Hao's mind, and in an instant he understood the underlying logic. Initially, when he was still a waste with 5 spirit roots, his pitiful low-grade fire spirit root was essentially only 1/5 of a normal spirit root. Thus, each of the other 4 low-grade spirit roots could provide a 20 success rate. Now his fire spirit root had been elevated to middle grade. According to the spirit root classification of this world, it was roughly equivalent to 1 spirit root of a 3 spirit root cultivator, i.e., 1/3 of a complete spirit root. These corpse puppets all contained a complete spirit root within them. Their total amount was exactly 3 times that of his current middle grade spirit root. Hence, any one of them could provide a 60 success rate. This meant that with just 2 corpse puppets, the quality of his spirit root would undergo a qualitative leap, surpassing the 3 spirit root level and reaching a brand new tier. Though it still fell short of a single heavenly spirit root, its quality would definitely exceed that of 1 spirit root from a dual spirit root cultivator, i.e., more than half of a complete spirit root. Having figured this out, Zhao Hao hesitated no longer. He dared not casually use the items from Master Corpse Heart True Man as materials for sacrifice. A golden core old devil's methods were unfathomable, and the likelihood of leaving a mark was high. If sacrificing it caught the attention of the golden core old devil, the loss would outweigh the gain. But using the gifts from 7th Senior Brother and 3rd Senior Brother carried no psychological burden. He decisively dragged both the Maiden Corpse and the First Stage Late Grade Iron Corpse Shirley into the consumable material slot. Enhancement success rate 120. The success rate overflowed. Absolutely foolproof. Confirm enhancement. Ding. Enhancement successful. Spirit root fire high grade. Boom. An indescribable feeling of clarity surged through his entire body, as if he had broken free from some invisible shackle. Zhao Hao could clearly sense that his connection with the fiery red spiritual energy particles between heaven and earth had gained an invisible layer of flesh and blood affinity, skyrocketing. Moreover, the fire attribute spiritual energy around the cave dwelling began to riot following the successful enhancement, crazily surging into his body. He immediately sat down cross-legged and activated the Extreme Yin Sect absorption art. The riotous fire attribute spiritual energy was stirred by an invisible giant hand, forming a visible crimson vortex that madly poured into his body. In just the time it took to burn a stick of incense, 2 extra strands of pure spiritual energy appeared in his dantian. He was now at the 2nd layer of chi refinement, and condensing a single strand of spiritual energy required more than at the 1st layer. If he had still been at the 1st layer, he would likely have condensed 3 strands by now. The cultivation speed of a high-grade spirit root was truly terrifying. With the master-level Extreme Yin Sect absorption art, his cultivation efficiency now truly rivaled that of the legendary heavenly spirit root. However, the phenomenon caused by the spirit root ascension was indeed quite significant. The next time he advanced to supreme grade, he would need to find a safe place to do it. He once again placed spirit root fire high grade into the main item slot, and put the corpse puppet bestowed by Corpse Heart True Man into the enhancement slot. Enhancement success rate 30. Indeed, after the spirit root quality improved, the success rate provided by same grade materials correspondingly decreased. It seemed that to push his spirit root to true supreme grade, he would need to find more nourishment. Just past noon, Zhao Hao left his cave dwelling and headed once again to the scripture depository. Though the system's enhancement was heaven-defying, it came at a cost. Every time he sacrificed a cultivation technique as material, all related memories and insights vanished without a trace. The next time he wanted to use it, he would have to start from scratch with no shortcuts possible. Over the following month, Zhao Hao became the most peculiar disciple of 10,000 Corpse Mountain. His daily routine was a simple 2-point line to scripture depository in his own cave dwelling. During the day, he downloaded various techniques and spells at the scripture depository. At night, he returned to his cave and sacrificed all those learning materials to the Xian Yin Qi absorption art and the Xian Yin breath concealment art. Such a monotonous cycle, yet Zhao Hao took delight in it. A month later, when he stepped out of his cave dwelling again, his entire aura had become distinctly different. Name Zhao Hao Realm Qi Refinement Layer 4 15,100. Spirit Root Fire High-Grade Cultivation Techniques. Xian Yin Qi Absorption Art Mastery Body Tempering with 100 Poisons Art Mastery Spells. Xian Yin Breath Concealment Art Mastery Evil Light. Spell Mastery Spirit Shield. Spell Mastery Light Body. Spell Mastery Qi Observation. Spell Mastery Earth Escape. Spell Mastery Blood Escape. Spell Mastery Status. Qi Gathering Pill Toxicity. Mild with a Master Level Xian Yin Qi Absorption Art and Sufficient Pills. His cultivation advanced like a force of nature, stepping into the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Yet under the concealment of the master level Xian Yin Breath Concealment Art, his externally displayed aura remained steadily at the third layer of Qi refinement early stage. According to the description in the technique, a master level Xian Yin Breath Concealment Art was sufficient to deceive the detection of cultivators 2 major realms higher than himself. As long as he didn't engage in intense combat, his true strength would never be revealed. This progress perfectly matched the expected performance of a heavenly spirit root. Records indicated that a heavenly spirit root disciple typically achieved foundation establishment in 3 years, meaning he had a 3-year golden period of development. The reason he emerged from seclusion now was not because he had encountered a bottleneck in cultivation. Rather, it was because he had run out of resources. The day for inner disciples to receive their monthly stipend had arrived. More importantly, the effect of Qi gathering pills had diminished significantly after he entered the mid-stage of Qi refinement, and the accumulated pill toxicity in his body was also beginning to affect the absorption efficiency of this type of pill. He needed more effective pills and also more spirit stones. Zhao Hao walked out of his cave dwelling, and the sunlight fell upon him, bringing a trace of warmth. He had 2 goals on this trip. First, to collect the monthly stipend for inner disciples. Second, it was time to make some money. Zhao Hao stepped out of his cave dwelling and headed straight for the hall where inner disciples received their monthly stipends. Inside the hall, the attendant on duty was Lu Gui. Senior brother Zhao, you've emerged from seclusion. Upon seeing Zhao Hao, Lu Gui rubbed his hands together and approached, bowing even lower than before, almost to a 90-degree angle. His gaze habitually swept over Zhao Hao, and his sycophantic smile instantly froze, his eyes bulging wide. Qi gathering. 3rd layer. 1 month. From a mere mortal without any strength to Qi gathering 3rd layer. Lu Gui's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, pounding wildly. First came shock, then an overwhelming wave of ecstasy. He had bet correctly. The 1,000 spirit stones he had scraped together by selling everything were undoubtedly the most brilliant investment of his life. In a few years, Zhao Hao's cultivation would likely surpass his own, perhaps his own future opportunity for foundation establishment would lie with Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, unperturbed by his reaction, calmly said, "This month's stipend." Here, of course." Lu Gui snapped out of his ecstasy, swiftly retrieved 20 low-grade spirit stones and a porcelain bottle containing Qi gathering pills from the counter and presented them with both hands. "Senior brother, your monthly stipend." Zhao Hao took the items, showing no sign of leaving, and directly asked, "Are there any quick ways to earn spirit stones in the sect?" Lu Gui was taken aback, then patted his chest and said, "Senior brother, you've come to the right person." He lowered his voice and began to explain mysteriously. "Senior brother, if you want quick money, you have to look to the foundations of our 3 branches. For our corpse refining branch, it's killing and refining corpses. A well-refined walking corpse of high grade can sell for over 1,000 spirit stones. The soul refining branch extracts souls and refines spirits. Resentful souls and fierce ghosts are also hard currency on the black market. As for the blood refining branch, they specialize in hunting demon beasts or raising some blood food to sell refined blood." Listening to this utterly inhuman introduction, Zhao Hao's eye twitched. Good heavens, no wonder it's a demon sect. Their methods of earning spirit stones are all so criminal. Apart from these, is there anything safer? There is. Lu Gui scratched his head. But it's slower. Things like alchemy, artifact refining, talisman crafting, the various arts of cultivation. Alchemy and artifact refining require huge upfront costs, not worth it. The simplest is talisman crafting. Buy materials and draw in your cave. It doesn't earn much, but it's safe. He then recalled something, his expression turning serious. "But senior brother, the alchemy business is deep. Most of the pill trade in the sect's market is controlled by the alchemy hall. If you want to get into it, you'd better register with the alchemy hall first, or else you'll likely face trouble. The pills you refine must also be sold to them at a discount. Otherwise, you won't even be able to buy spirit herbs of slightly higher age near the sect." Zhao Hao noted this. It seemed refining pills himself would be a hassle in the future. Zhao Hao silently memorized the information and turned to leave. Senior brother, you don't know the way, I'll escort you to the market. Lu Gui quickly followed. Under Lu Gui's guidance, they soon arrived at a market at the foot of the mountain. The place was bustling with people much livelier than inside the sect. After agreeing to meet at the exit in an hour, Zhao Hao plunged alone into the crowd. Zhao Hao began to wander through the market. The shops here were bizarrely varied. One shop had several first-rank puppets at the entrance. Once spirit stones were inserted, they could move like humans and perform simple tasks. Even more striking was a shop with a line of small text under its sign. All kinds of blood food, fresh corpses, finished corpse refinements, discounts for bulk purchases. Zhao Hao stepped inside, and a thick miasma of corpse chi mixed with the stench of blood assaulted his senses. The prices listed on wooden plaques on the wall made his eyes twitch slightly. Mortal corpse 1 piece 1 low-grade spirit stone. Chi refining initial stage cultivator corpse 1 piece 50 low-grade spirit stones. Finished first rank initial stage corpse refinement 100 low-grade spirit stones. First rank mid-stage 300. First rank late stage 1000. Zhao Hao's heart bled. A month ago he had sacrificed 2 corpse refinements worth over 1,000 spirit stones. If he had known there were fresh corpses for sale in the market, he could have sold those 2 corpse refinements, bought dozens of fresh corpses, and his spirit root would have absorbed chi on its own, letting him auto-level. But regrets were useless now. In his storage pouch still lay a first-rank late-stage iron corpse bestowed by his master Shixin Jinren. This thing was a hidden danger. Who knew what tricks the old golden core demon had left on it? Better to trade it for solid resources. That was the way to survive in a demon sect. Having made up his mind, Zhao Hao approached the counter and spoke to the drowsy shopkeeper. Do you buy corpse refinements? The shopkeeper lifted his eyelids, pointed weakly to the side room. Entering the side room, Zhao Hao released the first-rank late-stage iron corpse. The shopkeeper, who had been lazy, brightened instantly at the sight of the corpse. He circled the iron corpse twice, clicking his tongue in admiration. Not bad, not bad. The refining technique is seasoned, the corpse material well chosen, the chi stable. It even has potential to break through to the second rank. He rubbed his hands together and looked at Zhao Hao with shrewd eyes. Daoist friend, I'll give you 600 low-grade spirit stones for this corpse refinement. Zhao Hao's expression remained impassive. Without a word, he pulled out the black inner disciple token engraved with the name Zhao Hao from his storage pouch and slammed it firmly onto the table with a sharp crack. The crisp sound of the token hitting the table was especially piercing in the silent room. Only then did Zhao Hao speak slowly, his voice low, but each word icy. My master Shixin Jinren said this corpse refinement is worth at least 1,000 spirit stones. You just said it has the potential to break through to the second rank. When I return, I will definitely invite my golden core master to personally thank you for your keen eye. The shopkeeper's chubby face trembled violently, his smile freezing instantly as sweat beaded on his forehead. A personal disciple of Shixin Jinren. The shrewdness on his face instantly transformed into extreme sycophancy, and he bowed repeatedly, his head nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. Oh, I didn't realize it was senior brother in person. A misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Look at my eyes, my small business. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Junior brother will round it up for you. With that, he quickly counted out 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and respectfully handed them over. Zhao Hao accepted the spirit stones, his expression unchanged. How much for a chi refining initial stage cultivator's corpse? 50 for others, for senior brother, just 45 each, the shopkeeper declared, patting his chest. I'll take 5. Spending 225 spirit stones, Zhao Hao stored 5 fresh corpses in his storage pouch and left under the shopkeeper's nearly servile gaze. Having gained a small fortune, he didn't rush back. First he bought a bronze mask that could block divine sense from a general store, then found a secluded alley and changed into a plain gray robe. After doing this, his aura, under the perfected mysterious Yin concealment art, became that of an ordinary chi refining 5th layer rogue cultivator. He had a more important purpose on this trip. Stepping into the largest pill shop in the market, Zhao Hao deliberately lowered his voice. Pills for chi refining mid-stage cultivation. Ningyuan pills. 3 low-grade spirit stones each. I want 20 bottles. 1 bottle held 5 pills, 20 bottles meant 100 pills totaling 300 spirit stones. In the same shop, he also bought 2,000 blank talisman papers, 2 portions of talisman ink, and a low-grade talisman brush, spending 342 low-grade spirit stones in total, then left quietly. With nearly 500 spirit stones, 5 corpses, 100 Ningyuan pills, and a mountain of talisman materials in his pouch, Zhao Hao felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Just as he changed back into his original clothes after leaving a shop selling technique jade slips, and was about to turn into a narrow alley, he bumped into someone. That person, dressed in fine silk, slightly plump, with a slick smile on his face, was none other than his 7th senior brother Wuda. Wuda saw Zhao Hao pause, then a knowing grin spread across his face. He looked Zhao Hao up and down, his gaze lingering briefly on the storage pouch at his waist, then sidled up with a leering expression. Oh, if it isn't my 9th junior brother. Wuda leaned in close and whispered slyly, his voice barely audible, "What, the plaything I gave you doesn't work?" He chuckled, licking his lips. "Or has junior brother already broken it?" In the alley, Wuda's chubby face was extremely close, the warm foul air from his mouth almost spraying onto Zhao Hao's face. The words played to death slithered into Zhao Hao's mind like a slippery, venomous snake crawling through his ears. A chilling sensation of being instantly seen through shot straight from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Run. The thought had barely surfaced before he ruthlessly extinguished it. A fourth layer chi refining cultivator running before an early foundation establishment old fiend was suicide. Instinctively, Zhao Hao immediately mobilized the meager spiritual energy within his body, directing it toward his heart meridian. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy, chaotic pounding of his heart instantly drowned out the clamor of the marketplace. A surge of blood rushed to his brain, flushing his face red, then turning it deathly pale from the intense change. In Wuda's eyes, the reaction of this junior disciple before him was exactly that of a 10-year-old boy caught in utter panic after his secret had been exposed. I didn't. Zhao Hao's lips trembled, his teeth chattering, unable to squeeze out a complete sentence, every inch of him screaming, guilty conscience. My corpse puppets are all in my cave dwelling. I didn't bring them out. He stammered, his eyes darting away, the very picture of a brat caught red-handed in a lie, still trying to be stubborn. Wuda's small eyes glinted with a slippery light. Of course he didn't believe it. Each of the Yin Tian Shu he had given out was imbued with a special restriction, allowing him to vaguely sense them as long as they were within a certain range. But now he could not sense the existence of that living corpse at all. There were only two possibilities for this situation. Either the living corpse had been completely destroyed and the restriction had been destroyed along with it, or it had been entirely sealed off by some extremely sophisticated restriction. Could a newly initiated brat possess such means? Oh, is that so? Wuda's smile grew even more sinister. His thick, fleshy palms seemingly casually rested on Zhao Hao's shoulder. A stream of cold, heavy spiritual energy like a bone-boring maggot drilled into his shoulder. Zhao Hao felt his entire left side go numb, his left shoulder as if frozen by a block of 10,000-year profound ice, even his blood and chi stagnated. Is this old bastard going to make a move on me? Just then a fawning voice came from the entrance of the alley, shattering the suffocating atmosphere. Senior brother Zhao, so you're here? I've been looking all over for you. Lu Gui trotted over, his face brimming with smiles, his demeanor as respectful as could be. Zhao Hao's eyes lit up at the sight of Lu Gui, as if he had spotted a lifeline. His mind raced, and he instantly had an idea. He gave a sudden jerk, pretending to have just recovered from the shock. He grabbed Lu Gui, pointed at Wuda before him, and shouted loudly, "Senior brother Lu, what are you standing there for? This is my 7th senior brother from the corpse refining lineage. Hurry up and pay your respects." His voice was urgent and fast, with the characteristic showing off and eagerness of a youth. Lu Gui was taken aback. 7th senior brother. Wuda? Of course he knew him. This was the personal disciple of the lineage master, a foundation establishment elder-level figure. Although this man had a poor reputation within the sect, his status and position were undeniable. He was not someone a mere chi-refining disciple like him could afford to ignore. Lu Gui's knees went weak on the spot, his fawning smile instantly magnified to the extreme, and he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Wuda. Disciple Lu Gui pays respects to Uncle Wu. With this bow he directly blocked all the words Wuda had been about to say. Wuda's hand, which had just been raised, was retracted almost imperceptibly. His brow twitched almost imperceptibly as he glanced at this suddenly appearing outer disciple, instantly losing the interest to continue questioning. Zhao Hao seized this golden opportunity, pulled Lu Gui back half a step, cupped his hands toward Wuda, and said with an impatient tone, "7th senior brother, I still have some matters with senior brother Lu, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now." After speaking, he gave Wuda no chance to react, dragged the still bowing and scraping Lu Gui, who turned around and slipped away, plunging into the crowd. Watching the two hastily retreating figures, the smile on Wuda's face slowly faded, replaced by a dark gloom. He stuck out his tongue and licked his greasy lips, a cold gleam of murder flashing in his small eyes. Yin Tian Shu was the foundation of his cultivation, a supreme secret art from the corpse refining sacred scripture, the Xian Shi Jing, that he had obtained long ago from an ancient cave dwelling. This secret art was enough to allow him to cultivate all the way to the golden core stage without bottlenecks or side effects. He had specially refined 108 beautiful female corpses in accordance with the number of the 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends. Among them, the 72 earthly fiend female corpses were placed by him in brothels across various market towns, secretly absorbing the essence, cultivation, and even the subtle luck of those who coupled with them. Then, through the secret art, he transmitted these mixed energies to the 36 heavenly spirit female corpses, ultimately refining them into the purest yin-yang demonic essence for his cultivation. This was the reason why a mere 3-spirit root cultivator had managed to reach foundation establishment faster than his 6th senior brother Chen Mo, who had a 2-spirit root. And the one he had given to Zhao Hao was precisely one of his 72 earthly fiend female corpses. He had thought that this junior disciple with a heaven-grade spirit root lacking self-control would provide him with the luck of a heaven-grade spirit root. Now one link had broken, leaving a gap in his entire cultivation system, and he would have to refine a new earthly fiend female corpse soon. Glancing at the backs of the two, Wu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He stood still motionless until the two figures had completely disappeared into the crowd. He took out another corpse puppet pouch from his storage bag. His divine sense probed inside, and a late-stage chi refining iron corpse lay quietly within. The appearance of that iron corpse was clearly the same one Zhao Hao had just sold, and it was also the one that Shixin Jinren had given to Zhao Hao at that time. He once again sensed the Yinyang Tian Shu he had given out, but it was still like a stone sinking into the sea with no trace of response. His breathing involuntarily became heavier. Could it be that this brat had discovered the secret of Yinyang Tian Shu and directly destroyed it? Or had he also sold it like this iron corpse, and it was now in the hands of some unknown expert? Wu's expression shifted between uncertainty and gloom. Zhao Hao. He softly murmured the name, forcing the murderous intent in his eyes to subside again. After all, this brat was the newly accepted disciple of the lineage master. He could not be touched for now. But this debt he would remember. A thunderous boom. The heavy stone door slammed shut with finality, its defensive barrier's radiance severing the cave dwelling from the outside world entirely. Zhao Hao leaned against the freezing stone door, his body sliding uncontrollably down to the ground. His chest heaved like a bellows riddled with holes, each labored breath rasping with agonizing fire. His back was already soaked with cold sweat clinging to his skin with bone-chilling dampness. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips still trembling involuntarily. On his shoulders seemed to linger the warmth of that greasy palm Wu had pressed against him. The cold, clammy sensation, like a venomous serpent's tongue, tracing his flesh, impossible to dispel. Killing intent. Right there in that cramped alley behind the market, he had felt it with unmistakable clarity. That oily-faced fat bastard beneath his smile had harbored a flash of utterly unrestrained murderous intent. Had Lu Gui, that sycophant, not happened to appear at that moment, Zhao Hao would not have doubted it for a second. Wu possessed 100 methods to orchestrate an accidental death, for a chi-refining third-layer inner sect disciple, or something far worse than death itself. An old devil at the early stage of foundation establishment could crush him with far less effort than squashing an ant. No, this could not continue. Cultivation. Power. I need to grow stronger. Faster. Zhao Hao roared, his eyes crawling with bloodshot veins from oxygen deprivation and utter fury. A feral desperation clawing at the edge of a cliff scorched through every inch of his nerves, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. He sprang to his feet with a violent motion, and with a single thought, light flashed repeatedly within his storage bag. Thud, thud, thud. 5 cultivator corpses freshly purchased from the market and still reeking of decomposition tumbled out and scattered haphazardly across the empty stone chamber. Zhao Hao did not even glance at the corpses. Like a cornered beast driven to its last stand, his gaze resolute and absolute, he summoned the system panel. His will transformed into an invisible hand, and with merciless force he dragged all 4 corpses into the material consumption slot. This time his target was his own spiritual root. Primary item: spiritual root. Fire superior reinforcing to peerless consumption materials. Early stage chi refining cultivator corpse. 4 reinforcement success rate 120. Gazing at the overflowing success rate on the panel, Zhao Hao's heart, which had been racing wildly with fear, was finally gripped by an unseen hand and steadied somewhat. Gasping for breath, he nearly ground his teeth as 2 words were dragged from his throat. Confirm reinforcement. Ding. Reinforcement successful. Spiritual root. Fire peerless. Boom. An unprecedented sensation of clarity surged from his crown directly to the soles of his feet. Zhao Hao's eyes snapped open, and the entire world had transformed in his perception. Within the cave dwelling, and even beyond the mountain itself, those crimson specks of spiritual energy that had previously required such exhausting effort to draw in now converged upon him, as if acknowledging their sovereign, pouring into his body frantically even without him circulating his techniques. This sensation was like breathing itself. With every inhalation, massive quantities of spiritual energy flooded into his body passively. Zhao Hao's heart thundered with shock, but he did not indulge in this ecstasy. Instinctively, he placed the final cultivator corpse into the material slot, as well wanting to see whether this so-called peerless grade could be reinforced further. Reinforcement success rate 20. The success rate had dropped from 30% to 20. Zhao Hao's eyes narrowed, and the reckless frenzy that had carried him away cooled instantly. A heavenly grade spiritual root was already the pinnacle of this world. What lay beyond? Would forcing it trigger phenomena so catastrophic as to directly attract the probing gazes of the golden core old devils within the sect? Stay low and develop quietly. Don't be reckless. This thought thoroughly extinguished his impulse to continue reinforcing. A heavenly-grade spiritual root was both his greatest talisman and his most lethal curse. He had to handle it with utmost caution. He quickly inventoried his storage bag. Hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, 100 yuan pills, and an enormous quantity of talisman crafting materials. Wu's threat like a poisoned thorn was deeply embedded in his heart. These resources had to be converted immediately, without a moment's delay, into tangible cultivation power. After all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Hao sat cross-legged and tossed a yuan pill straight into his mouth. Within the cave-dwelling day and night no longer existed. Zhao Hao had completely entered a state of demonic frenzy. Cultivating with a peerless fire spiritual root was not merely a great whale drinking in water. It was as if an eternal, unceasing spiritual energy whirlwind had formed around him. Coupled with his perfected profound yin qi gathering technique, the speed at which he refined spiritual energy became almost unbelievable. The medicinal power of one yuan pill barely entering his stomach was instantly extracted and transformed into pure spiritual power, scouring his dantian. He operated like a merciless cultivation machine, swallowing pill after pill, as if chewing wax, unable to even distinguish their flavors, only knowing to swallow. Peak of the fourth layer of qi refining. The bottleneck didn't even stir the slightest ripple before being effortlessly shattered by the violent torrent of spiritual power. Boom. Fifth layer of qi refining. There was not a single pause in the accumulation of spiritual power, which continued to surge at a terrifying pace. Just as he broke through, a faint prickling sensation arose within his meridians. But with Wu's shadow chasing him relentlessly, his mind held only one thought: faster. Even faster. He completely ignored this anomaly and swallowed another pill. Peak of the fifth layer of qi refining. Another breakthrough. Only 20 days had passed. When the medicinal power of the final yuan pill was completely refined, Zhao Hao's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Boom. An aura far more formidable than before erupted from his body in a thunderous blast, sending the very spiritual energy within the entire stone chamber into tumult. Name: Zhao Hao. Realm Qi refining, 6th layer, 80100. Spiritual root fire peerless, the 6th layer of qi refining. Just one step away from the later stage of qi refining. From an ordinary mortal to the 6th layer of qi refining, he had accomplished it in less than 2 months. Wuda. Zhao Hao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the surging, inexhaustible spiritual power within his body, a profound sense of control rising naturally. He rose to his feet, preparing to test his current strength. But the moment his spiritual power was invoked, hiss! A bone-piercing sting exploded from within his meridians, as though someone had shoved a handful of crushed glass into his veins. His spiritual power moved sluggishly, heavily obstructed, far from the smooth and effortless circulation it had displayed before. What was going on? He immediately stilled his mind and used his divine sense to examine himself from within. This sight, even with his composure forged across 2 lifetimes, sent a chill shooting from the base of his spine straight to his crown. Where his meridian walls had once been crystal clear and luminous, a thin layer of gray-black impurities now clung to their surfaces. These impurities seemed alive, writhing slightly with each pulse of spiritual power, as though fused with his flesh and meridians. He immediately consulted the system panel. Status: yuan pill toxin moderate. The accumulation of pill toxin had begun to erode his very foundation of cultivation. If not purged promptly, not only would his attempt at foundation establishment be thwarted, but his cultivation realm itself might regress. Pill toxin. Zhao Hao's eyes flickered, and after the crisis, one thought immediately surfaced: the 100 poisons body tempering art. This technique, which he had similarly reinforced to perfection, required actively absorbing toxins to temper the flesh. The deadlier the toxin, the greater the effect. The pill toxin within his body was precisely the ready-made, most premium nutrient available. Zhao Hao immediately began attempting to circulate the 100 poisons body tempering art, guiding the technique to refine the gray-black pill toxin within his meridians. This was his only lifeline. However, the moment the technique activated, those stubborn pill toxins, as if cats catching a scent, instead of being refined, produced an extraordinarily bizarre reaction with his spiritual power and flesh. Thread after thread of pill toxin drawn by the technique moved with purpose of their own accord, burrowing deep into his flesh like seeds taking root. A surge of itching and pain 100 times more intense than before erupted simultaneously from every limb and channel. Zhao Hao's face drained of color, and forcing himself to endure that maddening sensation, his mind went completely blank. Something was terribly wrong. This 100 poisons body tempering art. How does it seem to treat the pill toxin as nourishment, helping it thoroughly colonize my body? The bone-scraping pain in his meridians caused a vein on Zhao Hao's temple to throb. His spiritual energy circulation was sluggish and obstructed. When forced to activate, less than half of its power could barely pass through. The 100 Poisons tempering body art was not only useless, but had also entangled the pill poison deeper with his flesh and blood. They were helping the pill poison become a part of his body. Damn it! Zhao Hao forcibly suppressed the agonizing pain that nearly drove him mad. Since the 100 Poisons tempering body art couldn't refine it, then let the system treat it as material and destroy it. With a clear mind, he acted immediately. Zhao Hao took out his disciple token from his storage pouch and directly contacted Lu Gui. His voice carried a deliberately suppressed, yet unmistakable urgency and weakness. Senior Brother Lu, I've encountered a problem in my cultivation. I urgently need a batch of poisons and pills. From the other end of the token, Lu Gui's voice quickly came back, with his usual fawning tone. Senior Brother Zhao, what happened to you? I was cultivating the 100 Poisons tempering body art, and it seems I was too eager for quick results, causing my spiritual energy to become somewhat uncontrollable. As he spoke, Zhao Hao used his perfected mysterious Yin concealment art to steadily disguise his own aura as a chi refining third layer perfection. He portrayed the image of a young genius who was eager to break through, but had overplayed his hand perfectly and vividly. A buzzing sound, a fluctuation came from the restriction at the stone door of the cave dwelling. Before long, Lu Gui arrived at the cave entrance in a fluster, and even through the stone door one could feel his urgent aura. Zhao Hao opened the stone door. Lu Gui, seeing his pale complexion and sensing his chi refining third layer perfection, aura, was momentarily stunned, but soon found it unremarkable. Lu Gui's judgment of Zhao Hao's future prospects was elevated to an entirely new level, and the remaining trace of hesitation instantly dissipated. Senior Brother, whatever you need, just command. I, your junior, will go through fire and water to get it for you. Lu Gui bent his waist even lower, almost folding in half. 10 portions of mundane poison, 10 portions of first-order spiritual poison, the more varieties the better. Also help me buy 20 bottles of condensing origin pills to stabilize my cultivation base. Zhao Hao said quickly. No problem. Lu Gui readily agreed, quickly calculating the cost in his mind. Senior Brother, these items together will cost about 320 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Hao without a word counted out 320 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over. Lu Gui took the stones, thinking this was the remainder of the money Zhao Hao had borrowed from him earlier, and patted his chest to guarantee. Rest assured, Senior Brother. 2 hours. I will deliver it within 2 hours. Watching Lu Gui leave like a gust of wind, Zhao Hao closed the stone door, his plan already taking shape. This logistics director was becoming more and more useful. In less than 2 hours, Lu Gui indeed returned, bringing over 40 pill bottles, 20 jade bottles containing mundane poison and first-order spiritual poison, and 20 bottles of condensing origin pills. After sending Lu Gui off, Zhao Hao closed the door behind him, an eager expression on his face. He sat cross-legged and directly summoned the system panel. He first placed a jade bottle labeled bone eroding powder of first-order spiritual poison into the main item slot. Then, taking a deep breath, he selected 2 negative statuses from the materials slot: chi gathering pill poison and condensing origin pill poison. Main item bone eroding powder, first order enhanced to second order consumed materials: chi gathering pill poison, condensing origin pill poison. Enhancement success rate 40. Do you wish to begin enhancement? As he initiated the enhancement, ding, enhancement failed. Tip: consumed materials: chi gathering pill poison, condensing origin pill poison have been destroyed. It worked. Zhao Hao did not immediately rise, but closed his eyes and looked inward again. It was an unprecedented feeling of clarity. Within his meridians, all the attached gray-black impurities had vanished without a trace. The entire meridian system was completely clear, and his whole body and mind relaxed. Spiritual energy surged and flowed within him like the most obedient river, smooth and effortless, without the slightest obstruction or pain from before. A major hidden peril eliminated in one fell swoop. Zhao Hao let out a long breath of turbid air, feeling an immense sense of relief. His foundation was fully restored with no more worries. Without any delay, he immediately took a condensing origin pill and swallowed it. With his supreme fire spirit root and the perfected mysterious Yin Shi absorption art, his cultivation efficiency was at full throttle. The spiritual energy in the cave dwelling was violently churned, forming a small spiritual energy vortex. The pill's vast medicinal power transformed into the purest energy, which he devoured like a whale drinking. In just 2 days. 2 days later, the spiritual energy accumulated within him had reached the peak of chi refining 6th layer. The once firm bottleneck was now pathetically fragile. With a dull roar inside his body like a dam bursting, a torrent of raging spiritual energy surged forth, sweeping away all obstacles. Cultivation realm chi refining 7th layer, 0-100. Stepping into the late chi refining stage, Zhao Hao slowly opened his eyes, a aura several times more powerful than before flowing through his body. His spiritual sense range exploded to over 3 times its previous extent upon breaking through. Every subtle movement within 10 zhang of the cave dwelling inside and out was vividly imprinted in his mind. With a thought, a teacup on the stone table emitted a faint hum, trembled slightly, and slowly levitated into the air. This was the ability to control objects with spiritual sense only attainable at the late Qi refining stage. Zhao Hao immediately took out the First Order Supreme Flying Sword bestowed by his master, Yogu. He infused his spiritual energy into the blade, and the flying sword let out a crisp clang, wobbling as it floated up. With continuous practice, the flying sword shuttled flexibly within 3 feet of him, its blade glinting with cold light and murderous intent. Although it could be used directly with divine sense, it was still not as refined as a dedicated sword-controlling technique, which contained many flying sword manipulation skills. After the joy of the sudden power surge subsided, Zhao Hao took another condensing origin pill. He found that although the total amount of spiritual energy provided by the pill after dissolving remained the same, it was already insufficient compared to the vast needs of the Qi refining 7th layer. His cultivation speed slowed down. Zhao Hao was not surprised at all. Calmly, he took a new condensing origin pill and placed it into the system's main item slot. Then he took out 5 identical condensing origin pills and placed them into the consumed materials slot. Ding! Enhancement successful. As the light faded, a brand new pill appeared in his hand, the size of a dragon's eye, with an unprecedented rich fragrance and faint spiritual light swirling on its surface. Zhao Hao did not hesitate and swallowed it directly. Boom! A surge of pure medicinal power more than 5 times greater than before exploded in his abdomen, its effect equivalent to the sum of 5 ordinary pills. Although overall it meant losing the potency of 1 pill, it also meant that his rate of refining the pill was 5 times faster. He immediately immersed himself in the pleasure of rapidly increasing cultivation. After enhancing all the remaining pills, he obtained a total of 13 enhanced pills. Another 3 days passed. When the potency of the last enhanced pill was refined, his cultivation steadily settled at the late stage of Qi refining 7th layer. Cultivation realm Qi refining 7th layer, 84,200. Zhao Hao then stopped cultivating. Supreme Spirit Root, perfected technique, perfected spells, and a supreme flying sword. He was confident that, setting aside combat experience, he could even stand against an ordinary Qi refining perfection cultivator in a head-on clash. But he did not become complacent. Wuda's foundation establishment cultivation weighed heavily on his heart, like a mountain. He needed to become even stronger. Zhao Hao glanced at the remaining spirit stones in his storage pouch, and was about to contact Lu Gui again to have him purchase more pills, so he could push through to Qi refining 8th layer in one go. Just then, Buzz, the disciple token at his waist, suddenly vibrated violently. A cold, emotionless voice rang out within the token, directly shaking his soul's depths. All disciples of the corpse refining lineage above the mid-Qi refining stage immediately assemble at the 10,000 corpse hall. No delays. It was the voice of Shixin Jinren. Zhao Hao's newly broken through, not yet fully stabilized Qi refining 7th layer aura uncontrollably fluctuated. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately activated the mysterious Yin concealment art to its fullest, forcibly suppressing the leaking aura. Something had happened. The icy voice within the token pierced into Zhao Hao's divine soul like a steel needle, causing his surging spiritual energy, which had just broken through, to instantly spiral out of control, like a bursting dam threatening to tear through his corporeal confines. Disaster. Zhao Hao's heart jolted, yet his reaction was astonishingly swift. Just as his Qi refining 7th layer aura was about to be fully exposed, the perfected mystic Yin concealment art revolved with unprecedented intensity, forming an invisible net that forcibly entangled the rampaging energy. Instead of forcefully suppressing it, he went with the flow, deftly channeling and guiding the wild energy, then carefully letting a portion leak through the net. In the end, his outward aura was firmly locked at the early Qi refining 4th layer. Not only that, but the aura bore a superficial and unstable quality, as if forcibly bolstered by pills, perfectly embodying every trait of a young genius impatient for success. Even a leak of his aura could be instantly transformed into a new layer of disguise. Though he didn't know if the other party could sense his aura through the identity token, caution was never excessive. Having done all this, Zhao Hao pushed open the stone door. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, activating the beginner-level light body art, and his entire form turned into a blurry black shadow, silently dashing toward the Wanshi Hall. When Zhao Hao arrived at the Wanshi Hall, it was already filled with inner disciples and elder deacons of the corpse refining lineage. The atmosphere was so heavy it could drip, and a pin drop could be heard. On the main seat, his master Shixin Jinren's withered face showed no expression, yet the temperature of the entire hall seemed to drop, and even the phosphorescent flames on the walls dimmed. At the front of the hall, besides 3rd senior brother Shi lay 4th senior sister Han Shuang and 6th senior brother Chen Emo, stood 2 young men Zhao Hao had never seen before. These two stood silently, exuding a suffocating pressure like towering mountains, and they were both at the late foundation establishment stage. These must be the rarely seen first senior brother and second senior brother who seldom appeared in the sect. Even Elder Zhao Run, who had tested his spiritual root, was now standing in the hall with his head bowed. Zhao Hao's appearance instantly shattered the dead silence. Qi refining fourth layer. Eighth senior sister Lin Yaoyao's large, lively eyes widened, her cherry-like mouth forming an O as she flashed before Zhao Hao, circling him like a curious monster. Little junior brother Yu, how long have you been in seclusion? Already mid-stage, Qi refining. Her exclamation drew everyone's gaze. Beside her, the usually taciturn sixth senior brother, Chun Mo's wooden face flickered with emotion. Even the two profound senior brothers cast appraising glances at him, their eyes filled with obvious surprise. A disciple who had just entered the sect over 2 months ago, rising from a mortal to the Qi refining fourth layer. Such speed, even in the talent-rich Yin Sect, was nothing short of astonishing. Shixin Jinren on the main seat fixed his murky eyes on him, lingering for a full 3 breaths longer than usual. Zhao Hao knew in his heart that his timely performance had achieved maximum effect. He quickly bowed to Shixin Jinren, his face showing just the right mix of childish pride and uncertainty befitting a 10-year-old. This disciple is dull, spending over a month in seclusion and barely managing to break through to mid-stage Qi refining. But, in my haste, I've made my aura unstable, earning the laughter of master and senior siblings. His words silenced the hall once more. Dull. Barely. The overwhelming aura of humble brag made Lin Yaoyao roll her eyes, wanting to laugh, but not daring. Shixin Jinren, however, ignored these trivialities. Suppressing his surprise, his icy voice cut through the silence. Today's gathering is about a major incident in the sect. The granddaughter of a golden core elder from the northern nascent soul sect Tianjin sect went missing 3 days ago in the market under our Jin sect's jurisdiction. Now her protector, a late foundation establishment sword cultivator, is blocking the mountain gate, demanding an explanation. Tianjin sect. Nascent soul sect. The disciples' faces changed in unison, their breaths growing heavier. Shixin Jinren's tone suddenly shifted, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd and finally landing on the empty seat of the 7th disciple. His voice carried a chill that could freeze the air. The steward in charge of Donglai Market sent a message. Someone saw that Tianjin sect female disciple speaking with old 7th at the market. Bang. Zhao Hao's mind buzzed, going completely blank. Wu De? That fat bastard senior brother again. That fatso probably kidnapped her. 3 days had passed, and knowing Wu De's character, it was likely a grim outcome. What a fine disciple of mine. Shixin Jinren laughed in fury, but the hall's temperature dropped to freezing. Now Wu De is missing and his communication jade is unreachable. I command you all drop everything and find Wu De immediately. Bring him back alive, or his corpse. As he finished, he flicked his fingers. Several streams of light flew toward the crowd, and before each person hovered a palm-sized bronze compass and a blank jade slip. This is a tracking compass containing a trace of Wu De's aura. The jade slip can transmit messages within 10,000 miles. Whoever finds Wu De's exact whereabouts, or Shixin Jinren's voice was devoid of emotion, brings me his head, will be rewarded with a 2nd-grade lower-rank spirit artifact. A 2nd-grade spirit artifact. Even the 2 late Foundation establishment senior brothers who had remained impassive exchanged glances at those words, a glint of eagerness in their eyes. Form your own groups and go. Shixin Jinren waved his hand impatiently. As everyone bowed and withdrew, Zhao Hao tried to slip away, but was grabbed by Lin Yaoyao. Little junior brother, you're the weakest. Team up with me. I'll protect you. The 8th senior sister patted her flat chest, assuming the air of a big sister. Zhao Hao forced a bitter smile, his face showing only gratitude. They took the mission and left Wanshur Hall. On the way, Zhao Hao lagged behind, casually stowing the tracking compass into his storage pouch and focusing his mind on the system. Main item: tracking compass, 1st grade lower rank, enhanced to 1st grade mid rank, consume materials 25 low grade spirit stones, enhancement success rate 100 ding. Enhancement successful. Tracking compass, 1st grade mid rank. After completing this, Zhao Hao quickly caught up with Lin Yaoyao. Find Wu De? No way. That fatso was now a hot potato. Whoever touched him would be cursed. He enhanced the compass not to find Wu De faster, but to avoid him more precisely. Zhao Hao followed unhurriedly behind Lin Yaoyao, maintaining a half-step distance. He discreetly infused a strand of spiritual energy into the bronze compass in his hand, his movements subtle and concealed. The plate, which had originally borne only a single dim point of light, suddenly burst into brilliance as countless intricate bronze patterns within it ignited upon the infusion of his spiritual energy. In the next instant, nearly 40 points of light densely materialized on the plate. The majority of these luminous points remained stationary, while only a scant few drifted slowly. Zhao Hao understood perfectly well that these were all deceptive arrangements set up by that treacherous Wu De, likely objects imbued with his aura meant to mislead any pursuers. Only one point of light shone with a brilliance far surpassing the others. It was now at the edge of the compass, moving frantically. Found it. Zhao Hao's mind settled. He withdrew his spiritual energy from his fingertip. The compass's radiance faded, reverting to its former appearance of a single dim point of light. Little junior brother walked faster. What are you dawdling for? Lin Yaoyao ahead turned back to urge him on, shaking the tracking compass in her hand. The solitary point of light on it pointed straight toward a deep, secluded valley about 3 or 4 li away. Senior sister, no need to rush. Zhao Hao caught up in a few steps, his youthful face bearing a composure that belied his age. 7th senior brother is at the foundation establishment stage. He pointed toward the valley. That valley has sparse spiritual energy, hardly a suitable place to hide. Why not send a refined corpse in first to scout for traps? Oh, come on. There aren't that many traps. Lin Yaoyao pouted dismissively. Despite her words, seeing Zhao Hao's serious and earnest expression and recalling his freakish cultivation speed, she inexplicably felt a measure of trust in him. Fine, have it your way. What a hassle. With great reluctance, Lin Yaoyao released a first-rank mid-stage walking corpse from her corpse pouch. The refined corpse moved stiffly, shuffling step by step deeper into the valley under her control. Without a word, Zhao Hao grabbed her and hid behind a boulder 3 times the height of a man, even their breathing subdued. The corpse had barely taken 10 zhang into the valley entrance when, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted from within the valley, as if the heavens had collapsed and the earth had split apart. Raging flames mingled with black smoke surged skyward, and a terrifying wave of heat swept outward. Everything in its path. Trees were uprooted, rocks pulverized into dust. Though they were 3 or 4 li away, the two felt their eardrums ringing violently, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. Lin Yaoyao's walking corpse didn't even make a sound before being torn into charred fragments at the epicenter of the blast. Lin Yaoyao's face instantly drained of all color, and she stood there utterly dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the smoke-blackened, devastated valley entrance, then mechanically turned her head to look at the calmly composed Zhao Hao beside her. A chill shot up from her tailbone straight to the crown of her head. If she had recklessly charged in just now. Little junior brother Hao, how did you know there was a trap? Guessed it. Zhao Hao uttered 2 words in a flat tone. 7th senior brother even dares to hide from the master. How could he not leave himself a few escape routes? Lin Yaoyao patted her chest, still shaken. Her gaze toward Zhao Hao had completely changed. Beyond admiration, there was now an indescribable sense of conviction. Over the next half-month, the two fully entered mind-sweeping mode. Under the precise guidance of Lin Yaoyao's ordinary tracking compass, every single marker they found turned out to be an explosive trap meticulously prepared by Wu De. Thanks to Zhao Hao's repeated warnings, Lin Yaoyao suffered no further losses, but her low-grade scout corpses were consumed one after another in the explosions. Aya, I'm so furious. When the last first-rank early-stage walking corpse was blown into flying shreds, Lin Yaoyao finally broke down, stomping wildly, with tears rimming her eyes. That damn Wu De. When I find him, I'll refine him into a sieve full of holes. Seeing her rage, Zhao Hao knew the time to part ways had come. He spoke at the opportune moment. Senior sister, we've been out for so long, our spiritual energy is greatly depleted, and we've lost all our refined corpses. How about we each return to the sect to rest and replenish before making further plans? Agreed. Lin Yaoyao, deflated like a punctured ball, nodded weakly. They agreed on a method of communication and then set off in separate directions. Watching Lin Yaoyao's figure disappear into the horizon, Zhao Hao immediately reversed course and raced toward the opposite direction. Find Wu De? No way. He had enhanced his tracking compass precisely to avoid him more accurately. However, as he was returning to the sect and passing through a remote, desolate ravine, an inadvertent glance at his compass startled him. On the plate, the point of light representing Wu De himself was hurtling straight toward his location at an astonishing speed. Had he been discovered? Or was it a coincidence? Zhao Hao had no time to think. His body's instincts outran his mind. He activated the mystic Yin breath concealment art to its utmost, and his entire being seemed to turn into a lifeless stone. All traces of his aura vanished without a trace. At the same time, he executed the earth escape art. His body sank silently into the mountain rock beneath his feet, merging with the earth like a drop of water disappearing into the sea. Just a few breaths after his form vanished, boom. A terrifyingly tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from deep within the ravine. A clear, impassioned sword cry brimming with boundless murderous intent rang out simultaneously, with a cold, savage corpse roar shaking the entire ravine violently. They were already fighting. Concealed within the mountain stone, dozens of Zhanghai. Zhao Hao dared not release even a wisp of his spiritual sense. He could only peer carefully through the rock crevices with his naked eyes toward the source of the sounds. One glance and his scalp went numb. In the center of the ravine, the ground was shattered, a scene of utter chaos. His seventh senior brother Wu De was now pale-faced, his hair disheveled desperately, controlling two second-rank initial stage refined corpses that were wreathed in thick black aura, barely fending off a frenzied assault from a white-robed swordsman. The white-robed swordsman was very young, with a cold, stern countenance, his eyes filled with an unyielding, icy killing intent. His cultivation was remarkably at the late Foundation establishment stage. Forming a sword finger, he directed a cyan flying sword that circled and danced before him, striking like a dragon, leaving only streaks of cyan afterimages. Wherever the sword light passed, the air itself was torn, letting out a piercing shriek. Wu De's two second-rank refined corpses, though as hard as refined metal, were like paper against the cyan flying sword. Every collision left a deep, bone-revealing sword gash on their bodies, and large chunks of corpse flesh were sliced away. Wu De was completely suppressed, utterly unable to fight back, relying only on the fearless nature of the corpses to hold on. His Dharma robe had long been shredded by the rampant sword chi, and blood stained half his body. Zhao Hao's heart sank. This swordsman's sword intent was pure and majestic, sharp beyond compare. He was definitely not a demonic cultivator. Most likely this was the protector sent by the Heavenly Sword Sect. As the wounds on the two refined corpses multiplied, and their movements grew sluggish, a flash of reckless madness suddenly appeared in Wu De's eyes. "You forced me to this," he roared, and with a fierce slap on his corpse pouch at his waist, an extreme yin chill exploded outward from him. Whoosh! 36 female corpses, each clad in thin gauze of various colors with exquisite features and alluring figures, silently materialized around him, encircling the white-robed swordsman. These were precisely his 36, Yin Yang Tian Shu. In an instant, the 36, Yin Yang Tian Shu formed a formation, trapping the swordsman within. "Go!" Wu De suddenly bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of his lifeblood essence before him, his hands forming a complex hand seal with lightning speed. The white-robed sword cultivator, trapped in the center, saw only a blur. The 36 female corpses, previously lifeless-eyed, let out an inhuman shriek the moment they were tainted by Wu De's blood essence. The yin energy on them surged violently, their beautiful faces twisting into grotesque grimaces, nails elongating and gleaming with a dark luster. A bizarre formation instantly took shape, with yin wind howling and ghostly wails, even slowing the white-robed sword cultivator's fierce sword momentum by half a beat. One of the female corpses suddenly lunged forward, its claw striking the cyan flying sword and sending it flying. The white-robed sword cultivator's expression flickered, clearly not expecting Wu De to have such a desperate trump card. However, Wu De, who had activated the secret technique, turned deathly pale, his aura severely depleted. The two sides fell into a brief standoff. But this equilibrium shattered in an instant. "Break!" The white-robed sword cultivator's eyes flashed with icy light, and his sword intent soared into the sky. The knocked-away flying sword let out a mournful cry. A stunningly brilliant sword rainbow tore through the air, directly cleaving one of the female corpses in half at the waist. The formation was broken. Wu De's face lost all color, instantly filled with despair. Without hesitation, he spat out another mouthful of blood essence, executing the blood escape technique. His entire form transformed into a streak of blood light, fleeing madly toward the distant horizon, without even a backward glance, abandoning the remaining 35 female corpses on the ground. "Where do you think you're going?" The white-robed sword cultivator snorted, coldly chasing after him on his flying sword. Two streaks of light vanished into the sky in an instant. The mountain hollow fell into dead silence. Only the 35 female corpses, now uncontrolled, stood motionless in place. Zhao Hao, hidden deep within a boulder dozens of feet away, felt his heart pound uncontrollably. Greed and caution waged a fierce battle in his mind. Those were 35 perfected chi refining stage corpse puppets. Each one was worth 1,000 spirit stones. A total of 35,000 low-grade spirit stones. If he sold them, all the resources would be enough to break through to Foundation establishment. In the demon sect, the bold thrived while the timid starved. He made up his mind. Without further hesitation, his form silently sank into the earth, using the earth escape technique to approach the female corpses like the most slippery fish. Moments later, he reached the feet of the corpses, and with a flicker he appeared on the surface. His spiritual sense swept out, and he gathered all 35 priceless corpse puppets into his storage pouch. Just as he packed away the last corpse and prepared to flee, a terrifying sense of crisis enough to make his scalp tingle and his soul freeze exploded in his heart. A cultivator's spiritual intuition screamed warnings. Zhao Hao didn't think. By pure instinct, he pushed the light body technique to its limit, his entire body lurching sideways. A sharp whoosh brushed past his ear, the wind cutting his cheek. At the same moment, the ground beneath him exploded, forming a deep trench and sending debris flying. Zhao Hao rolled clumsily on the ground, his movements utterly graceless, yet he narrowly evaded the lethal ambush. He flipped over, half kneeling, and in a flash of thought, the top-grade first-rank ghost bone dagger was already in his hand. He poured all the spiritual power of his chi refining 7th layer into it, the blade humming with readiness. He jerked his head up, glaring in the direction of his attacker. A petite figure stood gracefully on the branch of an ancient tree, looking down at him from above. It was none other than his 8th senior sister Lin Yao Yao, who should have parted ways long ago. Her face now bore none of the lively playfulness from before. Instead, it was a mix of amusement and coldness. Those once lively big eyes narrowed slightly like a cat that had spotted its prey. Before her floated a pale white bone blade no more than a foot long with a faint green light swirling around it. Clearly no ordinary weapon. 9th junior brother, did you learn that earth escape technique from a groundhog? Your movements were so subtle, even I couldn't detect them. Lin Yao Yao's voice was still crisp, but it had lost its former warmth. Zhao Hao remained silent. His mind raced. Explain. In the Extreme Yin Sect, where people devoured each other without spitting out bones, explanations were the most useless thing. When your secret was exposed to another person, there were only 2 outcomes: you die, or she dies. No third option. What cat got your tongue? Lin Yao Yao floated down from the branch, the pale bone blade spinning nimbly around her fingers as she stepped closer to Zhao Hao. If I hadn't kept my wits about me, I might have foolishly gone off to rest somewhere. That escape speed of yours doesn't seem like something a chi refining 4th layer cultivator should have. With each word she spoke, Zhao Hao's heart sank further. So she had never gone in the other direction at all. She had been following him in a way he couldn't even detect. Hand over the goods. Lin Yao Yao stopped 3 zhong away from Zhao Hao, her bone blade pointed at him, the playful smile on her face growing even more pronounced. Since you helped me scout out so many traps, I can be merciful and spare your life. Just swear a heart demon oath to obey me from now on, and I won't expose your true cultivation level. Zhao Hao remained silent. He slowly rose to his feet, the ghost bone sword floating up. The next moment the sword moved. Without a word it shot forward like an arrow from a bow, a blur straight for Lin Yao Yao's throat. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Overreaching. Lin Yao Yao curled her lips in scorn, not even moving a step in the face of this fierce thrust. With a flick of her wrist, the pale bone blade let out a sharp whistle, striking before the sword could reach her. Clang. The sword was knocked away while the bone blade merely circled once before returning to hover before Lin Yao Yao. Chi refining 7th layer, huh? A heavenly spiritual root is indeed impressive. Lin Yao Yao clicked her tongue in admiration, but her assault didn't let up. With a gesture, the bone blade darted like a ghost, turning into a storm of blades that sealed off all of Zhao Hao's escape routes. His expression changed drastically. Lin Yao Yao's combat experience far surpassed his own, a mere novice. Every attack targeted his weaknesses, each strike ruthlessly precise. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless clashing of weapons filled the air. Zhao Hao couldn't even find time to control his flying sword with his spiritual sense. If not for his perfected movement technique, he would already be wounded. Too weak, 9th junior brother. Lin Yao Yao's voice carried a tone of cat-and-mouse mockery. Having cultivation without knowing how to fight won't keep you alive long. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Hao was forced into another clumsy roll as the bone blade pressed him, slamming his back against a boulder. In that moment, a fierce determination flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Nowhere left to retreat. Then he would not retreat. Just as Lin Yao Yao was about to summon her bone blade for a finishing blow, Zhao Hao's eyes glinted with brutality. The evil light technique. Without even forming hand seals, he merely willed it, and his spiritual power surged forth, forming a solid black beam of light. The perfected evil light technique was unleashed in an instant. Poochie. That black beam of light was incredibly fast, appearing out of nowhere, without any build-up or warning. A spontaneous strike. Lin Tianyao's playful smile had not yet fully faded when the solid black beam pierced through her right shoulder. A piercing scream tore through the tranquility of the mountain hollow. The sheer force of the impact sent Lin Tianyao flying backwards, slamming her violently against an ancient tree that would take 2 men to wrap their arms around, shaking loose a shower of withered leaves. A bleeding hole clean through from front to back appeared on her delicate fair shoulder. Gushing blood instantly stained half of her exquisite black dress. Intense pain seized her, but it was nothing compared to the shock and terror in her heart. How could this be? She stared incredulously at her wound, then jerked her head up to fix her gaze on the young man kneeling on the ground. What kind of spell was that? Evil light technique. The weakest offensive technique of the Extreme Yin Sect. A chi refining 7th layer disciple, using the lowest tier spell, had severely wounded her. A seasoned cultivator at the peak of chi refining, who had spent years honing her combat skills. This defied all reason. You? What have you done? Lin Tianyao's voice twisted with agony and shock, sharp and discordant, a far cry from her usual lively and carefree tone. Zhao Hao did not answer. Under Lin Tianyao's terrified gaze, he staggered to his feet. With another thought, a thick spiritual shield materialized in front of him. Smooth and fluid. Also a spontaneous cast. Lin Tianyao's mind was in complete chaos. Perfection. This 9th junior brother had actually cultivated both of these basic spells to the perfect stage. In less than 2 months at the 7th layer of Qi refining 3 spells at perfection. Was a heavenly spirit root truly this monstrous? I will kill you. Overwhelming shame overpowered her reason. Lin Tianyao shrieked, ignoring her shoulder wound, and frantically urged the pale bone blade forward. The bone blade transformed into a sinister green streak, its ferocity, now 10 times greater than before every strike, carrying a desperate suicidal frenzy. Zhao Hao immediately felt immense pressure. His combat experience was far too lacking. Faced with Lin Tianyao's all-out assault, he instantly fell into a disadvantage, forced to rely on his perfected light body art and spirit shield art to dodge and block in a flustered manner. Zhao Hao's lack of experience in controlling objects caused his ghost bone sword to be knocked away, and at times, he couldn't even recall it in time to block the bone blade. He had to abandon spiritual control and instead wield the ghost bone sword, directly re-infusing it with spiritual power. Sharp clangs rang out incessantly. Each collision between the ghost bone sword and the bone blade numbed his arm. Broken stones and splintered wood flew around Zhao Hao, the scene a chaotic mess. Zhao Hao's figure was unsteady, struggling amidst the flurry of blade shadows. Several times he narrowly avoided fatal strikes, and his perfected spirit shield art was breached multiple times. Too weak. My combat experience is still far too weak. He reviewed the battle in his mind while evading. Just then a clear and fierce sword chime echoed from the distant sky. The sound was piercing, filled with boundless killing intent, freezing Zhao Hao's movements. He turned his gaze and felt as if plunged into an ice cavern. At the far edge of the sky, a sharp, unparalleled cyan sword light was hurtling back at a terrifying speed. It was that white-robed sword cultivator. He had lost track of Wu De and was now returning. Run. He must run immediately. Zhao Hao's heart held no more desire to fight. He knew clearly that if they delayed even a moment, both he and Lin Tianyao would die here. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. As if cornered to the brink, he deliberately exposed a huge opening. Instead of dodging, he charged half a step toward Lin Tianyao, the ghost bone sword in his hand, blazing with spiritual light, as if gathering power for a devastating killing blow. A sharp sword beam slashed directly at Lin Tianyao's face, daring to counterattack, courting death. Seeing this, Lin Tianyao focused all her attention on the present. Believing Zhao Hao was about to fight to the death, she unhesitatingly crossed the bone blade in front of her to defend with all her strength. Now, the moment the ghost bone sword unleashed its sword beam, Zhao Hao himself didn't even look at the result. He stomped hard on the ground. Perfected earth escape art. His body made no sound, sinking straight down into the hard soil beneath him like a drop of water disappearing into the sea. Then, without looking back, he fled madly through the earth, dozens of zhang deep, racing in the opposite direction of that sword light. Boom. Lin Tianyao's full force strike shattered the deceptive sword beam. But when she looked up, the space before her was empty. Zhao Hao's aura, along with his figure, had vanished completely. Ah, Zhao Hao, you coward. Useless. Lin Tianyao was so furious she nearly spat blood. Just as she was about to recklessly use a secret technique to pursue him, a terrifying pressure that could freeze her very soul descended from the heavens, locking onto her. She stiffly raised her head. The white-robed sword cultivator hovered in midair, his icy eyes staring down at her without emotion. He had failed to catch Wu De and returned to find a chaotic battlefield, and a severely injured female cultivator exuding sinister, evil qi. Especially the black robe of the corpse refining lineage on Lin Tianyao, which stung his eyes. Senior, stop. Lin Tianyao, crushed by the pressure of the late Foundation establishment cultivator, was terrified out of her wits. She fell to her knees, scrambling to state her background. I am a disciple of Corpse Heart True Man from the corpse refining lineage of the Extreme Yin Sect. I am not your enemy. She thought that invoking the name of her golden core master would make him hesitate. But upon hearing the name, Corpse Heart True Man, the white-robed cultivator's expression turned even more frosty. Corpse Heart True Man. Another disciple of his. Good. Very good. You all deserve to die. The white-robed sword cultivator laughed in extreme anger, venting all his fury onto the entire corpse refining lineage. He gave Lin Tianyao no chance to explain. A cyan sword light flashed. Pucci. Lin Tianyao's beautiful head flew into the air, her face frozen in a mix of terror, shock, and confusion. The headless petite body crashed to the ground. In a dense forest 5 li away, Zhao Hao poked half his head out from underground. Sustaining the earth escape art underground consumed a great deal of spiritual power. He had already surfaced and was now using the perfected profound Yin concealment art, motionless as a rock. He had clearly witnessed the entire scene of the decapitating sword strike. He watched that beautiful head roll into the dust stained with dirt. His heart held no pity nor any sorrow of shared doom. Only a bone-chilling coldness. Senior sister. A senior sister who stabbed him in the back. This was the Extreme Yin Sect. The white-robed sword cultivator landed, took Lin Tianyao's storage pouch and bone blade, then incinerated the corpse with a fireball spell before transforming into a sword light and soaring away. Zhao Hao did not move. Like a lifeless statue, he waited for a full hour. Sure enough, the cyan sword light returned, circled the hollow several times, and finding nothing, departed again. Zhao Hao waited another 3 hours. Confirming no further activity, he slowly emerged from his hiding place, used Earth Escape to travel a distance, and then headed toward the market town at the foot of the Extreme Yin Sect's mountain gate, without looking back. Half a day later at the Extreme Yin Sect market, a black-robed figure wearing a bronze mask, his aura disguised at the 5th layer of chi refining, entered a newly rented temporary cave dwelling. With a rumble, the heavy stone door closed, and the formation activated, sealing off the inside from the outside. Darkness and silence descended. Zhao Hao leaned against the cold stone door, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Then a greater fervor seized his heart. He eagerly patted his storage pouch. In a rustle, the empty stone chamber was instantly packed full. 35 female corpses, now hideous in appearance, lay quietly on the ground, their eyes tightly shut. With a thunderous roar, the heavy stone door slammed shut, the barrier's spiritual light flickering, completely cutting off the clamor of the market from the cave dwelling. Zhao Hao had no time to catch his breath. He waved his hand in reverse. With a clatter, the spoils from his storage pouch spilled out. 35 female corpses lay scattered across the entire stone chamber, piled in a chaotic heap. Their originally exquisite faces, now twisted and grotesque from the backlash of Wu Da's secret art, exuded a faint stench of decay and Yin energy. Every step he took today was walked on the edge of a blade. Had it not been for his perfected footwork, instantaneous spell casting, and decisive Earth Escape, he would surely have been nothing more than a lost soul in that mountain hollow by now. At the root of it all, he was still too weak. Gazing at the floor of corpse puppets, only one thought remained in his mind: convert them into resources, then cultivate. He must reach Foundation establishment as soon as possible. He had no intention of returning to the sect for now. Lin Yaoyao's body was gone without a trace, and her storage pouch had been taken by the sword cultivator. As long as he kept silent, this matter would forever remain a mystery. As for 7th senior brother Wu Da, he hoped the man could hold out a little longer, preferably luring that star of the Heavenly Sword sect farther and farther away, buying him enough time to develop. Having made up his mind, Zhao Hao immediately set to work. He changed into the most ordinary gray cloth robe, took out the bronze mask from his storage pouch, and put it on. The cool touch of the metal steadied his mind. Immediately, he activated the perfected profound Yin breath concealment art. He did not hide his cultivation level. Instead, he simulated a mixed murky state of spiritual energy fluctuation, locking his aura at the late chi refining stage, tinged with the decaying odor that came from years of dealing with corpses. At this moment, he appeared to be a rogue cultivator of the demonic path, one who had long lived by the edge of the blade, engaging in murderous treachery, mysterious and not to be trifled with. Having done all this, Zhao Hao pushed open the stone door, and like a drop of water merging into the sea, disappeared into the bustling flow of the market crowd. He deliberately sought out small remote shops, whose signs read high prices for all kinds of materials. In the first shop, the shopkeeper was a gaunt old man with a goatee, beard, his small eyes darting around with a shrewd glint. Zhao Hao entered the shop, waved his hand directly, and a female corpse landed with a thud on the floor. "Boss, name your price." His voice altered, was hoarse and low. The goatee-bearded old man's eyelids twitched. He stepped forward to examine the corpse, carefully pinching its bones and probing the Yin energy inside. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. "So your material is of average quality. Moreover, it seems to have been activated by a secret art, its foundation damaged. Little value for cultivation." He stroked his beard and slowly raised a finger. "Take it, or leave it 700 low-grade spirit stones." Zhao Hao let out 2 dry, raspy laughs. Without a word, he turned and walked away. Hey, sir, please stay." The goatee-bearded old man hurriedly blocked him. "We can negotiate the price. 800. This is truly the highest." Zhao Hao stopped, but still said nothing, merely gazing at him calmly through the bronze mask. It was as if 2 sharp blades lurked beneath the mask, sending a chill down the old man's spine. His eyes rolled, and his hand unconsciously groped under the counter, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "So you seem unfamiliar. Which path do you tread for your fortune? And this batch of goods, is it clean?" This was both a probe and a threat. Zhao Hao sensed the fleeting spiritual energy fluctuation beneath the counter, a preset malevolent restriction. He remained silent, but under the old man's increasingly impatient gaze, a wisp of aura so faint as to be nearly imperceptible flickered from his body. That aura was pure, blazing, and domineering, utterly unlike the mixed spiritual energy he had been feigning. It was like a drop of molten gold suddenly falling into a basin of murky ink. The goatee-bearded old man's smile froze instantly. His pupils contracted violently, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Having rolled in the demonic path for over 100 years, how could he not recognize what that was? It was the pure spiritual energy that could only be cultivated through high-grade techniques practiced by core disciples of a sect. A sect prodigy disguised selling corpses. The old man's mind instantly conjured 10,000 words of bloody drama. This person before him was absolutely someone he could not afford to provoke. In 900, he nearly jumped, forcing a smile uglier than tears. Senior, I was blind. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with a small fry like me. Only then did Zhao Hao withdraw the faint pressure, rasping a single word, good. He then produced 4 more corpses in succession, causing the old man's eyelids to twitch. 4,500 low-grade spirit stones in hand. Without lingering, he turned and left. He repeated the same method, drifting through the shadowy corners of the market. An hour later, he returned to his rented temporary cave dwelling. The 35 troublesome corpse puppets in his storage pouch had all vanished, replaced by a full 31,500 low-grade spirit stones. Adding his original savings, his total wealth had reached a number unimaginable for a chi refining cultivator. After the immense elation came a more pressing sense of urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he changed his appearance again, disguising himself as an ordinary inner disciple at the 4th layer of chi refining, and headed straight for the largest pill shop in the market, the Damling Pavilion. What do you need, friend? The clerk greeted enthusiastically. Pills for late chi refining cultivation, the most effective ones. Zhao Hao got straight to the point. You've come to the right place. Our shop's Meridian Charge pills have much stronger potency than others, helping you break through bottlenecks with half the effort. 15 low-grade spirit stones, each 5 per bottle, 75 a bottle. Give me 40 bottles. The clerk's smile froze for an instant, then transformed into extreme eagerness and deference. 40 bottles of Meridian Charge pills, 200 in total, priced at 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. After paying, Zhao Hao took the pills, and after changing his aura and appearance 3 times through winding paths, returned to his cave dwelling. The stone door closed, the barrier activated. Zhao Hao sat cross-legged, staring at the small mountain of pill bottles before him. He opened one, tossed a Meridian Charge pill into his mouth, and crunched it like a candy bean. Boom. The violent medicinal power exploded in his abdomen like a volcanic eruption. A torrent of scorching energy rampaged through his meridians, bringing a tearing, swelling agony. If it were any other cultivator, their meridians would have been damaged by now. But the perfected profound yin chi absorption art spun into high gear like a precise machine, madly refining this violent energy into strands of even more condensed spiritual energy, channeling it into his dantian. The spiritual energy within him grew like a rolling snowball, surging ever larger, scouring his meridians again and again. Time flew by in a blur of monotonous, frenzied cultivation. Half a month later, inside the cave dwelling, the empty pill bottles around Zhao Hao had piled up like a mountain. Just as he finished refining the last pill's medicinal power, his body gave a violent shudder. The spiritual energy in his dantian, having accumulated to its limit, transformed into an unprecedented towering wave that slammed fiercely against the invisible barrier. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed from the depths of his soul. An aura several times more powerful than before erupted outward, shattering the final shackles. The temperature in the cave dwelling soared suddenly, and even the stone bed beneath him spiderwebbed with fine cracks. Cultivation Chi refining 9th layer, 100100. It was done. Zhao Hao slowly opened his eyes, feeling the abundant, vast spiritual energy in his dantian. An unprecedented sense of power filled his limbs and bones. He was about to strengthen himself to eliminate the pill poison and then press on to a salt foundation establishment when, hum. The disciple token at his waist suddenly vibrated violently without warning. The next moment, the voice of his master Shixin Jinren, cold and devoid of emotion, sounded from the token, exploding directly in his mind. All disciples and elders of the corpse puppet lineage returned to the 10,000 corpse hall within 3 hours. Let there be no delay. Shixin Jinren's voice, like the biting wind of the 9 hells, echoed in Zhao Hao's mind, nearly causing his spiritual energy to explode. Zhao Hao dared not delay a single moment. With the perfect level mystic yin breath concealment art operating at its peak, his vast chi refining 9th layer cultivation receded like a tide, leaving only a faint aura of the mid-4th layer of chi refining emanating from his body. To make his disguise more convincing, he even deliberately provoked a trace of pill poison from his drug abuse, making his spiritual energy fluctuations appear erratic and unstable. A vivid portrait of a prodigy who was impatient for success and lacked a solid foundation. Having done all this, he pushed open the stone door of his cave dwelling, and with a light tap of his foot transformed into a blur that ordinary disciples could barely track, rushing toward the 10,000 corpse hall. Along the way, the entire sect was shrouded in a murderous atmosphere. Countless disciples hurried about with expressions of shock and unease, clearly having received similar orders. When Zhao Hao stepped into the 10,000 corpse hall, the air inside was so oppressive it nearly solidified. On the main seat, his master Shixin Jinren's face, like a dried corpse, was expressionless, but those who knew him understood that this meant he was already at the peak of rage. 2 young men with imposing auras stood on either side, their expressions cold and stern. They were the long-unseen senior brother and second senior brother. Manager Elder Jia Run, who had tested his spiritual root back then, and the other deacon elders all stood respectfully to the side, not daring to even breathe heavily. Jia Ren's gaze swept over Zhao Hao, and Zhao Hao noticed that the old man's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Before his breakthrough, he would never have been able to catch such a subtle movement. Zhao Hao's heart tightened, but his face remained impassive. Following the example of other disciples, he found a corner, stood still, and kept his head down in silence. Soon all disciples of the corpse refining lineage above the Qi refining middle stage had assembled. The stone door of the hall slammed shut. Good, everyone is here. Shixin Jinren's voice was utterly flat, yet it sent chills down everyone's spine. Wang He, I ask you, why have you been lingering around the Haifeng mountain range this past month? That disciple, named Wang He, trembled violently, fell to his knees with a thud, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Master disciple. Disciple was tracking senior brother Wu's trail. He stammered, unable to speak coherently. Shixin Jinren let out an ambiguous sneer. Tracking trails. He didn't even give Wang He a chance to explain, and casually raised his hand. Oh! A piercing scream unlike any human sound had just begun when it was abruptly cut off as if strangled by an invisible hand. Wang He's soul was forcibly pulled from his crown by an invisible force, transforming into a twisted wisp of green smoke that vanished into a black banner in Shixin Jinren's hand. Thud! The soulless body collapsed softly, producing a dull echo in the deathly silent hall. Shixin Jinren waved his hand casually, and the corpse was collected into a black cloth bag. The entire process was fluid and extremely swift. An inner disciple at the Qi refining 8th layer was gone, just like that, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. The hall fell into dead silence. All disciples lowered their heads, even further afraid that they would be next. Zhao Hao's heart also sank. Such was the cruelty of the demon sect. Your life hung by a thread, subject to the whim of those above. In the oppressive silence, Shixin Jinren finally spoke, revealing the first piece of shocking news that stunned everyone. 8th disciple Lin Yaoyao's soul lamp has been extinguished. Boom. The hall instantly erupted into chaos. What? 8th senior sister is dead. How is that possible? 8th senior sister was at Qi refining perfection. Was it that bastard Wu De who did it? Just then 3rd senior brother Shirley's icy gaze locked on Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, you went out together with 8th. Why is she dead while you're here? Whoosh. In an instant, everyone's gaze in the hall focused on Zhao Hao's corner. Suspicion, scrutiny, schadenfreude, all mixed together. Zhao Hao's body trembled violently, as if scared out of his wits by the situation. He raised his head, his young face filled with terror and confusion, his voice trembling. Third senior brother, I don't know. I searched with 8th senior sister for over half a month. 7th senior brother. He set many traps in our corpse puppets. All exploded. Later senior sister said we should rest separately. I'm timid, so I didn't dare stay outside long, and went straight back to the market to rent a cave dwelling to rest. I really don't know what happened to senior sister. His words were jumbled, but perfectly portrayed the image of a frightened, timid teenager. This explanation was reasonable and flawless. After all, everyone knew Zhao Hao was just a newly initiated disciple, with low cultivation, so being timid in the face of trouble was only natural. Shirley frowned, but ultimately didn't press further. The others' gazes quickly shifted away from him. Only Shixin Jinren on the main seat with his fathomless eyes lingered on Zhao Hao a moment longer. In that instant, Zhao Hao felt a chilling cold climb up his spine to the back of his head, as if he had been seen through inside and out. Fortunately, that gaze quickly moved away. Shixin Jinren then dropped the second, even more explosive piece of news. 8th is indeed dead. It was that sword cultivator at the Foundation establishment late stage from the Extreme Yin Sect who killed her. I have received confirmed intelligence that the treacherous disciple Wu De refined the granddaughter of a Extreme Yin Sect Golden Core elder into a living corpse and placed her in a brothel in Donglai Market to receive guests and be humiliated. Half a month ago, that sword cultivator had already returned to his sect with the corpse. Just 3 days ago, the Extreme Yin Sect launched a large-scale invasion of our Jin Sect's territory, already taking 3 markets and seizing one of our low-grade spirit stone mines. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was shocked. A nascent soul sect attacking. Wasn't this certain death? Watching the undisguised fear on the disciples' faces, Shixin Jinren seemed unsurprised and spoke calmly. What's there to panic about? The war between sects prohibits Golden Core stage cultivators and above from intervening. This is the pact of the Northern Alliance of Sects, personally decreed by the Divine Transformation Sacred Land. Whoever dares to violate it will have their sect erased from the Northern lands by the Divine Transformation Sacred Land. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts settled a little. As long as the Golden Core ancestors didn't act, there was still a chance to fight. As if the news wasn't shocking enough, Shixin Jinren added another sentence. Also, the sect master Jin ancestor has left the sect, and even I don't know his whereabouts. You can go to Duanhuan Plain and have a good time with those hypocrites of the Tianjin sect. If the other side really has the audacity to send Golden Core or nascent soul cultivators down, The ancestor will personally invite their disciples and grandchildren to gather in the 10,000 soul banner. As his voice faded, the hall fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned by the sudden war order. Duanhuan playing, fighting against the disciples of a nascent soul sect. Zhao Hao lowered his head, initially shocked as well, but then a crazy idea uncontrollably sprang from the depths of his heart, instantly dispelling all fear. The battlefield. Doesn't that mean there are countless materials for strengthening far better than living in fear in the sect? Before the words of true person Shirshin had even settled, Zhao Hao felt an indescribable will descend from the main seat. Though the voice was by no means loud, it struck like countless icy steel needles driving deep into Zhao Hao's soul, sending his very thoughts to a sudden standstill. Old Ninth. True person Shirshin's desiccated cadaver-like face turned toward him, two spectral flames flickering mournfully within his hollow eye sockets. You have been with us for merely 2 months, yet you have already surged from mortal status directly to the 4th layer of chi refinement. Your talent is indeed impressive. His voice carried no trace of emotion, yet every person in the hall immediately pressed their gazes back onto Zhao Hao, cold, scrutinizing utterly without disguise. But a cultivation built upon pills is nothing more than a castle in the air. With that, he shifted the subject. Elder Brother Guofan leads this expedition, and the initial engagements will mostly involve reconnaissance. Stay close to your elder brother and gain some real battlefield experience. See some blood. Upon hearing this, third senior brother Shirley and the others nodded slightly. They too had clawed their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Every advance in their strength had come at the price of slaughter and death. Their elder brother had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment, more than sufficient to keep him unharmed during the early stages of the war. Zhao Hao's heart contracted sharply. Placed directly under the watchful eye of the strongest among them, not a single movement of his would go unseen. Yet the fraction of a second's shock upon his face was instantly replaced by a rapturous delight, being cared for indeed. Zhao Hao immediately prostrated himself in a grand bow before his master. His body trembled violently with excitement, his voice trembling with feverish fervor. Thank you, master, for your nurturing. This disciple shall not fail your high expectations. I shall fight with all my might on the battlefield and glorify our lineage of corpse manipulators. Before his words had even finished echoing, his right hand clenched into a fist and smashed fiercely downward into empty air. A sharp swish cut through the dead silence of the hall, the sound of his sleeve brushing against flesh. Zhao Hao raised his head, his entire face alight with ecstatic fervor. Whatever anyone thought of his performance, the outward display was flawless. With a glance from the corner of his eye, Zhao Hao noticed that elder brother Jia Ren's rigid features twitched unnaturally. True person Shirshin emitted a vague nasal hum, no longer deigning to acknowledge him, and continued delegating the subsequent assignments. Only elder brother Guofan's brows knit together slightly. After the assembly dispersed, Zhao Hao followed the crowd out of the hall of 10,000 corpses, his entire demeanor still radiating excitement, as though a warrior were about to march into battle. But deep within his pupils lay an icy, petrified silence. 3 days. He had only 3 days. 3 days until he was thrown onto the battlefield. A meat grinder where death came as casually as breath. Zhao Hao did not return to his cave dwelling. Instead, under the pretext of sharpening his skills before battle, he headed straight for the scripture pavilion. Inside, the pavilion remained as grim and foreboding as ever. The black-robed elder on duty sat behind the counter like an unchanging ancient statue. Elder, this disciple wishes to copy certain techniques for study to contribute what I can to the sect's war effort. Zhao Hao maintained a composed expression, placing a pile of jade slips upon the counter. The black-robed elder lifted his eyelids slightly and swept his gaze over the towering stack of jade slips, his dried fingers tapping softly against the surface. He looked at Zhao Hao as though observing a fool utterly ignorant of heaven's breadth and earth's depth. But when Zhao Hao produced exactly 120 low-grade spirit stones and displayed the authority mark bearing the inscription Direct Disciple of the Vain Master, the elder finally gave a measured snort. As he tossed the engraved jade slips back to Zhao Hao, his knife-like gaze scraped across the young man's figure. Zhao Hao did not dare linger, grabbed the jade slips, and hurried away straight toward his own cave dwelling in the mountain of 10,000 corpses. Boom. The stone door slammed shut, every barrier activated. All false expressions melted away from Zhao Hao's face, leaving only an iron-hard gravity. He slowly lowered himself into a seated meditation, summoning the system panel. Technique Mystic Corpse, Soul Manipulation Art Beginner 0100. He focused his consciousness upon the 25 freshly copied jade slips, memorizing and comprehending them with frenzied intensity. Only after 2 hours had passed, once all the techniques had been preliminarily comprehended and recorded by the system, did the sacrifice and enhancement truly begin. Time passed incrementally. As the final reinforcement succeeded, ding. Reinforcement successful. The mastery of the Mystic Corpse Soul Manipulation Art has risen to perfection. Rumble. An unfathomably vast torrent of information crashed into his mind in an instant. It was not a gentle pouring in, but a tearing apart between two irreconcilable sensations. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth against a groan, feeling as though his soul were being torn wide open, then forcibly stuffed with something cold, immense, and suffused entirely with the aura of death. Meanwhile, the memories of those 25 techniques were torn out by the roots, reduced to fuel, and erased completely from his mind. And then a flood of corpse refining and corpse manipulation experience and techniques hit him like red-hot brands, searing themselves ruthlessly onto his soul. Secret arts for refining first-tier, second-tier, third-tier, and even fourth-tier corpse soldiers. The exquisite techniques for simultaneously commanding over 100 corpses to form battle arrays. There were even vicious methods for tempering his own body through corpse chi energy and death energy, as well as for inducing corpse poison. In that moment, he felt as though he had become an old demon who had immersed himself in this path for hundreds of years. Zhao Hao bore the excruciating pain tearing through his soul and spent the entire night barely managing to digest the knowledge. 3 days later at dawn, beneath the mountain of 10,000 corpses, a massive flying vessel forged from mysterious spiritual timber, combined with countless precious artifact materials and unidentified white bones, hovered silently in midair. Zhao Hao donned a set of black corpse-refining attire and boarded the bone vessel in silence. His eyes immediately found several figures standing at the prow. At their head stood a tall youth of ordinary features, yet merely by standing there he made every participating disciple around him shrink like chilled chickens, their breathing instinctively held shallow. None other than elder brother Guofan. Beside him stood several other Foundation establishment senior brothers and sisters, including third senior brother Shirley, each radiating a chilling aura that warned away all who approached. Guofan merely cast a casual glance at Zhao Hao before turning his gaze away, as though Zhao Hao were nothing more than an unremarkable piece of luggage. A slight unease settled in Zhao Hao's heart. Sensing the situation, he quietly found a position in the farthest corner, eyes lowered, nose centered, heart still, minimizing his presence to the absolute extreme. Soon all participating disciples had boarded. Without a single wasted word, Guofan signaled, and the vessel emitted a deep muffled roar, shooting upward like a streak of black light. The flying vessel traveled at tremendous speed, and the atmosphere aboard grew increasingly oppressive. For 3 days, Zhao Hao never left that corner, always sitting with his eyes closed in cultivation, playing the part of a timid and cautious newcomer to the very end. Just as the vessel was about to enter the frontline camp of Broken Soul plains within 100 li, buzz. A piercing shriek sharp enough to cleave gold and crack stone rang out without warning. The sound seemed capable of penetrating eardrums and striking straight into the soul. Every disciple aboard looked up in terror. Before their eyes, a resplendent cyan sword beam descended from the highest heavens like divine retribution, tearing through the sea of clouds, trailing a long plume of fire carrying an aura that promised the annihilation of all things, and struck ferociously downward straight for the prow of the vessel. That cyan sword light tearing through the sky gave absolutely no one on the flying boat time to react. Before the sword light even arrived, the black protective barrier at the bow, deployed by senior brother Guofan with a roar, twisted wildly under the crushing force of that peerless sword intent. Enemy attack. From the bow, senior brother Guofan let out a thunderous shout. His powerful spiritual energy at the late stage of Foundation establishment erupted like a volcano shooting into the sky. A surge of dense spiritual energy burst forth from him, instantly merging with the boat's defensive barrier. Meanwhile, third senior brother Shirley and fourth senior sister Han Shuang, along with several other Foundation establishment cultivators, also acted without hesitation, each channeling their spiritual energy into the boat's protective barrier. In an instant, the black barrier grew denser as countless ghostly figures materialized upon its surface, releasing silent roars. Yet against that cyan sword light, everything remained devastatingly fragile. Boom. A deafening explosion shook heaven and earth. The cyan sword light and black barrier collided head-on, holding steady for barely a heartbeat. Crack, crackle, spiderweb fractures raced across the black barrier in visible waves. Guofan, bearing the brunt, saw his ordinary face flush crimson as he grunted in pain. The next instant, the barrier shattered completely. The flying boat groaned under the unbearable strain, tilting violently as it lost all control, plummeting straight toward the vast soul-breaking plains below. Chaos erupted across the boat in an instant. Countless disciples lost their footing as the boat lurched violently, hurled skyward before crashing back onto the deck. Several more were ejected entirely from the vessel, shrinking to dark specks as they fell into the abyss below. The moment the boat spun out of control, Zhao Hao seized a protruding bone spur at his side, pressing himself low to anchor his position. His eyes locked onto the blood-red plains stretching endlessly below. Thunderous crash. The flying boat's massive hull crashed down with another earth-shattering impact, its front half burying deep into the soil. The force of impact sent blood surging through Zhao Hao's body, but he brushed it aside, rolling off the vessel. Before he could steady himself, swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect waiting below for far too long formed their sharp triple heavens sword formations and surged in from every direction. Sword light wove into a lethal net, cold and deadly. Enemy attack. Fight them to the death. The disciples of the Extreme Yin Sect scrambled up in disarray, summoning their refined corpses and magical artifacts as they fought in chaotic isolation. In a single exchange, over a dozen Extreme Yin Sect disciples fell to the razor-sharp sword light, their blood staining the soul-breaking plains earth crimson. No sooner had Zhao Hao landed when a killing intent, cold and sharp, pinned him in place. A demon spawn at Qi Condensation 4th layer. Kill him. A Heavenly Sword sect disciple at Qi Condensation 7th layer, his face twisted with murderous intent, flicked his long sword, transforming it into a streak of light, aimed straight at Zhao Hao's heart. Zhao Hao's pupils contracted. His perfect level light body technique responded instinctively. He threw himself backward in shock, his body contorting into an unnatural angle as he slid along the ground, barely escaping the strike. The sword light grazed his nose as it passed. Forgetting dignity, he rolled frantically on hands and feet, diving behind the remains of a freshly slain corpse reduced to complete disarray. The sword cultivator murmured in surprise, clearly taken aback that this wasted breath could dodge with such luck. As he prepared a follow-up strike, another demonic sect disciple charged in, forcing him to break away from his position. Zhao Hao crouched behind the corpse, panting heavily, though in truth his perfect level spirit vision technique had already reached its limits. Before his eyes, the battlefield transformed into a world woven from countless energy spheres. The Heavenly Sword sect disciples' chi was sharp and pure, interconnected like threads, forming an invisible web. On the Extreme Yin Sect side, the chi was chaotic and impure, a chaotic blend of Yin energy, corpse gas, and blood essence that lacked any coherent formation. In that moment, he witnessed a Foundation Establishment 8th layer senior brother being surrounded by 3 Qi Condensation 7th layer sword cultivators in a coordinated array. Under the flowing trio of sword lights, the senior brother's protective artifact shattered in an instant, his body torn apart by the sword net into dozens of pieces. What horrified him most was that at the moment of death, not only did his vitality sphere extinguish, but his scattered soul was also too slow to escape, being utterly shredded by the formless sword array power until nothing remained. Soul dispersed and spirit scattered. Zhao Hao felt a wave of icy dread surge from his heels to the crown of his head. This wasn't warfare. It was a massive grinding mill of flesh and blood. Staying here meant enemies everywhere around him. He made his decision without hesitation, continuing to play the role of the terrified coward. Amid the battlefield's chaos, he screamed in panic while scrambling toward the edges on hands and knees. Though his movements appeared desperate and directionless each time, he narrowly slipped through the gaps in the attacks. To onlookers, it seemed as though this kid possessed some unimaginable stroke of luck, his life force stubborn and unbreakable. At last he crept to the battlefield's edge. Not far away, a refined corpse detonated, sending massive clouds of dust and debris into the air, creating chaos. This was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, without hesitation, Zhao Hao channeled his spiritual energy into his feet. His perfect level earth burial technique. Concealed by the surrounding chaos, his body sank silently into the hardened earth beneath him, vanishing completely from the battlefield. Zhao Hao didn't dare stop for even a moment, underground, burrowing 10 miles away from the battlefield in one continuous motion. Only when his Dantian's spiritual energy dwindled to less than half did he cautiously emerge from behind a massive tree trunk in a remote forest. Leaning against the tree, his face drained of color, he gasped for breath, drenched in sweat from head to toe. But before he could catch his breath, a voice rang out. Haha, this little demonic offspring is quite clever and runs fast indeed. A clear, melodious female laugh, tinged with amusement, suddenly echoed from above nearby, followed by another woman's voice laced with deep-seated hatred. Don't let him escape. My sister was brutally killed by those demonic sect disciples. All of them are despicable scum. Zhao Hao's body stiffened as he sharply raised his head. 20 zhang away, perched on a thick branch, stood 2 women dressed in white. The one in the lead possessed an ethereal aura, watching him with keen interest, a cultivator who had reached the peak of Qi condensation. Beside her, the woman whose face was twisted with hatred was just entering the 9th layer of Qi condensation. Zhao Hao didn't even have time to speak a word. Murderous intent flashed in the 9th layer cultivator's eyes as she gave him no chance whatsoever. Whoosh! A gleaming flying sword surged forth like white lightning, tearing through the air and slamming toward his heart. Swish! The flying sword, swift as lightning, its fierce sword aura rapidly expanding in Zhao Hao's pupils. Every hair on his body stood on end instantly. Without a second thought, he twisted his body as if boneless, arching backward at an extreme angle until his back pressed flat against the ground. Rip! The flying sword grazed past the tip of his nose, the sharp wind cutting a thin, long, bloody scratch across his face. Ignoring the pain, Zhao Hao rolled clumsily like a lazy donkey scrambling behind a thick tree as wide as 2 arms spans his heart, pounding like a drum. He couldn't fight. He dared not reveal even more of his strength. Across from him, one was a perfected chi refining cultivator, the other a 9th layer chi refining cultivator, and they were clearly fellow disciples who fought in perfect coordination. If he engaged, he would have no chance of finishing them off quickly. If he was delayed for even a moment, and others found them, his fate would be death. He tore off the conspicuous black robe of the corpse refining sect, revealing the gray cloth underneath, then tossed the black robe far away and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Two fairy sisters. Don't fight. I have never done anything against heaven and reason. I was forced into the Yin Sect before I had no choice. Now I want to be a good cultivator." This desperate cry, matched with his disheveled appearance, startled the 2 female cultivators on the branch who were about to strike again. The leading female cultivator, a perfected chi refining, had a strange expression flicker across her cold face. "Oh." Her voice was crisp but tinged with a hint of mockery. "Can the words of you demon cultivators be trusted? There's hope." Zhao Hao's heart stirred, and he spoke rapidly. "Fairy sister, please see clearly. I'm just a mortal who was captured up the mountain. I've only been a disciple for 3 months. I haven't done any evil deeds." Afraid that wasn't enough, he dropped a bombshell. "And I have a fire-attributed heavenly spirit root." Heavenly spirit root. The perfected chi refining cultivator was indeed taken aback, a flicker of brilliance flashing in her clear eyes. She had thought he was just a small fry easy to crush, but she had caught a big fish. This was immensely valuable. Whether killed or captured back to the sect, it would be a huge blow to the Yin Sect. However, the female cultivator beside her at the 9th layer of chi refining twisted her pretty face in extreme rage upon hearing Zhao Hao's words. "What does a heavenly spirit root matter? Little demon whelp. Don't quibble." Her voice was shrill, filled with deep-seated hatred. "My sister was captured by demons like you and refined into a living corpse. After death, she was even put in a brothel in the market town to suffer humiliation. You have cultivated demonic arts. The demonic nature has entered your bones. All demon cultivators deserve to die." Zhao Hao's mind buzzed at these words. Market town brothel. Living corpse. 7th senior brother Wu Da. Damn, he had hit a sore spot. This female cultivator's sister was actually that Tianjin sect female disciple whom Wu Da had refined into the yin-yang heavenly beauty. This was awkward. No wonder the other side refused to listen to his explanations and attacked with deadly intent from the start. He lamented inwardly. He had only been a disciple for 3 months, and he had no attachment to that hellish Yin Sect. This was pure bad luck. The perfected chi refining cultivator had been somewhat tempted. After all, a captured heavenly spirit root disciple who had just joined 3 months ago was indeed valuable. But the moment she saw her junior sister's expression, one that seemed to want to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin, she knew this matter could not be resolved peacefully. The 9th layer chi refining cultivator, not waiting for her senior sister to speak, revealed murderous intent in her eyes, and once again urged her flying sword. Swish! The flying sword let out a clear, sharp whistle, its momentum even stronger than before, aiming straight for Zhao Hao's head. This time Zhao Hao knew he couldn't dodge. Under the pursuit of a cultivator of the same rank, hiding his strength would be pure suicide. He hesitated no more, and the spiritual energy within him erupted. A vast aura far beyond his apparent age surged upward like a volcanic eruption. 9th layer of chi refining. What a 9th layer of chi refining. Both female cultivators on the branch cried out in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. A boy who looked no more than 10 years old with only 3 months of training had already reached the 9th layer of chi refining. What kind of monster was this? This was no longer a genius. This was a prodigy. The two exchanged a glance, instantly understanding the gravity of the situation. This child must not be allowed to live. The perfected chi refining cultivator reacted swiftly, taking a crimson jade talisman from her bosom without hesitation and crushing it. Swish! A blinding red beam shot into the sky, exploding in midair into a massive sword-shaped pattern that lingered for a long time. This was the Tianjin sect's distress signal. It's over. Seeing that signal, Zhao Hao's heart sank to the bottom. He knew he had to escape at all costs before reinforcements arrived. Kill. The 9th layer chi refining cultivator, after the initial shock, intensified her killing intent. The flying sword transformed into a white rainbow, sealing off all of Zhao Hao's escape routes. Zhao Hao's face no longer showed any panic. Instead, it was replaced by a ruthlessness that belied his age. He had been dodging and hiding his cultivation all along because he wanted to live. Now he was going to fight for his life also because he wanted to live. Since you give me no way out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before the two female cultivators could react to the cat and mouse game, Zhao Hao merely raised his hand and pointed from afar at the female cultivator who had just reached the 9th layer of chi refining. A perfected level evil light technique. A condensed substantial black beam, silent and instantaneous, struck. The ninth layer Qi refining cultivator had never expected that a boy who looked barely 10 could wield such a powerful spell. In her subconscious, she thought Zhao Hao was dodging because he was weak, so she hadn't set up any defenses. By the time she realized that the black light had already pierced through her heart, she lowered her head in disbelief, staring at the blood hole that went straight through her chest as blood and life force rapidly drained away. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but only spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and her body fell limply from the branch. Junior sister. The perfected Qi refining cultivator's face had not yet recovered from the shock, but her eyes instantly turned bloodshot. She never dreamed that in a single exchange her junior sister who had grown up with her was gone, dead at the hands of a boy who looked harmless. I'll kill you. She went completely mad, her flying sword turning into a storm of sword shadows pouring down on Zhao Hao like a tempest. Facing the frenzied attacks of a perfected Qi refining sword cultivator, he summoned his bone spirit sword to barely defend, but was forced back step by step by the exquisite sword shadows. In a moment of carelessness, his left shoulder was pierced by a sword light, and the sharp pain made him falter. He couldn't drag this out any longer. Once their reinforcements arrived, he would be dead for sure. Zhao Hao's eyes became bloodshot, and he bit his tongue fiercely. He ignored everything, and aiming at the female cultivator flicked 3 fingers in succession. Uft, uft, uft. 3 evil light beams shot out in a triangular pattern, forcing the female cultivator to recall her sword to defend herself, momentarily slowing her assault. Now, Zhao Hao's mind moved. His entire body's flesh seemed to wail. The next instant, with a loud boom, he exploded into a thick, concentrated cloud of blood mist. The blood mist flashed, and Zhao Hao vanished from the spot. Blood escape technique. Demon. You won't escape. The perfected Qi refining cultivator shattered the 3 black beams, staring at the empty mountain forest, letting out a mournful cry, like a cuckoo weeping blood. A flash of blood-red light, and the surrounding scenery hurtled backward, dissolving into blurred patches of color. Zhao Hao felt as if he had been tossed into a spinning drum. The world around him twisted and stretched grotesquely, until with a loud bang, he fell from midair and crashed heavily onto a bed of withered leaves. When his vision cleared again, he found himself in a strange mountain forest dozens of li away. He tried to stand, but his body was as limp as mud. A mouthful of reversed blood sprayed out. His face was as pale as paper, and he gasped for air, his heart thundering in his chest, as if it were about to explode. A profound emptiness and chill originating from the depths of his soul instantly swept through his entire body. The blood escape art had drained his very lifeblood as a cultivator. The sword wound on his left shoulder sent tearing pains through him. His entire arm had gone numb, hanging limply. He collapsed on the ground, every breath pulling at the injury, causing veins to bulge on his forehead from the agony. Can't stop. The emergency jade talisman that female cultivator shattered was a death warrant hanging over his head. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Hao used his remaining right hand to prop himself up, struggled to rise, and leaned against a large tree. He immediately activated the Qi observation art and the profound Yin concealment art to their utmost limits, sealing all his own aura tightly within his body. Safe. There was no trace of any cultivator's aura nearby. With the enhanced vision from the Qi observation art, he could make out the silhouette of a small city on the horizon over a dozen li away. A dense population mixed auras. That was the only place he could hide now. He tore off a strip of his clothes, hastily bandaged his bleeding wound, and without hesitation began to sneak toward the city. As he staggered toward the city, his mind was a chaotic mess. The granddaughter of that golden core elder whom Wu De had turned into a living corpse, and the junior sister whose heart he had just pierced with a single evil light art. Now every single granddaughter of that family had been ruined by the Yin Sect. No matter who actually did it, the debt would ultimately be laid at the feet of the Yin Sect, and on him, the murderer. In his mind flashed the expressionless, mummified face of his master Shixin Jinren. He had revealed his cultivation at the 9th layer of Qi refining. Once this news reached the sect, how would Shixin Jinren study him, a heavenly spiritual root, who had soared from a mortal to the 9th layer in just 3 months? And that old fiend Jia Ren, how would he deal with this perfect vessel for possession? Death either way. Zhao Hao shuddered, a chill more piercing than his wounds surging from his feet to the crown of his head. No matter how strong a Qi refining cultivator was, they were just a grasshopper that could be crushed with one finger by a foundation establishment cultivator. Caught between the crosswinds of 2 major powers, his only path to survival was to exploit the chaos of this war before they could react, and at any cost, break through that threshold. Foundation establishment. Only by reaching foundation establishment, and then fleeing this troubled land of the north, could he find a way to live. Having made up his mind, Zhao Hao circled to a secluded corner of the city wall. Confirming that no one was around, a glint of spiritual light flashed on his skin, and he silently sank into the earth. Earth escape art. He traveled underground, carefully avoiding any inhabited dwellings, and finally emerged silently in a room of a dilapidated courtyard without stirring a single speck of dust. He dared not make any unnecessary movements. He changed into a shabby cloth robe he found in his storage pouch, lay directly on a dusty wooden bed, and covered himself with a mildewed, tattered quilt. With the profound Yin concealment art operating at its peak, he withdrew all his consciousness, regulated his breathing, and made himself appear like a sleeping mortal youth. Night fell. The small city sank into silence. Just as Zhao Hao thought he could get through the night peacefully, a powerful, sharp, and utterly undisguised, like an invisible tide, instantly swept across the entire city. A Foundation establishment, Cultivator's divine sense. Zhao Hao's heart skipped a beat. He immediately withdrew all his consciousness, even stopping his healing. He lay on the wooden bed covered with a dusty thin quilt and regulated his breathing, making it long and even. At that moment he was nothing but an ordinary mortal, awakened and terrified, trembling under his covers, not daring to move. That divine sense, filled with impatience and murderous intent, swept back and forth across the city 3 times meticulously. Each time it passed over the house where Zhao Hao lay, he felt as if he had been stripped naked and thrown into a frozen wasteland. Just as he thought the pursuer would give up. From the center of the city suddenly came a clear, fierce sword cry. The sound could pierce metal and split stone. Even from several li away it stabbed painfully at the eardrums. Zhao Hao lay on the bed, trembling, but he could imagine the chaos among the city's mortals. Unlike other cultivators, he did not release his spiritual sense out of curiosity to investigate. He simply reacted as an ordinary person would. His body gave a frightened jerk, his breathing quickened slightly, then he forcibly suppressed it, just like a commoner scared out of his wits yet afraid to make a sound. Sure enough, after the sword cry, that Foundation establishment Cultivator's divine sense swept over again. This time it swept faster and more violently, focusing on the areas where abnormal reactions had been stirred up. When it passed over Zhao Hao, it did not pause for even a moment. A mortal scared half to death was not worth noticing. The divine sense circled once more, confirmed there were no further anomalies, and then receded like a tide, until the sky began to lighten with the pale glow of dawn. That suffocating pressure never returned. Zhao Hao still did not dare to move. He refrained from using his spiritual sense, relying only on his ears and his far superior mortal senses to listen to the sounds in the city. After daybreak, voices gradually arose on the streets. He overheard neighbors whispering to each other. "Did you hear? Something happened at the Immortal Master's residence last night." "More than just something. I got up at midnight and saw with my own eyes a sword light descending from the sky. The Immortal Master's residence was just gone. Razed to the ground. Oh heavens. And the Immortal Master living inside. What else? The city guards say not even a single intact bone was found. 'Tis too tragic." "Chill. Keep your voice down. Daring to discuss the Immortal Masters, you want to die." The Immortal Master's residence destroyed. Zhao Hao lay on the bed, his eyes slowly opening, completely clear. This region was Yin Sect territory. The so-called Immortal Master's residence in the small city was certainly a Yin Sect disciple stationed there. The sword cry from last night. It seemed a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Tianjin sect, after failing to find their target, had vented their anger on the local Yin Sect disciple and killed him outright. He had taken the blow instead. Zhao Hao's face showed no expression, but inwardly he felt an inexplicable relief. Better the other fellow dies than me. Rest in peace, junior brother. 7 days later, in the dilapidated courtyard, Zhao Hao opened his eyes. The sword wound on his left shoulder had long since scarred, but the chilling sensation of near death still coiled in his heart like a venomous snake. During these 7 days, he was like a rat hiding in a gutter, every breath laced with calculation. The Foundation establishment cultivator from the Tianjin sect did not reappear, as if they had completely lost track of him after that one strike. As for the Yin sect, their flying vessel was destroyed, and the front lines were strained, leaving them unable to attend to other matters. The brief silence from both factions was his only chance for survival. He had reached the peak of Qi refinement level 9, only a breath away from that threshold. But that one breath could also be an accident sufficient to crush him. He could wait no longer. The next morning, Zhao Hao changed into a shabby cloth robe, mingled with the crowd of mortals leaving the city, and with his head lowered, quickly vanished through the city gates. After completely distancing himself from civilization, he plunged into the depths of the dense forest, and without hesitation sank into the earth. Earth escape art. After traveling intermittently for hundreds of li underground, Zhao Hao halted beside a small underground fire vein near the boundary of the Yin sect. What he sought was not the meager spiritual energy, but the harshness and concealment of this environment. At a depth of 20 zhang underground, a simple cave dwelling was quickly excavated. A palm-sized green formation plate was activated, enveloping the walls in a layer of light. This formation plate, pilfered from the cave dwelling of 10,000 Corpse Mountain, could withstand a full-force strike from an early Foundation establishment cultivator. But this was not enough. Zhao Hao retrieved from his storage pouch the blood-vein bone armor of his 8th senior sister Lin Yaoyao. Main item blood-vein bone armor medium-grade magic tool with a thought he locked onto the mountain of spirit stones in his storage pouch. 250 low-grade spirit stones enhance. Enhancement success rate 100 confirm. Ding. Enhancement successful. Blood-vein bone armor medium-grade magic tool upgraded to high-grade magic tool. Not enough. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and invested more spirit stones. 1,250 low-grade spirit stones, go for it. Enhancement success rate 100 confirm. Ding. Enhancement successful. Blood-vein bone armor high-grade magic tool upgraded to top-grade magic tool. A dim light flickered across the surface of the soft armor, and the aura of heaviness and solidity was now worlds apart from before. Zhao Hao put on this top-grade magic tool enough to drive Qi refinement cultivators mad. The cold armor pressed against his skin, and the last trace of unease in his heart was forcibly suppressed. Afterward, he summoned the system and used the residual pill poison in his body as ways to be cleansed through enhancement. Having done all this, he once again inspected the fire vein within a radius of 10 li, confirmed there was no trace of any cultivator, and then returned to the underground cave. Zhao Hao sat cross-legged. A cascade of sound. He turned his storage pouch completely upside down. Low-grade spirit stones, emitting a faint white light, poured out like a mountain flood, instantly submerging one corner of the small cave. Nearly 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy, so dense it became tangible, enveloped his entire body. Zhao Hao sat in the midst of the mountain of spirit stones, his face devoid of excitement, only the madness of one who had staked his entire fortune for a chance at survival. Foundation establishment. He spread his 5 fingers and clenched them fiercely toward the mountain of spirit stones before him. Come. Boom. A small cluster of fully 2,000 spirit stones was crushed into powder in midair, and the violent spiritual energy surged out, causing the concentration within the cave to skyrocket once more. The fully perfected Xian Yi Nachi Ju erupted without restraint. It was not absorption, it was devouring. Ugh. Zhao Hao's body shuddered violently, his meridians instantly swollen and stretched to the limit. The perfected Xian Yi Nachi Ju operated at full capacity, groaning under the strain. He was like an out-of-control furnace, madly refining the incoming spiritual energy, while tearing pain spread through every meridian. Zhao Hao's face twisted in a grimace, but instead of slowing down, he drove the technique even more frantically. No breakthrough, no establishment. Today, with these 30,000 spirit stones, he would crush this damned bottleneck along with all the past grievances and fears into dust. Refine for me. Inside his dantian, the gaseous spiritual energy was compressed to the extreme, beginning to spin wildly, at a terrifying speed. Gas to liquid, the most critical and dangerous step. However, at the center of the spiritual energy vortex in his dantian, countless illusions began to arise. The pale bone blade of his 8th senior sister Lin Yaoyao, with its piercing yin aura, seemed to stab into his back again. The female cultivator of the Tianjian sect, whose heart he had pierced with the evil light art, her venomous curse before death, like demonic sounds drilling into his ears, sharp and piercing. Scene after scene, sound after sound, transformed into inner demons, intending to tear his will to shreds. Zhao Hao's spiritual sense condensed above his dantian, coldly observing it all. A bunch of dead people, a heap of defeated foes I've trampled underfoot. How dare you block my path? His spiritual sense let out a silent roar, no longer a disguise, but the roar of a beast driven to the edge from the depths of his soul. Now become nourishment for my Tao path. All of you go down and be buried with me. With a tremor of his spiritual sense, all illusions, all venom shattered with a boom, crushed and devoured by the rotating spiritual energy vortex. With no obstacles, the compression process accelerated instantly. Crack. A brittle sound of strain came from within his dantian. One drop. At the very center of the vortex, a drop of liquid spiritual energy heavier than mercury and emitting a faint black radiance quietly took shape. Done. The moment that drop of liquid spiritual energy appeared, all the gaseous spiritual energy in his dantian found an outlet, surging toward that liquid like mad. 1 drop, 2 drops, 100 drops. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days later, the liquid spiritual energy in his dantian grew more and more, gathering into a small lake. In the cave, the mountain of spirit stones visibly turned gray and disintegrated into ash. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones were consumed in an instant. The spiritual energy in Zhao Hao's dantian had finally completed the transformation from gas to liquid. A black lake of spiritual energy flowed quietly, containing power more than 10 times stronger than before. Realm Foundation Establishment, early stage, 1100 Foundation Establishment achieved. Zhao Hao's eyes snapped open, and 2 beams of sharp light shot from his eyes, actually blasting 2 finger-sized deep holes in the stone wall before him. He stood up and casually clenched his fist, causing a strained explosion in the air. He extended his divine sense, and within a radius of 1 li, every rustle of grass, every crawling insect was under his control. This was an unprecedented feeling of power. However, before he could savor this strength, a buzzing sound. The defensive formation plate he had personally set up at the cave entrance let out a deafening, piercing hum, without warning. The translucent light curtain flickered wildly, ripples spreading outward in circles, as if it could shatter at any moment. Someone was attacking his formation. The joy on Zhao Hao's face instantly froze, replaced by a grim chill. Just after establishing his foundation, some blind fool comes to seek death. Boom. In the underground cave, the violent spiritual energy had just settled, and the mountain of spirit stones beneath Zhao Hao had already shrunk by half. However, at this moment, the palm-sized formation disc at the cave entrance emitted a piercing shriek on the verge of shattering. Before Zhao Hao could react, a sinister voice seemed to whisper right against his scalp, penetrating through the rock layers and formations, clearly pouring into his ears. Zhao Hao, you really have quite a few secrets, don't you? If it weren't for the Heavenly Sword sect going mad, and specifically naming you and Wuda for handover, I wouldn't have known you've already broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refining. Tell me, as a disciple who joined the sect less than 3 months ago, how did you manage this? You must have obtained some extraordinary inheritance, haven't you? Hand over the inheritance. The gap between a Qi refining cultivator and a foundation establishment cultivator is something you fundamentally don't understand. You can't escape. This voice. His nape hairs instantly bristled. It was Jia Ren, the deacon elder who had extracted a drop of his life force blood on the very first day he joined the sect. Zhao Hao's heart immediately stirred with turbulent waves. The opponent had clearly followed the scent of that drop of blood, and he still did not know Zhao Hao had already established his foundation. He only assumed the person inside the formation was a Qi refining 9th layer cultivator. He wanted that non-existent inheritance of Zhao Hao's. Zhao Hao's mind raced, quickly calculating the trump cards in his possession. Could he withstand it head-on? He had just established his foundation, and his spiritual power was not yet completely stable, while Jia Ren was an experienced foundation establishment early-stage cultivator with peculiar means. A direct confrontation offered slim chances. He had to outsmart him. Exploit the information gap. Zhao Hao made a quick decision in his heart. Looking at the nearly 20,000 spirit stones remaining in the cave, a flash of determination crossed his eyes. Without hesitation, he summoned the system panel. Main item: Dark Bone, top-grade, first-rate magical artifact. Please insert consumption materials. With a mere thought, Zhao Hao forcefully threw 6,250 low-grade spirit stones into the material slot. Enhancement success rate 100. Enhance. Ding. Enhancement successful. Dark Bone, top-grade, first-rate magical artifact upgraded to lower-grade second-rate spirit tool. A flash of dark light erupted, and the black short sword emitted a clear ringing cry, its aura entirely different. Not enough yet. Zhao Hao locked onto the blood pattern bone armor again. Main item: blood pattern bone armor, top-grade, first-rate magical artifact. Throw in another 6,250. Enhancement success rate 100. Confirm enhancement. Ding. Enhancement successful. Blood pattern bone armor, top-grade, first-rate magical artifact upgraded to lower-grade second-rate spirit tool. With an offensive and a defensive lower-grade second-rate spirit tool in hand, Zhao Hao finally felt a measure of confidence bolster his spirit. He swiftly donned the blood pattern bone armor. The spirit tool grade soft armor silently conformed to his skin, and over it, he pulled on a standard inner sect disciple robe. From the outside, there was no visible sign of anything unusual. After completing all this, he used the perfected Xian Yin concealment breathing technique to suppress his aura down to the 4th layer of Qi refining, then took a deep breath and gradually activated the earth escape technique. Whoosh! 10 zhang away, the ground churned as mud surged upward, and a figure emerged from underground. Jia Ren held a crimson compass in his left hand, its needle locked firmly on Zhao Hao's direction, while his right gripped a soul-summoning banner wreathed in dark energy. The banner's surface swarmed with ghostly shadows, and its aura was merely one step away from ascending to a lower-grade second-rate spirit tool. Seeing Zhao Hao appear, a predatory grin was about to spread across his face like a cat playing with its prey. But the very next moment, his expression froze. Zhao Hao showed no trace of fear. Instead, his face was alight with delight, as though he had spotted a savior. Elder Jia. Zhao Hao's voice carried just the right note of youthful brightness, tinged with the relief of someone who had barely escaped danger, and he even took a few steps forward. This is wonderful. I just used a spirit-transmitting jade talisman to contact my master, asking him to send someone to retrieve me and bring me back to the sect. I never expected you to arrive first. As he spoke, he actually produced a jade talisman from his storage pouch and waved it in front of Jia Ren. Jia Ren's eyelid twitched. He naturally recognized it. That was a special spirit-transmitting jade talisman crafted by True Person Shirexian. This kid had actually contacted True Person Shirexian. Jia Ren studied Zhao Hao with an expression shifting between suspicion and calculation. He could sense that the youth's Qi refining 4th layer aura bore absolutely no resemblance to the overwhelming Qi refining 9th layer intensity reported by the Heavenly Sword Sect. Junior brother, Zhao, your cultivation. Jiaren narrowed his eyes, probing carefully, seems somewhat off. Even if you possess a heavenly spiritual root, it shouldn't be possible to break through to the 9th layer of Qi refining in such a brief period, should it? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao immediately adopted an expression of pride mixed with the youthful inability to keep secrets, drawing closer with an air of intrigue. Elder Zhao, this master specifically instructed me not to spread the word. He lowered his voice, his tone brimming with barely concealed vanity. This is a privilege no other senior and junior brothers and sisters have received. After Master took me as his disciple, he privately summoned me once more, not only guiding my cultivation techniques personally, but also bestowing an extraordinarily precious spirit elixir to accelerate my breakthrough. I've only just reached the 9th layer of Qi refining. I was actually planning to wait until I broke through to the peak of Qi refining to surprise Master. Spirit elixir? Jiaren sharply inhaled upon hearing those two words. That was a treasure reserved exclusively for golden core experts during their cultivation. Could true person Sure Xin actually be willing to use it on a mere Qi refining youth? In an instant he pieced everything together. The spiritual energy contained within a spirit elixir was extraordinarily pure. When consumed by a Qi refining cultivator, it could almost directly convert into their own spiritual power without any refining process. With such a treasure as assistance, and a heavenly spiritual root aptitude, reaching the 9th layer of Qi refining within 3 months was truly not difficult at all. But forcing advancement this way would ruin the youth's foundation permanently. In the future, not only would forming a golden core be impossible, but even foundation establishment carried a risk of failure. Unless true person Sure Xin never intended for him to form a golden core at all. Jiaren's gaze toward Zhao Hao instantly grew contemplative and layered with meaning. Could it be that true person Sure Xin had also set his sights on this heavenly spiritual root, physique, intending to use it as a vessel for a future possession transfer? Of course, a frail body like this couldn't possibly withstand the descent of a golden core cultivator's divine soul. Fatten up the cauldron first, then harvest the fruit. That was precisely the kind of method a demonic sect would employ. At this thought, the burning desire in Jiaren's heart to seize the inheritance was instantly doused. Compete with a golden core, great power for a human cauldron. He wasn't that eager to die. Jiaren forced a smile that looked more agonizing than tears. So that's it. Junior brother, as the direct disciple of the Pulse Master with the Master's backing, breaking through so rapidly is indeed a tremendous opportunity. Zhao Hao noticed the shifting expressions on Jiaren's face and realized his words had taken effect, so he pressed his advantage immediately. With a look of urgency, he said to Jiaren, Elder Jia, you must absolutely not reveal anything about my cultivation level to outsiders. Master specifically forbade me from exposing myself. He calls it biding my time. And this time those madwomen from the Heavenly Sword Sect were far too dangerous. If not for Master giving me life-saving and escape methods, allowing me to kill that Qi refining 9th layer female cultivator in a single strike, and then flee using a 2nd rank void escape talisman, I would have surely lost my life there. Just now Master sent me a transmission instructing me to return to the sect immediately for cultivation. No need to participate in the external trials. A 2nd rank void escape talisman, a trump card capable of instant killing. Jiaren completely dismissed all his thoughts. He didn't dare gamble on whether this kid had a 2nd or 3rd life-saving trump card bestowed by true person Sure Xin. This deal carried too high a risk and too low a reward. It simply wasn't worth it. As Jiaren was about to find an excuse to slip away, he suddenly noticed Zhao Hao, previously acting so innocently, his eyes suddenly lighting up intensely as he looked past Jiaren's shoulder toward the empty mountains behind him. Instantly Zhao Hao's face erupted with wild joy, and summoning all his strength, he shouted excitedly, Master, you're here. A joyful shout like a thunderclap exploded in Jiaren's mind. Master? Which master? Corpse heart true person. Jiaren's sinister face instantly changed color. With a shudder, he almost instinctively turned around, ready to assume a respectful posture. A golden core powerhouse was not someone he, a mere foundation establishment novice, could afford to offend. Yet behind him was nothing but empty space with only the howling mountain wind. Where was there even a shadow of a person? Not good. Trapped. The thought had just flashed through Jiaren's mind when a terrifying crisis that made his soul flee locked onto his dantian and head from behind. In that instant when he turned back, Zhao Hao moved. The innocent survivor's expression vanished without a trace, replaced by a murderous intent completely at odds with his age. He merely raised his hand and pointed at Jiaren from afar. The perfected evil light art. A beam of black light condensed to the extreme, silent and swift, arriving after the strike. At the same time, a streak of dark light shot out from Zhao Hao's sleeve straight for the back of Jiaren's head. A 2nd rank lower grade spirit tool, dark bone. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. As a seasoned demon cultivator, Zhao Ren's combat instincts were etched into his bones. The moment he sensed something amiss, without thinking he jerked his head aside, while pouring all his spiritual energy into his protective robe. Puchi. The black beam struck Zhao Ren's abdomen precisely. The spiritual light on his top-grade magical robe flashed brilliantly, but it only lasted an instant before the terrifying black light pierced through, and the remaining force struck his dantian heavily at the back. Ah! Zhao Ren let out a miserable scream, his dantian as if struck by a heavy blow, and he spat out a mouthful of reversing blood. However, what made his heart and gall split was yet to come. That streak of dark light grazed his scalp, slicing off his left ear, and simultaneously severed his entire left arm, which he couldn't retract in time, cleanly from the shoulder. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Zhao Ren turned back in utter horror, only to see eyes that were bone-chillingly cold and devoid of any emotion. That was not the gaze of a 10-year-old. What was even more incomprehensible was the spiritual energy fluctuation erupting from this boy. Foundation establishment. How is this possible? You are not Zhao Hao. Which ancient monster has possessed you? Zhao Ren instantly understood everything, his face drained of color, leaving only boundless fear. A possessing ancient monster that could deceive a golden core cultivator disguise as a mortal and recultivate to foundation establishment in 3 months. The terror of such an existence was beyond his imagination. How could he dare to think of fighting? He fiercely swung the first-rank, peak-grade soul-summoning banner in his right hand. Woo! Hundreds of ferocious Yin spirits let out a silent screech, transforming into a black torrent that surged toward Zhao Hao, blotting out the sky. Faced with such a scene of 100 ghosts parading at night, Zhao Hao instinctively stepped back half a pace, his scalp tingling. As a modern youth raised under the red flag, he had a natural fear of things like ghosts. But the next moment, the surging foundation establishment-level spiritual energy flooded his entire body, instantly dispelling that chill. Spirit Shield Technique. A solid spiritual energy shield instantly expanded, and the dark bone short sword let out a clear sword cry, turning into a black lightning bolt that darted back and forth through the tide of souls. Like a red-hot iron cutting into butter, each flash saw large swaths of Yin spirits shredded by the sword light and turned into green smoke. Run! Zhao Hao curled his lips into a cold arc. From the moment he started fighting, he had no intention of letting Zhao Ren go. However, just as he was about to activate the dark bone sword to bypass the soul tide and pursue, a dense blood aura fluctuation erupted violently from where Zhao Ren was. Blood Escape Technique. Zhao Ren's figure instantly turned into a ball of blood mist, and with a flash disappeared from the spot. Obviously, the thought of possessing ancient monster had frightened him so much that he used even the blood escape technique. Zhao Hao looked at the empty forest, silent for a moment. He did not chase after him. The blood escape technique consumed a huge amount of energy, but was extremely fast and unpredictable. Chasing now would likely be a waste of effort. His main goal had been achieved. With the thought, the darkbone sword traced a graceful arc in the air, slaying the last Yin spirit, then flew back to his hand. Zhao Hao waved his hand, drawing the severed arm and the blood-colored compass that Zhao Ren had left behind. He first glanced at the blood-colored compass, his eyes flashing with disgust. It was this thing like a dog's leash that made him feel like a thorn in his back. Then he turned his gaze to the severed hand, considering. Then he took out from his own storage pouch the tracking compass that Corpse Heart True Person had given him, which he had already strengthened to first-rank mid-grade. He activated the tracking compass, shone it on Zhao Ren's bloody severed arm, and a wisp of aura from the severed hand was absorbed into the compass. On the surface of the tracking compass, a glaring white that was fleeing madly toward the northwest at a terrifying speed. That direction was neither the soul-severing plane nor the Extreme Yin Sect. Clearly Zhao Ren was truly terrified, daring to go to neither side, and simply fled in a different direction. Zhao Hao even saw that after the dot dashed for dozens of li, it accelerated twice more each time, teleporting dozens of li until it finally stopped in a mountain range, motionless. 3 consecutive blood escape techniques. Zhao Hao silently estimated. His dantian was severely struck, his left hand severed. Severe injuries were inevitable, but only the dead keep secrets. Zhao Hao did not hesitate, and immediately summoned the system panel in his mind. Main item tracking compass, first rank mid-grade. He moved his thoughts and dragged the blood-colored compass he had just obtained into the material slot. Consumed material, blood-colored compass, first rank mid-grade, strengthening success rate 20. Zhao Hao unhesitatingly transferred 100 low-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and threw them into the material slot. Strengthening success rate 100, confirmed strengthening. Ding. Strengthening successful. Tracking compass, first rank mid-grade, upgraded to first rank high-grade. As the system prompt sounded, the blood-colored compass that was used as material under the erasure of an invisible rule instantly turned to dust and disappeared completely. Thus, this hidden danger that could track his life essence blood was completely eradicated. Zhao Hao let out a sigh of relief, but his heart was not entirely at ease. He did not know whether the Extreme Yin Sect or Corpse Heart True Person had other means to track him. But for now he could not afford to worry about that. He looked up into the distance. The northern lands were absolutely no longer safe to stay in. The urgent task was to find a place to digest this harvest, and then flee far away as soon as possible. But at this moment he looked down at the tracking compass in his hand. On the surface the light that representing Zhao Run was still motionless at the same spot, hiding somewhere to heal. Zhao Hao said with an unreadable expression. Elder Zhao, the roles of offense and defense have switched. The mountain wind howled past his ears sharp as a blade. Zhao Hao's figure transformed into a swift black line, darting through the forest, the scenery beneath his feet, retreating rapidly as everything around him was left far behind. To kill one must uproot the entire clan. This was a truth he had understood in his past life. Now he possessed the power to do so. The newly upgraded top-grade tracking plate glowed faintly in his palm like a compass of death. The light point representing Zhao Run remained so clear, it was almost infuriating even from 100 miles away. An hour later Zhao Hao's figure abruptly halted before an unremarkable mountain hollow. The place was rugged with jagged rocks, sparse vegetation, and pitifully scarce spiritual energy. Zhao Ren had indeed chosen his spot well. Zhao Hao silently extended his divine sense, instantly enveloping the entire hollow, and soon locked onto a concave rock face. Behind the rock face a faint but desperately struggling aura was attempting to recover. Found. Zhao Hao uttered no superfluous words, nor did he intend to test the waters. The liquid spiritual energy within his body surged violently, madly pouring into the shadow bone short sword in his palm. Hum. The second-grade low-rank spiritual artifact emitted a low hum, its black blade instantly expanding to over 3 feet, releasing a sharp, somber aura that soared into the sky. Break. Zhao Hao pointed, and the shadow bone short sword transformed into a pure black lightning bolt, tearing through the air and fiercely slashing down at the rock face. Boom. Mountains crumbled and earth split. The entire hollow trembled violently, rocks flew through the air and dust spiraled skyward. The rock face along with the mountain behind it was blasted into a terrifying pit several zhang deep by that single sword strike. How dare you bully me so? A furious yet weak roar emerged from the dispersing dust. Then a disheveled figure scrambled out of the pit in a panic. It was Zhao Ren. At this moment he had lost all trace of the dignity befitting an executive elder. He was covered in blood, his left shoulder wound haphazardly wrapped in rags, his face as pale as a ghost. Blood still seeped from the torn hole in his robe, and his aura was so weak it was nearly extinguished. Clearly Zhao Hao's thunderous strike had aggravated his injuries. When Zhao Ren saw Zhao Hao suspended in midair looking down at him with the expression of a man eyeing a corpse, his pallid face was instantly replaced by boundless terror. He had actually caught up. How was that possible? He had used the blood escape technique 3 times in a row. Zhao Hao watched his miserable state, but instead of acting hastily, he took his time. Zhao Hao's eyes shifted slightly, his throat moved, and his voice turned low and hoarse, as if crawling out of the abyss of hell. Having learned of this sovereign secret, do you think you can escape? The voice was not loud, but it stabbed like an ice spike into the depths of Zhao Ren's soul. Zhao Ren's entire body trembled violently, and the last trace of color drained from his face. It was truly a reincarnated old monster. His guess was correct, and he was doomed. The last glimmer of hope in his heart was utterly shattered. His legs gave way, and with a thud he fell to his knees. Spare me, Senior. Zhao Ren's voice quivered uncontrollably, his head thudding against the hard rubble as he kowtowed heavily. This junior was blind and offended Senior. I am willing to make amends. I swear a soul oath never to reveal a shred of Senior's secret. I beg Senior to spare my life. His posture was utterly abject, yet he maintained a guarded stance. Zhao Hao hung in the air, his face expressionless, but inwardly he sneered. A soul oath. To a demon cultivator it was no more than a fart. Your oath is worthless before this sovereign's grand plan of reincarnation and cultivation. Zhao Hao continued in the old monster's tone, delivering his judgment unhurriedly. However, this sovereign has just returned and happens to need a servant to run errands. Open your sea of consciousness and let this sovereign plant a restriction, and I might spare your life. At these words Zhao Ren, still kneeling, stiffened visibly. Open his sea of consciousness and have a restriction planted. That was no different from handing over his very life to another. From then on his life and death would be at the whim of that person, worse than being a dog. A flicker of struggle and reluctance flashed in his eyes. Zhao Hao observed every change in his expression but did not press. Even a cornered dog would jump the wall. Zhao Ren was greedy, cowardly, and utterly selfish. Zhao Hao also did not know if the man had any powerful counterattack methods. To make him submit willingly, a sweetener and a promise too tempting to refuse were necessary. Zhao Hao cleared his throat and shifted his tone, adopting a condescending air of grace. If you are willing to acknowledge this sovereign as your master, I can use a secret technique to regrow your severed arm. With that, Zhao Hao raised his hand, and Zhao Ren's severed arm flew up and landed before him. Even when I roamed the northern lands in my day, so-called golden core cultivators were no more than souls beneath my sword. A few insights from my cultivation experience, a bit of guidance. It's no great difficulty to let you glimpse the path of the golden core. How about that? The golden core path. Those 4 words struck Zhao Ren's heart like a divine thunderbolt from the heavens. He jerked his head up, staring intently at Zhao Hao, a wild flame immediately igniting in his dead gray eyes. The golden core path. It was something he had never dared to dream of. In his excitement, he even felt the pain from his wounds diminish. Senior, are you serious? He screamed in a shrill voice like a dying beast seeing hope for survival. Zhao Hao chuckled inwardly, though his face remained indifferent. Do you think this sovereign would stoop to deceive a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Zhao Ren's breathing grew heavy, his chest heaving violently. His reason told him this might be a trap, but the door to the golden core was far too alluring. He was merely a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots who had crawled to the early foundation establishment stage through ruthless schemes and luck. Without a great opportunity, the mid-foundation establishment stage would be his limit. Now, as senior, who might be a golden core, or even a nascent soul, old monster personally promised to lead him onto the path of the golden core. Gamble. Fortune favors the bold. Zhao Ren gritted his teeth, his face filled with fervent reverence, and kowtowed heavily again. I am willing to acknowledge Senior as my master. I will serve Senior with utmost loyalty, sparing no effort, even unto death. With that, he truly closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and completely released his sea of consciousness, adopting a posture of complete submission. Now, a cold gleam flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes. The suspended shadow bone short sword traced an almost imperceptible arc and silently swept past. Uff! The sound of the blade cutting through flesh was so faint it was nearly inaudible. Zhao Ren's body stiffened, his eyes shot open, filled with shock and confusion. His vision spun. He saw his own headless body still kneeling on the ground, a fountain of blood spurting from the neck. He opened his mouth as if to ask why. A clear, youthful voice resounded in his ear. Elder Zhao, truly I cannot blame me. I really don't know how to plant soul restrictions. Otherwise I would have kept you alive. Zhao Hao withdrew the shadow bone short sword, looked at the head on the ground that still refused to close its eyes, and softly added the final words. Elder Zhao, in your next life remember to install an anti-fraud app. The mountain wind swept through, carrying with it a thick stench of blood. Zhao Hao gazed upon the lifeless head on the ground without the slightest hesitation. He reached out and seized the air. The storage pouch at Zhao Ren's waist and the pitch-black corpse refining bag both flew into his grasp. He did not even consider refining the corpse. The demonic sect's methods were treacherous and unpredictable. Who knew whether some tracking art had been left behind? Only reducing the body to ashes would ensure absolute safety. A ball of orange-red fire blossomed at his fingertips, then flicked away casually. The moment the flames touched the corpse, they erupted with a deafening roar, surging into greedy infernos that devoured Zhao Ren's headless body and the severed head whole. Hiss, hiss. A scorching odor filled the air. Within mere breaths, nothing remained on the ground but a pool of blackened ash. The mountain wind rose again, sweeping away the last traces until not a whisper of evidence survived. With that done, Zhao Hao patted his own waist and retrieved his disciple token along with Zhao Ren's steward token. Both could potentially be traced by their respective sects. He stacked the 2 tokens together. The tip of his dark-boned short sword flashed with a dark gleam and precisely struck down upon them. Ding! A crisp ring echoed, and both hardened tokens shattered into dust. Even the sound-transmitting jade slip he had used to deceive Zhao Ren was destroyed. No traces were left behind. After confirming that nothing related to either himself or Zhao Ren remained at the scene, Zhao Hao did not linger for a moment. His figure lowered, and his entire body merged with the earth beneath him. Deep underground, Zhao Hao moved like a bodiless wraith, darting forward at tremendous speed. Since breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, both the quality and quantity of his spiritual energy had undergone earth-shattering changes. During his chi refining days, he could barely endure the subterranean pressure after traveling 10 li. Now he felt he could tunnel endlessly through the earth until the heavens and earth themselves crumbled to dust. Only after 2 full hours of subterranean travel, when Zhao Hao estimated he had covered well over 1,000 li, did he emerge from a desolate, uninhabited forest. He oriented himself, then pushed his perfection-grade light body art to its absolute limit. His entire form dissolved into an imperceptible afterimage as he continued sprinting in a direction far removed from the Extreme Yin Sect. It was not that he refused to ride a flying sword, but rather that he simply could not. The mystic Yin Shi refining art was only a basic cultivation technique. The first floor of the scripture pavilion contained nothing more than minor spells suited for the chi refining stage. As for sword riding, a standard requirement for foundation establishment cultivators, he had not the faintest idea where to begin. Since becoming a cultivator, spiritual energy had been nourishing his physique. Over several months his frame had grown taller and no longer resembled the frail child of 12 or 13. Instead, he now appeared to be around 15 or 16. With a little disguise and a lowered voice, he would hardly seem out of place. In the past, during his chi refining days, he could rely on his system and brute force his way through with pills and spirit stones, devoting all his energy to advancing his cultivation. And history had proven that path correct. In a devouring place like the Extreme Yin Sect, you never knew when disaster might strike. Only cultivation base was the sole guarantee of survival. Had he not decisively broken through to Foundation establishment this time, he would undoubtedly already be Jia Ren's prisoner. His soul searched, and his secrets ruthlessly extracted. That he had turned the tables so effortlessly owed something to his ruse of pretending to be a soul-seizing veteran that had spooked his opponent. But at the root of it all, it was because he now possessed the power of a Foundation establishment cultivator. But now the situation was entirely different. Every step of Foundation establishment cultivation demanded vast resources and considerable time. He had to locate subsequent cultivation techniques and powerful combat methods as soon as possible. Otherwise, possessing a Foundation establishment realm meant nothing against a true Foundation establishment old demon. He would be reduced to taking blows and fleeing. What frightened him most was his master corpse heart true person. Jia Ren had been able to track him using a single drop of essence blood. Who could guarantee that a golden core elder like corpse heart true person did not possess even more sinister tracking arts? He had to leave the territories of the Extreme Yin Sect, this ground teeming with peril, as swiftly as possible. 3 more days of tireless, sleepless flight passed. Only when the silhouette of a considerable market town appeared on the horizon did Zhao Hao finally ease his pace. Still wary, he concealed his aura with the mystic Yin breath-concealing art masking it, as a chi-refining 7th-layer cultivator, and donned a mask to obscure both his spiritual presence and his appearance, projecting an aura that would deter casual confrontation. At the town entrance, he paid with a low-grade spirit stone and immediately rented the most ordinary temporary cave dwelling. Boom. The stone door slammed shut, severing all ties with the outside world. Zhao Hao immediately wove another layer of alert formation within the cave. Only then did he finally exhale in relief. He sat cross-legged but did not rush into cultivation. Instead, with urgent anticipation, he pulled forth Jia Ren's storage pouch. A Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense imprint was no obstacle to him. His spiritual sense surged forward easily, erasing the mark Jia Ren had left behind. He then upended the pouch, sending everything tumbling out in one massive cascade. Clatter. A jumble of miscellaneous items piled into a towering mound upon the stone floor. Zhao Hao's breathing suddenly grew ragged. His gaze was immediately seized by a jade slip upon which 5 characters were etched in bold relief. The mystic Yin Yuan concentrating art. It was a Foundation establishment cultivation method of the Extreme Yin Sect. The greatest obstacle to his Foundation establishment cultivation had been resolved. A heavy burden lifted from Zhao Hao's heart, and he felt lighter by a fraction. Only then did his attention shift to those glittering objects. 20 spirit crystals noticeably larger and radiating far denser spiritual energy. Medium-grade spirit stones. A single one was worth 100 low-grade stones. These 20 alone were worth 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Beside them lay an enormous heap of low-grade spirit stones totaling roughly 7 to 8,000 at a glance. He had hit the jackpot. 3 or 4 small black vials. When his divine sense probed inside, he found them brimming with viscous cultivator essence blood. A dozen or so other vials contained mortal blood, a soul-summoning banner wreathed in black mist, and a flying sword equally dark in hue. Both were top-tier Grade 1 magical artifacts. The remainder consisted of minor Grade 1 talismans and alchemical materials. He forced his racing heart to steady, then turned his gaze toward a black cloth bag, the corpse-refining pouch. When his divine sense probed inside, Zhao Hao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. At the late stage 11 corpses, at the middle stage 25, and at the early stage a staggering 42. In the corner lay another dozen or so unrefined cultivator bodies. If sold on the open market, this haul alone would fetch well over 10,000 spirit stones. The ancients truly spoke no falsehoods. Zhao Hao murmured involuntarily. Murder and arson are indeed the fastest paths to fortune. At that moment his eyes were drawn to a cyan jade bottle lying at the very bottom of the pile, partially buried beneath other items. He reached out, picked up the jade bottle, and withdrew the stopper. An indescribable surge of dense spiritual energy mingled with a faint, exquisite fragrance erupted from its mouth in an instant. A single breath was enough for Zhao Hao to feel his newly established Foundation establishment spiritual energy, still somewhat unstable, instantly solidify and grow denser. He quickly replaced the stopper and brought the bottle close to his eyes. Inside the bottle rested slightly less than half a vial of milky white liquid resembling the finest mutton fat, jade shimmering with a lustrous pearl-like glow. Zhao Hao's heart pounded wildly. He recalled how he had once fabricated the words spiritual liquid bestowed by my master, merely to deceive Jia Ren. An absurd yet highly plausible idea detonated within his mind. Could this actually be spiritual liquid? Zhao Hao clutched the cyan jade bottle, his heart pounding uncontrollably with a treacherous fervor. The very words he had casually fabricated to deceive Jia Rin now materialized before him. A bottle containing what seemed to be spirit liquid. How bitterly ironic. He carefully twisted the stopper, opening a hairline crack. In an instant, an indescribably pure spiritual energy mingled with a faint, delicate fragrance surged forth from the bottle's mouth. The already dense spiritual energy within the cave dwelling seemed to be infused with the soul instantly, becoming vibrant and lively. More importantly, the liquid spiritual energy he had just condensed after foundation establishment, still somewhat unstable, visibly solidified by a thin trace under the nourishment of this aura. Chew. Zhao Hao sucked in a sharp breath, his hand trembling as he hastily pressed the stopper back in firmly. It was absolutely spirit liquid, and its grade was far from low. To him at this moment, it was no mere embellishment, but a lifeline to stabilize his foundation and save years of arduous cultivation. Yet he had no intention of using it now. He had learned from the tomes in the Extreme Yin Sect scripture pavilion that celestial treasures like spirit liquid were typically used by golden core cultivators. For foundation establishment cultivators, it was only employed during bottleneck breakthroughs, leveraging its vast and pure spiritual energy to assist. Using it now would be an unforgivable waste. Suppressing the turmoil within, Zhao Hao solemnly sealed the jade bottle, carefully placed it into his storage pouch, and then turned his attention back to the pile of spoils. His divine sense fell upon the jade slip inscribed with the mystic Yin condensation art. This was the most urgent matter. His spiritual sense delved in, and a torrent of information flooded his mind like an ocean tide. Unlike the crude qi refining stages, mystic Yin qi absorption art, this foundation establishment technique was far more complex. The core of the art lay in condensing a special spiritual force known as Yin Sha Qi. To cultivate it, one must draw upon the Yin energy corpse Qi and Sha energy of the heavens and earth, merging them with one's own spiritual power to refine a highly corrosive Yin Sha force. The proficiency of the art was also measured by the quantity of Yin Sha Qi a cultivator could condense and control. The more Zhao Hao read, the deeper his frown became. The jade slip explicitly stated that if the art were cultivated to mastery, it could assist in condensing a product called Yin Sha crystal. This substance, existing between liquid and solid spiritual energy, could greatly increase the success rate of a cultivator condensing their mana into a golden core when breaking through by a full 10%. 10%. For any foundation establishment cultivator, this was a heaven-defying opportunity worth risking their life for. But therein lay the catch. Once the Yin Sha Qi was condensed, it was like branding a demon cultivator label on one's forehead, impossible to remove. For what the righteous sects called Yin Sha Qi was nothing but demon cultivator mana. Not to mention, the jade slip mentioned that many righteous immortal cities and markets hung a treasure called the demon exposing mirror at their gates. No matter how well one concealed the Yin Sha Qi with the concealment art under that mirror, there was nowhere to hide. One would be recognized on the spot. Zhao Hao's expression flickered with uncertainty. In this world, after all, the righteous sects held more territory and richer resources. If he were to be hunted down wherever he went, unable even to enter an immortal city, then what kind of cultivation was that? The path to acquiring resources would be cut off by more than half. In contrast, cultivators who practiced normal techniques could freely enter demon markets or immortal cities. After all, in the demon sect territories, not everyone had the privilege to cultivate such superior arts that increased the chance of forming a golden core. This mystic Yin condensation art was nothing but an utterly tempting contract laced with lifelong unfair terms. A veritable indenture contract. Damn, it's a huge trap, Zhao Hao muttered under his breath. He had no desire to painstakingly find a better technique later, only to suffer the agony of dispersing his cultivation and starting from scratch. Yin Sha mana could not be converted into mana cultivated through normal means. The realm cultivated during that time would be utterly wasted. Having made up his mind, Zhao Hao decisively abandoned the thought of practicing this technique. The urgent priority is still to acquire a sword-controlling technique and quickly escape the domain of the Extreme Yin Sect, Zhao Hao said, rising to pace within the cave dwelling. The Extreme Yin Sect's domain spanned over 100,000 li. Relying on mere legs was too slow and foolish. The sword control art was not only the best choice for a foundation establishment cultivator to travel, but also a divine skill for pursuit and escape in battle. If you can't win and can't flee, that's a dead end. Moreover, if you want to silence someone but can't catch up despite being stronger, failing to claim the spoils, that would be utterly stupid. With that thought, he hesitated no longer. After a brief tidying of the cave dwelling, Zhao Hao pushed open the stone door and returned to the bustling mixed crowd of the market. He strolled unhurriedly down the street, his divine sense secretly scanning the shops on either side. Eventually, his steps halted before a 3-story imposing pavilion. 100 Treasures Pavilion. Zhao Hao smoothed his robes and stepped inside. The ground floor hall was spacious and bright with many cultivators coming and going, though most were at the chi refining mid-stage. The shelves were stocked with ordinary materials and artifacts suited for chi refining practitioners. As soon as he entered, a middle-aged cultivator who appeared to be the steward with a chi refining 8th layer cultivation approached him. The steward sized up Zhao Hao, noting his mask and his aura of only chi refining 7th layer, and asked politely, "Esteemed Taoist, what do you require?" Zhao Hao lowered his voice, which sounded hoarse and muffled. "Do you have a private chamber?" The steward was taken aback, then his smile grew genuinely warm as he made a gesture of invitation. "Please this way, esteemed Taoist." Those who requested private chambers were not small customers. Inside the chamber, the steward personally poured him a cup of clear tea, swirling with spiritual energy. "Do you have any foundation establishment techniques for sale?" "Foundation establishment?" The steward's smile froze and his gaze toward Zhao Hao instantly turned wary and uncertain. A cultivator at the chi refining 7th layer asking to buy a foundation establishment technique. Either he was procuring it for an elder, or he was mocking him. Zhao Hao observed his reaction, leisurely lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. Just as the cup touched the table, an oppressive pressure far beyond the chi refining stage silently enveloped the entire chamber. The steward who was about to speak felt as though 2 mountains had been pressed onto his shoulders. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. The color drained from his face in an instant. He dared not remain seated, scrambling to his feet and bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle to Zhao Hao, his voice trembling. "I this junior failed to recognize a mountain. Greetings, senior." "I this junior failed to recognize a mountain. Greetings, senior." Zhao Hao merely gave a soft hum and said nothing more. Yet that fleeting pressure had seized the steward's heart, like an invisible hand squeezing it tightly. "Senior, senior, forgive my transgression." The steward dared not remain seated and scrambled to his feet in haste, a layer of fine cold sweat already beading on his forehead. After decades of managing affairs in this market town, his discernment was sharp. The senior before him might have suppressed his aura to an extraordinary degree, but the spiritual energy released in that fleeting instant was far beyond what any chi condensation cultivator could wield. That pressure alone was denser and more substantial than some foundation establishment cultivators from minor clans he'd encountered. This was undoubtedly a hidden expert who had deliberately concealed his true cultivation level. His mind raced as he adjusted his demeanor, his expression shifting to one of deepening reverence laced with a hint of flattery. He stepped back slightly with careful grace and began his pitch. "Esteemed senior, you may not be aware, but our 100 Treasures Pavilion is the largest commercial guild in the northern lands. The pavilion master himself is a nascent soul expert of great renown with branches spread across every major market town in the region. Our reputation is beyond question." It was both a gesture of goodwill and a veiled reminder. Zhao Hao did not respond, still idly turning his teacup in his hands as though the talk of a nascent soul pavilion master meant nothing to him. Seeing this, the steward grew even more uneasy and quickly moved to business. "I wonder which type of techniques this senior desires. Though our shop is modest, we do carry several common foundation establishment methods." Noticing that Zhao Hao wore a mask capable of blocking divine sense, and recalling they were in territory controlled by the Extreme Yin Sect, the steward began to formulate his strategy. He first listed several techniques commonly practiced by orthodox cultivators, such as the 10,000 sword art, sword riding technique, and golden cone art. Seeing no reaction from Zhao Hao, he lowered his voice and continued cautiously. "Of course, this shop also carries methods more suited to cultivators of our northern lands. For instance, the Yin curse art, a soul path technique capable of subjugating living souls to cast curses, disrupting the opponent's mental focus and preventing concentration. Only 600 spirit stones. And the myriad blood spirit devouring art, a blood path secret technique of unmatched viciousness, priced at 800 spirit stones. If this senior possesses powerful divine sense, then the Yin soul nail is absolutely your best choice. This technique ignores all physical defenses and strikes directly at the soul, impossible to guard against. Priced at 1,000 spirit stones." Having presented everything in one breath, the steward waited quietly for Zhao Hao's decision. In his estimation, this senior radiated a chilling aura. 9 times out of 10, he would choose one of those demonic path secret techniques. Zhao Hao listened, but remained unmoved. He set down his teacup, and that raspy voice spoke again. "Do you have any cultivation methods, eh?" The steward felt a chill and hastily replied, "Yes. We have the foundation establishment portion of the myriad blood returns to demonic scripture." "Do you have any orthodox methods?" Zhao Hao interrupted him directly. The steward's expression froze, his eyes flickering with astonishment as a storm of confusion erupted within him. A foundation establishment senior with such a chilling aura, yet showing interest in orthodox methods rather than demonic arts. What kind of path was this? He dared not ask further, and immediately responded with respect. Yes, yes. Esteemed senior, we do have 3 orthodox methods. The first is the Longevity Yuan Nourishing Canon. This method focuses on health preservation and extends lifespan by 10 years compared to cultivators of the same realm. Moreover, its cultivation difficulty is low, making it the first choice for many rogue cultivators and family disciples. However, its drawback lies in mediocre spiritual power, putting practitioners at a disadvantage during combat. The second is the Heavenly Origin Qi Cultivation Mantra. This method is balanced and moderate, suitable for cultivators of all 5 elemental attributes, prized for its reliability. The final method. Pausing here, the steward's tone grew solemn. It is the Disintegrating Fire Divine Nerve Art. Originating from the relic secret realm of the ancient Disintegrating Fire Sect, this technique was specifically created for cultivators with fire spiritual roots. Its offensive power ranks among the finest of all techniques at the same cultivation level. The manual also includes several secret techniques for condensing, disintegrating fire. If one can find heavenly and earthly spiritual fires to integrate into it, even battles across cultivation realms become possible. However, this technique only contains the foundation establishment portion. The subsequent golden core chapters will likely need to be sought within the Disintegrating Fire Sect's secret realm. Disintegrating Fire Divine Nerve Art. Top-tier offensive power. Accompanied by secret techniques. Behind his mask, Zhao Hao's eyes suddenly flared with excitement. He possessed a heavenly spiritual root of the fire attribute. Wasn't this technique tailor-made for him? As for the loss of subsequent chapters, he would worry about that when he reached the golden core stage. For now, he would focus entirely on foundation establishment. I'll take this Disintegrating Fire Divine Nerve Art. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhao Hao spoke directly. How many spirit stones? The steward's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly quoted the price, respectfully reporting to the senior this technique costs 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Hao nodded, drew 2,000 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, and the steward carefully placed them into another storage pouch before retrieving a jade slip from his own bag and handing it to Zhao Hao. Having completed the transaction, he showed no intention of rising. Just as the steward was about to offer some flattering words, that raspy voice spoke once more. All the techniques you mentioned earlier, the 2 orthodox methods, and the foundation establishment portions of the 3 demonic cultivation manuals. I'll take them all. Huh. The steward was utterly bewildered. Staring blankly at Zhao Hao, he failed to grasp what was happening. All of them. What did the senior intend? Orthodox methods and demonic techniques. What path was he actually cultivating? Moreover, the fundamental properties of orthodox and demonic spiritual power were entirely different. Simultaneous cultivation was fundamentally impossible. Zhao Hao offered no explanation, merely gazing at him silently. Uneased by that steady gaze, the steward dared not ask further and hurriedly packed the 6 techniques and 5 cultivation methods, totaling 11 jade slips. Esteemed senior, the total comes to 14,300 low-grade spirit stones. 14,000 low-grade spirit stones will suffice, esteemed senior. Zhao Hao made another casual gesture, and spirit stones piled up across the entire table. Following proper custom, after swearing the severe heart demon oath never to reveal the techniques to outsiders, Zhao Hao collected all the jade slips and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, the gaze behind him, mixed with reverence, confusion, and incomprehension, continued to follow him closely. Zhao Hao paid it no mind whatsoever. He stroked his storage bag, the large pile of jade slips, making his heart burn with excitement. Nearly 20,000 spirit stones gone in one go. Old Gui Jiaoren's life savings, painstakingly accumulated over decades, hadn't even covered a single purchase. If old Gui Jiaoren were still alive and saw his hard-earned fortune squandered so recklessly, one wondered whether the ghost would rise from his grave to curse Zhao Hao as a spendthrift. He quickened his pace, eager to return to his temporary cave dwelling as soon as possible. He was already impatient to see just how powerful the so-called ancient Disintegrating Fire Divine Nerve Art would become after the system's enhancement. However, at the precise moment one of his feet was about to cross the threshold of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, a voice, somewhat hesitant, yet carrying an edge of surprise, suddenly rang out from the second floor of the building. Esteemed fellow Taoist, please hold. Zhao Hao's body stiffened. He stopped in his tracks and slowly turned his head. Zhao Hao halted his steps and slowly turned around. At the stairwell, a man clad in a blue robe leaned against the railing, raising his cup in a silent toast, a gentle smile gracing his face. A man in a long blue robe, appearing to be around 30 years old, stood by the railing with a warm smile, raising his cup to him from afar. Alchemist Wu. The steward on the side sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, dashing to the stairwell in 3 steps and bowing at a 90-degree angle. He turned to Zhao Hao, forcing a fawning smile, and lowered his voice to explain hurriedly, Senior, this is our Baibao Pavilion's specially appointed guardian, a second-rank alchemist, Wu Tang. Alchemist Wu. A second-rank alchemist. Zhao Hao's face was hidden behind his mask, but his mind immediately sounded an alarm. An alchemist's divine sense far surpassed that of his peers. The brief burst of pressure he had released had been detected. Senior Alchemist Wu invites you. The steward made a cautious gesture. Leave? Zhao Hao glanced at the man's effortless aura, then recalled the Baibao Pavilion's background, a nascent soul master. The thought flashed through his mind. Such merchant houses valued reputation above all. Let him speak his piece. Without a word, Zhao Hao strode forward and followed the steward up to the second floor. The second floor was elegantly sparse, furnished only with a simple antique tea table, the air faintly perfumed with sandalwood. I am Wu Tang. Greetings to you, Taoist friend. Wu Tang smiled and clasped his hands. Just now I sensed your aura was profound and far from ordinary, so I took the liberty of inviting you. I hope you'll forgive me. The steward withdrew tactfully, leaving only the two of them on the entire floor. Something on your mind? Zhao Hao rasped out two words, sitting directly on the cushion opposite Wu Tang, without any pretense. Wu Tang personally poured him a cup of hot tea, its refreshing fragrance spreading instantly. Taoist friend, purchasing so many cultivation techniques at once both orthodox and demonic must be for the sake of your family's younger generation. Wu Tang spoke casually, yet his gaze subtly roved over Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao raised the teacup and replied with a question. Alchemist Wu, if you have something to say, speak plainly. This watertight attitude made a glint of admiration flash in Wu Tang's eyes. He stopped beating around the bush, set down his teacup, and his expression grew serious. I am obsessed with the Tao of alchemy, but when it comes to combat, I am utterly mediocre. 1 month from now, at the border of the 4 sects, Extreme Yin Sect, Heaven Sword, Gate, 1000 Buddha Temple, and 10,000 Souls Hall, there is a grand alchemy gathering in Wanxian City. I must attend. However, the roads have been unsafe lately. I wish to hire a powerful Taoist friend to escort me. There it was. Zhao Hao sneered inwardly. After all that probing, this was his true intention. He remained silent, waiting for the offer. Since you are not heading to the front lines of Extreme Yin Sect and Heaven's Sword Gate at this time. Wu Tang's gaze sharpened. I presume you are not a cultivator of those 2 sects. I need a traveling companion and protector. If you are willing, I offer 10 bottles of second-rank green origin pills plus 100 medium-grade spirit stones as remuneration. Upon completion, I will also gift you a Baibao token from our pavilion, granting a 20% discount on purchases. A sharp intake of breath, 100 medium-grade spirit stones. That was a full 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. That old scoundrel Jiao Run, after a lifetime of plundering and risking his life, had a total fortune of no more than 7 or 8,000 low-grade spirit stones and 20 medium-grade ones. He had just squandered the old man's inheritance, and now someone was offering to return a large portion of it. The temptation was immense. In the territory of Extreme Yin Sect, there should be no shortage of foundation establishment cultivators. Why seek me out? Zhao Hao suppressed the turmoil within and asked hoarsely. Because they are not strong enough nor as wealthy as you, Taoist friend. Wu Tang smiled meaningfully. A man who can casually spend over 10,000 spirit stones. I trust he won't stab me in the back for a mere reward. Zhao Hao fell silent. This Wu Tang, though gentle in appearance, was as shrewd as a fox. Yet what truly stirred his interest was another place mentioned in Wu Tang's words. Wanxian City. Indeed. Seeing his interest, Wu Tang immediately began to introduce it. Wanxian City does not belong to any sect. It was founded by a nascent soul senior. Private conflicts are forbidden within the city, and both orthodox and demonic cultivators can trade there. It is the largest rogue cultivator city at the crossroads of the 4 regions. Absolutely neutral, not belonging to any faction. Wasn't this the sanctuary he had been dreaming of? As long as he could escape the northern lands and enter Wanxian City Corp's heart, true person, no matter how far-reaching his influence, could not make a move against him within the city. Are there any restrictions for the alchemy gathering? Zhao Hao pressed. None at all. Anyone who believes they have achieved something in alchemy may participate. Wu Tang shook his head. The grand prize is a genuine foundation establishment pill. Foundation establishment pill. Zhao Hao's heart skipped a beat involuntarily. With his system, as long as he had enough materials, he could envision refining not just second-rank pills, but even a foundation establishment pill himself. This alchemy conference was a stage tailor-made for him. Perhaps it was time to start learning the art of alchemy. I'll take the gamble. He had nowhere else to go anyway, so why not check out Wanxian City? Agreed. Zhao Hao rasped a single word. Excellent. You are indeed a straightforward friend. Wu Tang's face instantly lit up with a smile. He immediately produced a pitch-black beast-hide scroll. This is a demon contract. Let us both sign it, and we can each rest assured. Zhao Hao took it, swept his divine sense over it repeatedly, and confirmed it was merely an equal contract restricting both parties from harming each other. He then pricked his finger, forcing out a drop of essence blood. The blood droplet merged, and the contract transformed into 2 red beams shooting into each of their foreheads. A sense of intangible constraint descended. Pleasant cooperation. Wu Tang put away the contract, now sounding much more sincere. Oh, and one of my good friends, also a foundation establishment cultivator, will be joining us. We'll meet here at noon 3 days from now. Zhao Hao nodded, said nothing, and rose to leave. Returning to his dark temporary cave dwelling, he closed the stone door with a rumble. Removing his mask, he revealed a face still bearing youthful features, yet a trace of contemplation flickered across it. He opened his palm. The voice transmission jade slip Wu-Tang had given him lay quietly in his hand. 3 days. The time was too tight. This Wu-Tang was definitely not as simple as he appeared, and the other companion was also of unknown background. He needed to bolster his self-protection abilities. Zhao Hao's eyes hardened. He sat down cross-legged and summoned the familiar pale golden light panel. Name Zhao Hao Realm Foundation Establishment Early Stage 1100 Spiritual Root Fire Supreme. He moved his gaze downward, preparing to toss the newly acquired technique Jade Slip into the material slot to strengthen his primary cultivation method. But at that moment he noticed that in the status column a line of small text had appeared without his knowledge. Status Demon Contract. Zhao Hao's gaze swept across the status tab on the system panel where the small text reading Tianma Contract stood out particularly glaringly. He tried to drag it with his mind, and to his surprise it actually slid into the materials slot. A thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Now was not the time to deal with this. The priority was to grow stronger. He waved his hand, and with a rustling sound the 12 jade slips he had just purchased from the 100 Treasures Pavilion were neatly arranged before him. He first picked up the jade slip inscribed with the Lihua Yushinjing, extending his divine sense into it for contemplation. After half an incense stick's time the system panel successfully recorded it. Next came the remaining 11 techniques and spells. Several hours later, after the last jade slip was recorded, his techniques and spells tabs had become dazzlingly full. Time to refine. Zhao Hao did not hesitate at all, placing the primary cultivation technique Lihua Yushinjing into the refinement slot. Primary item Lihua Yushinjing Beginner 0-100, refined to Proficient 0-200. Please insert consumable materials. With a thought he dragged the 2 righteous cultivation techniques, Changxing Yuan Dian and Tianyuan Yangqi Ju, along with 3 demonic foundation establishment techniques from the panel right into the materials slot. Refinement success rate 100. Confirm refinement. Ding. Refinement successful. Lihua Yushinjing proficiency increased to Proficient 0-200. Boom. A torrent of power unlike anything experienced before erupted within his meridians and dantian. No longer the cold and sinister energy of the past, but a violent, blazing, purely refined Lihua power brimming with explosive force. The Xianyin spiritual energy that had been residing in his dantian couldn't even resist before this new power being rapidly melted, transformed, and devoured. His dantian spirit, once a profound blackness, was forcibly ignited, transforming into a magnificent crimson gold hue. Zhao Hao could even feel his body temperature rising, as though he were being completely renewed from the inside out. From now on he had no further connection to the techniques of the Yin Sect. Excellent. Feeling the surging Lihua power within his body, he finally had some confidence. Next were his combat spells. Sword Control Technique. Primary item Sword Control Technique Beginner 0-100, refined to Proficient 0-200. He didn't even look, tossing in the 10,000 Swords Technique, Golden Cone Technique, and 3 Demonic Path spells. The Yin Curse Technique, 10,000 Blood Spirit Devouring Technique, and Yin Soul Nail. All at once. Refinement success rate 100. Refine. Ding. Refinement successful. Sword Control Technique proficiency increased to Proficient 0-200. A wealth of experience and techniques on controlling flying swords flooded his mind, but Zhao Hao did not stop. Merely proficient was not enough. These months of life and death battles had taught him that any close call could be the cause of his future death. At least small success. He opened the panel again, sequentially comprehending and recording the remaining 5 spells before refining them individually, making up the shortfall in success rate directly with spirit stones. A pile of spirit stones from his storage pouch vanished instantly. After several spells were refined to proficient level, he fixed his gaze on the Sword Control Technique. Primary item Sword Control Technique Proficient 0-200, refined to Small Success 0-400. Consumable materials Proficient level spells times 5. Refine. Ding. Refinement successful. Sword Control Technique proficiency increased to Small Success 0-400. Even more exquisite and complex sword control experience poured into his mind. His mastery over flying swords had reached a state of perfection. And the 10,000 Swords Technique. Zhao Hao repeated the same procedure, performing another round of operations. Ding. Refinement successful. 10,000 Swords Technique proficiency increased to Small Success 0-400. By now the spirit stones in his storage pouch had been largely spent. But in return he had gained the single target explosive power of the Sword Control Technique and the area of effect attacks of the 10,000 Swords Technique. His offensive capabilities were no longer lacking. On the 3rd day at dawn Zhao Hao appeared in the barren mountains 100 li from the market town. With a wave of his hand, his second stage low-grade spiritual weapon, the Yogu sword, let out a clear ring and hovered before him. He steadied himself, leaped lightly, and and stepped onto it. Hum! The Yogu's sword beneath his feet trembled slightly, carrying him upward with an unsteady wobble. However, the instant his flying sword rose more than 10 zhang above the ground, his body jerked backward violently. A severe sense of weightlessness churned his stomach and sent his head spinning. Damn it! Zhao Hao's face turned pale, his body instinctively going weak, nearly falling off the sword. In a panic, he activated his spiritual energy and forced the sword downward, barely grazing the treetops as he skidded past in embarrassment. His acrophobia from his past life was infinitely amplified at this moment. He never expected that no matter how much theoretical experience he had, his body's instinctive reactions couldn't be fooled. Damn embarrassing. Zhao Hao cursed under his breath, forcing his flight altitude to stay around 3 zhang above ground, hurtling along the ground unsteadily, like a toddler just learning to walk. A Foundation establishment expert flying on a sword like he was driving a bumper car. If Wu Tang saw this, he'd laugh his teeth out. Half a day of intense practice. From initial dizziness to gradual adaptation, Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and pushed past his limits again and again. 10 zhang, 50 zhang, 80 zhang. When he could finally barely hover at 80 zhang high, his heart still pounded wildly, but at least that deathly dizzy feeling was gone. He let out a long breath, looking down at the tiny mountains and forests below, a sense of conquest rising in his heart. It was time. With a thought, he began testing the power of his new spells. Sword control technique. Zhao Hao locked onto a solitary peak 30 zhang high in the distance, pouring his Lihua power into the Yogu's sword frantically. Whoosh! A black sword light flashed and vanished too fast for the naked eye to track. An instant later, the peak of that solitary mountain, without a sound, simply shrank by nearly half. Debris collapsed in silence, dust and smoke rising to the skies. This power, was it more than 10 times stronger than his perfected evil light technique? His gaze shifted again to a dense jungle below. 10,000 swords technique. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air trembled violently, and over 100 crimson gold sword chi condensing from Lihua power materialized in midair, densely suspended at great heights, radiating a terrifying aura that chilled the soul. Go. He pointed his finger, and the sword chi poured down like a rainstorm. Boom, 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 boom. Intense explosions blended into one continuous sound, and that forest was instantly scorched by the sword rain, transformed into a charred wasteland. Along the edges of countless craters, the Lihua fire continued burning fiercely. The overwhelming power instantly dissolved his fear of heights. Zhao Hao finally felt truly at ease. With these 2 small success-level spells, as long as he didn't encounter a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, he could fight, and even counterkill. He withdrew the Yogu's sword, and was about to return to the market town when the transmission jade talisman at his waist suddenly vibrated. He picked up the talisman and infused it with spiritual energy. Wu Tang's gentle voice emerged from it, carrying a subtle undertone of urgency. Fellow Taoist Zhao, my friend has arrived. Let's meet directly at the rocky slope 30 li southeast of the city gates. Don't waste time in the market town. Outside the marketplace, the rocky slope was strewn with jagged stones barren of any vegetation. Zhao Hao, wearing a mask, appeared silently like a wraith under the shadow of a massive boulder. Not far away stood 2 figures. One was a man in blue robes who was Wu Tang, a second-rank alchemist from the 100 Treasures Pavilion. The other was a gray-robed, old man emanating a putrid aura. Foundation establishment initial stage. With a single glance, Zhao Hao made his judgment. That old ghost had 1 foot in the grave. The deathly aura on him was even heavier than the corpse puppets he had seen before. His eyes were murky, and he looked like a formidable character. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you have arrived. Wu Tang, upon seeing Zhao Hao, took the initiative to greet him. He pointed to the old man beside him and introduced, "This is fellow Taoist son, Zhe, the patriarch of a cultivation family. His lifespan is nearly exhausted, and he wishes to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough in Wanxian City. Fellow Taoist son, this is the fellow Taoist Zhao I mentioned to you." Sun Ze's murky eyes swept over Zhao Hao. A grimace more hideous than a cry twisted his withered face, and his voice sounded like 2 stones grinding together. "Fellow Taoist Zhao, I have long heard of you." "Fellow Taoist son," Zhao Hao replied in an equally hoarse voice, acknowledging the greeting. The 3 were lost in their own thoughts, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Wu Tang gave a dry cough, breaking the silence. "Since everyone is here, we should not delay. Let us set off immediately." As he spoke, he was the first to summon a flying sword shimmering with azure light. With a light leap, he landed steadily on the blade. Sun Ze, on the other hand, produced a blood-red flying wheel shaped like a crescent moon. With a swift spin, it expanded in the wind. He tapped his toes and stepped onto it, surrounded by swirling blood energy. Their movements were fluid and effortless. As they channeled their spiritual power, they instantly soared into the sky, shooting straight up into the clouds, and soon hovered at an altitude of 200 zhang. After doing all this, they looked down, waiting for Zhao Hao to follow. But after waiting for a long time, they saw Zhao Hao urging his pitch-black darkbone, sword wobbling up to about 60 zhang, and then stopping. That speed and posture were more like a leisurely stroll in the air than sword flight. Wu Tang and Sun Ze exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Fellow Taoist Zhao. Wu Tang urged his flying sword to descend slowly, drawing level, with Zhao Hao a trace of confusion on his face. Why not fly higher and faster? At this altitude, not only is the spiritual power consumption high, but the speed is also slow. Sun Ze remained silent, merely controlling his blood-red flying wheel to hover on the other side, his cold gaze fixed intently on Zhao Hao as if trying to see through him. Zhao Hao adjusted his control of the sword to appear more stable, then replied unhurriedly in his hoarse voice. Fellow Taoists, what is the current state of affairs? His voice was not loud, but reached both of them clearly. Before they could answer, he continued. The Yin Sect and the Tianjin Sect are fighting so fiercely that brains are nearly spilling out. In the entire northern region, where is there any peaceful place? You fly to 200 zhang high, the sword's light and spiritual energy can be seen from dozens of li away. It's like a lighthouse in the dark night. Aren't you afraid of attracting trouble? Whether we are entangled by patrol cultivators from either side, we will inevitably face interrogation. If we are unlucky enough to attract a golden core cultivator from some sect, would our meager assets even be enough to fill their teeth? After his words, the sky above the rocky slope fell into a brief dead silence. The smile on Wu Tang's face froze. Even Sun Ze's murky eyes flickered with a hint of belated fear. That's right. They had only thought of reaching Wanxian City as quickly as possible, but had forgotten this most critical point. This region was now a huge quagmire of war filled with mad dogs that had killed until their eyes were red. If the three of them Foundation establishment cultivators were discovered, whether they were hunted down by righteous cultivators as demonic cultivators or taken as easy prey by demonic cultivators, their fate would be grim. Especially Sun Ze. His lifespan was short. This journey was to risk his life for a chance not to throw it away. He could not afford any risk. Zhao Hao's words struck a chord within him. Fellow Taoist Zhao is absolutely right. I was careless. Sun Ze was the first to respond, his old face stern and serious. Without another word, he directly controlled the blood-red flying wheel under his feet and plunged downward. Wu Tang also took a deep breath, clasped his hands solemnly to Zhao Hao. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist Zhao. I was thoughtless. With that, he also urged his flying sword and descended. Thus a peculiar scene unfolded. Two experienced Foundation establishment cultivators, who should have been speeding through the clouds, now directly lowered their flight altitude to only 20 zhang above the ground. It was even a full notch lower than Zhao Hao's 60 zhang. With solemn expressions, they carefully flew close to the treetops of the forests and mountains below, as if they were carrying out some desperate secret mission. Watching the two seniors flying below him even more cautiously than himself, Zhao Hao was speechless. At the same time, he inwardly raised his vigilance. These two fellows, though seemingly fooled by him, were actually each more afraid of death and more cunning than the other. Hopefully this journey would go smoothly. Since that's the case, we'll follow this route. Wu Tang took out a map jade slip. The three of them probed it with their divine sense and jointly confirmed the final route. First, head south through the border of the Yin Sect, enter the territory of the righteous sect Qianfu Temple, then follow the chaotic border region where the Qianfu Temple, Wanhan Hall, and Yin Sect meet all the way west to reach Wanxian City. Though this route was a detour, it could avoid the battle lines between the Yin Sect and the Tianjin Sect to the greatest extent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of sword light in an extremely peculiar formation skimmed over the mountains and forests, racing southward. Several days of low-altitude flight consumed much more spiritual power than high-altitude flight. On this day, when the Lihua power in Zhao Hao's Dantian was nearly half consumed, the three of them simultaneously slowed down. 100 li ahead, there is a mortal city called Haishi City, a stronghold at the border between Qianfu Temple and Wanhan Hall. How about we rest there and recover our spiritual power? Wu Tang proposed at the right moment. Sun Ze and Zhao Hao had no objections. However, just as the three of them flew over a mountain peak and caught a distant glimpse of the city's outline, their flight movements all halted simultaneously, hovering in midair. Under the distant sky above the city that should have been inhabited by mortals, 2 thick columns of dense ghostly energy as massive as water barrels were swirling. One black, one gray, like 2 ferocious venomous dragons tightly enveloping the entire city. The sinister wind howled, and the wailing of ghosts could be faintly heard even from dozens of li away. The scene seemed to tell the world that this was no mortal city at all, but a ghost city. The 2 thick streams of dense ghostly chi like 2 ferocious venomous dragons enveloped the entire city in a deathly shroud. The howling of malevolent winds and the wailing of ghosts pierced the soul even from dozens of miles away. A ghost-occupied city. Sun Ze's wrinkled old face tightened, a flicker of wariness flashing in his murky eyes. With his lifespan nearing its end, he feared nothing more than being contaminated by such sinister entities. Just looking at them, he felt as if his remaining vitality was being drained away. Wu Tang's brows also knitted tightly as he halted his flying sword, his expression turning grave. Judging by the density of the ghostly chi, these are no ordinary wandering souls. At the very least, they are two fierce ghosts at the late chi refining stage. Let's take a detour, Sun Tzu immediately suggested. An extra few hundred miles is better than courting trouble. Zhao Hao hovered in the low altitude of 60 zhang, his face beneath the mask utterly impassive. Late chi refining ghosts. Weren't these just cultivation materials delivered to his doorstep? Fellow Taoists, wait a moment. Before his raspy voice had faded in the wind, Zhao Hao's figure had already transformed into a streak of black light charging straight ahead. Midway, he retrieved a banner wreathed in black chi from his storage pouch. It was the top-grade first-rank magic artifact he had obtained from Jia Ruan, the soul-summoning banner. How dare you lowly specters act insolent? The leaf fire power of the Foundation establishment initial stage was poured into it without reservation. The soul-summoning banner expanded violently in the wind. The originally pitch-black banner surface suddenly erupted with intense black light, and a massive black vortex rapidly formed on the banner, unleashing a terrifying suction force that made one's soul tremble. The two fierce ghosts, which had just burst out of the ghostly chi-bearing fangs and claws, instinctively sensed the fatal danger and let out a sharp screech as they tried to flee. But it was too late. The immense suction force, like invisible iron chains, locked them firmly. The two fierce ghosts were dragged until their forms twisted, struggling desperately, with black chi churning on their ghostly bodies in an attempt to resist. Yet before a top-grade magic artifact driven by a Foundation establishment cultivator, their ferocity was instantly overwhelmed by fear. Squeak! The shrill screech was elongated, thin, and sharp. They were like insects caught by an invisible giant hand, helplessly sucked into the vortex on the banner, vanishing without a trace, not even a bubble left. The ghostly chi that had hung over Blackstone City, as if its backbone had been pulled away, rapidly dispersed and dissipated into nothingness. The sky above the city was calm and peaceful. As an alchemist with keen divine sense, he could clearly feel the pure and dominating spiritual power Zhao Hao had poured into the artifact just now. Nothing like what an ordinary initial Foundation establishment rogue cultivator could possess. Sun Tzu was even more dumbfounded. The light of the blood-colored wheel beneath his feet dimmed. Having cultivated the blood path, he was most sensitive to matters of souls. The banner gave him a feeling more sinister than any demonic artifact he had ever seen. Two fierce ghosts comparable to chi refining ninth-layer cultivators gone just like that. What exactly was the background of this fellow Taoist Zhao, who had been flying low and appearing overly cautious? Let's go. Zhao Hao casually returned the soul-summoning banner to his storage pouch, quite satisfied. The soul power of these two fierce ghosts was enough for him to cultivate two soul nails, giving him another underhanded means of dealing with enemies in the future. The three of them restrained their auras and descended slowly into Blackstone City. At the city gate, a middle-aged cultivator in red robes with a chi-refining 7th-layer cultivation was already waiting respectfully with several subordinates. Junior Li Song pays respects to the three Foundation establishment seniors. As soon as he saw them land, Li Song rushed forward with a face full of gratitude and performed a grand bow. Thank you, seniors, for ridding Blackstone City of the ghostly calamity. Zhao Hao glanced at him. This man's aura was insubstantial, and although his expression showed reverence, there was not much fear of impending doom, which stirred a strange feeling in Zhao Hao's heart. Are you the local warden? Zhao Hao asked in a hoarse voice. Yes, senior, that is correct. Li Song's attitude was extremely humble. Since this place is under the jurisdiction of the Qianfu Temple, why do ghosts run rampant without any eminent Buddhist monks coming to exorcise them? Wu Tang could not help but voice the doubt in his mind. Logically, Buddhist techniques were the most effective at restraining evil entities. This was the Qianfu Temple's territory. Such a scale of ghostly activity should not have occurred. Hearing this question, a bitter and indescribably strange expression appeared on Li Song's face. He made a gesture inviting the three to follow, leading the way while explaining. Seniors, you may not know, but the eminent monks of the Qianfu Temple emphasized the word yuan. Yuan. Sun Tzu's hoarse voice was filled with bewilderment. Li Song laughed bitterly, lowering his voice and emphasizing the word yuan. Senior, it's the yuan of yuan fun. Without yuan, they won't easily make a move. Wu Tang and Sun Tzu, being seasoned travelers, immediately understood the implication. You mean spirit stones? Wu Tang's expression became extremely interesting. Li Song nodded awkwardly. To invite a Foundation establishment-level monk, the price starts at least 3,000 spirit stones. Blackstone City is just a mortal city. The city lord's mansion's tax revenue for 3 years barely scrapes together that amount. Wu Tang and Sun Tzu exchanged glances, both shocked by the Qianfu Temple's blatant price tag and shameless behavior. How was this any different from demonic sects demanding protection money? So they just let these ghosts roam outside the city? Sun Tzu frowned. Alas, seniors, you may not know. Li Song sighed, leading them into the city lord's mansion hall where tea had already been prepared, and continued. Actually, those two ghosts were also strange. They only came once or twice a month, each time sucking a portion of essence blood from one or two mortals, making them seriously ill, but never taking their lives. Over time, the city lord's mansion turned a blind eye. After all, no one died, and no one was willing to spend that unjust money. Zhao Hao, who was raising his teacup, suddenly froze. Not taking lives. Only sucking essence blood. This was not a fierce ghost. This was clearly raising blood livestock. Normal ghosts were addicted to blood. Once they tasted it, they would become more vicious, never showing such restraint. This sustainable overfishing behavior must have a master controlling it. Zhao Hao's face beneath the mask instantly turned grim. He immediately transmitted his voice to Wu Tang and Sun Zhe. Something's wrong. These ghosts are raising mortals like livestock. Behind this must be a ghost cultivator pulling the strings. We must be extremely careful. Wu Tang and Sun Zhe, hearing this, tensed up and were about to respond. At that very moment, boom. A powerful and evil initial foundation establishment pressure descended from outside the city without warning, instantly enveloping the entire city. Li Song's hand trembled, and he was pressed down until his knees gave way, nearly falling to the ground in fright. An arrogant voice like a thunderclap resounded throughout the city. Who dares to touch this lord's ghost pets? That arrogant, thunderous voice resounded across the entire city like a clap of thunder. Who dares to touch my ghostly pet? Before the words had even faded, a figure shrouded in dense ghostly aura had already materialized above Blackstone City. The newcomer wore a black robe with golden patterns, clutching a pale banner taller than himself. The oppressive aura of the Foundation establishment initial stage was released without restraint, as if the very air of the entire city had congealed. With a casual wave of the 10,000 Souls banner in his hand, a skyfall of ghostly shadows surged forward. The thin city-protecting formation that had just flickered to life above the city was as fragile as paper. It couldn't hold even a single breath and shattered with a sound. Spare me, senior. Inside the city lord's mansion, Li Song was so terrified, he lay prostrate on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. A bunch of blood cattle raised in a pen. Do you think you're worthy of speaking to me? Today, I'm in a foul mood. Your entire city's living souls will make up for my loss. The black-robed demon cultivator let out a sneer, his eyes brimming with cruelty. He brandished the 10,000 Souls banner violently, and from within it poured a dense mass of ghostly figures, blotting out the sky, ready to unleash a massacre. Let's start with you, ants. The sky, filled with ghostly shadows, hurtled downward, and it seemed the entire city would be turned into a realm of ghosts. Now, at the moment when the black-robed demon cultivator was most deeply immersed in activating his treasure, Zhao Hao struck with decisive force. He made no sound, but his action was more lethal than any words. The minor achievement level of the sword control art was pushed to its extreme. The second-grade lower-rank spirit weapon, the Darkbone sword, didn't even emit a sword hum, turning instead into a pure black thread that silently and soundlessly pierced straight toward the black-robed demon cultivator's back. The black-robed demon cultivator instinctively sensed a lethal chill. In alarm, he forcibly interrupted his spellcasting and shifted his body half an inch sideways at an impossible angle. The black thread flashed by. The entire right arm of the black-robed demon cultivator, the one holding the 10,000 Souls banner, was severed cleanly from the shoulder, blood gushing wildly. My hand. The excruciating pain made him let out a miserable shriek. Seeing this, Wu Tang and Sun Zhe didn't hesitate for a moment, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A cyan flying sword and a blood-colored flying wheel, one on the left and one on the right, transformed into two streaks of light, carrying fierce, killing intent, instantly sealing off all the black-robed demon cultivator's escape routes. Courting death. Shocked and furious, the black-robed demon cultivator formed a hand seal with his left hand, and a bone shield composed of black chi took shape before him in an instant, barely blocking the two attackers' assault. But he was also sent flying backward by the immense force, his internal chi and blood churning, already sustaining internal injuries. He had never dreamed that within this small mortal city there would be 3 cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. Do you know who I am? Seeing the 3 surrounding him in a triangle formation, the black-robed demon cultivator clutched his severed arm and roared, his bluster masking his fear. I am an inner disciple of the Wanhun Hall. If you dare lay a hand on me today, the elders of my sect will surely hunt you down to the ends of the earth, extract your souls, and refine your spirits, condemning you to eternal damnation. The Wanhun Hall. Hearing those 3 words, the light of the cyan flying sword beneath Wu Tang's feet faltered, and the blood-colored flying wheel Sun Zhe was riding slowed by a third. That was the Wanhun Hall, one of the 3 demonic sects of the Northern Lands. A top-tier sect with a nascent soul true lord in its ranks. Every disciple cultivated ghostly secret arts. Their methods were sinister, and they were notoriously protective and vengeful. Offending one was like poking a hornet's nest. Wu Tang's heart tightened. He had only come for the alchemy convention, not to court such a huge trouble. Sun Ce was even more terrified. His lifespan was nearly spent, and he had come searching for opportunities, not for death. Seeing the wariness in their eyes, the black-robed demon cultivator's heart eased, and arrogance and ferocity crept back onto his face. Scared now? Too late. None of you three are leaving today. He believed he had successfully intimidated them. However, in the instant his words fell, in the brief moment of hesitation from Wu Tang and Sun Ce, a black sword light, even swifter and icier than before, flashed past his eyes without warning. The expression on the black-robed demon cultivator's face was forever frozen in that moment of shock and bewilderment. A fine head soared into the air. The headless corpse hovered in midair for a breath before plummeting straight down. Zhao Hao expressionlessly withdrew his dark-boned sword. For him, an enemy with whom a death feud had already been forged. Only a dead man could keep secrets. But just as the headless corpse was about to hit the ground, a sudden mutation occurred. A blood-red, eerie talisman burst forth from the crown of the corpse. The talisman's speed was extreme, as if it disregarded spatial distance, tracing a blood-red line through the air and piercing straight through the protective spirit shield that had formed automatically around Zhao Hao's body. Zhao Hao only felt a chill on his chest, and an extremely cold aura like a clinging bone rot seared itself onto his chest. The soul-chasing seal. It's the soul-chasing seal of the Wanhun Hall. Wu Tang's wary expression suddenly turned to terror, and his shrill voice exploded above the city lord's mansion. Sun Ce was even more frightened, retreating repeatedly, looking at Zhao Hao as if he were already a dead man. Fellow Taoist Zhao Yu. Wu Tang's lips trembled, and he suddenly yanked out the pitch-black heavenly demon contract scroll from his storage bag, ignoring the backlash, and forcibly infused it with spiritual power. Those marked by this seal are doomed to die. The golden core elder of the Wanhun Hall will follow the seal and come. Our contract is hereby void. Boom. The scroll exploded in his hand, turning to ashes. Having done this, Wu Tang didn't even dare look at Zhao Hao again, let alone the demon cultivator's corpse and scattered artifacts on the ground. He mounted his flying sword, and without looking back transformed into a cyan light, fleeing for his life into the distance. Sun Ce, without a word, made his blood-colored flying wheels light surge, and at the fastest speed of his life fled in panic in another direction. The allies who had fought side by side just moments ago scattered in all directions, afraid of being associated with him. In the blink of an eye, only Zhao Hao remained above the city lord's mansion, along with a still warm corpse on the ground. Zhao Hao lowered his head and pulled open his chest. A palm-sized blood-red mark shaped like a ferocious ghost was imprinted on his skin, still writhing faintly, exuding a bone-piercing chill that penetrated deep into his soul. He was silent for a moment, then slowly descended, picking up the 10,000 souls banner and the storage bag on the ground, stowing them away. Then a fireball spell consumed the corpse, the severed arm, and the rolling head. After finishing, he touched the mark on his chest, which seemed almost alive, and then his gaze fell on the pale golden light screen that only he could see. In the status panel, the words Heavenly Demon Contract had faded away, replaced by a brand new and deadly entry. In the status panel, the words Heavenly Demon Contract had faded away, replaced by a brand new and deadly entry. Soul-chasing seal. Zhao Hao tore open his collar and looked down at his chest. The palm-sized blood-red mark in the shape of a ferocious ghost was branded on his skin, still writhing slightly, emitting a bone-piercing chill that seeped deep into his soul. What made his scalp tingle even more was a feeling of being locked on. It was as if from 10,000 miles away a pair of cold, merciless eyes were fixedly staring at him, pronouncing his death sentence. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Hao absorbed all the fierce ghosts that were about to scatter and flee into the spirit-summoning banner. Behind him, the headless corpse, severed arms, and rolling head had already been engulfed by a fireball technique, reduced to ashes. He swept up the pale white soul banner and the storage pouch from the ground, not even glancing at the terrified Li Song, who had collapsed in the city lord's mansion. He directly activated the netherbone sword under his feet, transforming into a streak of black light, and deliberately shot through the air in a direction completely opposite to Wanxian City. This was a psychological game. He had to mislead any potential pursuers and buy himself more time to escape. After flying for dozens of li in one breath as he passed over a stretch of rolling mountains, Zhao Hao's figure suddenly sank downward without any warning. The earth escape art at the perfection stage. His entire being seemed to merge into the earth, and without raising a speck of dust, he silently slipped into the solid ground. Deep underground, there was utter silence. Zhao Hao dove a full 5 li in one breath, surrounded by endless soil and rock, where the immense pressure would be enough to crush an ordinary chi refining cultivator into a pulp. But for him, this place brought unprecedented tranquility. The reason was simple: even a peak golden core cultivator's divine sense could probe at most 3 li into the earth. He did not rush to carve out a cave dwelling. Instead, he directly sat cross-legged, suspended within the earth and stone, and immediately summoned the pale golden light screen that only he could see. Status in the column. The three characters Soul Pursuit seal were like a poisonous tumor radiating an ominous light. Tough it out. That would be suicide. But who said he had to tough it out? Zhao Hao's mind rapidly swept across the system panel, finally settling on a spell he had just bought from the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Soul Nail. With a thought, he directly dragged the spell Soul Nail into the upgrade slot of main item. Main item Soul Nail proficiency 0-200, upgrade to minor success 0-400. Please put in consumable materials. Here it comes. Zhao Hao's mind precisely locked onto the bright red entry in the status column. Soul Pursuit seal. He attempted to drag it with his consciousness. It worked. That deadly seal, actually like an object, was forcibly pulled out of the status bar by him and wobbled its way into the slot of consumable materials. The next second, the prompt on the panel refreshed. Upgrade success rate 100. Seeing this number, Zhao Hao smiled. This so-called Soul Pursuit seal contained a strand of pure divine willpower from a cultivator, and its value was comparable to a minor success level foundation establishment spell. It was more than enough to be used as a sacrificial consumable. Confirm upgrade. He didn't hesitate for a moment. Ding. Upgrade successful. Soul Nail proficiency increased to minor success 0-400. The moment the system prompt sounded, Zhao Hao felt the bone-piercing chill in his chest, along with the deadly feeling of being watched by death suddenly vanish like smoke, as if it had never existed. At the same time, a vast and pure insight into the path of souls mixed with the cultivator's techniques for using soul power flooded into his mind like a torrent. Soul Nail, the secret art, directly reached minor success. Phew. Zhao Hao let out a long breath of turbid qi, and the major threat behind his heart was eliminated. But his tense nerves did not relax at all. Instead, he immediately poured out all the loot he had just captured. In the storage pouch of the black-robed demon cultivator, there were not many spirit stones, only a few thousand, but various ghost refining materials were piled up like a small mountain. This time the target was another trophy. The top-grade first-order magic tool, the spirit summoning banner captured from Jiaoren, and now also filled with a group of fierce ghosts. Main item Spirit Summoning Banner, top-grade first-order upgrade to low-grade second-order consumable materials, upgrade success rate 80, not enough. Zhao Hao frowned, and from his own storage pouch he also threw in the top-grade first-order magic tool, the White Soul Banner, which he had just acquired and hadn't even warmed up yet. Upgrade success rate 100, upgrade. A flash of light passed, and the originally unremarkable Spirit Summoning Banner suddenly had its black chi become extremely deep, with strands of profound runes flowing on its surface, and a wave of spiritual artifact fluctuation, far surpassing before spread out. The Spirit Summoning Banner successfully advanced to a low-grade second-order spiritual artifact. After doing all this, he once again performed the Earth Escape art, and continued to dive deeper. 6 li, 7 li. At a depth of 7 li underground, he changed direction, and traveled another 100 li before finally stopping, then carved out a narrow cave dwelling just large enough for one person, and restrained all his own aura to the extreme. Like a stubborn stone sinking into the deep sea. At the same time, 10,000 miles away, within a grand palace filled with sinister ghostly aura. Wananhal, a middle-aged man in a black gold robe with a sinister countenance, was sitting cross-legged on a ritual altar built from countless wailing skulls, a hint of amused interest on his lips. He was none other than the 9th elder of Wanhan, Li Mingyuan, a mid-stage golden core cultivator and the current duty elder for the past 10 years. In front of him, a brass-colored compass made of copper essence covered with eerie runes suddenly emitted a click sound. The faint red light spot that had been flickering in the center of the compass went completely dark. Soul Pursuit seal. Erased. A flicker of astonishment first passed over Li Mingyuan's face, and then a terrifying fury that made the entire hall tremble violently erupted from him. The Soul Pursuit seal was a secret art of his Wanhan Hall, infused with the cultivator's original divine will. Not to mention a mere foundation establishment cultivator, even a golden core early-stage cultivator once branded would be absolutely impossible to erase in a short time. Unless the other party had a secret treasure that could block heavenly secrets, or had used some forbidden method, he didn't know. But either way, to him, to Wanhan Hall, it was a great humiliation. Good. Very good. Li Mingyuan laughed in extreme anger, his voice icy. I want to see which reckless fool dares to touch my Wanhan Hall's disciple, and also erase the Soul Pursuit seal. His figure instantly vanished from the altar. The next moment he had already appeared outside the mountain gate of Wanhan Hall. Without using any magic tool, he merely shook his body and transformed into a streak of black light of extreme speed, tearing through the sky and flashing toward the direction of Haishi City. 3 hours. For a cultivator, it was merely a brief session of meditation. For Li Mingyuan at this moment, those 3 hours constituted an unprecedented humiliation since he had stepped onto the golden core path. The revered soul-chasing seal of the Wanhan Hall, the very mark of pursuit, had been cleansed utterly within a quarter hour. The sensation was no less than a resounding slap to his face delivered in broad daylight. The leisurely mindset he had maintained in hunting down the murderer had long been incinerated by a towering inferno of rage. The escape light beneath his feet was no longer a casual stroll. It transformed into a black streak tearing through the sky, its speed escalating with each passing moment. The fierce wind howled past his ears, yet it could not carry away a shred of the bone-chilling murderous aura that clung to him. After an unknown span of time, Blackstone City had arrived. Li Mingyuan's figure hovered above the city, and his golden core divine sense, like an immense, boundless net, instantly enshrouded the entire city. A faint trace of combat energy still lingered in the air. His gaze precisely locked onto the chi-refining level 7 cultivator within the city lord's mansion, who was trembling on the ground prostrate from the overwhelming pressure of his golden core might. "You come here." The voice was not loud, yet it carried an irresistible compelling force. Li Song within the city lord's mansion felt his body stiffen, and then against his will he floated upward, suspended in terror before Li Mingyuan. Spare me, senior." Li Mingyuan did not even glance at him, his withered hand directly pressed down on the crown of Li Song's head. Soul search. In a few breaths, Li Song's soul dissipated into wisps of smoke, vanishing into the air. Li Mingyuan's expression darkened to an extreme. 3 figures. One was an old ghost with a decaying aura cultivating the blood path. One had a serene aura resembling a proper righteous cultivator. The last wore a mask with a slender frame and an aura so indistinct that it was a shadowy, elusive figure. It was the masked one who had committed the murder. From the fragmented memories of Li Song, Li Mingyuan could even feel the sharpness and decisiveness of that single sword strike. Good, very good. To dare act with such ruthless violence, knowing full well he was a disciple of my Wanhan Hall, shows you truly hold my hall in contempt. In his fury he laughed instead. With a flicker of his form, he followed the direction Zhao Hao had first taken, transforming into a black rainbow that vanished from the horizon in an instant. Yet an hour later, when Li Mingyuan had meticulously searched over 1,000 miles in every direction and found not a single trace, he finally realized he had been played for a fool. That masked brat had been misleading him from the very beginning. Ah, damnable little wretch. Impotent rage erupted into a roar that split the skies. His form abruptly reversed course, returning to the sky above Blackstone City at a speed even greater than before. "If I can't find you, I will still make you bear this boundless karmic consequence." He first produced a mirror-shaped artifact adorned with a yin-yang fish pattern. With his right hand, he gathered an extremely faint wisp of breath, infused it into the white part of the yin-yang fish, then drew a wisp of his own aura and placed it into the black part. He immediately activated the mirror artifact. The yin-yang fish pattern spun at high speed, forming a transparent light shield that encased his entire body. Then the third-grade Wanhun banner in his hand unfurled with the wind. In an instant, black clouds pressed down upon the city, filled with the wails of ghosts and the howls of spirits. Tens of thousands of living souls were forcibly torn from their physical bodies, turning into howling streaks of light, all sucked into the Wanhun banner. From an angle invisible to ordinary mortals, the baleful energy of this citywide slaughter converged upon Li Mingyuan. However, the karmic threads unseen by the city's inhabitants were refracted through the transparent light shield of the yin-yang fish mirror artifact, directing toward Zhao Hao's hiding place. Within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Blackstone City had become a true dead city. After completing this, Li Mingyuan's fury did not abate in the slightest. Instead, he set off in pursuit of the direction Wu Tang and Sun Zhe had fled. This time he did not come up empty-handed. Half a day later, 2 souls turned to ash in his palm. Wanxian City, wearing a mask. Surname Zhao, is it? Li Mingyuan murmured to himself, his sinister eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. His form vanished once more, this time heading directly westward toward Wanxian City. Meanwhile, 7 miles beneath the earth, 100 miles from Blackstone City, Zhao Hao, like a lifeless stone, melded perfectly with the surrounding soil and rock. He had completely sealed off his 5 senses, severed all connection with the outside world, and entered a mysterious, profound state of suspended animation. Here it seemed as if time itself had no meaning. Unbeknownst to him, less than half a day after he entered this state, a violent golden core divine sense, like a catastrophic storm, swept across the ground above his head. That divine sense was tyrannical, penetrating 5 miles into the earth, turning every inch of the mountain range upside down, yet it ultimately failed to reach the forbidden zone of divine sense at 7 miles. But a depth of 7 miles was the divine sense forbidden zone for golden core cultivators. A catastrophe that could have ground him to dust brushed past him in this silent, unaware stillness. He did not know that a bloody slaughter sweeping across tens of thousands of miles was being set in motion because of him. On the westward path, Li Mingyuan moved like a walking god of death. The first to suffer was the mortal city of Wanhua. Li Mingyuan descended, unfurled the Wanhun banner, and within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the entire city's 100,000 souls were all turned into wailing nourishment within the banner. The second was a cultivation clan within the Thousand Buddha Temple's domain Li family fort. The Li family's ancestor was merely at the foundation establishment mid-stage, and the clan's grand protective array was like a sheet of paper before Li Mingyuan shattered by a casual strike. From foundation establishment elders down to mortal servants, over 3,000 souls, none survived. The infamous title of city-destroying demon spread like the most virulent plague across the borderlands between the Thousand Buddha Temple and Wanhun Hall. Panic took root in the hearts of all cultivators. In a mere 10 days, Li Mingyuan had slaughtered 7 cities and 2 market towns. The ghostly qi on the Wanhun banner in his hand had grown to an astonishing density, subtly showing signs of advancing to the 3rd grade mid-tier. And his own baleful aura had reached its peak. On this day he descended above a large market town named Anyang. This was the last proper cultivator settlement on his projected route. He was convinced that the brat named Zhao must be somewhere along the way, perhaps already a soul in his Wanhun banner. At this point the slaughter was merely a continuation of his venting rage of being toyed with and a mindset of, since I'm here, I might as well reap some rewards. Li Mingyuan had long since grown tired of searching. He reveled in the terrified and despairing expressions of the countless cultivators below, deciding to enjoy this feast of slaughter in the most direct way. He raised the Wanhun banner in his hand. Ghastly shadows that blotted out the sun, accompanied by shrieks that pierced the soul, poured down like a black flood bursting through a dam. At that critical moment, a calm, distant yet crystal-clear Buddhist chant echoing in the hearts of all pierced through every ghostly wail. Umatba. The moment the sound fell, a warm golden light blazed from the western horizon. That golden light, like the first ray of dawn, instantly pierced the thick, ghostly qi that enshrouded the entire city. The ferocious, ghostly shadows bathed in the golden light emitted piercing screams as they melted and dissolved like snow under a scorching sun. Li Mingyuan jerked his head up, his gaze locked onto the direction from which the golden light emanated. Within the golden radiance, a young monk clad in a simple gray robe and holding a string of Bodhi beads had appeared out of nowhere 10 miles ahead of him. The monk bore a solemn and majestic countenance, his eyes shining like stars in the heavens. Facing Li Mingyuan, he placed one hand behind his back and raised the other in a palm gesture before his chest. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unyielding authority. Benefactor laid down the butcher's knife and turned back to the shore. Turned back and reached the shore? Ha ha ha. Li Mingyuan seemed to have heard the funniest joke under heaven, his maniacal laughter shaking the ghostly qi in the sky, causing it to surge. You bald donkey, you sure know how to talk pretty. In my eyes, these mortals are nothing but cultivation resources. What difference is there between them and the wild grass in the mountains or the livestock in the forest? It is only natural for me to take them. The young monk Wuxiang gently shook his head, the sorrowful look in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a glint of golden fury. Benefactor, you have massacred several cities and fallen too deep into the demonic path. The young monk Wuxiang, bathed in golden light, gently shook his head and said no more. Behind him, 100 zhang tall, Vajra Dharma manifestation, with 3 heads and 6 arms, eyes wide with rage, rose from the ground. Sacred, solemn, yet brimming with destructive power. Playing tricks. Li Mingyuan sneered disdainfully, but alarm bells were already ringing loudly in his heart. He fiercely shook the 3rd-tier 10,000 souls banner in his hand. Ghost King, come forth. From within the banner, a ghost king with an aura at the early golden core stage roared and charged out, its massive ghostly body turning into a black shadow, hurtling straight toward Wuxiang. Meanwhile, several thousand li away from Anyang Market, 7 li deep underground, in a narrow cave dwelling that had just been opened, Zhao Hao recovered from his breath-concealing state. 10 days had passed. In his mind, the previous little disturbance should have long subsided. What he did not know was that his actions of erasing the tracking mark and fleeing in the opposite direction to mislead his pursuers had thoroughly enraged a Golden Core Grandmaster who had already stirred up a bloody storm of massacring several cities in the northern lands. He was even less aware that the ominous karma of millions of people had been deflected and bound to a different target by Li Mingyuan using a Taiji mirror artifact. He habitually glanced at his system panel. The next moment, he froze completely. Status cursed with karmic recompense. A line of small blood-red characters abruptly appeared in the status bar, exuding an ominous aura. Karma. Recompense. Zhao Hao's mind buzzed. He was clearly hiding deep underground, isolated from the world. How could he have inexplicably become entangled with such a mysterious and unfathomable thing? Could the source be the 10,000 Souls Hall disciple he had killed 10 days ago? He had clearly handled it thoroughly, even destroying the tracking mark with the system. How could this still happen? The 10,000 Souls sect still had such outlandish methods to attach karmic recompense to him from afar. A chill shot up from Zhao Hao Saul straight to the top of his head. This feeling of being out of control was more terrifying than any visible enemy. Above Anyang Market, facing the Golden Core Ghost King, with its overwhelming ferocity, Wuxiang simply formed a simple hand seal before his chest with one hand. Om Mani Padme Hum. He chanted the mantra, and the 100-jong Vajra Dharma manifestation behind him simultaneously raised one arm and struck out with a palm. In the center of the huge golden palm, a brilliant swastika Buddhist seal materialized out of thin air, bursting with golden light. Sizzle! The once arrogant ghost king was struck head-on by the Buddhist seal, letting out a scream of utmost agony. Its solid, ghostly body melted away in large patches under the Buddhist light, like hot oil splashed on snow, emitting billowing black smoke, and the ghostly aura instantly diminished by more than half. What a... The sneer on Li Mingyuan's face froze. This ghost king of his had been refined from tens of thousands of living souls over 100 years of painstaking effort. Any ordinary early golden core cultivator would be helplessly beaten when facing it. Yet before this monk, it couldn't even withstand a single move. The Great Sun Vajra Sutra. You are no ordinary monk. You are the Buddhist prince of the 1,000 Buddha monastery. Li Mingyuan finally recognized the origin of the opponent's technique, and his confidence as a mid-golden core cultivator against an early one vanished. This technique had a natural suppressive effect on pure ghost cultivators like him. No need to fight to the death, flee. This single thought remained in Li Mingyuan's mind. He feigned an attack, transformed his body into a stream of black qi, and was about to use a secret technique to escape far away. Benefactor, why not come back to the monastery with me for a discussion? Wu Xiang had already seen through his intentions. He suddenly pressed his palms together, and the Vajra Dharma manifestation behind him made the same gesture. With a minor divine ability, Vajra Demon Subduing Seal, he struck out mightily. A golden palm print larger than a mountain instantly sealed off all space within a 10 li radius, leaving no escape, and pressed down upon Li Mingyuan's head. A minor divine ability. You really are the Buddhist prince. The breath of death swept over him, and endless madness surfaced in Li Mingyuan's eyes. Explode. At the critical moment, he roared and suddenly detonated the golden core ghost king that had been severely wounded by the Buddhist light. Boom. A terrifying energy comparable to the self-destruction of a golden core cultivator instantly erupted under the massive golden palm print. The ghost king was annihilated on the spot, and Li Mingyuan was also struck hard by the residual waves of the divine ability. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly withered to its lowest point. Wu Xiang was about to activate the Dharma manifestation for a finishing blow to completely slay the demon. But at that moment, Li Mingyuan shot a venomous glare at Wu Xiang, a look of determination flashing across his face. He actually hurled the third-tier 10,000 souls banner, which had lost its golden core main soul, fiercely toward Anyang Market below. The spiritual energy fluctuation on the banner was extremely unstable. He was going to self-destruct the artifact. Even Wu Xiang's palm strike toward Li Mingyuan faltered slightly, its power weakening by a level. That momentary pause. Li Mingyuan used the last shred of his strength to barely block this attack. But his already severely injured body could no longer withstand it. With a loud crash, it shattered inch by inch, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. At that moment, a dull glowing golden core carrying a storage pouch shot out from the blood mist, turning into a barely perceptible bloodline that disappeared into the sky in an instant. Seeing this, Wu Xiang frowned. The giant hand of the Dharma manifestation reached out and grabbed the 10,000 souls banner that was about to explode. Boom. The power of the artifact's self-destruction directly shattered the giant Dharma manifestation's hand, but Anyang Market was ultimately saved. Looking in the direction where the bloodline had disappeared, Wu Xiang let out a faint sigh. In a remote mountain range several thousand li away from Anyang Market, a young cultivator seemingly no more than 20 years old with cultivation at the 9th level of qi refining was swiftly traveling through the forest. Suddenly a bloodline shot into his body. His body stiffened violently, and an ice-cold will to the extreme brutally invaded his sea of consciousness. No. The young cultivator's consciousness only had time to let out a mournful cry before being completely devoured. He fell stiffly to the ground, convulsing violently. Moments later, he slowly rose from the ground. On that young face, however, appeared a boundless hatred and venom that was completely incompatible with his age and identity. Li Mingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling this pitifully weak qi refining body and the golden core that had dimmed due to forced escape, his hatred could not be suppressed. He gnashed his teeth, speaking each word with a voice hoarse like a demon returning from hell. Zhao, the bald donkeys of 1,000 Buddha monastery. Just you wait. 7 miles deep beneath the earth, utter silence reigned. Status burdened by karmic retribution, a line of small blood-red characters had appeared in the status bar, exuding an ominous aura that seeped into the marrow. Zhao Hao's temples throbbed violently. He couldn't stay put. He had to go see for himself. Unable to sit still any longer, he immediately executed the earth escape technique, his form silently passing through the thick layers of rock and soil, returning to the surface. His first move was to head for Haishi City. Half an hour later, as Zhao Hao emerged from the earth dozens of miles away, he saw in the distance numerous birds circling above Haishi City. No smoke from cooking fires, no human voices. Dead silence. He swiftly approached, stopping a mile from the city gate, and cautiously extended his divine sense into the city. The next moment, a surge of bile rose to his throat, which he forcibly swallowed. Inside the city, not a single living soul remained. Street vendors still lay in the poses they had been selling goods, their eyes not even closed. In the tavern, diners lay scattered, the wine still and the cups on the tables. Having witnessed the soul-drawing scenes of the Extreme Yin Sect before, Zhao Hao understood that everyone's souls had been extracted. What a madman! Zhao Hao's voice was hoarse. That pursuer from the 10,000 Souls Hall, unable to find him, had gone mad and butchered an entire city. That was tens of thousands of lives. At that moment, he finally understood exactly how the blood-dripping line burdened by karmic retribution had appeared on his system panel. He was no saint, nor had he ever considered himself a good person. But these tens of thousands of beings had died because of him, and this huge, unjust burden pressed down on him, making his chest feel suffocatingly tight. That wasn't the key point. The most crucial point was that if this karma representing immense slaughter were for a demonic cultivator, it might even be beneficial. Some demonic cultivators actually gained from it. But if he was cultivating righteous techniques when he advanced in the future, he would probably be struck dead by heavenly tribulation. Damn! Zhao Hao cursed under his breath, the frustration and anger in his heart nearly bursting forth. He killed people, and the karmic retribution falls on me. Where the hell is the justice in this? But after a moment's thought, he placed the spell Yin Soul Nail into the enhancement slot, and the material slot actually displayed the option of karmic retribution. He tried selecting karmic retribution, and the next moment the enormous success rate in the millions startled him. This karmic retribution was actually a good thing. Keep it for now. He could no longer stay in Haishi City. He didn't dare to fly toward the originally planned Wanxian City for fear that the Golden Core demonic cultivator might have laid traps along the way. After a moment's deliberation, he changed direction and flew toward the territory of the Qianfu Temple. Now, with his techniques completely switched, his body was filled with purely fire energy devoid of any demonic sects in coldness. Heading to righteous territory might be safer. 3 days later, a large market town called Qiandu bustled with noise and crowds. Zhao Hao, wearing a mask and suppressing his cultivation to the 7th layer of qi refining, blended into the crowd and entered a celestial tavern. He needed to gather some intelligence. Just as he found a corner to sit down, the conversation of a neighboring table of cultivators reached his ears. Have you heard? That city-destroying demon has finally been vanquished. A burly man with a full beard took a big gulp of wine, lowering his voice, but unable to hide his excitement. Really? That fiend was a Golden Core elder of the 10,000 Souls Hall. Absolutely true. It was personally executed by the Buddhist son of Qianfu Temple Master Wuxiang. The bearded man spoke with reverence. My brother-in-law is in Anyang City, and he saw it with his own eyes. That day, dark clouds pressed down on the city, ghosts wailed, and spirits howled. Everyone thought they were doomed. Then the Buddhist son descended from the sky with 100 Zhang Vajra behind him and scattered the fiend's soul with a single palm strike. Long live the Buddhist son! The tavern erupted in cheers. Zhao Hao, holding his teacup, perked up his ears. City-destroying demon. This scene felt strangely familiar. He pricked up his ears and continued listening. As the conversation at the neighboring table unfolded, one appalling bloodbath after another was pieced together. In the past half-month, the Golden Core demonic cultivator of the 10,000 Souls Hall, for reasons unknown, had gone mad, traveling from the northern border westward, slaughtering 7 mortal cities and 2 cultivation markets, killing over 1 million beings. Wait. Traveling westward. Zhao Hao's heart skipped a beat. This route overlapped significantly with the path he had previously planned. Could it be? The karma on his panel was so dark red, it was nearly black, as if about to drip blood. This was far beyond what killing a single city's mortals could produce. Unless the karma of 1 million beings had also fallen upon him. At this thought, Zhao Hao's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Thank heavens he's dead, thank heavens. He could only comfort himself that with the greatest threat eliminated, he would have room to maneuver. But no sooner had this thought arisen than an even more critical problem sent goosebumps erupting across his skin. Buddhist son, Qianfu Temple. He was now carrying this almost tangible karma right into the territory of Qianfu Temple. Wasn't that like walking straight into the line of fire? What if he encountered a senior Buddhist monk who took one look at him? A walking collection of millions of karmic retribution, and without a word used a mighty divine dragon to purify him. Where would he even go to complain? No way. Absolutely not. The territory of Qianfu Temple was now more dangerous than a dragon's den. Zhao Hao's resolve solidified instantly. Now that the Golden Core demon was gone, he had to get to Wanxian City as fast as possible. That neutral celestial city where righteous and demonic cultivators mingled and a nascent soul elder presided was his best haven. There no one cared whether you were bathed in Buddha's light or burdened by karma. Decision made. Zhao Hao dropped a few spirit stones, rose and left without a moment's pause. Meanwhile, a city even more magnificent and bustling than Anyang Market. Wanxian City. At the city gate the flow of people was like a river. Righteous cultivators, demonic overlords, and wandering cultivators toiling. All kinds of people gathered here, yet all obeyed the one rule: no private fighting within the city. A young cultivator with an ordinary face wearing the most common blue robe followed the crowd and slowly entered the city gate. He appeared to be only in his 20s. His cultivation just stabilized at the early foundation establishment stage, utterly unremarkable. He paid the entry fee, received a temporary identity token, and went through the entire process in silence and compliance. But as he looked up at the tower called 100 Treasures Pavilion, within the city a flash of deep bone-penetrating venom and hatred utterly incongruent with his youthful age flickered across his eyes. That Zhao bastard. Those bald donkeys of Qianfu Temple. The reincarnated Li Mingyuan, having taken over a new body, uttered these two phrases in a voice only he could hear, each word distinct. He withdrew his gaze, buried all his hatred deep within, merged into the crowd, and his figure quickly disappeared into the bustling prosperity of Wanxian City. Within the western district of 10,000 Immortal City, in a temporary cave dwelling where spiritual energy was sparse, Zhao Hao sat cross-legged on the icy stone bed, slowly exhaling a scorching breath of turbid qi. He spread open his palms, which had grown a full size larger, sensing the explosive power within his body and the lingering sense of awkwardness that refused to fade. 10 days. To completely transform his appearance, he had spared no expense, purchasing over a dozen bottles of blood essence pills meant exclusively for body cultivators. Substances not meant for normal consumption, each one detonating a volcano within his body. Bones stretched, muscles reassembled. Without a body cultivation technique to guide him, there were several times he believed the violent energy would tear him apart. The excruciating pain of forced bone elongation, the torment of muscle tearing and reorganization. There were moments he thought the savage power would burst him from within. But in the end he endured. The result: from a slender youth, he had been forcibly stretched to over 8 feet, his frame now sheathed in solid sinewy muscle. The price was that the last few spirit stones in his storage pouch had nearly run dry. And this was not the end. To eradicate all traces, he went all out, sacrificing the second-grade spirit artifact, Yogu's short sword, a gift from his master that had accompanied him through numerous battles, along with the second-grade soul banner captured from Jiarun as enhancement materials permanently destroyed by the system's rules. Now suspended across his knees was a brand new second-grade flying sword, its entire body a blazing crimson, with a phoenix totem seeming to flow along the blade. Even the new 10,000 soul banner inside his storage pouch had been enhanced through the same method, sacrificing his original soul banner and erasing every possible mark. 10,000 soul banner, second-grade lower-tier spirit artifact. From physical appearance and Dharma power aura to magical equipment, the present Zhao Hao shared no connection with his past. Even if his master Shixin Jinren stood before him, he would never recognize that this burly masculine body cultivator with a robust aura was once the frail heavenly spiritual root disciple. He had regained a sense of safety, but the pressing poverty within his pouch allowed him no rest. I must familiarize myself with this body immediately. Zhao Hao rose but misjudged his strength. With a crack, the stone slab beneath his feet split apart. Frowning, he pushed open the stone door, and a streak of crimson light tore through the spiritual mist of the cave dwelling, soaring into the sky. The long-absent sensation of weightlessness came, and the newly refined fire phoenix sword beneath his feet wobbled slightly. His past life's fear of heights still lingered, causing him to instinctively tense every muscle. Fortunately, his solid foundation in the sword control art at the minor achievement realm allowed him to quickly stabilize. The wind howled past his ears, the pavilions and towers below receded rapidly. The oppression of escape and scheming long suppressed seemed to dissipate in that moment. Zhao Hao's taut nerves, strained for over 10 days, finally relaxed a little, and he even began to savor this long-lost freedom. Yet just as his mind was most at ease, a sudden change occurred. From behind a magnificent floating pavilion on the right, a streak of emerald sword light, swift beyond measure, shot out without warning. Too fast. For a normal foundation establishment cultivator, they would have passed each other smoothly in the blink of an eye. But the sword light seemed intent on squeezing past him, choosing an extremely awkward trajectory. Zhao Hao's mind reacted, but his new, bulky body still carried a hint of sluggishness. He instinctively tried to veer left, but his foot exerted too much force. The fire phoenix sword hummed, failing to turn immediately, and instead stalling for a split second. That instant was all it took. Clang! A piercing metallic clash exploded in the air. A tremendous force transmitted from the sword, his protective spiritual shield activated, instantly flickering wildly under the violent impact. He staggered in midair, nearly thrown off the fire phoenix sword. Yet Zhao Hao's foundation in the sword control art remained, his feet clamped onto the sword like iron pincers, and with frantic movements, he traced a crooked arc through the air, barely regaining his balance. His heart pounded wildly. Damn, he'd been rear-ended. Zhao Hao looked up stiffly, anger surging, but abruptly swallowed it when he saw the other party. Not far ahead, a flying sword of lustrous jade green, elegantly crafted, hovered in the air. The mere sight of a pigeon egg-sized blue gem set in the hilt radiant with spiritual light made Zhao Hao's eye twitch violently. How many spirit stones was that worth? His gaze traveled up the sword. Standing on it was a woman in a celestial blue palace gown. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her stunningly beautiful face, now covered in a layer of frost, her phoenix eyes glinting with murderous intent as she glared at him. What made Zhao Hao's heart sink further was that when he scanned her with the Qi observation art, her spiritual energy fluctuation was far more profound and solid than his own, a newly broken through initial foundation establishment. Middle foundation establishment. And her foundation was solid, no fraud. He couldn't win. He couldn't afford to compensate. Those 6 words flashed through Zhao Hao's mind instantly. Just as he was considering whether to play dead, the woman's icy voice crashed down. Do you even watch where you fly your sword? Your sword-flying posture with eyes wide open is indeed smoother than mine, Zhao Hao said through gritted teeth, his face dark. Though he couldn't win, he would never bow his head and admit fault. His current body cultivator appearance combined with that sarcastic remark carried an unusual intimidation. The woman clearly hadn't expected this brute-looking fellow to have such a sharp tongue. The frost on her face thickened, a murderous glint flashed in her phoenix eyes, and her hand unconsciously reached for the storage pouch at her waist. But she glanced at the direction she was heading, and the fury in her eyes was eventually replaced by a trace of urgency. You're lucky. I have urgent business today, and can't be bothered with you. The woman snorted coldly, tossing out a face-saving remark, then her emerald flying sword flashed, bypassing Zhao Hao as she prepared to depart in a streak of light. Her haste made it look as if a golden core cultivator were chasing her. Zhao Hao breathed a sigh of relief, eager for this noble lady to leave. But just as the woman turned to accelerate, a palm-sized warm white jade token slipped from the silk cord at her waist and silently fell downward. Hey, you dropped. Zhao Hao instinctively started to call out, but swallowed the words. He watched as the emerald sword light shrank to a distant speck and vanished over the horizon. Zhao Hao silently extended his hand. A gentle suction force emitted, and the jade token about to plunge into the buildings below spun back and landed firmly in his palm. The token felt warm and smooth, carrying a faint medicinal scent. On the front, 3 ancient seal characters were carved: Spirit Medicine Pavilion. On the back was a pattern of a cauldron, and beneath it a small character, Xian. Zhao Hao rubbed the token, his mind racing. Spirit Medicine Pavilion. That wealthy woman was in a hurry and had come from such a place. He squeezed the jade token, feeling its warm texture, and weighed it in his hand. Perhaps he had found a direction for his first startup capital in 10,000 Immortal City. Within the temporary cave dwelling of the western district of Wanxian City, where spiritual energy was so thin it was nearly negligible, Zhao Hao toyed with a smooth white jade token between his fingers. It had fallen from that blue-robed female cultivator. The jade token felt fine and exquisite in hand, of extraordinary quality, and still carried a faint herbal fragrance that could soothe the mind. The most pressing matter now was how to survive in this immortal city. Zhao Hao stepped out of the cave dwelling and wandered for a while through the chaotic mix of the city, his ears filled with all kinds of clamor. Have you heard? The Alchemy Grand Assembly begins its preliminary selection in 3 days. Nonsense, who doesn't know that? This time the top prize is a genuine foundation establishment pill. Alchemy Grand Assembly. Foundation establishment pill. Zhao Hao's steps halted abruptly. A mad plan instantly took shape in his mind. He immediately turned around, changed into the plainest gray robe, donned a bronze mask that blocked detection, suppressed his aura firmly to the 7th layer of Qi refining, and walked straight into the largest intelligence trading center in Wanxian City, the All Affairs Pavilion. I want to know all the information about this Alchemy Grand Assembly in the city, Zhao Hao said to a drowsy old man with a goatee behind the counter, his voice lowered to a hoarse rasp. The old man didn't even lift his eyelids, lazily extending 5 fingers. 50 spirit stones. What a ripoff. Zhao Hao cursed inwardly, but nonetheless reluctantly counted out 50 spirit stones and pushed them over. This was nearly all the liquid capital he had left. The old man swept the spirit stones away, then slowly handed over a jade slip. Zhao Hao took the jade slip, extended his divine sense into it, and a vast amount of information flooded into his mind. First, the Alchemy Grand Assembly was organized by the Wanxian City Lord's Mansion in conjunction with several major chambers of commerce, like the 100 Treasures Pavilion and the Spirit Herb Pavilion, held once every 10 years, inviting all alchemists from the northern lands to participate. The assembly consisted of 3 rounds. The first round, the preliminary selection. It would begin in 3 days, last for 3 days, and could be taken at any time at the Wanxian Tower. Participants only needed to refine a first-grade pill of at least lower quality on the spot to pass. The second round of formal competition. Starting from a first-grade top-quality pill, they would progress step-by-step refining pills from second-grade lower quality middle quality to upper quality according to the pill formulas. The quality must be at least lower grade. Successfully refining a pill of lower quality allowed advancement to the next round. The third round, the creativity round. If after refining the second-grade upper quality pill more than 3 participants remained, a tiebreaker would be held. The organizers would provide a fragmentary pill formula and a corresponding pill. The contestants had to reverse engineer the complete formula and successfully refine the pill. The final ranking would be determined based on the pill's quality. And the top prize was indeed a genuine second-grade top-quality pill, the Foundation Establishment Pill. The Foundation Establishment Pill could increase the success rate for a Foundation Establishment perfected cultivator attempting to break through to the golden core bottleneck. A lower quality pill increased it by 20%, and a top quality pill could increase it by a full 50%. This was an irresistible temptation for any Foundation Establishment cultivator. No wonder intelligence said that the top orthodox and demonic sects of the northern lands had sent their most outstanding alchemy prodigies to participate. Cultivation is a path of striving. Without striving, why cultivate at all? Zhao Hao exited the All Affairs Pavilion, his originally somewhat bewildered eyes now filled only with a wolf-like determination. He plunged straight into the 100 Treasures Pavilion of Wanxian City, heading directly for the alchemy equipment section. A copy of detailed explanation of first-grade pills, and the materials corresponding to the 5 most common first-grade pill formulas within it, 10 portions of each. The cheapest first-grade lower-quality alchemy furnace. He rushed to the 100 Treasures Pavilion, purchased a copy of detailed explanation of first-grade pills, the materials for the 5 common pill formulas within it, and a first-grade lower-quality alchemy furnace. When he came out of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, the spirit stones he had looted from Jia Run and the demon cultivator of the 10,000 Souls Hall were nearly depleted. If this path didn't work, he wouldn't even be able to afford next month's cave rent, and he would become the first Foundation Establishment cultivator to be shamefully expelled from the Immortal City. Back in the cave, Zhao Hao immediately activated the cave's restrictions and spread all the purchased items on the table. He first opened the detailed explanation of first-grade pills and found that a thick chunk at the beginning covered the basics of alchemy. From the identification and medicinal property evaluation of thousands of spirit herbs to various techniques for controlling alchemical flames, and finally, to a dozen common first-grade pill formulas. Fortunately, a cultivator's memory far surpassed that of ordinary people. In less than half an incense stick's time, he had memorized the basic alchemy content of the detailed explanation of first-grade pills. Then he flipped to the end and found the simplest pill for a beginner, the Anidia pill. Formula: Azure Spirit Grass, Dewdrop Flower, Earth Condensed Poria, Clear Spring Lotus Seed, and Nectar Dew. All were common 1 to 2-year-old spirit herbs. Following the diagrams in the book, Zhao Hao drew in the weak earth fire inherent to the cave, then sequentially added 1 portion of the ingredients into the furnace. He extended his divine sense, sensing the fusion and transformation of the liquid within the furnace. After 1 incense stick's time, with a muffled puff, a pungent burnt smell spurted from the furnace's outlet. The first batch failed as expected. Zhao Hao was not discouraged. He opened the furnace and saw, instead of emptiness, 6 dark impure pills lying inside. According to alchemy texts, these were called waste pills of lower quality than even lower-grade pills. Swallowing them would bring more pill poison than medicinal effect. However, the moment he saw these waste pills, the familiar pale golden light screen suddenly appeared before him. Alchemist First-Grade Beginner 0100, Pill Anidia Pill Beginner 1100, it worked. Just as he had thought, alchemy skills could also be recorded in the system panel. He immediately grabbed a waste pill, and with a thought dragged it into the enhancement box. Main item: Anidia Pill Waste Enhanced to lower. Please insert consumption materials. Zhao Hao's heart leaped, and he immediately began to experiment. He first inserted a lower-grade spirit stone. Enhancement success rate 100. Indeed, spirit stones were universal, but they were also what he lacked most right now. He then removed the spirit stone and selected a waste pill to place in the material slot. Enhancement success rate 20. As with enhancing other items, items of the same kind were the best sacrifices. But to his surprise, he found that the herbs for making Anidia pills, Azure Spirit Grass, Dewdrop Flower, and others, could also be placed in the material slot. He selected a sprig of Azure Spirit Grass. Enhancement success rate 10. Then he selected a Dewdrop Flower. Enhancement success rate 12. And herbs used for other pills could not be used as enhancement materials. Zhao Hao's eyes grew brighter and brighter, his breathing turning rapid. What did this mean? It meant that as long as he had a finished pill, he could even reverse engineer the complete formula by trying different herb combinations. Wasn't this a tailor-made bug for the final creativity round of the Alchemy Grand Assembly? He hesitated no more, throwing all 5 remaining waste pills into the material slot. Enhancement success rate 100. Confirm enhancement. A flash of light, and the 6 waste pills vanished. In their place appeared a perfectly round, faintly fragrant lower-grade Enidia pill. Zhao Hao pinched this pill, sensing the pure medicinal power, but his face showed little joy. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the furnace, the pill, and the scant remaining herbs. A lower-grade Enidia pill sold for half a lower-grade spirit stone in the market. And the material cost for that batch of Enidia pills was also about half a spirit stone. An extremely bold plan, one that could help him quickly establish a foothold in Wanxian City, began to grow wildly in his mind. Zhao Hao's consciousness sank into the system's luminous interface, directly dragging the term Alchemist First Order Novice 0100 into the main enhancement slot. Then he opened the empty material panel. An option suddenly appeared before his eyes. Fasting Pill Novice 1100. Selected. Enhancement success rate 20. Just as he had anticipated. The proficiency of a pill could be used as material to enhance the alchemist rank, but a single pill only provided a 20 success rate, far from sufficient. Zhao Hao wasted no time plunging headlong into the tedious task of alchemy. Qi gathering pill, healing pill, detoxification pill, spirit recovery pill. He attempted to refine each type one by one. For consecutive muffled puff sounds and 4 batches of pitch-black waste pills were freshly produced. But this was enough. On the system panel, the proficiency of those pills had all been successfully illuminated. Qi gathering pill Novice 1100. Healing pill Novice 1100. Zhao Hao once again dragged the alchemist rank into the main slot. This time he hesitated, no longer tossing the proficiency of all 5 pills into the material slot in one go. Enhancement success rate 100. Confirm enhancement. Boom. A vast yet clear torrent of knowledge instantly surged into his mind. The medicinal properties, ages, mutual synergies, and antagonisms of thousands of spirit herbs. Countless arcane alchemical principles became as innate to him as his own instincts. He even had the illusion that given sufficient spirit herbs he could deduce entirely new pill formulas from scratch. Alchemist First Order Proficient 0200. Success. Zhao Hao suppressed his excitement and picked up the jade slip to review the crafting process of the fasting pill. This time, even when relearning the method for refining the fasting pill, the steps that had once required strenuous comprehension now seemed simple and clear, and he could even identify several areas for optimization. Before he even began, the data on the panel jumped on its own. Fasting Pill Novice 20,100. Simply by using the jade slip to relearn the fasting pill's refinement, his proficiency had increased by 20 points. The universal alchemical theory of the proficient level alchemist had already covered part of the fasting pill's crafting experience. Zhao Hao immediately set to work, beginning to refine a second batch of fasting pills. The entire process flowed like water without the slightest obstruction. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the furnace trembled lightly, and 6 pills rolled out. Among them one was perfectly round, exuding a rich fragrance of medicine, a lower-grade pill. The remaining 5 were still waste pills. Fasting Pill Novice 30,100. With the experience bonus from the proficient level alchemist, one batch of pills added 10 points to the fasting pill's proficiency. Zhao Hao had a clear idea and stopped wasting time, continuing to refine batch after batch. When the 9th batch was complete, the progress bar finally filled. Fasting Pill Proficient 0200. He refined the 10th batch again. When the pills were formed, the number on the panel gently jumped. Fasting Pill Proficient 1200. Just as I thought. Zhao Hao understood completely. A first-order proficient level alchemist rank allowed him to quickly master the novice-level proficiency of first-order pills. Once the pill's proficiency also reached proficient, that rapid boost was gone. He followed the same method, spending half a day to grind the proficiency of the other 4 pills, all to proficient. When he once again sacrificed these 5 proficient-level pills to the system, the alchemist rank rose accordingly. Alchemist First Order Adept 0400. Zhao Hao casually picked up a batch of qi-gathering pill materials and opened the furnace again. This time the 6 pills that rolled out of the outlet contained not a single waste pill. 4 were lower grade, and 2 even reached middle grade. Success. Alchemy is really as easy as it gets. Zhao Hao muttered to himself. He calculated the cost. One batch of lower-grade qi-gathering pills sold for 5 or 6 spirit stones minus the material cost of 1 spirit stone, netting a profit of 4 to 5 spirit stones. But now that he was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, such a meager profit wasn't even enough to fill his teeth. Time was his most precious resource. A single qi-gathering pill sold for only 1 spirit stone. A Meridian Impulse pill could sell for 15 spirit stones. And a second-order lower-grade Azure Essence pill taken by Foundation Establishment cultivators was worth a whopping 200 spirit stones. The profit margin was vastly different. To earn spirit stones quickly, the target had to be high-grade pills. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, a mysterious figure wearing a bronze mask quietly appeared in the pill market of Wanxian City. He rarely spoke to others, had a robust build, and his aura indicated the perfection of qi refining. Every time he appeared, he would sell several bottles of astonishingly high-quality pills. All of them were middle grade, occasionally mixed with 1 or 2 upper grade pills. At first, some harbored malicious intentions, but in 3 days no one had ever seen him leave the city. Zhao Hao was like a spinning top that never stopped running back and forth between his cave dwelling and the shops. Refining pills, selling pills, buying herbs, and refining again. His alchemist rank, fueled by a sea of spirit stones and herbs, soared all the way from adept to master. The spirit stones in his storage pouch also swelled back up at a terrifying speed, breaking through the 10,000 mark. One day Zhao Hao had just stepped out of a shop called Qingdan Hut when his storage pouch gained a jade slip recording the detailed explanation for refining the second-order pill, Azure Essence pill. However, a piece of bad news also came. In Wanxian City, all spirit herbs over 100 years old had recently become extremely scarce, with prices skyrocketing and being completely unavailable. All had been collected by the city lord's mansion and several major merchant associations to prepare for the upcoming alchemy grand assembly. It seems I won't be able to start refining second-order pills anytime soon. Zhao Hao put away the jade slip, looking at the over 10,000 spirit stones that had amassed again in his storage pouch, feeling greatly reassured. Since they couldn't be bought on the market, he would refine them at the alchemy grand assembly. With the enhancement system, he was naturally invincible in this alchemy grand assembly. Today was the day of the preliminary selection for the alchemy grand assembly. He changed into a cyan-colored robe, controlled his cultivation aura to the early foundation establishment stage, and walked toward the most magnificent building in the city center, the Wanxian Tower. The first floor of the Wanxian Tower was already a sea of people. Hundreds of alchemy furnaces were arranged in 10 rows with rolling heat waves and a rich fragrance of herbs. Many cultivators surrounded the area, pointing at the focused alchemists inside. The requirement for the preliminary selection was simple: successfully refine 1 first-order lower-grade pill in a single furnace. For most alchemists, this was not difficult. Just then a huge uproar burst out from the crowd. "Look, it's a Meridian Impulse pill. Heavens! 6 pills in 1 furnace, 3 of them upper grade and 3 middle grade. At this level, he could probably contend for the top 10. Why is he even participating in the preliminary selection? Isn't that bullying?" Zhao Hao followed the crowd's gaze. He saw a young cultivator with an ordinary face standing before a furnace in a corner, calmly putting 6 pills into a jade bottle. The man wore an unremarkable cyan robe, and his cultivation was barely stabilized at the early foundation establishment stage. His movements were unhurried, yet they exuded a master's composure. Under the gaze of everyone, he simply nodded to the steward in charge of registration, and then turned and disappeared into the crowd, as if the uproar he had caused meant nothing. The surrounding murmurs continued. "Who is this? I've never heard of him before. I heard someone say his name is Li Ming." Li Ming. Zhao Hao frowned slightly. He felt he had heard that name somewhere before. At the registration desk for the Wanxian Tower preliminary selection, a bustling crowd thronged, and the air was thick with the complex fragrance of various medicinal herbs intermingling. Zhao Hao stood in the long queue, his burly physique and fierce aura, making him an incongruous figure among the mostly slender, refined alchemists. The gazes cast upon him were mostly curious and appraising, as if observing a body cultivator who had wandered onto the wrong set. At last it was Zhao Hao's turn. The old man with the goatee who was in charge of registration lazily lifted his eyelids, glanced at Zhao Hao, and swept his gaze over the foundation establishment, pressure emanating from him, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Name, and which pill do you intend to refine?" "Zhao Hao, fasting pill." Zhao Hao's voice was not loud, but it fell like a stone into a still pond. For an instant the registration area fell silent. The old man with the goatee, who had been half squinting, widened his eyes a bit, and confirmed again, "Taoist friend, you are sure? The fasting pill, eh?" The fasting pill was a first-grade basic pill, usually used by novice alchemy apprentices for practice. A foundation establishment cultivator attending a grand alchemy gathering and choosing to refine this in the preliminaries. Was he here to cause trouble, or to be a joke? "I'm sure." Zhao Hao remained expressionless. "Heh." A suppressed snicker came from behind Zhao Hao. The one who laughed was a young cultivator, also at the early foundation establishment stage, dressed in an exquisite brocade robe, an undisguised sense of superiority hanging on his face. He exchanged a glance with another companion behind him, the contempt in his eyes almost overflowing. The old man with the goatee twitched the corner of his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He finished registering Zhao Hao and handed him a wooden token engraved with a number and a sealed set of materials for the fasting pill. "Take the materials and go to one of the vacant cauldron spots over there." Zhao Hao took the items and turned to leave, completely ignoring the mockery behind him. As soon as he left, the brocade-robed cultivator stepped forward, his voice just loud enough for everyone around to hear. "Steward, I choose the Meridian Impulse pill." The Meridian Impulse pill, a first-grade superior pill. At these words, many alchemists around cast approving glances. Now this was the proper attitude for attending a grand alchemy gathering. The companion behind the brocade-robed cultivator hesitated briefly, then gritted his teeth and said, "I also choose the Meridian Impulse pill." Zhao Hao found a vacant spot not far away and stood there. The two men collected their materials and unexpectedly walked straight to the two empty spots on his left, clearly intending to show off their skills right in front of him. The brocade-robed cultivator even shot Zhao Hao a provocative glance, as if to say, "Watch closely, country bumpkin, and let me show you what a real alchemist looks like." Zhao Hao stroked his chin, and a glee arose in his heart. Since he was to disguise himself as a body cultivator who knew nothing about alchemy, he might as well play the part thoroughly, using the crudest method to completely conceal the traces of his system. First, he made a show of cleaning the cauldron, drawing in the geomagnetic fire and preheating the cauldron. However, in the next moment, to everyone's utter astonishment, Zhao Hao directly dumped the 5 kinds of spiritual herbs, green spirit grass, jade, dew flower, and earth-condensing poria, all at once into the cauldron. With a boom, a blaze of fire burst from the cauldron. "What the hell is that? How you refine a fasting pill?" Some alchemists' eyes nearly popped out. But that wasn't all. Zhao Hao grabbed the 2 ear handles on the sides of the cauldron, exerted himself with a sudden force, and lifted the heavy cauldron bodily. Then he began to toss the cauldron. Yes, just like a mortal chef stir-frying vegetables, he frantically tossed and flipped the cauldron. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy cauldron seemed weightless in his hands, flying up and down, producing rhythmic collision sounds from within. What is this guy here for? Was he a chef in his previous life? Oh my heavens, I've been alchemizing for 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen alchemy like this. Is this alchemy or stir-frying? Crazy, absolutely crazy. A foundation establishment cultivator comes to stir-fry spiritual herbs. Wanxian City truly has all sorts of wonders. The entire first floor of Wanxian Tower was instantly drowned in laughter. The 2 brocade-robed cultivators who had originally been waiting to watch the show were laughing so hard they nearly forgot their own cauldrons. "Senior brother, is this fool a monkey's envoy? Never mind him. He's probably a body cultivator from some backwater mountain village, not right in the head. Let's just focus on our own alchemy." The brocade-robed cultivator restrained his laughter and began to focus on processing his own medicinal herbs. This comical scene naturally also caught the attention of many important figures in the private rooms on the second floor. In a private room hung with light blue gauze curtains, a woman dressed in a sky blue palace gown was listlessly watching the preliminaries downstairs. When she saw Zhao Hao's alchemy technique, which could only be described as performance art, she couldn't help but utter an eh. Her beautiful eyes revealed a curious expression. Time ticked by. For a full quarter of an hour, Zhao Hao kept repeating that ridiculous, tossing the cauldron motion. Downstairs, laughter had already erupted, and many alchemists, distracted by watching him, lost control of their cauldron's heat, producing bursts of burnt smell. Just as everyone expected him to stir-fry a pan of black charcoal, Zhao Hao's movements suddenly stopped. He steadily placed the cauldron back on the geomagnetic fire, and then amidst a sea of mocking gazes, he lifted the lid with a single motion. There was no rolling black smoke as imagined, nor any pungent burnt smell. Instead, an extremely rich, even slightly sweet herbal fragrance like a storm instantly swept through the entire hall. What kind of fragrance is this? Can a fasting pill smell like this? Everyone's laughter came to an abrupt halt, and they stared fixedly at Zhao Hao's cauldron. At the bottom of the cauldron lay 6 pills quietly. Each one was round and plump, entirely emerald green, with even a faint layer of elixir aura shimmering on their surface. Elixir aura. It's the elixir aura that only superior grade pills have. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. Superior grade fasting pills. 6 pills in one cauldron, every single one superior grade. How is this possible? With that stir-frying technique. The 2 brocade-robed cultivators closest to Zhao Hao had their mouths wide enough to hold an egg, utterly dumbfounded. They completely forgot about the state of their own cauldrons. Puff. A muffled sound and a puff of black smoke shot out from the brocade-robed cultivator's cauldron, the strong, burnt smell instantly overwhelming the tempting pill fragrance. His face changed. He frantically tried to salvage the situation, but it was too late. Opening the lid, 6 scorched charcoal-like wasted pills silently mocked his incompetence. His companion beside him was not much better. With his mind in turmoil, he barely managed to condense a single low-grade Meridian Impulse pill of the poorest quality, the rest all wasted. He barely passed the preliminary, breaking out in a cold sweat. He could not understand. As a second-grade alchemist, he had nearly failed due to distraction. Yet this chef, before him using such an absurd technique, had actually refined an entire cauldron of superior-grade pills. The facts were right before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe. Not just him, but at least half of the alchemists present had their minds thrown into disarray by Zhao Hao's miraculous operation. For a moment, the sounds of exploding cauldrons and muffled thuds of wasted pills rose one after another, leaving the entire selection site in chaos. Zhao Hao, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He put the 6 superior-grade fasting pills into a jade bottle and looked at the goatee steward, who was already standing there dumbfounded. The steward swallowed hard and nodded mechanically, confirming his pass. Zhao Hao put away his wooden token, and under the countless gazes of shock, confusion, and awe from the entire venue, turned and walked out of Wanxian Tower. From beginning to end, he never cast another glance at those two clowns. On the second floor inside a private room hung with light blue gauze curtains. The woman in the sky blue palace gown watched Zhao Hao's tall, burly silhouette disappear through the doorway and set down her teacup. Her stunning face no longer held the earlier listlessness, instead a deep interest took its place. So it's him. Zhao Hao returned to his cave, dwelling the stone door, crashing shut behind him, cutting off all the noise from the outside world. His unconventional alchemy technique during the preliminary trials, resembling someone tossing wok over fire, was enough to divert everyone's attention to his bizarre methods, thereby masking his use of a golden finger cheat to reinforce pills. The more outrageous and anomalous his behavior appeared, the better it concealed the true system he relied upon, which was precisely the effect he desired. Nevertheless, he understood clearly that the high-grade Bigodan remained merely a first-rank pill. It could impress observers, but would never yield substantial resources. He settled back onto the stone bed and began counting through his storage pouch. These past few days of unceasing alchemy and selling had allowed him to accumulate over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This fortune was sufficient to ease his material concerns for the immediate future. What mattered most now was not to continue crafting first-rank pills for spirit stones, but to elevate his alchemical prowess as swiftly as possible. After all, if he could produce higher-quality pills and then enhance them with his golden finger, the value generated per batch would increase substantially. He composed himself and resumed practicing those first-rank pills that a peak first-rank alchemist could rapidly advance to mastery. Time slipped away quietly through these monotonous refining sessions. Just as Zhao Hao was refining a batch of spirit-replenishing pills, his divine sense, skillfully guiding several medicinal liquids to slowly merge, a thought struck his mind without warning. If pill proficiency could enhance an alchemist's level, if failed pills could be sacrificed to reinforce successful ones, then what about the medicinal herbs themselves? The moment the thought emerged, it took root like wild grass, overtaking the field, consuming his entire focus. His attention faltered just slightly, and the spiritual energy within the furnace spiraled out of control. The delicate equilibrium between the medicinal liquids shattered instantly, causing a violent explosion. A thick wave of burnt aroma erupted from the furnace's exit. A batch of pills worth considerable value was ruined in an instant. Yet Zhao Hao didn't even glance at it. Moving like someone possessed, he casually swept away the charred residue from inside the furnace, his gaze burning with nearly manic intensity. With great care, he withdrew a Qingling grass from his storage pouch. Though only 13 or 14 years old, sufficient for crafting spirit-replenishing pills, this herb could also serve as one of the primary ingredients for second-rank Qingyuan Dan if aged properly. He dragged the Qingling grass into the system panel's main item slot, then retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from his pouch and placed it in the materials slot. Enhancement success rate 100. Zhao Hao's heartbeat skipped a beat at that moment. Confirm enhancement. A flash of light descended and the Qingling grass in the main slot visibly enlarged, its color deepening to a vibrant emerald while the medicinal fragrance intensified. Item Qingling grass, 26 years. It worked, truly worked. Zhao Hao's breathing grew heavy as his heart hammered against his ribs with frantic energy. Suppressing his euphoria, he didn't pause and immediately placed the 26-year Qingling grass into the enhancement slot. This time, he loaded 5 low-grade spirit stones directly into the materials section. Enhancement success rate 100. Light flared again, and the grass's roots thickened while the veins on its leaves sharpened into clear definition, its vital energy nearly overflowing. Item Qingling grass, 52 years. Zhao Hao's eyes brightened with each passing moment, as though an inexhaustible mountain of gold lay spread out before him. Without hesitation, he deposited the 52-year Qingling grass into the main slot one final time. This time, he committed 25 low-grade spirit stones in a single move. Confirm enhancement. A resonant hum echoed as brilliant light erupted across the panel, far surpassing any previous display. As the brilliance faded, a spirit herb of pure jade green hue rested silently in the enhancement slot, its leaf edges edged with a faint golden shimmer. The refreshing medicinal fragrance threatened to spill beyond the panel's boundaries, infusing the thin spiritual environment of the cave dwelling with an atmosphere of pure botanical essence. Item Qingling grass, 104 years. A true century-old spirit herb, something so effortlessly manifest under his hands. Zhao Hao withdrew the 100-year Qingling grass from the system space and cradled it in his palm. Its abundant, purified, wood-spirited energy brought a profound sense of clarity to this fire attribute cultivator. Staring blankly at the spirit herb, his thoughts drifted to the other primary ingredients required for second-rank Qingyuan Dan. The ice crystal fruit demanded 80 years of cultivation. The condensation dew flower required 90 years. Could I already refine second-rank pills? He murmured, his voice carrying a tremor he hadn't even noticed himself. No longer hesitating, he promptly enhanced each primary ingredient for Qingyuan Dan, using spirit stones, bringing them to the exact ages specified in the pill recipe. Once all materials were prepared, he ignited the furnace and began refining the first batch of second-rank pills of his life. His divine sense probed inward, sensing the medicinal liquids, far more potent than any first-rank elixirs, churning and colliding within the vessel. The process proved far more arduous than he'd imagined. Second-rank pill refinement was leagues apart from first-rank work. Maintaining equilibrium among dozens of medicinal liquids alone nearly drained his every ounce of focus. After a long incense stick's duration, a dull thud echoed as black smoke billowed from the furnace. Failure. Yet Zhao Hao showed no discouragement. His fingers fumbled as he lifted the furnace lid, revealing 6 charred, cracked pills resting motionless at the bottom. Failed pills. Though they were failures, they were unmistakably Qingyuan Dan failures, meaning henceforth he would never again worry about the age requirements for high-grade spirit herbs. As long as he had sufficient spirit stones, he could obtain whatever year age of herbs he desired. He immediately glanced at the system panel. Qingyuan Dan Beginner 0100, a brand new entry successfully illuminated. But gazing at the unyielding proficiency, Zhao Hao pondered. A peak first-rank alchemist refining a second-rank pill doesn't even earn a baseline experience point. His lips curved into an extraordinarily strange smile. An idea 100 times more mad than enhancing spirit herb ages surged through his mind. He dragged the alchemist first-rank peak 0800 entry into the main enhancement slot. Then he accessed the materials slot and selected the newly unlocked Qingyuan Dan Beginner 0100, placing it inside. Enhancement success rate 100. The moment he saw this figure, his heart nearly leapt from his throat. This was a revelation, a magnificent surprise. Using second-rank beginner pill proficiency to enhance a first-rank peak alchemist level somehow yielded 100% success rate. This was practically a bug designed specifically for him. Enhance. He pressed confirm without the slightest hesitation. Blinding light flashed, and Zhao Hao grunted in pain. It felt as though a white-hot branding iron had seared an alchemical treasure trove directly into his mind. Countless knowledge fragments, refining techniques for first-rank pills, formula modifications, medicinal property analysis, rushed in with excruciating force. Alchemist first-rank perfection, success. Braving the piercing pain in his divine sense, Zhao Hao paused briefly before tossing the newly enhanced century-old spirit herbs into the furnace, beginning his second batch of Qingyuan Dan. This time armed with perfection-level first-rank alchemy expertise as his foundation, his control over furnace fire and medicinal properties had elevated by more than a single tier. Though the process remained arduous, it was markedly more manageable than before. The pill formation. Upon lifting the furnace lid, 6 failed pills still lay inside. Yet this time the system panel displayed dramatic changes. Alchemist second rank beginner 0100. Qingyuan Dan beginner 1100. Ha ha. In the silent cave dwelling, Zhao Hao could no longer contain his elation, letting out a hearty laugh of pure joy. He had succeeded. In merely 2 batches of pills, he had risen from a first-rank alchemist to a genuine second-rank alchemist. Staring at the newly unlocked alchemist's second-rank entry on his system panel, his eyes burned ever brighter. A bolder, more avaricious scheme began to take root in his mind. What if I could obtain a third-rank pill recipe? Zhao Hao visited 3 of the most imposing commercial buildings in Wanxian City. In each case, when he proposed to purchase a third-grade pill formula, the manager's expression turned extremely peculiar, as if looking at a delusional fool. Fellow Taoist, a third-grade pill formula is a strategic resource reserved for Golden Core elders. You want to buy this? The shopkeeper of a pill store didn't even lift his head, fiddling with the spirit stone bracelet in his hand, and continued speaking. Let alone the formula, even the finished product only appears occasionally at the annual auction of the auction house, and each time, it must be exchanged for heavenly treasures. It cannot be measured by spirit stones. The steward of another merchant guild waved his hand, frantically unwilling to listen to Zhao Hao any further. After repeated setbacks, Zhao Hao's heart sank halfway. It seemed that trying to reach the sky in one step was impossible. He had just turned the corner when a tumultuous roar of voices rushed out from a 5-story luxurious pavilion not far away. It's open. It's open. The second round odds are out. Who are you betting on? Do you even need to think? I'm betting 300 spirit stones on Fairy Xiansu. She'll pass with her eyes closed, a ruddy-faced cultivator shouted. Someone nearby immediately sneered. Are you stupid? Fairy Xiansu is the chief alchemist of the Lingyao Pavilion. For a second-grade alchemist to refine a first-grade pill is like picking something out of a bag, effortless. Someone nearby immediately sneered. Are you stupid? Fairy Xiansu is the chief alchemist of the Lingyao Pavilion. For a second-grade alchemist to refine a first-grade pill, isn't it like taking something out of a bag? Exactly. Wanxian Fong doesn't do charity business. A celestial gambling house. Zhao Hao paused, looked up at the plaque with its flamboyant calligraphy. Wanxian Fong. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped inside. A wave of clamorous heat mixed with the crisp clink of spirit stones rushed toward him. A servant at the late chi refining stage immediately approached, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Hao's burly knotted muscles, then politely clasped his hands. "Senior, you look unfamiliar. Are you here to try your luck at the Alchemy Grand Assembly? How does it work?" Zhao Hao boomed, his voice rough. The servant rubbed his hands together and skillfully explained. "Wanxian Fong is an establishment of the City Lord's Manor. It opens betting for every round of the assembly. In this second round, the first test is for a first-grade top-grade foundation establishment pill. Passing it means winning. You can choose an alchemist from the list to bet on." As he spoke, he handed over a jade slip. "Place your bets, and the chips are final. Recognize the token, not the person." Zhao Hao probed with his divine sense, and a list of names with images and odds appeared. Li Ming odds 1-1-1. Notes: in the preliminary round, he refined 3 high-grade pills in 1 furnace, gaining fame. Xian Su odds 1-1. Notes: chief alchemist of Lingyao Pavilion, top contender. Seeing Xian Su's stunning face, Zhao Hao recalled the jade token with the character Xian in his storage pouch. So it was her. He continued scrolling down, and soon his own name appeared prominently. Zhao Hao odds 1-2. Notes: in the preliminary round, he refined high-grade Anidia pills using a stir-fry frying method. His technique was bizarre, suspected to be a body cultivator. Odds of 1-2. Isn't this free spirit stones? Zhao Hao tore the storage pouch from his waist and slammed it heavily on the counter. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, all on me to advance. The entire hall's clamor seemed to be choked off by an invisible hand. A dozen gazes stabbed over, simultaneously staring at the pouch full of spirit stones on the table. 10,000. Is he crazy? I remember. He's that stir-fry cook from the preliminary round. 10,000 spirit stones. He's betting his entire fortune, even his underwear. He's really risking his life. The servant behind the counter's hand trembled, nearly dropping the jade slip. He swallowed hard, quickly counted the spirit stones using his storage pouch, and handed over a gold-rimmed token with both hands. Zhao Hao took the token, didn't even glance around, turned, and walked out of Wanxian Fong. The next day, the second round of the Alchemy Grand Assembly officially began. On the first floor of Wanxian Tower, after the preliminary elimination, fewer than 300 alchemists remained. The test of this round was the Foundation Establishment Pill, the first-grade top-grade pill with the lowest success rate and highest difficulty. None of those standing here were weak. Zhao Hao received his materials and the pill formula jade slip, then chose a seat in the most remote corner. A few zhang to his left front was Xian Su, surrounded by admirers. 2 seats to his right was Li Ming with a gloomy expression. Before the echo had faded, all the alchemists had already smoothly activated the earth fire and begun purifying the medicinal liquids. Only Zhao Hao stood motionless in front of his pill furnace, holding the jade slip, reading it for a full quarter of an hour. Murmurs from the stands drifted down. He's reading the formula after the competition started. Is he here to clown? Grandstanding. A foundation establishment pill has over 30 spiritual herbs and hundreds of temperature variations. Does he think it's stir-frying Anidia pills? Not until many others had already begun fusing their medicinal liquids did Zhao Hao put down the jade slip and roughly stuff all the spiritual herbs into the pill furnace at once. Boom. The earth fire shot up 2 feet high, scorching the bottom of the furnace red. Within less than half a cup of tea's time, a series of muffled explosions came from inside the furnace. The lid trembled violently, and a thick, burnt smell madly rushed out through the pill outlet. It's going to explode. Explode. I knew it. This brood is a joke. The gamblers in the stands, who had been tempted by the odds and followed Zhao Hao's bet, turned pale instantly. Some were so angry they started cursing. At the critical moment, Zhao Hao reached into his storage pouch and grabbed a large handful of low-grade spirit stones, over 100 of them, and actually lifted the furnace lid and threw them straight in. At least a dozen alchemists across the floor who were in the middle of condensing pills were startled by this divine operation, causing dull thuds of failed pills from their furnaces. Who opens the furnace midway through alchemy? Who uses spirit stones as medicinal ingredients? Zhao Hao was muttering meaningless syllables, his palms covered in crimson spiritual power, and he fiercely slapped the scorching furnace with a series of bang 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 sounds. To outsiders, he seemed to be trying to suppress the rampaging spiritual power inside the furnace in the most brutal way. In reality, his mind had already locked onto the pale golden light screen in his vision. Main item: Foundation Establishment Pill, failed pill upgraded to low grade. Consumed materials: low-grade spirit stones, x100, failed pills, x5. Upgrade success rate 100. Confirm. A light that only he could see flashed deep inside the furnace and vanished. A dull, strange sound came from within the furnace. Everyone instinctively shrank their necks, thinking it had really exploded this time. However, the expected explosion didn't occur. Alas, it's ruined. Many around shook their heads and sighed. That sound clearly meant a furnace of charcoal. Zhao Hao looked as if he had expended a lot of energy, his face slightly pale. He staggered back a step, appearing shaken. Trembling, he opened the furnace lid, and a thick medicinal fragrance immediately spread out. It was a pill. Dull earthy yellow in color, lusterless, and even somewhat uneven in shape. But it was indeed a formed low-grade pill. The supervising steward immediately stepped forward, examined it with a magical artifact, and announced with a slightly trembling voice. Low-grade Foundation Establishment, Pill 1. Passed. Passed. An eerie silence fell over the crowd. That manager's faint "passed" was like a lit fuse, instantly igniting the entire Wanxian pavilion. Holy shit. He actually made it. Low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill. He used spirit stones as spiritual herbs, and actually refined it. What kind of unorthodox method is this? I've been refining pills for 30 years, and today, I finally saw something eye-opening. Countless gazes converged on Zhao Hao, stripped of all mockery, filled only with incomprehensible astonishment. They couldn't understand it, but they were deeply shaken. Even the perpetually aloof Fairy Xian Su turned her head at this moment. Her near-perfect high-grade pill had already been extracted, yet she still couldn't fathom what those juggling-like alchemy techniques of his were all about. Meanwhile, Li Ming, a young alchemist who had always worn a sullen expression, carefully studied Zhao Hao's muscular frame, his eyes filled with scrutiny and bewilderment. Zhao Hao took a heavy breath, feigning a relieved manner, and with slightly unsteady steps handed the low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill to the manager for registration. Since he had learned alchemy on the spot, he was the last to finish among all the alchemists. After the manager announced the rules for tomorrow's competition, Zhao Hao didn't even glance around and headed straight for the Wanxian Market across from Wanxian Pavilion. When Zhao Hao's burly figure blocked the entrance of Wanxian Market, the noisy clamor inside gradually subsided. Numerous gamblers' gazes fell upon him in unison. It's him, the guy who stir-fried and refined pills during the preliminaries. Why is he here? Didn't his furnace explode? Chill. Keep your voice down. I just came from over at Wanxian Pavilion. He passed. His refining method could produce a Foundation Establishment Pill. Zhao Hao ignored the whispers and pushed through the crowd in silence. Right now, he was a victorious body cultivator with a hot temper. Arrogance was a must. He strode to the counter and slammed that gold-rimmed token onto the tabletop with a sharp clap. Cash it in. His voice was loud and resonant, making the attendant behind the counter flinch. Upon recognizing the token and Zhao Hao's face, the attendant immediately donned a servile smile. Soon a manager personally rushed out from the back hall, respectfully presenting a storage bag with both hands. Venerable one, your 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, not a single one short. Please count them. Zhao Hao took the storage bag, swept it with his divine sense, nodded in satisfaction, and casually stuffed it into his robe. This entire sequence of rough movements set off another eruption. 20,000. He really won 20,000 spirit stones. Damn it. 10,000 became 20,000. If I had only known, I would have bet along with him, even if it were just 100 spirit stones. Just then the crystal wall at the center of Wanxian Market flickered, and the odds for the next round of betting were updated. The second match of round 2, refining a second-grade low-grade soul condensation pill. Look at the odds. Fairy Xian Su is still 1-1, and that Li Ming is 1-1. 5. Zhao Hao 1-3. One startled exclamation pulled everyone's attention away from Zhao Hao's storage bag and toward the crystal wall. 1-3. That single number instantly blew Wanxian Market wide open. 1-3. Wanxian Market is convinced this Zhao fellow will definitely perish in the next round. Obvious. A soul condensation pill is a second-grade pill demanding the utmost control of divine sense. What strength could a body cultivator's divine sense possibly have? He nearly blew his furnace to smithereens refining a Foundation Establishment pill last round. There's absolutely no way he makes it this time. That's right. Fairy Xian Su is still too strong. There's no profitable pick there. Then I'll go with Li Ming. He refined 1 high-grade Foundation Establishment pill and 5 mid-grade ones last time. As everyone chattered animatedly, a sarcastic voice rang out behind Zhao Hao. Oh, isn't this friend Zhao? What incredible luck stumbling your way through. Zhao Hao turned around to see a young cultivator in brocade robes glaring at him with pure jealousy directed at the storage bag tucked against his chest. This was that ill-fated fellow whose performance had been ruined during the preliminaries by Zhao Hao's walk-flipping technique. Before Zhao Hao could speak, the brocade-robed cultivator sneered and continued provoking him. What? Want some spirit stones and want to slink away? If you've got any guts, bet all 20,000 on your next round. His words sent an immediate over the crowd, and everyone watched Zhao Hao like it was the best show in town. Zhao Hao was thrilled inside. Good heavens, just as he was wondering how to act naturally and reinvest those spirit stones, this divine assist showed up out of nowhere. On his face, however, he feigned offense, stiffened his neck, and retorted in a gruff voice. I won these spirit stones with my own skill. Why should I have to bet them back? Ha ha ha. The brocade-robed cultivator doubled over laughing. You call that skill? That's dog's hit luck. Next round tests second-grade pills. Dare you bet? You don't dare. All in. Go all in. Someone among the crowd shouted, and the gambling onlookers immediately joined in the hype. Right? Be a man and go all in. Dare you make a big bet? Spurred on by the roaring crowd, Zhao Hao's face flushed red, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists, his eyes beginning to bloodshot, looking every bit a man inflamed with anger. Seeing this expression, the brocade-robed cultivator grew even more excited and jeered. What? No longer so brave. Actually, it makes sense. You're merely at the level of a first-grade alchemist. Your divine sense is as weak as a chick's. Still dreaming of refining second-grade pills. Zhao Hao stepped forward suddenly, his ferocious aura forcing the brocade-robed cultivator to instinctively retreat, half a step terrified that this brute might actually punch him in the face. After all, a body cultivator's punch was no match for his fragile protective spiritual shield. Noticing Zhao Hao merely standing still, the brocade-robed cultivator regained confidence and added another barb. The odds are currently 1-3. If you throw in those 20,000, you could win 60,000. 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. Have you ever seen that much in your life? If you don't dare to bet, scram and stop embarrassing yourself. Who the hell says I'm afraid? As if completely detonated, Zhao Hao yanked the still warm storage bag from his robe and slammed it forcefully onto the counter with a thunderous bang. I bet. All in. Zhao Hao returned to his cave dwelling. The first thing he did was not meditate, but carefully re-examine the jade slip containing the foundation-building pill formula. After confirming everything was correct, he solemnly stored the priceless foundation-building pill formula in his storage bag. This was without a doubt the greatest prize of his participation in the alchemy competition so far. A single foundation-building pill could fetch 3,000 spirit stones at auction, yet often proved unattainable despite its price. The reason was simple: demand far exceeded supply. Cultivators at the chi refining stage numbered more than 100 times those who had achieved foundation establishment. Who wouldn't aspire to break through, extend their lifespan by a century, and become the patriarch of a prominent cultivation clan? The foundation-building pill was undoubtedly the most effective way to improve one's chances of breakthrough. However, the spiritual herbs required were all at least 100 years old, and the refining process was exceptionally difficult. Some would say it rivaled second-grade pills in complexity. More crucially, the major sects and prestigious families deliberately controlled the circulation of these formulas to maintain a ceiling on how many cultivators could reach foundation establishment, thereby preventing the rapid depletion of rare century-old herbs. But now this barrier meant nothing to Zhao Hao. With sufficient spirit stones, his system could continuously enhance herbs to the century mark. This wasn't merely a formula. It was an inexhaustible mine of spirit stones. Yet at present his pockets were emptier than his face, every stone wagered at the Wanxian faction's betting tables. He would need to recoup his losses tomorrow before he could profit from refining foundation-building pills. Sitting cross-legged, he began mapping out his performance script for the next round. If he was going to put on a show, he might as well do it properly. The following day brought him to the Wanxian Tower. By this round, fewer than 100 alchemists remained, and those capable of refining the foundation-building pill, one of the more difficult second-grade formulations, were unquestionably genuine second-grade alchemists. The atmosphere inside had grown several times heavier than yesterday, yet the crowd watching continued to swell rather than thin. No sooner had Zhao Hao entered the hall than he sensed several veiled but powerful divine senses extending from the private chambers on the second floor, pausing briefly over him. One of these divine senses was particularly domineering and unhidden, sweeping over him like a mountain range, crushing downward, brimming with scrutiny and investigation. A golden core ancestor. Zhao Hao's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, even a golden core ancestor had appeared today. He maintained a calm exterior as he strode nonchalantly toward an empty seat on the left. Soon the appointed time arrived, and the manager began distributing materials. 3 portions of spiritual herbs for refining soul-condensing pills, a brand new mid-grade first-rank furnace, and a jade slip containing the formula and refining techniques. Like Zhao Hao, many alchemists in the arena immediately immersed their minds into careful study upon receiving their jade slips. Though soul-condensing pills were only low-grade second rank, their formula was priceless due to the profound benefits for spiritual consciousness and divine sense enhancement. Numerous alchemists had come specifically for this free second-rank formula. Even if they failed, walking away with it was an enormous gain. Zhao Hao pretended equally well, his brows alternating between furrowed concentration and sudden relaxation as he appeared thoroughly engrossed in the jade slip's contents. Only when half the competitors began warming their furnaces did he lazily set down the jade slip and commence his latest performance. The same formula, the same predictable result. With a clatter, he dumped all the spiritual herbs into the furnace in one reckless motion. This time the spectators on the viewing platform didn't mock him. Instead, they leaned forward with rapt attention, desperate to decipher some hidden logic in his bizarre technique. Roaring flames erupted from the earth fire below as Zhao Hao channeled spiritual energy through both palms, slamming against the furnace with rhythmic strikes. Here it came. His signature move. Where? I missed it last round. After half a quarter hour, another gasp rippled through the audience. Look, he's adding more ingredients. Indeed, Zhao Hao wrenched open the furnace lid and flung 100 low-grade spirit stones into the chamber without hesitation. The entire arena held its breath, but the anticipated fragrance never materialized. Instead, a deafening boom echoed from within the furnace, harsher and more violent than before. The lid was hurled skyward by the concussive force, and a thick plume of acrid black smoke billowed into the air. The furnace had exploded. First attempt complete failure. A chorus of disappointed sighs and suppressed chuckles rose from the viewing stands. I knew it. That technique was pure nonsense. He must have gotten lucky last round. Let's see if that trick actually works or not. This is going to be entertaining. Zhao Hao's expression darkened instantly, his face turning the color of iron. Without uttering a word, he casually cleared the furnace and immediately began his second refinement. The same formula, the same familiar approach. When he lifted the lid again to toss in spirit stones, everyone watched in shock. He grabbed an entire 200 low-grade stones this time. What the hell? Is this madman increasing his stakes? It's over. The brute's gone completely off the rails. Before the 200 stones had barely settled into the furnace, boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the air. The mid-grade first-rank furnace burst apart before everyone's eyes, sending crimson-hot fragments and scorching waves of energy flying in all directions. Zhao Hao reacted instantly, his protective spiritual shield flaring to life and deflecting every fragment heading his way. But the alchemists beside him weren't so fortunate. The sudden blast didn't wound them physically, but it disrupted their concentration just long enough for the blending elixirs within their furnaces to go haywire. My pills! Roars of fury erupted as several alchemists glared daggers at Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao pretended not to notice. Bloodshot eyes locked onto the shattered remains of his furnace, teeth grinding until they creaked. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. The taunts from the stands were merciless. Word is this hothead won 20,000 spirit stones yesterday, then bet it all on himself today at 3-to-1 odds. Looks like he's lost everything. What? He wagered his own 20,000. No way. Has he really lost everything down to his last copper? His furnace is destroyed too. Let's see how he gets out of this one. Those words instantly softened the anger on the alchemists' faces, replaced instead by smug satisfaction as they watched Zhao Hao's predicament unfold. Over by her station, Xian Su Fairy folded her successfully refined soul-condensing pills and regarded the wreckage surrounding Zhao Hao, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion as she tried to understand what scheme he was actually executing. Even the golden core ancestor on the second-floor viewing platform, drawn by the two consecutive explosions, showed clear annoyance. Just then Zhao Hao made his move. Amidst mocking gazes and feigned sympathy, he retrieved a familiar low-grade first-rank furnace from his storage pouch, one he'd grown accustomed to using. Its weathered surface spoke of years of use. Setting the worn vessel down, he began his third and final refinement attempt. Amidst countless gazes brimming with pity, mockery, and schadenfreude, Zhao Hao calmly withdrew a alchemy furnace from his storage bag. If that hunk of metal could even be called an alchemy furnace. Its surface was pockmarked and scarred with black burns noticeably smaller than the standard furnaces distributed by the Wanxian Tower. The most absurd part was how feeble its spiritual energy fluctuation was, barely detectable. A first-rate low-grade furnace. The entire Wanxian Tower fell into an eerie silence. In the next moment, an uproar of discussion erupted like a tidal wave. What the hell is that thing he pulled out? Is that supposed to be an alchemy furnace? A first-rate low-grade alchemy furnace. Did I see that right? When I first started learning alchemy all those years ago, my apprentice furnace was better than this. He's lost his mind. That brute has gone completely mad, using trash like this to refine second-rank pills. Does he actually want this refinement to blow up in his face? Every alchemist present treated their furnace as a priceless treasure. Even if it wasn't a second-rank spiritual artifact, at minimum, it had to be first-rate top-grade, inscribed with every formation mark for controlling fire and gathering spiritual energy. High-rank furnaces genuinely boosted pill success rates. But Zhao Hao, after the official first-rate mid-grade furnace exploded, produced an even more battered one. This move shattered everyone's imagination. Even the Golden Core Elder in the second-floor private room couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, a trace of anger crossing his face, as if harboring killing intent toward this cultivator who was turning the prestigious Dao alchemy gathering into a farce. The alchemists positioned closest to Zhao Hao reacted most directly. Without hesitation, they grabbed their furnaces and physically dragged themselves 3 or 4 zhang away, taking their equipment with them. They'd rather cram together with other cultivators than risk proximity to Zhao Hao, that walking explosive barrel. The look of disdain was as if he carried something contaminated. On the other side, Li Ming, who had maintained a gloomy expression all along, now turned his attention with genuine interest. His gaze lingered on Zhao Hao's battered furnace, tinged with curiosity and confusion. Zhao Hao acted as though he hadn't noticed any of this. His expression was more grave than ever before, not acting. The first 2 furnaces were a performance, but this one absolutely could not fail. The same familiar beginning. With a rustling sound, all the spirit herbs were roughly dumped into the furnace. Boom. Guiding the earth fire, Zhao Hao swung his palm-sized hands again, smashing against that crumbling furnace with a cacophony of clanging impacts. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp metallic sounds rang through the silent hall, each strike making the surrounding alchemists flinch with dread. Terrified, he'd flattened the entire furnace with one blow. Minutes ticked by slowly. Half a tea's worth of time later, just as everyone braced for another display of his ridiculous stone addition technique, that familiar acrid odor seeped from the furnace cracks once more. Xian Su Fairy, who had been watching closely, paused briefly in her pill retrieval. She had already completed her refinement, and 6 perfectly formed soul-condensing pills inside her furnace glowed with a cold, ethereal light. But her attention was drawn to the unorthodox cultivator beside her. With her deep understanding of alchemy, she immediately recognized that the acrid smell meant the spiritual essence within the furnace was already deteriorating, beyond saving even by immortals. This furnace was ruined again. Meanwhile, Li Ming lost interest entirely, turning away from the attention-seeking fool. Alas, the acrid scent has appeared. The furnace has failed again, an experienced elder alchemist on the viewing platform remarked with a shake of his head. Ha ha ha. The silk-robed cultivator who had been mocking him at Wanxian Market was now laughing so hard tears streamed down his face, pointing at Zhao Hao and shouting to those around him, "See this? I told you he couldn't do it. Those 20,000 spirit stones are completely wasted now. This is hilarious." Yet just when everyone believed the outcome was sealed, Zhao Hao made his move. He ignored all the mockery and judgments around him, suddenly wrenching open the furnace lid and dumping his entire remaining stash of spirit stones, only 50-odd pieces, straight into the furnace without a second glance. "I refuse to accept this," he roared, chanting strange syllables under his breath. Those nearby instinctively stumbled backward, activating their protective spiritual shields in alarm. However, this time the catastrophic explosion never materialized. From a perspective invisible to all, Zhao Hao's divine sense had already permeated the entire interior of the alchemy furnace like mercury spreading across the ground. A pale golden light flash flickered across his vision. Primary item: soul condensation pill, waste pill enhanced to low-quality materials, consumed low-grade spirit stones X50, waste pills X5, enhancement success rate 100, enhance. An imperceptible golden shimmer danced across the interface only he could see. Pretending to be lost in mystical incantations, Zhao Hao delivered a forceful strike to the furnace and bellowed, "Open." The lid flew open at his command. In that instant, countless divine senses surged toward the tiny furnace like sharks detecting blood in the water. Resting quietly at the bottom of the furnace was a single pill, gray-black in coloration, its shape slightly irregular, resembling a flattened ellipsoid with a pockmarked surface. Yet this unsightly pill exuded a subtle, cool fragrance that resonated distinctly with the spiritual consciousness. Low-grade soul condensation pill. Zhao Hao carefully cracked open his tightly shut eyes, and upon seeing the pill his face erupted in wild elation. He looked like a gambler who had just hit the jackpot. "Huh. It worked. I knew it. I, Zhao Hao, am destined for greatness." His exaggerated laughter shattered the dead silence that had enveloped the entire venue. Then an uproar of astonished exclamations erupted, completely detonating through the Wanxian Tower like a tidal wave. "What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? He actually managed to refine it. Disgraceful. This furnace didn't even explode. Using a first-rate low-grade scrap furnace to produce a second-rank soul condensation pill. Holy shit, did he win 60,000 spirit stones?" The silk-robed cultivator who had been gloating earlier suddenly froze, his expression curdling into one of disgust, as if he'd swallowed a live fly. This can actually form a pill. What fucking luck must have followed him through several lifetimes. In the second-floor private room, the teacup before the golden core ancestor trembled imperceptibly, sending ripples across its surface. Zhao Hao paid no mind to any of this. With utmost care, he cupped the unsightly pill in his hands. After the steward used a magical artifact to confirm it, and declared him through, he listened to the rules for the next round, then sprinted straight out of Wanxian Tower, without looking back, heading directly for the Wanxian Market across the way. When his towering figure reappeared at the entrance of Wanxian Market, he was met with a sea of complex gazes, woven together with envy, jealousy, and sheer disbelief. "Senior, here are your 60,000 low-grade spirit stones." This time the steward's expression was complicated as he reverently presented a bulging storage bag with both hands. Zhao Hao snatched it in one motion, swept his divine sense across it to confirm everything was in order, then stuffed it into his robes and turned to leave. At that exact moment, a domineering, irresistible divine sense transmission struck his mind like a red-hot steel needle, piercing deep into his consciousness. "You kid, you're quite the actor. Come to the city lord's mansion." Zhao Hao's body went rigid. The euphoria from the 60,000 spirit stones he had just received instantly turned to biting shards of ice in his veins. "You little rascal, you're quite the actor. Come to the city lord's mansion." This sudden telepathic message did not startle anyone else, but it exploded directly in Zhao Hao's mind. A golden core old ancestor. Only a mighty cultivator at the golden core stage could possess such imposing force. Zhao Hao suppressed all his emotions, not daring any hesitation. He tucked away the 60,000 spirit stones he had just obtained, and under countless complex gazes from Wanxian Square, apprehensively made his way toward the city center. In the center of Wanxian City, a vast palace complex perched on the mountainside with white jade steps stretching from the mountain gate all the way to the foot, extraordinarily magnificent. This was the city lord's mansion. Zhao Hao ascended the steps, each step feeling as if he were treading on knife blades. In front of the mansion, two cultivators clad in dark gold heavy armor stood like statues, their halberds exuding a chilling, murderous intent. They were actually two Foundation Establishment cultivators. Cultivators at the Foundation Establishment stage who could serve as supervising elders in the Extreme Yin Sect were merely gatekeepers here. Zhao Hao stepped forward and handed over his identity token. The guard on the left scanned it with a magic disc and coldly uttered a few words, "Wait here." After a moment, a cultivator in a blue robe emerged from within the mansion. His steps were silent, and his aura was long and steady. "Fellow Taoist Zhao, I am Fan Xingfeng." The cultivator in blue politely cupped his hands. "Venerable Guo invites you. Please follow me." Zhao Hao returned the salute with cupped fists and followed him across the heavy threshold. As soon as he stepped inside, the world spun around him. The air around him seemed to instantly turn into viscous liquid, and the dense, almost tangible spiritual energy of heaven and earth madly drilled into his pores. The fire spiritual root within him, which had been strengthened to the highest grade, quivered instantly, like a ferocious beast that had been starving for 10 days, catching the scent of blood, greedily devouring this unclaimed pure energy. The bluestone slabs beneath his feet, each one carved with intricate array patterns, shimmered with flowing light. Fan Xingfeng walked ahead without turning back and explained, "The City Lord's mansion is laid with the circumstellar star-turning formation, which draws the power of the 9 heaven stars and transforms it into pure spiritual energy. This is your first time here, fellow Taoist. How do you find it?" As expected of the City Lord's mansion, this is truly a grand endeavor. Zhao Hao suppressed his inner shock and replied briefly. This was no ordinary City Lord's mansion. It was clearly a man-made, blessed land of cave heavens. After passing through 3 corridors, Fan Xingfeng stopped outside a side hall. "Enter." The hall door slowly opened, and Zhao Hao stepped inside. The hall was spacious. The back of a middle-aged scholar-like figure stood with hands behind his back, admiring an ink wash painting on the wall. Just as Zhao Hao's foot fully landed on the azure brick of the hall, boom! An invisible, terrifying pressure crashed down from all directions. It was not spiritual energy oppression, but pure divine sense crushing. Zhao Hao felt as if his soul was tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand. All his bones groaned under the overwhelming weight, and his knees gave way, nearly forcing him to kneel. He did not activate his spiritual power to resist, which would have been like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Instead, he followed the force, abruptly bending over and bowing deeply, his voice hoarse. "Junior Zhao Hao pays respects to Venerable Guo." The middle-aged scholar ahead did not turn around, but the pressure that had nearly crushed him vanished instantly without a trace. Zhao Hao slowly straightened up. The back of his robe was soaked through, coldly clinging to his skin. Too powerful. If this old monster wanted to kill him, it would probably be as easy as a single thought. "That little act at Wanxian Tower today, well played." Venerable Guo's voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry echoes reverberating through the empty hall. "Making a fool of all the alchemists in the city. Amusing, isn't it?" Zhao Hao kept his head lowered, his mind racing, but he replied calmly, "Junior would not dare. It is simply that I have only just touched the threshold of 2nd-grade pills. My technique is rough, and success depends entirely on luck. I never intended to deceive the Venerable One. Lying was the instinct of a demonic cultivator. Not to mention speaking. If asked to swear a great inner demon oath right now, he wouldn't even blink." "Luck?" The middle-aged scholar turned around. His face was as fair as jade, temples slightly gray, but his eyes seemed to contain stars unfathomably deep. As his gaze swept over Zhao Hao felt a sense of being completely stripped and seen through from the inside out. "Interesting." A hint of an amused smile tugged at the corner of Venerable Guo's mouth. "Using essence blood to stimulate flesh and forcibly alter your physique." He spoke each word slowly, each one like a heavy hammer striking Zhao Hao's heart. "Your bone age cannot deceive anyone. A Foundation Establishment cultivator under 20 years old. Impressive for a young man." Zhao Hao's blood surged within him, and the muscles in his arms tensed instantly. It's over. This was his greatest trump card for cutting off the past and hiding his identity. Before this old monster, it was even less than a layer of paper. Before he could react, Venerable Guo stepped forward again, his voice turning eerie. "What surprises me even more is your karma and karmic debts. So thick they can hardly be dissolved, yet you cultivate a proper orthodox cultivation method." He circled around Zhao Hao, as if admiring a rare treasure. To accumulate such a degree of karmic hindrance, you would have to personally slaughter nearly 100,000 people, wouldn't you? But the strange thing is there is not a trace of blood evil aura clinging to you. Truly peculiar. Cold sweat dripped from Zhao Hao's chin drop by drops splashing onto the polished azure bricks. He was completely exposed. Escape. The thought had barely arisen before he extinguished it himself. Enough. Venerable Gua flicked his sleeves and sat down on the main seat, as if his previous words were just casual chatter. Wanxian City does not ask about origins, nor does it distinguish between righteous and demonic. I am not interested in your secrets. However, your alchemy method, even my Lihua bright void, I cannot see through it. That is the rarity. He changed the subject. Do you know why our Wanxian City has spent so much to hold this grand alchemy gathering? Zhao Hao suppressed all stray thoughts and replied dryly, Junior does not know. The Venerable did not answer. Instead, he brought the topic back. The cultivation method you practice. Is it the Lihua imperial scripture of the ancient Lihua sect? Zhao Hao's heart shook violently. What else did this old monster not know? He could only nod stiffly. Then it fits. Venerable Gua tapped the armrest. You are only practicing the foundation establishment chapter now, and the path ahead is cut off, right? I tell you, the golden core chapter of this scripture is right here in the City Lord's mansion. Even the nascent soul and spirit transformation chapters, the City Lord knows exactly where they are. The first bargaining chip was thrown down heavily. Zhao Hao remained silent, knowing well that behind this painted pie there must be a hook coated in deadly poison. If you do not remove the karmic hindrances covering you when you undergo the golden core tribulation in the future, inner demons will spring up, heavenly thunder will strike you, and you will surely die. Venerable Gua leaned forward slightly, his tone tinged with temptation. But you practice the Lihua imperial scripture, which is a coincidence. Within this scripture there happens to be a long-lost supreme secret art. This secret art can extract the power of all things in the world and refine it into a divine ability seed. The karmic hindrances that ordinary people avoid like the plague are for you a tremendous, great fortune. He paused, each word like a demon's whisper exploding in Zhao Hao's ear. If you use this method, you might be able to condense the top-grade minor divine ability that even nascent soul lords would envy, the Crimson Karmic Fire. And who knows, it might even evolve into a true divine ability, the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. The 4 characters, Red Lotus Karmic Fire, crashed down like thunder, sending a tremor through Zhao Hao's divine sense. This flame was legendary in the cultivation novels of his past life. It was said that this flame did not burn flesh and blood, but was rather a manifestation of causality and karmic retribution. Its color was crimson, tinged with gold, taking the form of red lotus petals as it burned. Its fuel was the sins, resentments, inner demons, and evil of all living beings. When burning, it would consume even the target's divine sense entirely. Moreover, this flame defied the laws of the 5 elements. Water could not extinguish it, earth could not smother it. As long as sin remains unexpiated, the flame will never cease. Furthermore, this fire is bound to the rules of causality, and once tainted by it, there is no way to escape. Minor divine abilities are not something those at the foundation establishment stage should even consider. Elder Gu settled into his rosewood chair, slowly rubbing a black ring on his ring finger with his thumb. That is power reserved for those who have reached the golden core stage. However, some foundation establishment cultivators with extraordinary talent could employ ancient secret arts to plant a seed of a minor divine ability within their bodies ahead of time. When the time came to form the golden core, drawing upon the momentum of heaven and earth, the seed would break free and sprout, blossoming into a earth-shattering minor divine ability. Elder Gu's knuckles tapped the table, the crisp sound echoing through the vast hall. What do you think gives the City Lord the right to establish Wanxian City in this chaotic place? And what right does he have to host this grand alchemy symposium where myriad cultivators come to pay homage? Zhao Hao's Adam's apple bobbed, but he remained silent. The City Lord explored the ancient ruins of the Lihua sect in his youth, and by sheer fortune passed part of the alchemy lineage trials, obtaining half of the alchemical inheritance. That is how he achieved his present nascent soul cultivation and built this vast foundation. I myself owe the City Lord's patronage for switching my cultivation to the Lihua divine nerve art. Elder Gu raised his hand and pointed to his eyes. Even my Lihua clear void eye, which can pierce through illusions, was cultivated through the secret Lihua techniques within this cultivation method. He leaned forward, suddenly his voice resonating with an almost hypnotic power that echoed through the hall. The karmic force surrounding you is so thick it nearly drips like water. To others it would be a death warrant, but to you it is a tremendous blessing. If you can condense a Lihua seed from this once formed, it will become a top-tier killing divine ability, the Crimson Lihua Karmic Fire. In combat at the same realm, even the slightest contact means the opponent's divine sense will be utterly destroyed. Slaying enemies beyond one's cultivation level is not impossible either. The prospect was so grand that Zhao Hao felt it nearly choked him. He knew well that nothing came without cost. Straightening his back, he clasped his hands in a formal bow and said deeply, Elder's kindness is beyond measure. May I ask what the junior is expected to do? Ha ha ha. Elder Gu burst into loud laughter and leaned back into his chair. I always prefer speaking with clever people. In the final round of the Alchemy Symposium, an ancient incomplete prescription will be presented. This fragment was once one of the examination questions used when the Lihua sect selected disciples for its alchemy lineage. If one can deduce the complete formula from the fragment and the finished pill and successfully refine it, then one has earned the entry credential for the lineage and can obtain a portion of the inheritance. Moreover, each subsequent level pass grants access to more of the Lihua sect's alchemical inheritance. Elder Gu rose to his feet. Your alchemical techniques remain beyond even my Lihua clear void eyes perception, proving that your methods are far from ordinary. I have already applied to the City Lord for a trial opportunity in the secret realm on your behalf. The rest depends entirely on yourself. The secret realm will not open for some time. Complete the Alchemy Symposium first. If you can successfully bring forth the alchemical inheritance from the secret realm and replicate a copy for Wanxian City upon success, I can arrange for you to join our Wanxian City. I hope you will not disappoint me. With the matter stated so plainly, Zhao Hao had no room to refuse. Had he dared to say no, whether he could walk out of those doors that day would have been uncertain. This disciple will spare no effort to bring back the alchemical inheritance for Elder. Zhao Hao replied readily. Go now. Elder Gu waved his hand with apparent impatience. Come find me after the symposium concludes. Zhao Hao bowed deeply and retreated step by step from the hall. Only when the heavy bronze doors crashed shut behind him did he discover that his cultivation robes on the back had long been soaked through with cold sweat clinging tightly to his skin with a chilling dampness. Silence returned to the hall. Elder Gu picked up the already cold tea from the table and drained it in one gulp. The Lihua sect's trial can only be attempted once in a lifetime. The City Lord himself was blocked at the third stage back then and failed to obtain the nascent soul portion of the inheritance. I can only hope someone achieves something this time. He set the empty teacup down, his gaze seeming to pierce through the door as he murmured. As for whether one can refine the Lihua minor divine ability, the Crimson Lihua karmic fire, that depends entirely on whether your fate is strong enough. Even I nearly blinded myself when cultivating this clear void eye at the Golden Core stage. Descending the long, white jade steps of the City Lord's mansion, Zhao Hao's maximally tensed muscles only began to relax as he merged back into the noisy crowd of the streets. The cultivation method and karmic issues that Elder Gu had used to press him, Zhao Hao actually cared far less about them than he appeared. On his system panel, the Crimson Karmic Retribution Entanglement status had long since been dragged into his enhancement box. This too could serve as enhancement material, but its grade was far too high, consuming it directly would be far too wasteful. Now with Elder Gu's guidance, this apparent death warrant might truly become his trump card. Thinking of the rules for the third round assessment, Zhao Hao's tightly knit brows finally relaxed. An incomplete prescription plus a finished pill working backward to deduce the complete formula. For ordinary alchemists, this relied on years of accumulated alchemical knowledge and a certain degree of luck to gamble with. But for him, it was essentially a cheating arena tailor-made for his enhancement system. 3 days later, at Wanxian Tower, the interior buzzed with voices, the atmosphere reaching an absolute peak. Many gazes drifted intentionally or not toward a towering, muscle-bound giant in the corner. Those looks now held nothing but deep reverence and curiosity. That giant was none other than Zhao Hao. Over these 3 days, he had successively passed the second-rank mid-grade and high-grade pill refinement examinations. Cultivators were not fools. One stroke of luck could be dismissed as fortune, but 5 consecutive successes using that bizarre method to refine pills. No one would dare treat him as an unreliable brood anymore. Instead, some watched intently, hoping to glean something from his alchemical techniques. In the eyes of the crowd, he had already become a hidden alchemical prodigy. At this moment, the Alchemy Symposium had entered its final round, the creative competition. If he could stand out in this round, that foundation-building pill, which increased breakthrough success rate, would become his for the taking. For this purpose, he had 600,000 low-grade spirit stones ready in his storage bag. It was a pity that ever since he left the City Lord's mansion 3 days ago, his odds in the Wanxian market had been locked at 1-to-1, cutting off his path to further wealth and making him silently curse the City Lord's office for being stingy. Order. The steward's resonant voice subdued all the noise. The third-round competition officially begins. As his words fell, a maid gracefully ascended the platform, carrying a jade plate covered with red cloth. The entire venue's breathing seemed to halt at this moment. The steward reached out and violently tore away the red cloth. Resting quietly on the jade plate was a pill the size of a dragon's eye, entirely crimson in color. On the surface of that pill, strands of flame-shaped pill patterns swirled slowly, and a scorching yet pure surge of spiritual energy instantly swept through the entire venue. This is an ancient pill, a third-rank lower-grade elixir, the Crimson Origin Meridian Forging Pill. The steward elaborated on the effects of the Qiyuan Pulse Forging Pill. In the entire hall, nearly 20 alchemists who had advanced to this round gasped their breaths, growing heavier, not to mention the spectators. A third-grade pill. And it was the ancient Qiyuan pulse-forging pill whose effects were to permanently strengthen and expand the meridians, enhance the speed of spiritual energy circulation, and increase its upper limit. What did this mean? It meant that when breaking through a bottleneck, the meridians could withstand greater strain, accommodate more spiritual energy, and thus increase the success rate of breakthrough. It meant that in battle one's spiritual energy would circulate inherently faster than that of cultivators at the same level, and the power would be significantly greater. This was truly a divine pill that benefited both cultivation and combat. Zhao Hao's heart was also pounding. He was currently stuck at the second-grade beginner alchemist level and had been worrying about obtaining high-grade pill formulas to advance his alchemy realm. This was like a godsend. Each person receives one residual formula jade slip and one second-grade lower-grade alchemy furnace. The steward waved his hand, and streams of light shot forth, landing precisely on each person's table. Zhao Hao touched the warm control array patterns on the furnace wall, secretly marveling. A second-grade spiritual tool alchemy furnace, 20 of them at once. The Wanxian city's resources were indeed substantial. Within the high-platform spirit herb area, there are over 1,000 different high-grade spirit herbs, with the youngest being a century old, and several main herbs have medicinal ages of over 500 years. The steward pointed to the high platform in the center of the hall, which was shrouded by a formation, and proclaimed in a loud voice, "Each alchemist has 10 opportunities to attempt refining. If you fail to produce a finished product after using all 10 chances, you are eliminated." He paused briefly, then continued, "To ensure fairness, a one-way restriction has been set up in the alchemy area. Alchemists may use their divine sense to inspect the pills and herbs displayed on the high platform spirit herb area when no one else is present, but they cannot see the refining areas of others. Outside spectators can watch each person's refining process without obstruction. The competition begins now." Whoosh. Rows of white misty light barriers rose from the ground, enveloping each alchemist in an isolated area. Zhao Hao did not hesitate. His divine sense began to probe into the jade slip. As expected, the pill formula was absurdly incomplete. Some parts of the main and auxiliary herbs' medicinal property changes were recorded in detail, but the most crucial handful of herbs and several refining steps were completely blank. Relying on his second-grade beginner alchemist experience to fill in the gaps of this residual formula without a decade or 8 years of deduction would be absolutely impossible. But he had never intended to compete normally. Not using the system when you have won would be the greatest disrespect to a golden finger. Zhao Hao's divine sense silently crossed the restriction, directly locking onto the sample Qiyuan pulse-forging pill on the high platform. With a thought, the system interface materialized. The main item slot instantly selected the finished pill. Then his divine sense, like a vast net, swept over the 1,000-plus spirit herbs in the herb area. Within the system's material slot, countless points of light flickered wildly, and some of them lit up with selectable prompts. Zhao Hao quickly eliminated the herbs already listed in the residual formula. What remained was exactly 13 types, no more no less. Found them. For him, as long as he gathered the herbs and attempted to refine the pill once. Even if the furnace exploded, the system would record the complete pill formula into the panel. Once the pill formula was in the panel, the rest was merely a matter of proficiency. Based on the properties of these 13 herbs combined with the knowledge of a second-grade alchemist in his mind, Zhao Hao quickly figured out a rough combination sequence and recorded it on a blank jade slip. The entire process took less than an hour. He slowly rose to his feet, and under the stunned gazes of countless onlookers became the first to step out of the restriction barrier. He's out. Someone's coming out to select herbs. So fast. Isn't that the body cultivator who used spirit stones as spirit herbs? Is he going to pull another stunt? Don't talk nonsense. No one who made it to this round is a fraud. In the stands, even the much-anticipated Xuanzu Immortal Maiden and the young alchemist named Li Ming were still frowning, pondering over their jade slips. Yet Zhao Hao had already strode into the spirit herb area. To prevent anyone from tracing his steps, he deliberately picked 12 additional herbs with completely opposite medicinal properties, mixing them in while taking the 13 crucial ones. 500-year-old crimson bloodvine, 600-year-old profound yang ginseng. For each herb, he selected enough to make 10 batches of the pill, taking all the herbs he could choose for this competition, then strolled back to his own area with satisfaction. Once inside the formation, Zhao Hao wasted no time and immediately lit the furnace. Without even looking, he grabbed a batch of herbs and tossed them into the second-grade alchemy furnace. Boom! The earth flames surged. Outside, knowledgeable alchemists watched him stuff herbs with conflicting properties into the furnace, slapping their thighs in frustration, exclaiming it was a criminal waste of divine treasures. But this first batch had no experience to draw on. A failure was inevitable, so there was no point in struggling. Within less than half an incense stick's time, a muffled sound came from the furnace. Unsurprisingly, the first refining attempt ended in failure. A batch of precious 500-year-old herbs turned into a pile of charred residue. But Zhao Hao smiled silently. In his sight, a new line of text quietly appeared on the system panel. New pill formula detected. Qiyuan pulse forging pill beginner 0100. Success. He immediately copied the full pill formula from the system onto a blank jade slip. The real cheating was only beginning. He didn't even bother to clean the furnace slag. Instead, he summoned the system in his mind. Main item: Alchemist 2nd grade beginner 0100. Enhanced to proficient 0200 material. Qiyuan pulse forging pill beginner 0100. The proficiency of a 3rd grade pill formula used to enhance a 2nd grade beginner alchemist level was an overwhelming advantage. Enhancement success rate 12,500. Enhance. Ding. Enhancement successful. Alchemist level upgraded to 2nd grade proficient 0200. A vast and profound knowledge of alchemy poured into his mind. The previously obscure pharmacology suddenly became crystal clear. But as a price, the memory of the Qiyuan pulse forging pill in his mind was erased. It didn't matter. He had already recorded it in the jade slip. What followed was a mad extravagance that seemed unbelievable to outsiders, but perfectly logical to Zhao Hao. The second batch still failed into residue, but he only needed the process. Ding. Enhancement successful. Alchemist level upgraded to 2nd grade. Small success 0400. By the 3rd batch, which was close to forming a pill, he had already broken through to 2nd grade. Great success. The 4th batch produced a failed pill, and he had advanced to 2nd grade perfection alchemist. The old alchemists outside were dumbfounded seeing the progress Zhao Hao made in refining the Qiyuan pulse forging pill from one failed batch to the next. This? Impossible. In the previous batch, he could barely merge the medicinal properties, and now he's learned to separate the flames and fuse the pills. When the 5th batch of priceless herbs turned to ashes, Zhao Hao's alchemist entry had undergone a radical transformation. Alchemist 3rd grade beginner 0100. Alchemist 3rd grade beginner 0100. 3rd rank alchemist. The moment this term surfaced, Zhao Hao's mind roared as if inundated by a vast ocean of knowledge. Countless insights regarding the medicinal properties of century-old herbs, techniques of purification, and methods of alchemical fusion were violently thrust into the depths of his memory. Moreover, many techniques of flame control and pill condensation that differed from the 2nd rank now surged into his mind like a sudden enlightenment. Previously, the formula for the red origin pulse forging pill had seemed as though it were behind a window pane he could not pierce. But now every step, every subtle change in each spirit herb became crystal clear in his mind. He even had the illusion that he could, based on the spirit herbs listed in the red origin pulse forging pill formula, deduce an entirely new set of refining procedures for the pill. This gave him an intense urge to open a furnace immediately and refine the red origin pulse forging pill. But why must it be done now? Zhao Hao barely suppressed the surging thoughts in his mind and glanced at the 1,000 rare spirit herbs outside the alchemy area. 5 more furnace openings remained. This meant he could still freeload on 5 batches of priceless spirit herbs to gain experience for his alchemist rank. The joy of exploiting the resources of a nascent soul faction right before the eyes of countless onlookers, and even a golden core elder, made him feel utterly delighted. Why pass up a bargain? Without hesitation, Zhao Hao sank his mind into the system interface. Main item: Alchemist 3rd rank beginner 0100. Enhanced to proficient 0200 material red origin pulse forging pill beginner 0100. Enhancement success rate 20. Seeing such a low success rate, Zhao Hao merely furrowed his brow slightly. Then he began the enhancement without a second thought. A faint golden light flickered and a cold prompt appeared. Enhancement failed. Materials destroyed. Zhao Hao curled his lips. Even an 80 success rate could fail, so a mere 20 failure was hardly surprising. Meanwhile, in a private room on the 2nd floor of the 10,000 Immortals Pavilion, Elder Gua, teacup in hand, observed Zhao Hao's every move with keen interest through a special water mirror. The complete formula for the red origin pulse forging pill had long been deduced by the City Lord's mansion, and the sample on the high platform was refined by the City Lord himself. When he saw Zhao Hao step out first and precisely take the 13 missing crucial spirit herbs, a flicker of approval passed through his eyes. But when Zhao Hao, as if casually snatching, also took 12 spirit herbs with entirely incompatible properties, Elder Gua pondered for a moment and then laughed softly. What a sly little fox. This kid was clearly afraid of being seen through deliberately grabbing some random stuff to confuse the onlookers. Cautious enough and cunning enough, he appreciated it. But this appreciation turned into a furrowed brow after Zhao Hao opened the furnace 5 times in a row, failing each time. If he hadn't witnessed with his own eyes that each of Zhao Hao's attempts was more skilled than the last, and that his understanding of medicinal properties was visibly improving, he would have sent a telepathic message to scold the boy for treating the grand event as a joke. Zhao Hao had no idea that his every move was now under the watchful eye of a golden core elder. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared, for his actions were well within the rules. He calmed his mind and began the 6th furnace refining unhurriedly. Another failure collecting the formula's proficiency, and then enhancement failed. The 7th furnace. Enhancement failed. The 8th furnace. Enhancement failed. After 4 consecutive cold prompts echoed in his mind, Zhao Hao's composed facade finally cracked. A doubt crept into his heart. No way. Was his luck really this bad? Unwilling to give up, he placed Alchemist's 3rd rank beginner 0100 into the main item slot to check the success rate of enhancing Alchemist proficiency with spirit stones. But when his divine sense selected a single spirit stone from his storage pouch, the prompt read enhancement success rate 0.002. Seeing this number, Zhao Hao did a quick calculation and nearly choked. To raise the 3rd rank alchemist to proficient, it required a full 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. While he was still calculating how to increase the success rate, he failed to notice that in the 2nd floor private room, Eldergwa's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to lose. It was simply that anyone who saw a fellow with the standard answer copy it 8 times and still get it wrong 8 times would not be in a good mood. Zhao Hao collected his thoughts and began the 9th refining. Another failure. But when he almost resignedly placed the alchemist entry into the enhancement slot again, buzz, a dazzling golden light exploded without warning on the system panel. Ding. Enhancement successful. Alchemist 3rd rank proficient 0200. It worked. Zhao Hao nearly jumped 3 feet high. A flood of techniques for refining 3rd rank pills, fire control methods, and pharmacological changes surged into his mind once more. At this moment, he felt a strong confidence. Even without the system, he could legitimately refine a batch of true red origin pulse-forging pills. He glanced at the pile of discarded pills beside him. These were treasures. With a subtle wave of his hand, he swept the 24 waste pills brimming with potent medicinal power into his storage pouch. Then he took a deep breath and began the 10th and final refining. This time he did not cut corners. With his divine sense urging, the earth fire surged, and one by one the spirit herbs were precisely cast into the furnace. Purification, fusion, pill division. Every movement flowed like a well-rehearsed dance, bearing an air of effortless mastery. The audience outside had long been numb. But in the 2nd floor private room, Eldergwa's deep eyes and his previously iron-gray face finally showed a trace of relief. Now that was more like it. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Zhao Hao slapped the furnace abruptly. Open! The lid flew off and 6 crimson streaks shot out, which he caught in one hand. A rich fragrance of the pill instantly filled the entire secluded alchemy space. 6 red origin pulse-forging pills, completely red, with flame-like patterns on their surface, lay quietly in his palm. It worked. A pill refined entirely by his own ability, without system enhancement. 6 pills, 1 of medium, grade 5 of low grade. He placed the finished pills into a jade bottle ready to go out and report success. But when he withdrew the barrier light curtain and looked outside, his movements paused slightly. Outside beneath the high platform, 2 figures had already stood for some time. Fairy Xian Su in white robes was as cold and clear as the moon. The young alchemist named Li Ming stood with a gloomy expression, hands clasped behind his back. They had already succeeded in their refining long ago. Zhao Hao tucked the jade bottle away and strode out, a chill running through his heart. These were the true alchemy prodigies with real substance. Within Wanxian City, occasionally dazzling flight lights streaked across the sky. Zhao Hao walked with his hands behind his back along the broad bluestone path. His towering physique, combined with his unreserved foundation establishment aura, forced the surrounding chi-refining cultivators to instinctively step aside. He had no interest in them, his mind still turning over that young alchemist named Li Ming. Just moments ago, as he signed the Heavenly Demon contract at the City Lord's residence, the flash of disdain in that youth's eyes had not escaped Zhao Hao's gaze. 3 days prior, when the final round of the competition concluded, Zhao Hao had believed that producing 2 mid-grade Qiyuan vein-forging pills would secure him the core formation pill beyond doubt. But reality dealt him a harsh lesson. That female cultivator named Xian Su, relying on her terrifying mastery of alchemical knowledge and drug property deduction, had managed to reconstruct the ancient tattered pill formula using merely 7 attempts at trial and error. Not only had she completed it, but she actually refined an entire batch of Qiyuan vein-forging pills, 3 of mid-grade quality. Such raw talent left Zhao Hao with no choice but to concede. Fortunately, the runner-up prize was equally substantial: 3 practical 2nd-grade pill formulas, 1 3rd-grade formula, plus a batch of 500-year-old spiritual herbs. Xian Su, Li Ming, and Zhao Hao, top 3 finishers, had been summoned earlier that day by Grandmaster Gua to a side hall in the City Lord's residence, where he laid bare all details regarding the Lihua sect's secret realm. He promised that if they agreed to enter the Lihua sect's secret realm and reproduce the inheritance from its pill vein for the City Lord's mansion in full, he would provide them with everything needed. For the 3 months preceding the opening of the secret realm, Grandmaster Gua himself would personally instruct them in 3rd-grade alchemist advancement techniques and core pharmacological principles, along with providing 3rd-grade pill formulas for their study. This would elevate their alchemical prowess to a higher level. And that flash of disdain in Li Ming's eyes was precisely what Zhao Hao had observed during the signing of the Heavenly Demon contract. This Li Ming is quite mysterious, Zhao Hao mused, his mind alert as he navigated the bustling streets. Suddenly snippets of conversation from a group of cultivators at the corner drifted to his ears. The past half-month has seen countless cultivators flee from the Extreme Yin Sect. Indeed, word is the Heavenly Sword Sect has soundly defeated them and is now hunting demonic cultivators everywhere. Zhao Hao halted. Following the direction the rogue cultivators pointed, he spotted someone familiar by the roadside. None other than senior brother Lu, the obsequious recorder from the Extreme Yin Sect Intersect Registry, Lu Gui. Zhao Hao was taken aback. Wanxian City lay far from the northern territories. This mere chi-refining 7th-layer cultivator had somehow escaped the war zone intact and reached here. Moreover, from what the surrounding cultivators discussed, a considerable number had fled from the Extreme Yin Sect's borders, suggesting the situation there was dire. Upon closer inspection, Lu Gui's condition defied mere description as miserable. His cultivation robe was torn in several places, his aura unnervingly unstable. Not a sign of advancement, but of lingering unhealed injuries. Zhao Hao slipped into the crowd and followed. His physique, appearance, and aura had all transformed dramatically. As Lu Gui passed by with his head bowed in fear, he never recognized the burly figure as the senior brother Zhao, who had once convinced him to invest his entire fortune. They moved through the thriving inner city before descending into the outer city slums, places thin on spiritual energy and teeming with every manner of person. Lu Gui pushed open the door to a dilapidated stone room and slipped inside. The formation barrier on that door was pitifully weak, so weak that Zhao Hao suspected it was merely ceremonial. He stood in the dark alley mouth, leaning against the wall, stroking his chin. Back at the Extreme Yin Sect, without that 1,000 spirit stones Lu Gui had invested as startup capital, Zhao Hao could never have refined his spiritual root and cultivation method so quickly, nor could he have reached foundation establishment before that old ghost Jiaoran made his move. He was a man who settled debts, both kindness and grievances. Since this karmic tie had crossed his path today, he would sever it completely. Zhao Hao drew a gray storage bag from his waist. Over the past 3 days, he had refined several foundation establishment pills, planning to auction them at the auction house to accumulate spirit stones for contingencies. Now these pills would serve their purpose, costing nothing more than 1 pill furnace cycle. Zhao Hao selected 2 of the finest top-grade foundation establishment pills and tossed them into the storage bag, then after a moment's thought stuffed 10,000 low-grade spirit stones inside as well. To his current wealth, this sum was insignificant. Yet for a desperate chi-refining cultivator fleeing in exile, it was a lifeline thrown in the snow. Carrying the storage bag, Zhao Hao approached the decrepit dwelling. His foundation establishment divine sense pierced through the paper-thin barrier as if it were nothing. Sounds from within the dwelling reached him clearly. Ouch, my old back. Lu Gui lay sprawled on his worn stone bed, wailing at the ceiling. The Extreme Yin Sect is finished. The peak lords and elders have all fled, and the Heavenly Sword Sect has driven them down to the mountain's foot. Lucky I took early leave when things looked grim, or I'd be joining my senior brothers on the road to the underworld by now. He rolled over on the bed, his palm slapping heavily against the stone surface. Senior brother Zhao, you damn bastard, where the hell did you disappear to? You had a heaven-grade spiritual root. How could you just vanish like that? If you're going to die, at least pay back the 1,000 spirit stones you owe me first. That was 20 years of saved earnings. My biggest gamble in this life. All fucking wasted. Wah. Near the dwelling entrance, Zhao Hao's hand holding the storage bag froze midair. His facial muscles twitched, the veins at his temple throbbing. His expression darkened like soot on a wok bottom. Son of a bitch. Here I am thinking of your kindness, planning to repay you with good fortune. And you're hiding here, cursing me to death. A cold, killing intent surged from Zhao Hao's heart, only to be forcibly suppressed moments later. Forget it. Bridges burn, roads end. We're even from now on. Zhao Hao's arm swept out sharply. Smack. The storage bag became a gray blur, slamming into the stone door and sending ripples across the barrier formation. The wailing inside stopped abruptly. Immediately, the frantic scrambling of someone falling out of bed echoed from within. Only after a full half-incense sticks time did the broken door creak open a crack. Lu Gui's ashen face appeared, his fingers tightening around 2 low-grade fireball talismans. He peered nervously down both ends of the alley. Only emptiness met his gaze. His eyes finally fell upon the storage bag at the threshold. Swallowing hard, he summoned a spectral hand from his spiritual power and snatched the bag through the crack with lightning speed. Bang! The door slammed shut instantly. Unbeknownst to Lu Gui, had he not retrieved that bag, he might soon have found himself facing the senior brother Zhao. He constantly mourned within a myriad soul's banner. Half an hour later, in the inner city of Wanxian, Zhao Hao returned to his rented high-grade dwelling and casually activated all the isolation barriers. Having settled this karmic debt once and for all, he cast aside all distracting thoughts. Swallowing a Qingyuan pill, Zhao Hao began cultivating as he had not done in a long while. Within the cave dwelling, the spiritual energy had grown thin and sparse. Zhao Hao opened his eyes, slowly exhaling a turbid breath tinged with faint azure light. He summoned the system interface, and as his gaze fell upon the updated data, a satisfied expression spread across his face. Realm Foundation Establishment Early Stage 3100. In just a single night, after consuming 2 maximally fortified Qingyuan pills, his progress had advanced by 2 points. Such a cultivation speed was nothing short of astonishing. The only limitation was spirit stones. I still need to get more spirit stones, many more. Zhao Hao stroked his chin and rose to his feet. He had a major matter to attend to today. The monthly auction was scheduled for this very day, and the 20 top-grade Foundation Establishment pills he had anonymously submitted for sale 2 days ago were about to make their debut. Rising, he deactivated the cave's restrictions, changed into a plain cyan robe, and donned a bronze mask capable of blocking spiritual sense detection. Paired with his imposing stature, the effect was somewhat laughably obvious. Yet he paid it no heed, heading straight for the Tianbao Pavilion in the inner city. In truth, the Tianbao Pavilion's auctions were mostly attended by cultivators at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. Golden Core cultivators had their own private exchange circles, typically conducted through barter. Arriving at the Tianbao Pavilion, he found it buzzing with activity. The moment Zhao Hao drew near, he sensed several formidable foundation establishment auras lurking in the vicinity. He revealed his own cultivation level, and immediately a beautiful attendant at the 8th level of Qi refining approached, respectfully guiding him to a private second-floor chamber. The chamber overlooked the hall, offering an unobstructed view of the entire auction venue. Through the specially crafted crystal window, Zhao Hao saw the main hall below packed to capacity. A sea of black figures, nearly all cultivators at the late Qi refining stage, their faces etched with barely concealed impatience and anticipation. The market for foundation establishment pills has become even more frenzied than I imagined after this period of build-up. Sensing the atmosphere, Zhao Hao nodded with satisfaction. Before long, a beam of light flashed upon the circular platform as a woman in a fiery red dress, holding a jade rui, gracefully stepped forward. Her cultivation had reached the late foundation establishment stage. The moment she appeared, the clamorous hall fell silent. I am Sume. Welcome, fellow cultivators. Her voice, though soft, reached every ear with a peculiar charm. Enough idle talk, let us begin the auction with the first item. Sume waved her jade hand, and a servant stepped forward bearing a jade tray covered with red silk. A top-grade first-rank flying artifact, the wind-sailing boat. It can be powered by spirit stones, carries up to 4 passengers, and is operable even by Qi refining cultivators. Starting bid, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Minimum increment 50. Item after item was presented like flowing water, each sold off at sky-high prices. Zhao Hao sat leisurely in his chamber sipping spirit tea, showing no interest in these conventional artifacts and treasures. He was now well off. Spirit stones were not an issue. What he needed was a decisive offensive technique that could turn the tide at a critical moment, or a trump card to escape from a golden core cultivator. Just as he was growing impatient, Su Mei on the platform suddenly wore a mysterious smile. The next item, I believe many of you have been anxiously awaiting. She clapped her hands lightly. 4 stunning maidens at the late Qi refining stage, each carrying a jade tray with 5 pill bottles, ascended the platform step by step. Su Mei casually opened one of the bottles. A dense, nearly tangible pill fragrance burst forth like a breached dam, instantly flooding the entire auction hall. That's the scent. Foundation establishment pill. It's definitely the aroma of a foundation establishment pill. Heavens, such pure medicinal power. My bottleneck. It seems to have loosened slightly. The atmosphere in the main hall exploded. Countless Qi refining cultivators leaped to their feet, craning their necks, breathing heavily as they fixed their eyes on the tiny pill bottle. Sume was pleased with the effect. She delicately pinched a pill from the bottle with 2 slender fingers. One foundation establishment pill. I trust everyone is aware of its effects. She paused, then parted her crimson lips to utter a word that plunged the hall into dead silence. This pill is of supreme quality. Supreme. The 2 words struck like a thunderbolt from the heavens, detonating in every mind. First came 3 breaths of absolute stillness, then a frenzied roar erupted like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing. What? A supreme-grade foundation establishment pill. Did I hear that right? An elderly cultivator at the late Qi refining stage spoke, his voice trembling with disbelief. I know a low-grade foundation establishment pill increases breakthrough success by 20%. How much does a supreme-grade one add? A mid-stage Qi refining cultivator seemingly in his 30s asked in confusion. Are you so ignorant? Each quality tier increases the success rate by 10%. A supreme-grade foundation establishment pill adds a full 50%. The old man replied with a hint of contempt. Meanwhile, a cultivator who appeared to represent a family clan muttered to himself. How is this possible? Aren't supreme-grade foundation establishment pills usually reserved by major factions in advance? Has a new alchemist emerged who can refine such pills? Even from a few private chambers on the 2nd floor came heavy breaths. Through the window, Zhao Hao could feel the almost burning greedy stares below. Su Mei's voice continued to tempt like a demon's whisper. A supreme-grade foundation establishment pill adds 50% to your breakthrough chance. Combined with a cultivator's inherent probability and other aids, as long as luck isn't too terrible, it's practically a guaranteed promotion to the foundation establishment stage. She paused, then added, "Fellow cultivators, will you stop here turning to dust decades later, or take this step to become a lofty foundation establishment elder gaining another century of life? The decision is yours." After calming her tone, she finally announced, "One supreme-grade foundation establishment pill. Starting bid, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Minimum increment 100. Before her words had faded, a voice impatiently shouted, "I bid 4,000. Get lost. I bid 6,000. My lifespan is running short. Don't any of you dare compete with me," cried an old cultivator with white hair and beard, his voice hoarse and eyes bloodshot. 6,000, and you think you can snatch a supreme-grade foundation establishment pill?" A cultivator in brocade robes, arm around a female companion, called out arrogantly, "I bid 8,000. You poor rogue cultivators, what can you offer to compete?" The price, like a runaway stallion, began to gallop wildly. 9,000. 9,500. I bid 10,000. That's my entire fortune. I ask for everyone's consideration. Watching the crowd below driven into a frenzy over his concocted pills, Zhao Hao raised his teacup and took a gentle sip. He had already begun to appreciate the advantages brought by his elevated alchemical prowess. 13,000 low-grade spirit stones. The bidding increments echoed throughout the hall. 15,000. A gaunt rogue cultivator gritted his teeth, forcing the number through clenched jaws. From a modest private room on the second floor, an aged, yet somewhat frail voice rang out. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon this price being announced, the entire hall fell into complete silence. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones was enough to purchase an excellent second-rank spiritual artifact. The cultivators on the first floor all looked up, their gazes fixed on the private room's location. That's the voice of Patriarch Li from the Southern District. No wonder. The Li family has been squeezed mercilessly in recent years, and his lifespan is nearly exhausted. If another foundation establishment cultivator fails to emerge, the Li family's ancestral assets will be devoured alive. On the high platform, Su Mei smiled, having confirmed 3 times that no one bid. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones sold. Congratulations to Patriarch Li on securing this top-quality foundation establishment pill. Zhao Hao leaned back in the plush chair of his private room, quietly listening as others grew heated and flustered from the bidding war. Immediately after the second and third pills were put up for auction successively, several local foundation establishment families seeking to strengthen their reserves or sabotage rival clans completely tore off their friendly facades and exchanged harsh words on the spot. "Wang Laogwei, must you compete with me? 18,000. How I just love seeing your frustrated expression when you can't defeat me. 19,000. The first batch of 5 top-quality foundation establishment pills sold quickly, with the highest reaching 20,000 and the lowest at 16,500 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Hao raised his teacup to moisten his throat, feeling somewhat helpless within. Ultimately, those capable of producing such a large sum of spirit stones remained a minority. If it were low-grade foundation establishment pills, any chi condensation cultivator at their realm's peak could afford one by liquidating their entire fortune, and they'd gladly bid, making sales far broader. Alas, as a third-stage alchemist, crafting first-rank pills was nothing short of overkill. And now, with his newly purchased spiritual-grade pill furnace, he could produce top-quality results even with his eyes closed. To deliberately lower pill quality for better marketability would be far too troublesome. On the high platform, with the first batch of foundation establishment pills sold, Su Mei was in no rush to present the second batch. The auction would span the entire day, and many cultivators who heard news of the top-quality foundation establishment pills would naturally take advantage of the intervals between auctions to gather spirit stones. After a brief pause, Su Mei began auctioning the subsequent items. The next lot has a rather unique function. A maid approached carrying a jade tray, and Su Mei reached out to gently lift the red cloth. A palm-sized dark warm jade rested quietly in the tray, within which a wisp of silver-white light slowly drifted. First-rank top-quality magic artifact, soul-devouring jade. The cultivators in the hall whispered among themselves, clearly unfamiliar with this obscure item. Su Mei raised her hand to quiet them and began her explanation. This item has an extraordinary origin. Deep within the demon abyss in the far western lands exists an extremely rare beast known as the Soul Devourer. This creature feeds exclusively on the brain matter of demonic beasts and can even consume vengeful ghosts. Over the years, a crystal core forms within its brain. This artifact is crafted from that rare Soul Devourer crystal core. It possesses 3 major effects. Su Mei held up 3 fingers. First, this object can suppress spectral entities, refining trapped ghosts into pure soul power stored within the jade. Second, if absorbed into the sea of consciousness, it transforms into an invisible membrane enveloping the divine sense. Not only can it gradually nurture and strengthen the divine sense, but it also possesses the power to slowly repair divine sense injuries. Third, and most crucially, this soul membrane can effectively resist external divine sense attacks and illusionary deception. Even the divine sense pressure from a Foundation establishment elder cannot easily pierce through its protection. A few pitch-altered gasps echoed through the hall. Sumei's voice suddenly rose. Should there exist a soul-devouring jade of spirit artifact rank, it could even resist inner demon invasion during Golden Core breakthrough. However, due to material limitations, this artifact remains a first-rank top-quality item, though its basic nurturing and divine sense repair functions are quite respectable. Starting price, 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each increment no less than 100 spirit stones. The chi condensation cultivators in the first-floor hall exchanged bewildered glances with no one willing to bid initially. But for the Foundation establishment cultivators in the second-floor private rooms, this was a rare treasure indeed. After hearing the introduction, Zhao Hao suddenly sat upright. Resist divine sense attacks. Within the guest hall of the City Lord's mansion, he had been suppressed by Patriarch Guo's divine sense to the point where even the thought of resistance never formed. That sensation of being helpless prey was something he never wished to experience again. With this item, he could then use the enhancement system to upgrade it to second-rank spirit artifact level, narrowing the gap between himself and a Golden Core cultivator to merely differences in mana potency and attack methods. But before Zhao Hao could utter a bid, others in the second-floor private rooms were already restless. Amit Ba, a Buddhist chant resonated through the venue. This object benefits my spiritual cultivation and is destined to belong to our Buddha. This humble monk offers 6,500 low-grade spirit stones. Hehehe. A cold, raspy laugh suddenly emerged from the private room, diagonally across, accompanied by an unmistakable chilling aura. Your monkish talk is all fine words, but the soul-devouring jade is something the Myriad Souls Hall must have. I hope you'll grant me some face. I offer 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. The soul cultivator of Myriad Souls Hall leaned against the glazed window, his gaze fixed mercilessly on the auction platform, as though ready to fly there and seize the soul-devouring jade directly. For a soul cultivator, enhancing the divine sense and repairing soul injuries mattered more than anything. With this treasure, he could practice forbidden soul arts without restraint, knowing the artifact would heal any backlash from his cultivation. A clear, cold female voice suddenly broke through the two-party struggle. I offer 10,000. Zhao Hao recognized that the bidder was Xian Su from Lingyao Pavilion. Unexpected that this woman showed interest in the soul-devouring jade as well. 15,000. A voice that had never bid before came from a private room opposite. Listening to it, Zhao Hao could discern a touch of sharpness within. This monk offers 16,000. The monk slowly continued raising the price. The Myriad Souls Hall cultivator slammed his palm against the window ledge, his voice slightly irritable. 20,000. Monk of Qianfu Temple, are you deliberately opposing me? Amit Ba, treasures belong to those with means. 21,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Hao wore an unusual expression. Back in Heisher City, he had indeed heard of the term yuan. The price of the soul-devouring jade soared continuously. Ordinary first-rank top-quality defensive artifacts topped out around 10,000, but this special artifact completely shattered conventional expectations. The hall fell into deathly silence, with everyone craning their necks to watch the battle between the second-floor private rooms. Zhao Hao sat in his chair, reaching out to pour himself a cup of tea. He was waiting for the bidding limits of the competitors. Soon the price reached 30,000, with increments climbing by 100 at a time. Zhao Hao knew the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. Bringing the teacup to his lips, his calm, yet rough voice penetrated through the formation, drowning out the entire venue. 50,000. 50,000. The two plain words drifted out from the private room. The clamorous hall of the Tianbao Pavilion fell into a deadly silence. The rogue cultivators in the main hall below lifted their heads in unison, searching for the source of the voice. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones for an auxiliary first-grade defensive artifact. Even an ordinary second-grade, mid-grade spirit artifact might not fetch such a price. It defied all common sense in the cultivation world. From the private room, diagonally opposite, came the sound of shattering porcelain. The soul cultivator from the Wanhan Hall had changed his tone, this fellow Taoist maliciously driving up the price. Aren't you afraid of meeting an accident when you leave Wanxian City? Amitbach. The monk from the Qianfu Temple intoned a long Buddhist chant, evidently also stunned by the price. Zhao Hao didn't even change his posture. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. Amid the swirling steam, he didn't lift his head. Whether this thing is worth the price is not for you to decide, since no one else is bidding its mine. The next room was silent for 2 breaths. 50,000 and 100. The monk unhurriedly uttered a number, deliberately grinding at the baseline to test their patience. The window frame of the Wanhan Hall's private room creaked. The ghost cultivator had completely lost his composure, his voice ragged. 60,000. I'll pay 60,000. Let's see who dares to compete with me today. 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. Almost the entire wealth of an ordinary mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Had it not been for the crucial importance of this soul-devouring jade to his cultivation of the soul path secret arts, he would never have played the fool. A sigh came from the adjoining private room. It seems this item is not destined for this poor monk. The monk fell silent. The rogue cultivators downstairs dared not even breathe, silently enjoying the spectacle of the gods battling on the second floor. On the high platform, Su Mei had already raised the finalizing hammer ready to strike the first blow. Zhao Hao took a sip of tea, mimicking the monk's slow drawl as he continued to raise the price. 60,000 and 100. Just 100 more. Little harm, but immense humiliation. Boom. The glass window of the Wanhan Hall's private room was roughly pushed open. A grim-faced man rushed to the window, pointing at Zhao Hao's room and roaring, "Manager Su, have the rules of the Tianbao Pavilion been thrown to the dogs? I demand an immediate verification of his assets. A wild cultivator from nowhere. Can he really afford 60,000 spirit stones?" Even the monk from the Qianfu temple intoned a Buddhist chant in agreement, as such a sum was indeed outrageous for an ordinary cultivator. Su Mei furrowed her delicate brows slightly, about to inquire. Zhao Hao didn't even open his window. He set down his teacup, sat upright in the private room, and his hearty, rough voice pierced through the formation, echoing throughout the auction hall. "With empty pockets yourself, you think everyone in the world is poor." The entire hall fell instantly silent. Zhao Hao would not fall into the trap of self-justification. His tone was arrogant and domineering. "With no spirit stones in your own pockets, you still demand others to verify their assets. What a colossal joke." He unhurriedly blew on the floating tea leaves, his voice once again echoing out. "Is this price really too high? The soul-devouring jade has always been at this price. Don't spout nonsense with your eyes wide open. It's hard for alchemists to refine artifacts too. Sometimes you should look for the reason in yourselves. Has your monthly salary increased over the years? Have you been diligent enough in murder and treasure hunting?" Silence. The hall was deathly quiet. Several rogue cultivators were holding back laughter until their faces turned red. Someone who dared to insult a foundation establishment master of the Wanhan Hall so directly in Wanxian City was definitely not to be trifled with. "You're asking for death." The soul cultivator from the Wanhan Hall was fuming with rage, a beastly growl escaping his throat. The ghostly chi on his body surged violently, a pitch-black bone blade materializing before him. The surrounding air temperature plummeted, as if he was about to explode at any moment. Just as the tension reached its peak, an overwhelming, majestic pressure descended from the void, precisely locking onto the soul cultivator. It was the divine sense warning of a golden core elder. The ghost cultivator's body stiffened, the newly formed bone blade instantly dissipating. He forced down the curses and fury that had risen to his lips, feeling a surge of blood and chi in his chest. He shot a resentful glare toward Zhao Hao's private room, then slammed the window shut with a loud bang. Su Mei, seeing the situation under control, let out a long sigh of relief. To avoid any further complications, she skipped the formalities and struck the finalizing hammer 3 times in succession. She no longer followed the usual procedure of asking if anyone would raise the bid. She even omitted the routine words and simply struck the hammer 3 times in a row. 60,100 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to this fellow Taoist on winning the soul-devouring jade. 3 crisp sounds of the hammer, swift and decisive. Hey you. I haven't conceded yet. Why are you hammering so fast?" The furious roar of the Wanhan Hall soul cultivator came from the opposite private room. Su Mei smiled and bowed slightly, completely ignoring the complaint, and waved for the maid to take the soul-devouring jade away. Not long after, the door of the private room was gently knocked. A maid at the 8th level of chi refining entered, carrying a tray covered with red cloth, followed by a foundation establishment steward from the Tianbao Pavilion. "This fellow Taoist, this is the soul-devouring jade you want." The steward amiably lifted the red cloth, revealing the dark, warm jade lying quietly inside, with a faint silver-white light swimming extremely slowly. Zhao Hao leaned back in his chair, sweeping his divine sense over the warm jade, and indeed sensed a pure soul power within it. He promptly took out his own storage pouch, counted out 60,100 low-grade spirit stones into another empty pouch, and tossed it to the steward. The steward caught the pouch, probed it with his divine sense, and counted, and his smile immediately became even brighter. "The amount is correct, fellow Taoist. Please keep the artifact well. If you have any more items, we will deliver them to you at any time." Zhao Hao grabbed the soul-devouring jade from the tray. Seeing this, the steward left the private room with the maid. The soul-devouring jade felt slightly cool to the touch, and a sense of clarity spread through his fingertips, alleviating some of the spiritual fatigue caused by the forced infusion of alchemy knowledge from the past few days. A fine treasure. Zhao Hao nodded with satisfaction and stored it in his storage pouch. The subsequent items failed to arouse any interest in Zhao Hao. After the 3 sets of Foundation Establishment pills were all auctioned off, Zhao Hao gained a total of 320,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, the last pill could hardly fetch a price of 14,000 low-grade spirit stones. There was no point in staying any longer. Zhao Hao stood up, opened the door of the private room, and quickly left the Tianbao Pavilion through the hidden passage reserved for honored guests. After leaving the Tianbao Pavilion, Zhao Hao did not return directly to his rented cave dwelling. Instead, he deliberately took several long detours through the crowded inner city, as caution never hurts. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Hao returned to his cave dwelling and activated all the restriction arrays. He let out a long breath, sat cross-legged on the stone bed, and took out the newly acquired soul-devouring jade. Spending 60,000 spirit stones on a first-grade top-quality artifact is indeed quite extravagant. Zhao Hao held the soul-devouring jade in his palm, and a translucent system interface slowly appeared before his eyes. But if this thing is upgraded to a second-grade spirit artifact, its value will be completely different. Zhao Hao sat cross-legged on the hard stone bed of his cave dwelling, flipping his hand to produce that piece of dark warm jade. His divine sense surged forth like a tide, enveloping this first-grade supreme-grade magical artifact layer by layer. Purely fire spiritual energy flowed through his palm, repeatedly scouring the restrictions inside the jade. After the time it took to burn an incense stick accompanied by a faint hum, Zhao Hao's divine sense imprint firmly embedded itself into the core of the jade. The soul-devouring jade transformed into a streak of dark light plunging straight into his brow, finally hovering in the center of his sea of consciousness. Zhao Hao immediately closed his eyes and began to introspect his sea of consciousness. In the void-like space of the sea of consciousness, a hazy humanoid shadow floated silently. That was the essence of his soul. As the soul-devouring jade took its place, circles of dark green radiance cascaded down, enveloping the soul like ripples of water. Then the layer of radiance slowly permeated inward, thoroughly merging with the soul. An unprecedented sensation of cool clarity exploded from the depths of his soul. Zhao Hao's body trembled slightly, and he exhaled a long, turbid breath. Like one who had walked naked through the wilderness for years, constantly wary of prying eyes in the shadows, now finally clad in a sturdy suit of armor, that profound sense of inner security nearly made him lose himself in it. Nourished by the soul-devouring jade, he could even see that the originally blurry shadow of his soul had become somewhat clearer in outline. With a thought, Zhao Hao extended his divine sense outward from the cave dwelling. It passed through stone walls, crossed restrictions, and expanded continuously, soon reaching the limit of 1 li. Normally at this point his soul would feel a mounting resistance, but now that cool, refreshing energy flowed endlessly, neutralizing all the strain. He tried to push his divine sense forward another inch. No obstruction. Moreover, as time passed, his divine sense continued to expand slowly but steadily. The soul-devouring jade's effect of nourishing the soul was indeed worthy of its reputation. But Zhao Hao soon noticed a problem. As his divine sense expanded, the sliver of silvery white light, representing pure soul power inside the soul-devouring jade, was being consumed at an almost imperceptible rate. He made a rough calculation. At this rate, the soul power stored in the jade would last at most a year or 2. This was too short. Moreover, a mere first-grade magical artifact could no longer keep up with his needs. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao summoned the system panel. A pale golden light screen unfolded before him. He locked his intent on the soul-devouring jade in his sea of consciousness, dragged it into the main item slot, and then selected low-grade spirit stones in the material slot. The numbers flickered rapidly, and finally, after consuming 6,250 low-grade spirit stones, the success rate settled firmly at 100. Confirm enhancement. Buzz. A dazzling golden light burst open in the sea of consciousness, and the color of the soul-devouring jade instantly deepened to the hue of night. Ding. Enhancement successful. First-grade supreme-grade soul-devouring jade upgraded to second-grade low-grade spirit artifact. An even more vast wave of coolness surged straight into his soul, and Zhao Hao felt his entire sea of consciousness become clear. The hazy humanoid shadow of his soul began to solidify spontaneously, as if it had gained a real thickness. He released his divine sense again. This time, instead of advancing inch by inch, it expanded outward by whole feet. Excellent. Continue. Having tasted the sweetness, Zhao Hao unhesitatingly threw the second-grade low-grade soul-devouring jade back into the main enhancement slot. 31,250 spirit stones were poured into the material slot, and the success rate was maxed out again. Ding. Enhancement successful. Upgraded to second-grade mid-grade spirit artifact. The soothing sensation in his soul surged again, and the outline of the humanoid soul grew even clearer, with even the faintest hint of facial features beginning to form. Again, Zhao Hao muttered in a low voice, a flicker of fervor in his eyes, and he fed in 156,250 low-grade spirit stones. All of them. Ding. Enhancement successful. Upgraded to second grade, high-grade spirit artifact. Done. He licked his slightly dry lips, fixed his burning gaze on the second grade, high-grade soul-devouring jade in the main slot, and swept his divine sense into his storage pouch, ready to push it all the way to second grade supreme grade. However, the numbers on the panel flickered wildly for a moment before finally stopping dead at 18. 5 foot. Zhao Hao was stunned. What's going on? He immediately probed his divine sense into the storage pouch. The sight made him freeze on the stone bed. The small mountain of hundreds of thousands of spirit stones inside the pouch was now only a thin layer at the bottom. At most, only 121,120 low-grade spirit stones remained. Damn, where did all my spirit stones go? Zhao Hao frantically calculated in his mind. From first grade supreme to second grade low grade, over 6,000. From second grade low grade to mid grade, 31,000. From second grade mid grade to high grade, a full 156,000. This triple jump had devoured nearly 200,000 low grade spirit stones. The huge fortune he had made from the Foundation establishment pill at the auction was already 2/3 gone. With a thought, he fished out a single low-grade spirit stone and tossed it forlornly into the material slot. The light screen flickered. Enhancement success rate 0.000006. Staring at the long string of zeros after the decimal point, Zhao Hao laughed bitterly. Even 1% is worth a try, and even 1 in 10 million is still a chance. Do you think I'm afraid to click? He muttered self-deprecatingly, then resolutely pressed the confirm enhancement button. Without even looking at the result, he closed the system screen. It was definitely not going to succeed. Just a waste of 1 spirit stone for the sound effect. After venting, Zhao Hao composed himself and carefully examined the astonishing changes brought by the second grade, high-grade soul-devouring jade. The maximum detection range of his divine sense had actually increased by a full zhong. In a battle, an extra zhong of divine sense range meant being able to detect enemies earlier and to control flying swords at extreme distances, an overwhelming advantage that no amount of spirit stones could buy. If 2 cultivators had the same escape speed, he could even kite at the maximum attack range. Previously, no cultivator did this because the farther the divine sense coverage, the weaker the control over the flying sword, and naturally, the less the power. But if his divine sense was strong enough, this increase in range could become a deadly trump card. However, he soon discovered the downside of this great weapon. The effect on soul enhancement was remarkable, but the consumption was equally astonishing. Inside the soul-devouring jade, the silvery white soul power that was expected to last a year or two was now visibly depleting at a rapid rate. Zhao Hao made a rough estimate at the consumption rate of a second-grade high-grade spirit artifact. This stock would last only 3 months at most. Once the soul power was exhausted, the core function of this spirit artifact, enhancing the soul and nourishing divine sense, would completely cease, leaving it a mere shell with only defensive capability. He must replenish a large amount of soul power quickly. Where could he get so many souls? It's not like he could kill and seize souls himself. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the 10,000 souls banner in his storage pouch. Zhao Hao moved his mind, and a black banner appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was the second-order lower-grade spiritual artifact that he later refined and strengthened, the 10,000 souls banner. As the banner unfurled, a sinister wind howled, and 300 or 400 ghastly souls of various shapes struggled and roared within. These souls were the remnants from Jia Ren's soul-summoning banner back, then combined with those from the 10,000 souls banner of the Foundation establishment cultivator of the Myriad Souls Hall. However, the vast majority were only at the early or middle stage of the First Order, and the strongest were merely 2 First-Order perfected souls. Without a trace of pity on his face, Zhao Hao directly took out the soul-devouring jade from his sea of consciousness and activated it. A dark green vortex emerged from the jade, and an irresistible suction force enveloped the 10,000 souls banner that Zhao Hao was driving. Squeak! The souls in the banner let out uneasy screams, desperately burrowing deeper into the banner to escape the suction, but all was in vain. When nearly 100 First-Order early-stage souls like wheat thrown into a millstone could not offer even a trace of resistance, they were all swept away by the vortex, transformed into the purest soul power and injected into the soul-devouring jade. Inside the soul-devouring jade, the originally dim, silvery white glow visibly expanded by a circle. He then retrieved the soul-devouring jade back into his sea of consciousness. Having temporarily resolved the endurance issue of the soul-devouring jade, Zhao Hao's attention fell on the remaining 300 or so souls in the 10,000 souls banner, especially the 2 First-Order perfected souls with the most formidable auras. He recalled a secret soul attack technique purchased at the 100 Treasures Pavilion, the Yin Soul Nail. This technique ignored physical defenses and directly attacked the soul, making it impossible to guard against, perfectly suited as his trump card. Moreover, he had already used the system to strengthen this technique to the minor achievement realm using the proficiency of other techniques and that soul-chasing seal as materials. The minor achievement realm was sufficient for him to refine souls into lethal weapons. Following the technique's records, Zhao Hao reached out and directly summoned a first-order perfected soul from the 10,000 Souls banner. The moment the soul left the banner, it let out a sharp screech and transformed into a black shadow, charging at Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao snorted coldly, and a Foundation establishment-level spiritual energy hand easily grabbed it, rendering its struggles futile. Just tried to try my hand on you. His fingers flew, and one by one Yin Soul Nail restriction runes materialized out of thin air, continuously striking into the black shadow. The soul screech grew more and more piercing, and the shadow's volume shrank and solidified under the refining of spiritual energy. After half a stick of incense, a pitch-black nail, only the length of a chopstick, quietly floated before Zhao Hao. The nail's body was covered with restrictions, exuding a malevolent and sinister aura that made one's heart tremble. Is this the Yin Soul Nail? The moment his divine sense touched the nail's body, the next instant a piercing pain shot from the tip of his divine sense, and an indescribable malevolence crazily backlashed along it. Hiss! Zhao Hao drew in a sharp breath, feeling as if someone had stabbed his brain with a needle. The intense pain came and went quickly, but even though it was only a moment, the feeling of being pierced in the brain made his face turn pale. He shook his dazed head, and the look in his eyes towards the Yin Soul Nail finally showed a hint of satisfaction. Just being brushed by its aura had such power. If this thing were to pierce a Qi refining 9th layer cultivator, they would likely perish on the spot. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator without a specialized soul defense artifact would suffer severe soul damage if struck by this. But this was not enough. This level of attack was not yet sufficient to be his true trump card. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao opened the system panel. Main item: Yin Soul Nail, First Order Supreme strengthened to Second Order lower grade. Please select consumable materials. In the material slot, Karma, First Order Soul, and Spirit Stone. 3 options lay quietly. He directly selected First Order Soul. As he dragged one First Order middle stage soul after another from the 10,000 Souls banner into the material slot, the success rate number began to slowly tick. When a full 25 First Order middle stage souls were selected, the success rate finally became 100. Confirm strengthening. Ding. Strengthening successful. Yin Soul Nail, Second Order lower grade. Hum. The black nail floating before Zhao Hao instantly turned deep as ink, and the restrictions on its surface became more intricate. A sharpness 10 times more dangerous than before emanated from the tip of the nail. This time Zhao Hao learned his lesson and dared not probe with his divine sense. He felt that if he dared to touch it again, it would be more than just a needle prick. Second Order lower grade, roughly equivalent to a Yin Soul Nail refined from the soul of an early Foundation establishment cultivator. This power could definitely annihilate the soul of a cultivator of the same rank. But this was not enough. His enemies were never just cultivators of the same rank. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes, and he dumped the remaining 100+ First Order middle stage souls in the 10,000 Souls banner, along with nearly 100 First Order early stage souls, all into the material slot. At this point, few souls remained in the 10,000 Souls banner. Again, ding. Strengthening successful. Yin Soul Nail, Second Order middle grade done. At this moment, the Yin Soul Nail's length had actually shrunk a bit, and its color had become completely pitch black, as if absorbing all light, exuding an evil aura that unsettled the soul. Zhao Hao carefully stored it into his sea of consciousness according to the technique's records. As soon as the Yin Soul Nail entered the Second Order upper grade soul devouring jade, in his sea of consciousness activated layers of dark green halos firmly protecting his soul body. Even so, Zhao Hao's soul still sensed a deadly threat from that black nail. He had no doubt that if this thing went out of control, even with the protection of his Second Order upper grade soul devouring jade, while his soul might be safe, his divine sense would still suffer severe damage. Suppressing the palpitations in his heart, he refined the last First Order perfected soul in the 10,000 Souls banner into a First Order Supreme Yin Soul Nail, and using some remaining souls along with a few Spirit Stones finally strengthened it to Second Order lower grade. Having done all this, Zhao Hao sensed the 2 nails, one large and one small, exuding dangerous auras in his sea of consciousness, and finally a satisfied expression appeared on his face. He couldn't help but think of that soul cultivator from the Myriad Souls Hall at the auction. If I ever meet another nagging cultivator who insists on opposing me. Zhao Hao stroked his chin, and the corner of his mouth curled into an extremely sinister arc. Wait and see if I don't stab you. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Inside a side hall of the city lord's mansion, old ancestor Gua held a cup of spiritual tea, his recent mood a tumultuous mix of emotions. In theory, the 3 alchemy prodigies he personally instructed were making progress far beyond expectations, a wonderful thing. Yet the pace was so swift that even he, a golden core stage elder, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. The first to astonish him was Xian Su Fairy, the top contender of the Alchemy Grand Assembly and a member of the Spirit Herb Pavilion. That young lady's alchemy talent was unprecedented in his experience. When he finished explaining a concept, she would extrapolate and even propose insights that required him to ponder deeply. She could refine third-grade pills with effortless grace, and their quality was exceptional. Had he not known she was a core disciple of the Spirit Herb Pavilion backed by a nascent soul force, he would have stopped at nothing to recruit such a genius into the City Lord's mansion. As for the third one, Li Ming, he had long seen through the man's demonic cultivator nature, using his minor divine ability, the Li Fire Bright Void Pupil. The man's soul seemed extraordinarily powerful, and his learning speed far exceeded that of an ordinary third-rank alchemist. However, the 10,000 Immortal City was a neutral ground. As long as no trouble was stirred within the city, he couldn't be bothered to interfere. What truly gave him a headache was the second one. That fellow named Zhao Hao. The door was pushed open unceremoniously, and a rough voice boomed before the man even entered. Old Ancestor Gua, any new pill recipes today? Don't hold out on us. We must be diligent about the City Lord's matter. Zhao Hao's burly figure appeared at the doorway. He strode to the table, unceremoniously grabbed the teapot of spiritual tea, poured himself a full cup, and gulped it down. Old Ancestor Gua's temples throbbed. He looked at the burly man, who had gone from cautious and humble during his first few visits to now strolling about as if it were his own backyard, and felt a dull ache in his head. At first he could sense that the man's alchemy skills were barely scraping the threshold of the third rank. He had planned to start with the basics of third-rank alchemy, but Zhao Hao showed no interest in fundamentals. Instead, he kept trying every trick to drain Old Ancestor Gua's stock of third-rank pill recipes, thinking to humble the lad with a few obscure, incomplete recipes and make him settle down to learn the basics of third-rank alchemy. The result was the opposite. Zhao Hao deciphered every single one of those dozen or so fragments, and each time, he used his own miraculous methods to produce finished pills. Instead of humbling him, Old Ancestor Gua found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. Later, he even deliberately removed key steps from some of his most treasured third-rank formulas and handed them out, yet Zhao Hao still treated them as fragments and solved them. What irritated him more was that once, while explaining his unique alchemy technique, Zhao Hao, clearly ignorant of the trick, instantly spotted a flaw in his method and pointed it out on the spot. After that, Old Ancestor Gua never again mentioned teaching him the basics. He couldn't bear the humiliation. Zhao Hao set down his teacup, gleefully scanning his system panel. Alchemist third rank mastery 0800. Below lay a dense list of 20 or 30 kinds of third-grade pills. Ever since he discovered that the Golden Core Elder became exceptionally amenable whenever the City Lord's great matter was brought up, he threw caution to the wind. Using the pretext of securing the complete inheritance of the Li Fire Sect's alchemy lineage for the City Lord, he kept probing and draining him relentlessly. In just 2 months, he had squeezed out nearly everything Old Ancestor Gua had stored away. He even obtained the recipe for the second-rank top-grade pill, the Golden Core Pill, under the guise of laying a solid foundation. Old Ancestor Gua parted with it generously. After all major forces had this formula, and minor ones lacked the main ingredient anyway. Of course, Zhao Hao learned from the recipe that the main ingredient was not ordinary spiritual herbs, but a third-rank spiritual plant fruit, called Golden Core Fruit, or alternatively a cultivator's or beast's golden core. Seeing Old Ancestor Gua's dark expression and obvious reluctance to engage, Zhao Hao's eyes darted as he tested the waters. Old Ancestor, I've pretty much learned all the third-rank recipes. How about giving me a sneak peek at the fourth-rank ones you mentioned last time? Old Ancestor Gua, who had been lifting his teacup, jerked his hand and nearly spilled the tea. He glared at Zhao Hao. What are you thinking? Can you even refine a fourth-grade pill? Forget needing stronger flames and a superior cauldron. Just one batch would drain your spiritual energy dry. Besides, fourth-rank recipes often require millennium spiritual herbs as main ingredients. Even if I gave them to you, you couldn't find the herbs. Since refining fourth-grade pills requires stronger flames, Zhao Hao seized the opportunity. Then what about that secret technique for condensing the Li Fire minor divine ability you mentioned last time? Old Ancestor Gua nearly choked on his tea. Stop. He waved his hand, frantically rubbing his temples. Didn't I tell you? That secret technique can only be passed on after you retrieve the inheritance for the City Lord's mansion and formally join. I am more than willing to join the City Lord's mansion. Zhao Hao immediately thumped his chest, face full of righteousness. I'm thinking of the City Lord's grand plan too. The more I know, the better prepared I'll be when entering the secret realm, right? Shall I sign a heavenly demon contract? I can do it right now. Old Ancestor Gua was completely disarmed by this barrage. Letting him join the City Lord's mansion, with that thick, unshakable karmic sin clinging to him, Old Ancestor Gua had no faith that he could successfully channel that karma and condense the legendary Crimson Li Karma Flame Divine Ability Seed. He even feared that the karmic sin would taint the entire mansion. But if he didn't let him join, what could he teach? He'd already drained the third-rank knowledge. How could he just twiddle his thumbs for the remaining month? He had promised to teach for 3 months in front of the other two. If Zhao Hao went around accusing him of hoarding knowledge, how would the other two perceive him? If that ruined the city lord's plans, he couldn't bear the responsibility. Staring at Zhao Hao's shameless face, that I'm only doing this for the city lord's mansion expression, old ancestor Gua grew more and more aggrieved, waves of anger surging in his chest. He was truly out of tricks against this unyielding rogue. Fine. Out of sight, out of mind. Old ancestor Gua abruptly pulled a blank jade slip from his storage pouch, poured his divine sense into it, and began carving rapidly. A moment later, he flung the jade slip viciously toward Zhao Hao. Take it. Get lost. Don't come back for the next month. Zhao Hao caught the jade slip, swept his divine sense inside, and his face lit up with joy. He chuckled, cupped his hands toward old ancestor Gua, and said, "Thank you, old ancestor. Rest assured I will study it diligently, and not let your expectations down." With that, he tucked the jade slip away, turned, and left briskly, his steps light and unhurried. Old ancestor Gua stared at his receding back, which seemed to be gloating over his gains, and let out a heavy snort. He couldn't even be bothered to bring up the matter of signing the heavenly demon contract to join the city lord's mansion. Returning to his cave dwelling, Zhao Hao immediately activated all the restrictions. The heavy stone door sealed off the inside and outside. He eagerly sat cross-legged and pressed the jade slip from Guo Laozu against his forehead. His divine sense sank in, and a torrent of vast and complex information flooded his mind. After a long while, Zhao Hao slowly opened his eyes, his face full of uncontrollable shock. What was recorded in this jade slip was not a mere spell, but a door to a world of entirely new power. Divine ability. He murmured, digesting the information in his mind. It turned out that the so-called divine ability was to use a cultivator's soul as ink and brush, carving a fundamental rune derived from antiquity within the void of the sea of consciousness. But this was only the first step. To endow the rune with true power, one must introduce a special substance called medium force as a catalyst. For example, a sword cultivator's sword intent, a demon cultivator's blood aura, or the dense, indissoluble karmic retribution on his own body. When the rune fuses with the medium force, it will condense into a small divine ability seed in the sea of consciousness. These divine ability seeds also had grades. From low to high, they were divided into 3 ranks: mortal, spirit, and immortal. Each rank was further divided into 3 grades: lower, middle, and upper. Thus, the cultivation world also customarily called them 1st to 9th grade divine abilities, with 1st grade being the lowest and 9th grade the highest. The grade of a small divine ability seed was determined by 2 factors: the grade of the secret art used to condense it, and the grade and quantity of the medium object. As for the leaf fire mystic art that Guo Laozu had given him, it could at most condense a 6th grade upper grade spirit rank divine ability seed, which was already considered an extremely top-tier secret art in the cultivation world. The jade slip also mentioned that if one could condense a small divine ability seed during the foundation establishment stage, then, when successfully breaking through to the golden core stage, one could use the heaven and earth's favor during the ascension to hatch the divine ability seed, transforming it completely into one's own innate great art. Once successfully hatched, the divine ability seed would transform into a complete small divine ability rune deeply imprinted on the cultivator's soul. At that time, the cultivator could use a certain part of the body as a medium to unleash true divine abilities. Just like Guo Laozu's pair of leaf fire illuminating void eyes that could see through all things. The greatest difference between divine abilities and spells was that they could communicate with the power of heaven and earth, and their might would continuously increase with the cultivator's realm and enlightenment. This was the core method that could accompany a cultivator throughout their life. This was the acquired divine ability cultivated later. Correspondingly, there were the innate divine abilities of the ancient powerful races, also known as innate divine abilities. For example, the legendary dragon race's ability to summon wind, and rain the phoenix race's nirvana rebirth. These innate divine abilities were at least 4th grade spirit rank, extremely powerful. Zhao Hao's heart burned with excitement upon seeing this. But he soon saw the enormous risks noted in the jade slip. Condensing a divine ability was a life and death gamble, especially for high-grade ones. If the chosen medium force was too low in grade or too scarce in quantity, then what was condensed would be only the lowest grade 1st grade mortal rank divine ability seed. Once this kind of divine ability was fixed, its potential would be exhausted. Later attempts to upgrade its grade would be harder than ascending to heaven, basically cutting off that path. It would be simpler to just condense a new divine ability seed. Mortal rank divine abilities sometimes were even less powerful than some profound spells and wondrous techniques. Moreover, the number of divine abilities a person's soul could bear varied according to their soul's strength. Therefore, any cultivator with a bit of ambition would prepare thoroughly and never easily attempt to condense their own divine ability seed. But when Zhao Hao saw this, his eyes began to gleam. the first-grade trash divine ability that others avoided. To him, it was simply a tailor-made premium strengthening material. Heh. Zhao Hao grinned, and a crazy plan instantly took shape in his mind. He acted on it immediately. He did not immediately provoke the eerie karmic retribution on his body. The secret art repeatedly emphasized that the stronger the medium force, the more dangerous the condensation. If control over the secret art was insufficient, the soul would be devoured by the medium, resulting in severe soul damage at best, or immediate death, and Tao dissipation at worst. He didn't want to risk his life. Fortunately, the cave dwelling he had rented had a vein of earth fire used for alchemy beneath it, so he could first practice with this most ordinary earth fire force. Zhao Hao sat cross-legged in the alchemy chamber, repeatedly deducing every detail of the leaf fire mystic art in his mind dozens of times until he was thoroughly familiar with it. Then with a thought, a strand of pure soul force detached from his soul and began to slowly outline a profound rune in the void space. Under his control, this strand of soul force began to slowly outline a complex and profound rune in the space of the sea of consciousness. This step went unexpectedly smoothly. The moment the rune took shape, a mysterious and wonderful sensation arose in his heart. The basic rune was complete. Next was the most critical step, drawing the medium into the sea of consciousness. Zhao Hao took a deep breath, separated a strand of divine sense, probed it into the earth fire outlet, and carefully drew out a thread of earth fire force finer than a hair. He wrapped the thread of earth fire in layers of mana, as if escorting some peerless treasure, and extremely slowly guided it into his sea of consciousness. The moment the earth fire entered his body, boom! An indescribable burning pain exploded from his limbs and bones, as if he had been thrown into a furnace. In the sea of consciousness, the second-grade upper soul, devouring jade, suddenly burst forth layers of radiance, firmly protecting his soul body, thus isolating the soul-burning pain. But the newly condensed basic rune was not so fortunate. Sizzle! Zhao Hao seemed to hear a sound like hot oil frying. The rune carved from soul force twisted violently under the scorching of the earth fire, on the verge of collapsing on the spot. Condense! Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and roared. Ignoring the excruciating pain of his soul being burned, he forcibly activated the leaf fire mystic art, manipulating the thread of earth fire force to slam fiercely into the tottering basic rune. The sea of consciousness trembled violently. At the moment of collision between the basic rune and the earth fire force, a wondrous reaction occurred. The basic rune, like a sponge absorbing water, absorbed the thread of earth fire force, and all the burning pain vanished instantly. In its place, a tiny rice grain-sized, faintly glowing fiery red orb floated quietly in his sea of consciousness. Success! The lowest first-grade small divine ability seed. Zhao Hao immediately called up the system interface and saw that 2 new lines of text had appeared on it. Spell Leaf Fire Mystic Art Beginner 1100. Divine Ability Kuan Li Spirit Seed, 1st grade. Looking at the fiery red orb representing 1st grade, Zhao Hao showed a smile of successful planning. 5 days later, in the earth fire chamber of the cave dwelling, Zhao Hao pale-faced from the massive consumption of soul force since the 5 rice grain-sized fiery red orbs in his sea of consciousness, and burst into laughter. Ha ha, no one stipulated that you can only condense 1 seed of the same divine ability. On the deck of the flying boat, the piercing astral wind was warded off by an invisible barrier. Zhao Hao rested one hand on the railing, looking down at the treacherous peaks receding rapidly below. He instinctively glanced up at the horizon, afraid that another sharp cyan sword light might pierce through the clouds and strike the flying boat directly. Ha! Zhao Hao quickly shook his head, forcefully erasing that ominous thought from his mind. Taking advantage of no one noticing, he focused his mind and summoned his system interface to review the results of the past 3 months. Name: Zhao Hao. Cultivation: Late Foundation Establishment, 15,100. Spiritual Root: Fire Supreme. Martial Arts: Fire Driving Nerve. Scripture: Perfected. 100 Poisons: Body Tempering. Art: Perfected. Status: Entangled with Karmic Merit. Heavenly Demon. Contract 1. Spells: Sword Riding Technique. Perfected. Myriad Swords Technique. Perfected. Een Soul Nail. Perfected. Fire Secret Art. Perfected. Divine Abilities: Karmic Fire. Spiritual Seed, 2nd rank. Spiritual Artifacts: 2nd rank high-grade Spiritual Artifact Fire Phoenix Sword. 2nd rank low-grade Spiritual Artifact Myriad Soul Banner. 2nd rank high-grade Spiritual Artifact Soul Devouring Jade. 2nd rank high-grade Spiritual Artifact Magma Earth Armor. Item: Spirit Stones 113200. Low-grade Spirit Stones, Een Soul Nails. 2nd rank high-grade 2. Gazing at the thoroughly refreshed interface, Zhao Hao's apprehension from 3 months ago had transformed into eager anticipation. During these 3 months, he refined a batch of supreme-grade Foundation Establishment pills and anonymously sold them to Tianbao Pavilion. The nearly 1 million low-grade Spirit Stones he earned brought a qualitative improvement to his interface data. As a result, the supreme-grade Foundation establishment pills, which previously auctioned for as high as 20,000 spirit stones each, were now driven down to a mere 6,000, a bargain price. For this, Elder Guo had also subtly confronted him, his words filled with veiled implications. Zhao Hao naturally played the part of obedience on the surface, but continued refining pills exactly as before, once alone. With spirit stones in hand, he immediately upgraded his equipment, purchasing a Earth Attribute defensive spiritual armor called Magma Earth Armor, and reinforcing it all the way to second-rank high-grade. Combined with the second-rank high-grade Fire Phoenix sword and soul-devouring jade, along with his perfected spells, his offense and defense were now armed to the teeth. The only thing that surprised him somewhat was the Karmic Fire spiritual seed. After reinforcing the Fire's secret art to perfection, he could hardly wait to attempt drawing out the rich karmic merit accumulated on himself. Fortunately, he was cautious enough to draw only a trace of barely perceptible merit, making the whole process risky, yet uneventful. However, due to the extremely limited medium power, the ultimately condensed Karmic Fire spiritual seed barely reached first rank. After using those 5 Kunli spiritual seeds as materials for reinforcement, he finally elevated it to second rank. Just as Zhao Hao's thoughts were racing, the flying boat suddenly shuddered and began its slow descent. Elder Guo led the 3 of them to a vast chasm. The chasm appeared as though split open by a divine being with a giant axe stretching for countless miles. Along both sides of the chasm, the ruins of many structures could be faintly discerned, clearly indicating once thriving architecture. Over the entire chasm, a massive golden-red barrier hung like an inverted giant bowl, emitting a soul-shaking power of parting fire. At the southeast corner of the barrier, a particular mountain peak stood out, as if severed cleanly halfway up by some sharp weapon, forming a gigantic platform. At that moment, several factions stood distinctly divided on the platform. Before the flying boat even landed, a slightly teasing voice cut through the wind sound and reached them clearly. Elder Guo, a rare guest. This time your Wanxian City actually sent you a golden core cultivator to lead the team. That makes sense. This cycle is your turn for guard duty. The speaker was a dry old man dressed in Extreme Yin Sect attire. Behind him stood rows of white-robed cultivators with stern expressions, each radiating an imposing presence and sharp aura. The flying boat landed steadily on the platform. Elder Guo, with a darkened face, led Zhao Hao and the other 2 down. How many times have I told you don't call me Guo? Everyone calls me that. You can't just expect me to change my habit alone. The dry old man chuckled, completely disregarding Elder Guo's displeasure. Zhao Hao concealed his aura and quickly scanned the Extreme Yin Sect group. When his gaze fell upon a certain spot, his breath halted imperceptibly for half a beat. A white-robed sword cultivator. The one who had pursued 7th senior brother Wu Da in the valley and casually beheaded 8th senior sister Lin Yaotao, a Foundation establishment late-stage sword cultivator, was among them. The white-robed sword cultivator's killing intent was nearly boiling as he stared at the opposite side of the platform. Following his gaze, Zhao Hao saw a group of demonic cultivators in Wanhan Hall attire. Within their ranks, a fat figure stood out prominently. 7th senior brother Wu Da. This fat man was still alive. Not only alive, he had switched allegiances and infiltrated the Wanhan Hall group. Seemingly sensing the unmasked killing intent from the white-robed sword cultivator, Wu Da's corpulent body instinctively shrank back into the crowd. Zhao Hao touched his chin. His current physique was much sturdier than before, and his aura had been completely transformed by practicing orthodox righteous techniques. He was now clean from top to bottom. Wu Da and the white-robed sword cultivator swept over the Wanxian City group, their gaze never lingering on him. The enemy was clear while he remained hidden. Without a trace, Zhao Hao stepped back half a pace, minimizing his presence. Elder Guo snorted coldly and looked at the Extreme Yin Sect elder. Your Extreme Yin Sect is certainly formidable, slaughtering the Yin Sect until not a single piece of armor remained. Our Wanxian City is now packed with scattered cultivators fleeing from the northern lands. The dry old man grunted, his tone full of justification. Yin Sect asked for it. They refined Wind Elder's granddaughter into a living corpse. No wonder he lost his temper. This time, if not for the corpse-hard old demon fleeing quickly, he would have been split apart long ago. But the Yin ancestor didn't fare well, either, losing even his sect's ancestral grounds. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced toward the direction of Wu Da of Wanhan Hall. Zhao Hao listened to this intelligence. The Yin Sect was gone, and the corpse-hard old demon was on the run. The dark cloud pressing upon his head had temporarily dispersed, but seeing Wu Da, who had already reached mid-Foundation establishment, a few more layers of killing intent arose in his heart. If they encountered each other in the secret realm, perhaps he could find an opportunity to eliminate him, especially since the Myriad Soul banner was currently empty. Om Mani Padme Hum. From the Qianfu Temple group, a dignified old monk stepped forward, chanting a Buddha's name. Om Mani Padme Hum. Friend Guoming, among the disciples you brought this time, 2 of them bear such heavy karmic merit. This doesn't seem like Wanxian City style. As the words fell, hundreds of gazes on the platform instantly fixed upon Zhao Hao and the other 2. Zhao Hao stood straight-faced without expression. Li Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and he retreated into the shadow of Elder Gua. Elder Gua swept his wide sleeve, blocking the probing divine senses from all directions. Wanxian City only values pill-refining talent and never asks about one's origins. The old rules still apply. This time Wanxian City has come solely for the pill vein trial with no intention of participating in your righteous and demonic conflicts. He didn't waste more words, flipping his hand to produce 3 special jade talismans and tossing them to Zhao Hao and the others. These are specially crafted escape-through-space talismans refined personally by the city lord. Once activated, they can form a protective shield capable of withstanding a full power strike from a golden core early-stage cultivator. If you face life and death crisis, crush them immediately, and they will ensure your calm departure from the secret realm. Zhao Hao accepted the jade talisman, his heart slightly steadied. Just then a charming giggle came from the opposite side of the platform, causing many male disciples from various sects to turn their heads repeatedly. A coquettish laughter mingled with a cloying sweet fragrance drifted from the other side of the platform. Zhao Hao turned to look. Dozens of female cultivators walked gracefully, their steps light and leisurely. The fabric on their bodies was scant, a few thin veils barely concealing what they were meant to hide, leaving large expanses of snow-white skin exposed to the air. As their slender waists swayed, they drew the frequent glances of many male disciples present. Some even had their Adam's apples bobbing as they swallowed, audibly the sound of gulping echoing clearly across the quiet platform. This group of female cultivators seemed accustomed to such a scene. Rather than restraining themselves, they giggled and deliberately cast flirtatious glances at those around them. The Hao sect, the most troublesome of the 3 demonic sects. If one truly fell into their trap, they would be drained dry, without even knowing how. Apart from the sword cultivators of the Tianjin sect, who treated their flying swords as wives, and the bald monks of the Qianfu temple, who chanted sutras with closed eyes, the young disciples of the other sects clearly lacked self-control. In the Lingshou sect's camp, a burly man with a fierce face sat astride a 5-zhonglong white tiger with piercing eyes, clutching a 3-zhonglong whip. He turned his head and saw that his own group of young disciples, who had been quite imposing moments ago, were now craning their necks, their eyes practically glued to the women's bodices, completely ignoring their restless spirit beasts scratching the ground. Crack! The man's face darkened as his whip snapped with a sonic boom. What are you staring at? Shameless brats! Pull yourselves together. This shout jolted the weak-willed disciples, who flushed crimson and shrank back. The leading palace-robed woman of the Hao sect, instead of being angered, laughed so hard her whole body shook. Taoist Lei, why such a fiery temper? Cultivation is about following the natural Tao. Rather than suppressing your disciples' innate desires, why not let them interact more with my female disciples? Who knows, it might even spark some beautiful romances. The Hao sect's female disciples echoed with a burst of giggles, drawing occasional glances from the Lingshou sect's disciples. The burly man stomped his mount forward heavily. Bullshit, the man roared, spittle flying. Bullying my fledglings who haven't even grown their feathers yet. What kind of skill is that? If you've got the guts, bring those little girls and try me. This utterly shameless and lewd remark caused a moment of silence across the entire platform. Then the disciples of several sects who had been watching the spectacle burst into uproarious laughter. The gaunt old man of the Tianjin sect tugged at his beard with glee, while some monks of the Qianfu temple chanted Buddhist mantras in succession. The Hao sect woman, having hit a soft wall, snorted coldly and led her people aside. Zhao Hao, hiding behind old ancestor Gua, had clearly assessed the situation. The 8 nascent soul powers of the northern lands were all assembled today. The 5 righteous sects, Tianjin sect, Qianfu temple, Lingshou sect, Tianyi sect, and Huangfeng Valley. The 3 demonic sects, Wanhu Hao sect, and Shueisha sect. Old ancestor Gua had already instructed that the 3 of them only needed to undergo the alchemy trial in the secret realm, and the other sects would not trouble them excessively. Apart from the 3 from Wanxian City, each sect had brought about 50 disciples, ranging from early foundation establishment to peak foundation establishment. The secret realm left behind by the Lihua sect and ancient legacy was bound to have plenty of places suitable for high-grade spiritual herbs. With so many elites sent by each faction, it was clear they would be fighting tooth and nail inside. Just then, above the rift, the golden-red Lihua light barrier suddenly rippled violently. Radiant circles spread from the center of the barrier, and the surrounding temperature surged sharply. The time has come. The gaunt old man of the Tianjin sect put away his jesting demeanor, and the golden core cultivators leading the other 8 factions simultaneously restrained their auras. The 9 golden core masters raised their hands in unison, each retrieving a red jade token from their storage pouch. The tokens flew into the air and swiftly assembled into a rotating circular array. A thick beam of red light as wide as a water bucket blasted out from the center of the array, smashing heavily onto the Lihua light barrier. Chi! With a piercing, tearing sound, the seemingly indestructible light barrier was forcibly breached, and a circular vortex about a zhong in diameter slowly formed. All disciples enter quickly, the gaunt old man shouted. In a flash, dozens of white-robed sword cultivators without a moment's hesitation spurred their flying swords and turned into streaks of white light, filing into the vortex. Seeing this, the cultivators of the other sects, unwilling to be left behind, also mounted their own flying lights. Old Ancestor Gua glanced back at Zhao Hao and the other two, nodding slightly. Zhao Hao said nothing. The Fire Phoenix sword materialized beneath his feet, and he followed Li Ming and Xian Su into the spinning black vortex. After all the disciples had entered the jade, tokens in the air dimmed and flew back into their owner's hands. The vortex closed, and the Lihua light barrier returned to calm. The moment he passed through the vortex, Zhao Hao felt the world spin, and a strong sense of weightlessness hit him. But he did not panic. Before his feet even touched solid ground, his muscle memory had already activated the Rong Tu spiritual armor he wore beneath his robes. A yellow spiritual light flowed over his entire body, and the perfected spiritual shield art layered another defense on top. The art of sword flight stabilized his form. When his vision cleared, he was met with the pungent smell of sulfur and a wave of scorching heat that could roast a person alive. No one else was around. Xian Su and Li Ming were nowhere to be seen. Random teleportation. Zhao Hao looked around warily. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless chain of active volcanoes. Zhao Hao did not linger. He pressed down on the Fire Phoenix sword, his figure rising into the air and transformed into a red streak of light skimming the edges of the volcano craters as he quickly explored. After flying for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a colossal volcano several times taller than the surrounding ones appeared ahead. A lava waterfall dozens of zhang wide cascaded down the mountainside, its red glow illuminating half the sky. Zhao Hao was about to accelerate and cross the waterfall when a blinding ball of fire exploded from the rock face. A pillar of dark red flame as thick as a water tank shot toward his face with devastating heat, precisely preempting his flight path. The Fire Phoenix sword carved a sharp zigzag in the air. Zhao Hao leaned back, grazing the blazing pillar of fire. As he steadied himself, the sword reversed, its edge, sword chi flickering. Following the direction of the fire pillar, a massive creature, 3 zhang long, crawled out of a depression beside the lava waterfall. A black-scaled fire lizard. Lava seeped through the gaps in its black scales, and its vertical pupils the size of bronze bells locked onto Zhao Hao, releasing the unrestrained aura of a peak Foundation establishment beast. Zhao Hao's eyes turned cold, but his divine sense, amplified by the second-order upper-grade soul-devouring jade, spread out, first scanning the entire volcano inside and out 3 times. No spiritual energy fluctuations. No heavenly treasures. Not even a single blade of spiritual fire-attuned grass. He looked at the giant lizard which was about to launch its next attack, and then at the barren rock face. No spoils at all. Why bother fighting? Zhao Hao transformed into a streak of red light and vanished into the volcanic ash mist in the distance. The black-scaled giant lizard's second fire pillar had just reached its throat when it suddenly choked. Staring at the departing sword light, a look of bewilderment flickered in its vertical pupils. Zhao Hao soared on his flying sword, leaving that desolate volcanic cluster far behind. The Lihua's secret realm was astonishingly vast. He flew for a full half an hour before emerging from the bare scorched black rocks and rolling magma fields. Just as he was considering his next direction of exploration, his divine sense, enhanced by the second-grade high-quality soul-devouring jade, keenly detected a faint anomaly in spiritual energy fluctuation a few li away. Someone. Zhao Hao immediately suppressed his sword light, his figure, like a wisp of smoke, silently landing on the back of a ridge. He did not rashly approach. Instead, he activated the perfected level profound Yin concealment technique, an earth escape art, sinking his entire body into the ground and swiftly moving toward the direction of the fluctuation. Only when he was about 4 li away from the target did he carefully peek half his head out from behind a clump of bushes. 3 li was the limit of an ordinary late Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense detection. During this time, by nurturing with the soul-devouring jade, his divine sense had long surpassed that range, so he naturally had no fear of being discovered. Ahead in the open area of the valley, a classic scene was unfolding. 2 male cultivators wearing the robes of the Spirit Beast sect, one in front and one behind, cornered a female cultivator from the Joyful Union sect against a cliff. That female cultivator was about late Foundation establishment cultivation, with a pitiable, delicate appearance. A thin gauze barely covering anything, swaying gently in the mountain breeze, evoking even more imagination. At this moment her eyes were full of amorous glances with a hint of just right panic, and her voice was bewitchingly sweet. 2 fellow Taoists, what do you mean by this? As she spoke, she raised her jade arm, casually pulling up the already precarious gauze on her shoulder. The gesture was small, but everything that should and shouldn't be shown was exposed. So fake. Zhao Hao, hiding in the shadows, saw it clearly and assessed inwardly. However, those 2 disciples of the Spirit Beast sect, one late Foundation establishment, one mid-Foundation establishment, both stared with wide eyes. The leading cultivator at late Foundation establishment gave a dry cough and forced calmness as he spoke. Fairy, this place has beautiful mountains and waters brimming with immortal essence. Why not join us for a discussion of the Tao over wine? Wouldn't that be wonderful? He said, but his feet honestly moved forward step by step together with his junior brother behind him. Oh my, that joyful Union Sect female cultivator covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes shimmering. Two fellow Taoists are so persistent, but there are two of you, and I am only one. What should be done? Her voice carried a hint of playfulness and a hint of seduction. Hidden far away, Zhao Hao shook his head, such an obvious attempt to sow discord. Those two spirit beast sect disciples were clearly swept away by excitement. Upon hearing this, they actually began to argue on the spot. Ahem, junior brother, your cultivation is still shallow. You cannot handle such a grand matter of discussing the Tao. Go and keep watch for your senior brother. The leading senior brother gave a light cough and said with a serious face, no, senior brother, opportunities can be found again, but the chance to discuss the Tao with a fairy is rare in 1,000 years. I do not wish to miss it. The mid-foundation establishment junior brother was also unyielding. The two of them exchanged words, and it seemed they were about to come to blows over the discussion of the Tao slot. That joyful Union Sect female cultivator laughed heartily beside them, her eyes full of triumph. At that moment, suddenly a change occurred. That late foundation establishment cultivator who was still arguing with his junior brother suddenly withdrew, his righteous expression replaced by a cold, ferocious grimace. Without any warning, he slapped the storage pouch at his waist, and a spirit weapon long whip was suddenly deployed, shooting toward the joyful Union Sect female cultivator. Vixen, do you think your pathetic charm arts can fool my discerning eyes? I was just playing along with your act. Once I capture you, the three of us will discuss the Tao together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? This change happened extremely fast, and it seemed success was imminent. That joyful Union Sect female cultivator's triumphant smile had not yet faded. In haste, she rolled to the side in a clumsy manner, narrowly avoiding the lash of the whip. The leading senior brother missed his strike and was about to attack again, but the next second his expression completely froze. Splat! A bloodstained sword tip pierced through his abdomen. His dantian was instantly pierced. He lowered his head in disbelief, seeing a bloodstained sword tip protruding from his lower abdomen. His spiritual energy, like a flood from a broken dam, frantically drained from the damaged dantian. He turned his head in disbelief. Standing behind him was precisely that junior brother who had grown up with him close enough to share a pair of pants. But at this moment his junior brother's face was expressionless, his eyes hollow, and he muttered to himself as if possessed. Fairy, is mine alone. The leading senior brother's eyes went from disbelief to horror and finally to utter despair and understanding. That joyful Union Sect female cultivator got up from the ground, dusted off her clothes, and the panic on her face had long disappeared. She glanced at the senior brother whose dantian was destroyed, now completely helpless, and a thoughtful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. She did not immediately kill him. Instead, she walked barefoot step by step to the junior brother with hollow eyes, extended her snow-white arms, and hooked them around his neck. Fellow Taoist, your heart is so cruel. I didn't expect you to resist my charm arts. But someone could not resist. Before she finished speaking, she actually performed a vivid sensual scene of copulation and cultivation right in front of the severely injured senior brother with his puppet-like junior brother. That junior brother's face first flushed red at a visible speed, then turned pale, and then his sturdy body like a deflating ball rapidly withered. In just a moment, a vibrant mid-foundation establishment cultivator became a bag of bones, barely breathing, a dried husk. Far away, Zhao Hao's eyelids twitched as he watched. Good heavens, what a dramatic twist. In his mind, he raised the danger level of the joyful Union Sect by 2 notches. Seeing the show come to an end, Zhao Hao was about to silently slip away. But that joyful Union Sect female cultivator who had just finished her meal didn't even bother to dress properly. She casually covered her vital parts with a gauze and suddenly smiled brightly in the direction of his hiding place. Her smile was seductive and eerie. Fellow Taoist, after watching the show for so long, are you just leaving like that? Why not stay and let me serve you well? Her voice was bewitchingly sweet, but her gaze was like 2 hooks accurately locking onto the thicket where Zhao Hao was hiding. Zhao Hao's brow furrowed sharply. Found. Zhao Hao didn't even know when he was exposed, but dwelling on that now was pointless. Since he couldn't hide, he wouldn't. With a thought, the second-grade high-quality spirit weapon molten earth armor flashed a yellow-brown light on his body surface, while the soul-devouring jade in his sea of consciousness had already emitted layers of dark green halos firmly protecting his soul. Zhao Hao boldly appeared, riding the fire phoenix, sword flying to about a li away from the valley in midair, facing the female cultivator from a distance. He got straight to the point, his voice cold. I was clearly over 4 li away from here. How did you discover me? That female cultivator, upon seeing Zhao Hao appear instead of answering, smiled even more brightly, her amorous glances almost overflowing. Fellow Taoist, you truly lack romantic sentiment on such a beautiful night. An invisible charm force riding her voice surged straight into Zhao Hao's sea of consciousness. However, as soon as this force touched the halo emitted by the soul-devouring jade, it melted like snow under the blazing sun, dissipating into nothingness in an instant. Enough nonsense. Zhao Hao interrupted her, his face revealing undisguised disgust. I have no desire to be a fellow Taoist with that dried corpse on the ground. Having said that, the Fire Phoenix sword let out a clear resonant cry, and on its crimson gold blade a strand of blazing Lihua power ignited with a roar. Whoosh! A crimson sword beam tore through the air, carrying a chilling, murderous intent straight towards the brow of the woman from the Joyous Union sect. Since this seductress had already unleashed her charm arts, if not for his soul-stealing jade protecting him, he would have suffered greatly. In Zhao Hao's dictionary, there was never such a thing as showing mercy. Strike first to gain the upper hand. The female cultivator's face changed dramatically. She had never expected that this cultivator, who appeared to be an ordinary alchemist, would act so decisively and swiftly. His sword controls speed even faster than those sword cultivators from the Heavenly Sword sect. She let out a shrill cry, and a pink silk ribbon shot out from her sleeve like lightning, expanding in the wind, transforming into a soft barrier attempting to entangle the crimson sword beam. This fairy binding silk was her second-grade mid-quality spiritual artifact, incredibly supple, and had trapped countless powerful enemies. However, she completely underestimated the terror of Zhao Hao's mastery-level sword control art. The Fire Phoenix sword traced an unimaginable arc in midair, bypassing the ribbon's front as if alive. With a flick of its tip, it instantly split into several sword shadows, striking at the woman's vital points from all directions. Clang! Clang! The woman was thrown into disarray, frantically driving the ribbon to form a pink light shield around her body. But her defense against Zhao Hao's utterly unreasonable mastery-level skills was as thin as a cicada's wings. Every strike of the Fire Phoenix sword was incredibly cunning. The blade grazed the ribbon, and instantly a gash appeared, the spiritual light dimming immediately. Within just a dozen breaths, the woman was drenched in fragrant sweat, her pretty face pale. Ryup! The sound of tearing silk. That silk ribbon of no low grade was finally severed in the middle by the Fire Phoenix sword during another clash, falling to the ground as two pieces of scrap. My fairy binding silk. The female cultivator let out a piercing scream. Her life-bound spiritual artifact was destroyed, and the divine sense attached to it was shattered, causing her vision to go dark and her face to turn paper white. But the Fire Phoenix sword's assault did not pause for a moment. The blade circled and thrust towards her again, its sword aura grim, sealing off all her escape routes. This was no alchemist. The finesse and ruthlessness of this sword control art were even more terrifying than the core disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Spare me, fellow Taoist. The female cultivator's countenance instantly lost color. She pulled out a protective spiritual artifact and put on a pitiful, pleading expression. Fellow Taoist, why must you be so heartless? If you are willing to spare me, I am willing to offer myself to you to be your slave or maid at your disposal. Zhao Hao listened to these words, his heart utterly unmoved. Cherish the fairer sex. I'm someone who even fast-forwards through videos, and you talk to me about that. But his words took a turn, his attack slowing slightly, revealing a seemingly interested expression. Oh. Spare you? I suppose it's not impossible. A flash of joy lit up the woman's eyes. She hurriedly said, Please speak, fellow Taoist. As long as I can do it, I will comply without fail. Zhao Hao rubbed his chin and said with a straight face, If you willingly enter my human emperor banner for a stroll, I will stop here. How about it? As he spoke, he flicked his left hand, and a small black flag with ghostly shadows flickering on its surface and black mist rising appeared in his palm. Human emperor banner. The woman was first stunned, then ecstatic. She thought it was some kind of mobile cave-dwelling treasure that could hold living people, thinking that this alchemist, though appearing rough, actually had this taste and wanted to keep a mistress. This played right into her hands. As long as she could get close, she had hundreds of secret arts to make this man die without knowing how. But when she focused and saw the dense ghostly aura swirling around the banner, the joy on her face instantly turned into extreme shock and anger. 10,000 soul banner. You dare to deceive me. What human emperor banner? This was clearly the 10,000 soul banner used by demonic cultivators to imprison souls. She cursed inwardly, knowing that there was no possibility of a peaceful resolution today. In that moment of her distraction, Zhao Hao's attack struck again, even more fiercely than before. The woman was driven to the brink of vomiting blood by the relentless assault. Finally, she gritted her silver teeth, a flash of determination in her eyes. She suddenly pulled out a jade talisman glowing with green light from her storage pouch, poised to crush it. Void Escape Talisman. Zhao Hao's pupils contracted. Even old ancestor Gua had given him a special Void Escape Talisman for protection. How could he not guard against others having this trick? Too late. Zhao Hao gave a cold shout. Under the cover of the countless crimson sword beams from the Fire Phoenix, a sword gleamed finer than a hair, barely perceptible, mixed and silently tracing a strange arc, and circling around to the woman's side and back. Mastery level 10,000 sword art. PFF. A faint muffled sound. The woman's hand about to crush the jade talisman abruptly froze. The light in her beautiful eyes faded instantly. A thin line of blood appeared from her left temple. A faint sword light flew out from the other side, carrying a spray of blood beads, silently vanishing into the air. Zhao Hao remained expressionless. He gave the 10,000 soul banner in his hand a gentle shake. A translucent soul identical to the female cultivator in life was forcibly pulled from her corpse, and amid a silent scream, was sucked into the banner. All this happened too fast, so fast that the beast-taming sect disciple beside him, who had been drained into a dried corpse, had not yet taken his last breath. Zhao Hao didn't even glance at the woman's corpse. He waved the 10,000 soul banner at the dried corpse again. Another weak soul was collected into the banner. After doing all this, his gaze finally fell upon the last living person in the arena. That beast-taming sect disciple whose dantian had been pierced and cultivation crippled. The two locked eyes, and an indescribable awkwardness filled the air. Zhao Hao spoke first, his face serious and tone sincere. "Fellow Taoist, I have avenged you. Rest assured and depart." The beast-taming sect disciple's lips trembled a few times. With all his strength, he squeezed out a sentence from his throat. I feel I can still be saved." Silence was the only communication at this moment. Zhao Hao nodded, indicating understanding. Then he swung the 10,000 soul banner in his left hand without hesitation. As the disciple's terrified and despairing soul was drawn into the banner, Zhao Hao leisurely added, "Rest assured, I have fulfilled your three's wish to discuss the Tao. Even though it's within my human emperor banner." He swept his divine sense, collecting the storage pouch from the woman's waist and the scattered spiritual artifacts, then used an empty storage pouch to pack the corpses. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, he executed the earth escape art and vanished instantly. Half an hour later, in a temporarily excavated cave deep underground 100 li away, Zhao Hao sat cross-legged, activated the restrictions, and began to tally this harvest. With a wave of his hand, 3 storage pouches appeared on the ground, exactly those of the trio from the beast-taming sect and the Joyous Union sect. Zhao Hao sat cross-legged in the underground cave, 3 storage pouches placed before him. He did not rush to inspect them. Instead, he first cast a perfect-grade spirit shield technique upon himself, and the second-order top-grade molten earth spiritual armor also glowed with a thick, earthy yellow radiance. After completing his defenses, Zhao Hao finally dumped the contents of all 3 storage pouches at once. A cascade of items clattered down. Spirit stones, elixirs, spiritual herbs, bottles, and jars, various magical instruments, all kinds of materials, and several jade slips piled up into a small mountain on the ground. A dense aura of spiritual energy mingled with the scent of medicinal herbs, and a hint of perfume spread through the small cave. Zhao Hao swept his divine sense over the pile and quickly took inventory. The low-grade spirit stones from the 3 pouches totaled about 100,000, adding what he had left, his total again exceeded 200,000. The female cultivator from the Joyful Union sect was the wealthiest, possessing not only spirit stones, but also many elixirs of varying grades, and several female-specific magical instruments. Zhao Hao set aside these 200,000 spirit stones in a separate storage pouch. Then he picked up a jade slip at his feet and probed it with his divine sense. Yin-Yang Bewitching Heart Art. A rather insidious technique that seduces and controls the mind, using a special soul-confusing incense recorded in the jade slip to briefly manipulate the weak-willed, making them compliant. He casually tossed it aside. This technique only went up to the foundation establishment stage, and the spiritual power it cultivated required the special incense, making it utterly useless to him. He picked up another jade slip. Spirit Muscle Transformation Art. The moment he saw the contents of this technique, Zhao Hao's heart skipped a beat. This was a peculiar art that controlled one's own blood and qi to subtly adjust the shape of muscles and bones. It was not an illusion. When used, it mobilized the body's blood and qi without any spiritual energy fluctuation, making it extremely difficult to see through. He supposed that even in the Joyful Union sect, not every cultivator was handsome or beautiful. If someone were extremely ugly, even with the soul-confusing incense, their seductive techniques would be greatly diminished. This was a perfect god-tier skill tailored for his kill and plunder lifestyle. Whether the thin youth he had been before, or the burly man he had become after using blood essence pills, those were only superficial changes. Such disguises were too crude. With this spirit muscle transformation art combined with a perfect-grade profound Yin concealment breath art to alter his aura, he could truly change his appearance and become anyone he wished. Excellent. Zhao Hao was overjoyed. He hastily sorted the remaining magical instruments, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and other miscellaneous items into categories, then immediately began to comprehend the technique. 3 days later, in a valley shrouded in faint mist, 2 groups were confronting each other, the atmosphere tense and on the verge of battle. On one side were 7 white-robed disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, their sword intent fierce. On the other side were 10 cultivators from the 10,000 Souls Hall, exuding a sinister aura. In the 10,000 Souls Hall formation, a black-robed cultivator with an ordinary face kept his head down, eyes downcast. This was Zhao Hao in disguise. 2 days ago, after mastering the spirit muscle transformation art, he had emerged from seclusion and accidentally stumbled upon a lone 10,000 Souls Hall Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator. The outcome was obvious. That fellow soul was now in Zhao Hao's 10,000 Souls banner, discussing the Tao with the 3 previous cultivators. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hao found a Soul Path secret technique soul search art in that man's storage pouch. He had a sudden inspiration and directly used the soul search art on the poor wretch's soul, digging through all his memories. As for the tracking mark that appeared after killing him, with a strengthening failed, the tracking mark vanished from his status bar like smoke. Thus Zhao Hao transformed himself into a 10,000 Souls Hall inner disciple named Wang Lin, perfectly blending into this team. At this moment, the focus of the confrontation was a patch of black spiritual herbs swaying in the wind at the center of the valley. Soul-confusing grass, a dangerous yet extremely precious heaven and earth treasure that could directly enhance one's soul power. Several of the herbs even had faint silver patterns on their leaves, clearly indicating they were over 500 years old. Supreme quality. Soul-confusing grass could release a layer of illusionary mist that entrapped the souls of creatures that wandered into its vicinity, draining their soul power. This grass was a rare treasure not only for the Heavenly Sword Sect sword cultivators who focused on sharpening their sword intent, but also for the 10,000 Souls Hall cultivators who specialized in soul cultivation, let alone such a large patch. Originally, this patch of soul-confusing grass was discovered by a Heavenly Sword Sect disciple while chasing a 10,000 Souls Hall cultivator. The 10,000 Souls Hall cultivator then fired a signal flare summoning all nearby disciples from both sects. Zhao Hao had also slipped in amid the chaos. His gaze was fixed on the soul-confusing grass, his heart burning with desire. Others needed to enhance their soul power. He needed it even more. The second-grade Karma Fire Spirit seed in his sea of consciousness was a bottomless pit. Every time he condensed a new divine ability seed, it drained his soul power. A Foundation Establishment cultivator's soul was already fragile. Condensing 6 divine ability seeds was the limit under the effect of the soul-devouring jade in the short term. Use the system to strengthen. He had tried. Strengthening a first-grade divine ability seed to second grade cost him 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. No matter how many spirit stones he had, he could not afford such consumption. So this patch of soul-confusing grass was his. Senior brother Zhou, why waste words with these sword-obsessed blockheads? We outnumber them, let's just attack directly. A ferocious-looking 10,000 Souls Hall disciple beside Zhao Hao said impatiently. The one called Senior Brother Zhou was the leader of this 10,000 Souls Hall team, a Foundation Establishment perfect stage cultivator, and according to the memories, Zhao Hao had obtained the strongest 10,000 Souls Hall disciple in this area. Senior Brother Zhou ignored his junior brother's clamor. His cold gaze fixed on the leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a white-robed sword cultivator, also at Foundation Establishment perfect stage. Lin E. This soul-confusing grass was discovered by our 10,000 Souls Hall first. Your Heavenly Sword Sect wants to take the spoils, aren't you disrespecting us too much? The white-robed sword cultivator named Lin E. had a stern expression, his long sword humming softly before him. Heaven and earth treasures belong to the virtuous. Either leave now, or I'll send you on your way. At these words, the 6 Heavenly Sword Sect disciples behind him stepped forward in unison, their fierce sword intent soaring into the sky, converging into a formidable pressure that bore down on the 10,000 Souls Hall group. Though the 10,000 Souls Hall side had more people, they were completely suppressed in momentum. Senior Brother Zhou's face turned ashen, and a trace of wariness flickered in his eyes. Although they outnumbered the enemy, if it came to a real fight, they would hardly gain any advantage. Just as he was weighing the pros and cons and hesitating, the one who had been silent all along behind him, Wang Lin, that is Zhao Hao, flashed a cold gleam in his eyes. He had long grown impatient. So much talk dragging out the battle. He waved his 10,000 souls banner, and a swarm of first-tier ghostly creatures poured out shouting, 10 against 7, the advantage is ours. Everyone attacked together. Zhao Hao's sudden move left both sides utterly bewildered. Before the 100 Soul Hall disciples could process what was happening, a horde of grimy specters descended upon them, claws and fangs bared, rushing toward the 7 white-robed sword cultivators on the opposing side. These first-rank ghostly entities were weak, incapable of causing real harm, let alone piercing the protective aura surrounding the sword cultivators, but their sheer numbers were enough to intimidate. Shadows of ghosts blotted out the sky, completely obscuring the vision of the 7 Heavenly Sword Sect disciples. Had the sword cultivators of Heavenly Sword Sect ever endured such provocation? The damage was minimal, but the insult was profound. You seek death. Senior Brother Lin Yi's expression darkened. His spirit sword trembled, and a concentrated beam of sword light slashed fiercely toward the onrushing ghosts. As he moved, his 6 fellow disciples behind him responded in unison. 7 streaks of sword light, like 7 startled swans, tore through the gray wave of ghosts in an instant. On the 100-soul hall side, senior brother Zhou's face darkened immeasurably. He had been hesitating, wondering whether the two sides could negotiate a fair split of the spiritual herbs here. But the battle had already erupted. As demonic sect disciples, was it acceptable to endure blows without striking back? Form the formation. Kill. Senior brother Zhou roared, summoning a bone shield before him and swinging the 100-soul banner forcefully. The remaining disciples likewise drew their magical artifacts, and instantly various sinister spells collided with the 7 streaks of sword light. Boom. Intense spiritual energy clashed and exploded throughout the valley, forcibly igniting a chaotic melee. At the very moment chaos erupted, Zhao Hao shielded a fellow disciple who had yet to react. The disciple opened his mouth to protest, but a sharp stream of sword chi streaked toward him, and he immediately clammed up in terror. Hiding behind this human shield, Zhao Hao's mouth was far from idle. Channeling his spiritual energy, his voice rang out across the entire valley. You heavenly sword sect scum truly think the 100-soul hall is some soft persimmon like the Extreme Yin Sect to be bullied at your whim? These words had an extraordinary effect. On the heavenly sword sect side, senior brother Lin Yi's face turned as dark as a soot-covered wok. The matter involving the Extreme Yin Sect was a scar that haunted the heavenly sword sect to this day. They had mustered their full force to assault their mountain gate, yet the mastermind Wu De suffered no consequences whatsoever and had smoothly joined the 100-soul hall, one of the 3 great demonic sects. This incident had become the laughingstock of all righteous sects in the northern lands. Now that Zhao Hao had publicly torn open this festering wound, the eyes of several young sword cultivators behind Lin Yi reddened with rage. The sword light grew ever more ferocious, each strike aimed at vital points. Meanwhile, on the 100-soul hall side, the disciples, hearing this, were fueled with shared indignation. Exactly. They were disciples of a nascent soul sect too. Now outnumbering the enemy 10-7, why should they fear these stubborn, foolhardy swordsmen? Kill. Slay these hypocrites. In an instant, the demonic cultivators surged with momentum, hurling all manner of vicious spells as if they were free. For a brief moment, they actually managed to suppress the offensive of the 7 heavenly sword sect disciples. Zhao Hao watched the completely chaotic scene unfold. This was precisely the effect he desired. With all attention drawn to the battle, he seized an opening and waved his 100-soul banner once more. Another wave of first-rank ghostly creatures was released, not to slay enemies, but to further disrupt the battlefield and obstruct visibility. While everyone was distracted by this new wave of ghosts, Zhao Hao's figure quietly shifted toward the edge of the battlefield. And then his feet sank into the earth beneath him. Suddenly, without the slightest sound, the perfect grade earth escape technique was activated. His entire body vanished into thin air right there on the fierce battlefield. Someone may have sensed something amiss, but they were all consumed by combat and had no time to investigate. Slipping underground like a fish in water, Zhao Hao raced directly toward the phantom soul grass at the valley's center. He hadn't infiltrated this battle to fight to the death against those heavenly sword sect cultivators. His true purpose was to take advantage of the turmoil. Moments later, he arrived beneath the area where the phantom soul grass grew. He cautiously poked his head out from a dense thicket. The moment he emerged, a thick, almost impenetrable mist hid his face. In an instant, Zhao Hao felt his soul waver, and countless bizarre illusions appeared before his eyes. Buzz. Before the illusions could fully form, the second-ranked top-tier soul, devouring jade in his mind, automatically activated to protect its host, emitting layers of cool dark green radiance that instantly dispersed the hallucinogenic power invading his soul. Clarity returned to Zhao Hao's eyes, and gazing upon the spiritual herbs before him, his heart burned with excitement. He would not delay any longer. His powerful divine sense burst forth from his body, spreading like an invisible net, instantly enveloping the entire patch of phantom soul grass. The very next instant, swish, swish, swish. Dozens of black spiritual herbs swaying in the wind were uprooted along with the soil around their roots. With tremendous force, they transformed into streams of black light and were all collected into a storage pouch already prepared at his waist. The entire process took less than 2 breaths. Outside the valley, both sides locked in fierce combat, nearly simultaneously sensed that the strange mist was dissipating at an astonishing rate. Both parties paused, instinctively ceasing their attacks, and turned their gazes toward the center of the valley. Where were the phantom soul grass? Only dozens of bare earth pits remained. Damn it! Senior brother Lin Yi of the Heavenly Sword Sect and senior brother Zhou of the 100-soul hall cursed in unison. After fighting fiercely, their prize had been stolen. Just as both sides, overcome with shock and rage, prepared to hunt down the thief who had plucked the peaches, a familiar voice rang out from the empty clearing. Senior brother Zhou, the spiritual herbs have been secured. Withdraw according to the original plan. The speaker was Zhao Hao. He had only popped half his head out of the ground to shout those words, and in the next moment his entire body whooshed back into the earth, vanishing completely. The clamorous valley fell eerily silent for an instant. The Heavenly Sword sect members glared fiercely at the 100 Soul Hall disciples. Meanwhile, on the 100 Soul Hall side, everyone's gaze uniformly focused on their leader, Senior Brother Zhao. And Senior Brother Zhao himself was completely bewildered. He stood frozen, bewilderment etched across his face, his mind racing. Original plan. What original plan? How would I know? The moment those words left his lips, a shrewd, demonic cultivator beside him narrowed his eyes, as if something clicked into place. Right? Senior Brother Zhao must have been thoroughly prepared. The spiritual herbs were already secured. Why keep fighting? Run. Whoever ran slowest would have to stay behind and face the wrath of the 7 lunatics from the Heavenly Sword sect. That demonic cultivator wasted no words, turning on his heel and transforming into a trail of black smoke, fleeing desperately into the distance. With one leader setting the pace, the rest instantly understood and reacted. Quick retreat. In an instant, the remaining 800 Soul Hall disciples scattered in all directions, each employing their own means of escape. Only Senior Brother Zhao, delayed by his confusion over the original plan, faltered by that crucial half-beat. By the time he finally snapped out of his bewilderment over, "What plan could I possibly have?" he was met with 7 pairs of eyes burning with fury and 7 cold, merciless sword glares that had already locked onto every possible escape route. "Demon bastard, surrender your life." Senior Brother Lin Yi's furious roar echoed throughout the entire valley. Zhao Hao's figure merged completely into the earth, causing not the slightest ripple. His perfected earth escape art allowed him to move like a fish in water, speeding through the deep underground, heading straight for the valley beyond. Yet his formidable divine sense did not retract. It remained like an invisible vast net shrouding the chaotic battlefield above ground. The feedback from his divine sense clearly imprinted in his mind. The 7 disciples of the Tianjin sect, like mad dogs whose nest had been stirred, converged 7 fierce and peerless sword lights into a web of blades, encasing Senior Brother Zhao of the Wanhan Hall, who was leading the group. Senior Brother Zhao had evidently not anticipated that a momentary hesitation in his on-the-spot decision would incur such thunderous wrath. The spiritual artifact shield he had summoned groaned under the grinding of the sword, net cracks spreading across it, clearly on the verge of collapse. As for the other 8 Wanhan Hall disciples, under the call of the original plan, they transformed into 8 streams of black smoke and fled for their lives in 8 different directions with a decisiveness that seemed to ensure they would not fail Senior Brother Zhou's selfless sacrifice in covering their retreat. Seeing this, Zhao Hao's eyes darted. His divine sense locked onto one of the black smokes, the slowest with the faintest aura, fleeing southeast. "Good Junior Brother, you are the one." After emerging from the ground, he summoned a flying sword, his speed increasing once more like a silent phantom, closely tailing that trail of black smoke. Cui Zhiping's heart was pounding with panic. He was merely an inner disciple at the Foundation establishment, middle stage, neither high nor low in the Wanhan Hall, and had always coasted along by following Senior Brother Zhao. Today's events were fraught with strangeness. First, Senior Brother Wang Lin roared to start the group fight, then came that inexplicable retreat according to the original plan. Now that Senior Brother Zhao was alone covering the rear, if they, the underlings, did not run, were they to stay and be the punching bags for the madmen of the Tianjin sect? He desperately urged the bat-shaped flying artifact beneath his feet, wishing he could sprout 2 more legs. Just as he was burning with anxiety, a sudden urgent sound of air splitting came from behind. Had the scum of the Tianjin sect caught up? Without thinking, he was about to activate a secret technique that consumed his vital blood to escape. But a sweep of his divine sense revealed the newcomer. The man wore the black robe of the Wanhan Hall, and his aura was very familiar. Wasn't this Senior Brother Wang Lin who had just swept up all the spirit herbs and bolted? Cui Zhiping instinctively slowed his escape speed, filled with confusion. The streak of light stopped beside him in a somewhat awkward posture. As the light faded, it revealed Wang Lin's unremarkable face, still bearing the breathlessness of a hasty escape. "Wang, Senior Brother Wang," Cui Zhiping ventured. "Huff, huff." Zhao Hao, feigning a disheveled escape, panted, "Junior Brother Cui, I finally caught up to you. Why were you running so fast?" Cui Zhiping, seeing him like this, was even more bewildered. "Senior Brother Wang, didn't you leave from the other side? How come? Don't even mention it." Zhao Hao waved his hand with a look of disgust. "Those Tianjin sect bastards are like mad dogs. I almost didn't make it back." Cui Zhiping, hearing this, nodded with lingering fear. He hesitated for a moment, then voiced the doubt in his heart. "Senior Brother Wang, Senior Brother Zhao. That original plan you and Senior Brother Zhao agreed upon, is it really all right? I just saw him being beaten until he spat blood by those Tianjin sect sword cultivators." "Ahem." Zhao Hao coughed heavily, straightened up, and slapped Cui Zhiping on the shoulder. "Rest assured, Junior Brother Cui." He lowered his voice, looked around, then leaned in mysteriously to Cui Zhiping's ear. Senior Brother Zhao was intentionally feigning weakness to lure the 7 fools of the Tianjin sect, the main force, to focus on him. That way we could escape safely. Cui Zhiping was dumbfounded. "Right? Senior brother Zhou was extremely powerful at the peak of Foundation establishment. Since he chose to stay behind to cover the retreat, how could he be so easily trapped? It was a strategy. Seeing the sudden enlightenment on Cui Zhiping's face, Zhao Hao led him toward a more secluded forest in the distance. This place is not safe. Let's find a place to hide first, and when the heat dies down, we'll go find senior brother Zhou. By now Cui Zhiping had complete trust in senior brother Wang Lin, nodding repeatedly and obediently following behind. After several twists and turns they finally landed in a desolate pile of rocks. Zhao Hao, still on edge, swept his divine sense 3 times to confirm safety before letting out a sigh of relief. Cui Zhiping, now 80% convinced, nodded repeatedly and obediently followed. The two twisted and turned, eventually landing in a desolate pile of rocks. Zhao Hao, again nervously sweeping his divine sense 3 times, confirmed safety, then let out a sigh. He turned to face Cui Zhiping, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. By the way, junior brother Cui, let me show you the big treasure I found just now near the phantom soul grass. With that, he made a show of pulling out a storage pouch from his bosom, as if about to produce some earth-shattering treasure. Big treasure. Cui Zhiping was a little skeptical. What treasure could be bigger than that entire field of phantom soul grass? A barely perceptible sound. A thin crimson sword light flashed through his brow. Cui Zhiping's body stiffened suddenly. The curiosity and bewilderment in his eyes had not yet faded, but the vitality of life receded like an ebbing tide. Zhao Hao, expressionless, retrieved the fire phoenix sword, took the storage pouch, and then casually stored Cui Zhiping's corpse into the pouch. An hour later, in a newly excavated underground cave, Zhao Hao glanced at the storage pouch containing the decorated corpses. Inside were 8 bodies, clearly the Wanhun sect disciples who had fled in all directions just moments ago. Disciples of a major sect, nothing more. He shook his head, a look of boredom on his face. Not a single one worth fighting. So easy to fool. Half a day later, in a hidden cave, senior brother Zhou suddenly spat out a mouthful of reversed blood, his face pale as gold leaf, his aura utterly withered. He had managed to escape after all, at the cost of 3 high-grade spiritual artifacts and a forbidden technique that burned his lifespan. He had snatched his life back from the swords of those 7 madmen of the Extreme Yin Sect. Wang Lin. He ground out the name through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with endless venom. If he still didn't know he had been sold out, then his 100+ years of life had been lived in vain. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his injuries, and tremblingly took out a compass-like artifact from his storage pouch. This was the Heart Link compass, specially bestowed by the Golden Core Elder of the sect before entering the secret realm. It had already recorded the auras of all Wanhun Hall disciples who had entered the secret realm. By activating it with the sect's techniques, it could display the positions of all sect members within 100 li. He had used this method to gather the 10 of them earlier. Now only by finding the junior brothers who had scattered in all directions and gathering more sect members could he have a chance to reclaim his lost ground. Senior brother Zhou poured the meager spiritual energy remaining in his body into the compass. The compass emitted a faint light. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths passed. The surface of the compass remained empty, pitch black. Apart from the faint dot representing himself, there was nothing else. The venom on senior brother Zhou's face slowly froze. He stared at the empty compass, his eyes somewhat dazed, and unconsciously murmured, where did all my junior brothers go?" Within the underground cave, Zhao Hao sat cross-legged. Before him lay 12 storage pouches and 12 cold corpses. Without a moment's hesitation, he sank his divine sense into the system interface, landing on the spiritual root column. Spiritual root, fire supreme. It had been a long time since he ascended to a heavenly spiritual root, and the thought of further enhancement had lingered in his mind for quite a while. But previously, whether within the Jin sect, which had a golden core cultivator overseeing it, or in the Wanxian city, under the watchful eyes of a nascent soul elder, he dared not make any move. When he ascended to heavenly spiritual root, there had already been some unusual phenomena. Who knew how much commotion an upgrade beyond heavenly spiritual root would cause? If it drew the attention of high-level cultivators, it would be nothing short of courting death. This Lihua's secret realm, isolated from the outside world, had Foundation establishment as its ceiling. With his current strength, he could almost dominate the realm. Nevertheless, caution was ingrained in his bones. With a thought, his perfected great spirit skin shape-shifting art silently activated. Blood and chi surged within his body, and his bones emitted faint crackling sounds. In just a moment, the robust young man who had been sitting there vanished, replaced by a slightly chubby figure with ordinary features and a hint of sleaziness in his demeanor. It was unmistakably the likeness of 7th senior brother Wu De. After completing his disguise, he still felt uneasy. His divine sense swept through the 12 storage pouches, retrieving all the void escape talismans, 4 in total. Adding the special one given by old ancestor Gua, he now had 5. After a brief deliberation, Zhao Hao placed the Cyan Void Escape Talisman taken from the storage pouch of a female cultivator from the Hahuan sect into the system's main item slot. Seeing the enhancement probability was only 80, he supplemented it with nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to max out the success rate. Ding! Enhancement successful. A crisp sound rang out. In his palm lay a brand new cyan jade talisman, the spatial ripples emanating from it almost visible to the naked eye. Clutching the talisman in his left hand, he could clearly sense the terrifying power within, as if he held a rift that could tear space apart at any moment. Now even if a golden core cultivator appears before me, I can escape safely. The last trace of unease in his heart vanished completely. Everything was ready. He dragged the spiritual root fire supreme from the system panel into the enhancement box. Then with a thought, he selected 5 relatively intact cultivator corpses from his storage pouches as consumption materials. Enhancement success rate 100 confirm. Ding. Enhancement successful. The instant the system notification sounded, Zhao Hao's entire body trembled violently. An indescribable force erupted from the depths of his body like a volcanic eruption intent on completely reforging his flesh and blood. He hurriedly sank his mind into his inner vision. He saw that the original supreme-grade fire spiritual root was now expanding wildly, as if alive, turning into countless crimson threads that pierced into his limbs and meridians, forcibly merging with his flesh and blood. The spiritual root was assimilating with his physical body. A tearing pain arrived, then instantly transformed into a refreshing sensation of rebirth. As the assimilation progressed, a sharp sting shot through his eyes and darkness engulfed his vision. When he opened his eyes again, the world before him had completely changed. Countless tiny firefly-like specks radiating a faint reddish glow in the air were joyfully burrowing into every pore of his body, centering around him. The fire-attributed spiritual energy that he could previously only sense through closed-eye meditation was now so vividly presented in his field of vision. Even more bizarrely, without even activating his cultivation technique, those fire chi particles surged into his body like fledglings returning to their nest, eagerly integrating into every one of his cells. Holy crap, this is practically automatic cultivation. Zhao Hao's heart pounded wildly as he tried to activate the Lihua Imperial Scripture. Boom! The spiritual energy of the surrounding heavens and earth instantly went into turmoil. The 5 elemental chi, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, rushed into his body like a bursting dam devoured by him. Among them, the influx speed of fire-attributed spiritual energy was more than 10 times that of the other 4 elements. And before he could even begin refining the absorbed gold, wood, water, and earth chi, a domineering force within his body forcibly twisted them, converting them into the purest fire-attributed spiritual power. Zhao Hao could no longer contain himself and eagerly looked at the system panel. Spiritual root fire, immortal indeed. Immortal. Beyond supreme lay immortal. But when his gaze continued downward, his breath caught. Below spiritual root 2, entirely new entries had appeared. Physique, fire spirit body, low divine ability, fire spirit affinity, 6th grade physique. Divine ability. Not a seed of divine ability, nor a minor divine ability, but a true, complete, innate divine ability. He could clearly feel that his spiritual root was no longer a mere root. It had fully merged with his body, becoming inseparable. The name Fire Spirit Body was exceedingly fitting. He tried to drag spiritual root fire immortal into the enhancement box again, but found the option grayed out and unselectable. It seemed immortal was the endpoint for spiritual roots. Just as Zhao Hao was immersed in the immense joy of his skyrocketing power, a sudden anomaly appeared in the sky above the area he was in. Centered on his cave-dwelling fire-attributed spiritual energy, within a radius of several li, began to converge madly, forming a visible crimson vortex. Then the vortex grew larger and larger, expanding its range, reaching into the clouds and stirring the winds and clouds. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth outside the secret realm seemed to be forcibly torn open, forming a colossal funnel that blotted out the sky, furiously pouring into the secret realm. At this moment, every cultivator within the Lihua secret realm, whether righteous or demonic, whether searching for treasures, fighting, or exploring, all stopped in terror, staring at the startling sight. They raised their heads in unison, dumbfounded, watching the awe-inspiring scene in the distant sky that looked like the heavens themselves were collapsing. What the hell is that? No. It's a celestial phenomenon. A peerless treasure has appeared. Quick, head over there, or we'll miss even the leftovers. After a brief silence, countless beams of light shot up from every corner of the secret realm, swarming like a river of fish toward the center of the spiritual vortex. Meanwhile, on the platform outside the secret realm, the 9 golden core cultivators who had been meditating with their eyes closed opened them almost simultaneously. They stared at the massive spiritual vortex that pierced through the secret realm's barrier and connected heaven and earth, their faces filled with disbelief. What kind of treasure could cause such a celestial phenomenon? The skinny old man from the Extreme Yin Sect's voice trembled. Old Ancestor was shot to his feet, his eyes blazing with Lihua divine light, fixing on the source of the vortex, his expression shifting between dark and uncertain. No, this commotion is too great. Quick! Notify the sect's ancestor. Several of the fastest-reacting golden core cultivators had already activated their communication jade slips, without hesitation, their faces grim to the extreme. They were summoning their own nascent soul ancestors for reinforcement. Zhao Hao was immersed in this unprecedented euphoria. The evolution of his immortal-grade spiritual root and fire spirit body continued, and the 6th-rank divine ability, Fire Spirit Affinity, was passively activated by the immense spiritual energy. He didn't even need to fully activate his cultivation technique. The dense fire-attributed spiritual energy around him transformed into countless joyful little fish eagerly burrowing into every pore instinctively refined by his body into purely fire spiritual power. It was simply leveling up while lying down. With a thought, Zhao Hao summoned the system panel. Realm Foundation Establishment Late Stage, 15100. However, after just a quarter of an hour the number jumped. Realm Foundation Establishment Late Stage, 16100. A quarter of an hour, and the progress had increased by 1 point. At this rate, wouldn't he be able to reach Foundation Establishment Perfection by cultivating in this cave for just 11 hours? This insane cultivation efficiency made Zhao Hao's heart race. However, before even an hour had passed as he was calmly enjoying the pleasure of AFK, leveling the spiritual energy vortex above the underground cave, which had been steadily pouring and suddenly trembled slightly. Zhao Hao, immersed in his rapidly increasing power, abruptly opened his eyes. Something's wrong. The continuous influx of fire spiritual energy into his body seemed to be interfered with by something. His divine sense instantly spread out like a fine spiderweb probing toward the source of the abnormal fluctuation. The next moment his expression shifted slightly. At the edge of his divine sense range, less than a li away within the earth, there was a spiritual power fluctuation rapidly approaching his location using the earth escape technique. The cave is exposed. These words flashed through Zhao Hao's mind in an instant. He didn't know how he was exposed, but he assumed it was mostly related to the exaggerated spiritual energy vortex, just now. Without any hesitation, he immediately stood up, packed his things, and prepared to flee. But at that moment, the aura that had come via Earth Escape also clearly saw him in his divine sense. Zhao Hao could feel that the other party's divine sense paused for a moment on his massive body and the lingering aura of spiritual energy around him. Then something absurd happened. That sneaky fellow who had crept over did not continue to approach. Instead, he turned around, as if he had seen a ghost, and fled madly toward the surface at a speed 3 times faster than when he came. Zhao Hao, sporting Wu Da's lecherous fat face, was full of question marks. What's going on? Is this guy here to scam me? Though he didn't understand what the other party was up to, Zhao Hao's intuition told him that things were definitely not simple. He immediately gave chase. Wu Da of the 10,000 Souls Hall. That fat bastard swallowed the heaven-defying spirit medicine. I saw it with my own eyes. He's now emanating spiritual energy all over his body. A shout mixed with shock and ecstasy exploded from the surface. It was exactly the cultivator who had just escaped from underground. His shout was like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake. On the surface, the hundreds of cultivators who had gathered, still stunned by the earth-shattering phenomenon, immediately erupted into uproar. What? The peerless treasure medicine was eaten by someone. Is it that Wu Da from the Extreme Yin Sect? I knew it. Why was the spiritual energy vortex pouring underground? Someone beat us to it. In the crowd, a handsome young alchemist with a calm demeanor, his eyes flickering. It was none other than Li Ming, who had also been attracted by the phenomenon. His gaze was locked onto the ground that had just calmed down. At that moment, boom, a figure shot up from underground carrying a large amount of earth and rubble. It was Zhao Hao who had chased that person up. As soon as he emerged, he was stunned by the scene before him. Overhead, the sky was filled with hundreds of figures hovering densely in all directions. Righteous path, demonic path, those in monk robes, those riding spirit beasts. The 8 major sects of the northern lands were all represented. These people were all staring at him with wolf-like eyes. Zhao Hao's scalp went numb. What's going on? Did I stir up a hornet's nest? He hadn't figured out the situation, but everyone else saw it clearly. This suddenly appearing fat man from the 10,000 Souls Hall was still enveloped in undispersed, extremely pure fire-attributed spiritual light. There were even wisps of heaven and earth spiritual energy uncontrollably drilling into his body. This completely confirmed the words of the man just now. It really is him. He hasn't had time to refine the medicine's power. A treasure medicine that can trigger such a phenomenon must be at least 1,000 years old, possibly even 10,000 years. Kill him. Seize the treasure. In hundreds of eyes, the flames of greed burned fiercely. At this tense moment on the verge of explosion, a light, casual voice suddenly rang out from among the righteous disciples of Yellow Maple Valley, carrying an unquestionable professional judgment. Quick, bleed this fat bastard. With this level of treasure medicine, there's no way a Foundation Establishment cultivator like him could have absorbed and refined it all in such a short time. It's still not too late to bleed him. The medicinal power must be fused into his flesh and blood. This shout was like lighting the fuse of a powder keg, right? If a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley who specializes in alchemy says so, how could it be false? Who cares about Wuda? Who cares about the 10,000 Souls Hall? In the face of such a heaven-defying opportunity, they're all bullshit. Attack! Someone shouted. The nearest demonic cultivators from the Blood Fiend sect, with a flash of murderous intent in their eyes, almost simultaneously offered their spirit artifacts, transforming into several streaks of light, heading straight for Zhao Hao. With someone taking the lead, how could the others hold back? Several righteous cultivators were even faster than the demonic ones, as if Zhao Hao was the Tang monk, and eating a piece of his flesh would grant immortality. In an instant, dozens of binding and attacking techniques tore through the air with harsh screeches like a net covering the sky, descending upon Zhao Hao. Damn! Zhao Hao's soul nearly fled in terror. How could he not realize that he had been set up? Without a second thought, he turned around and was about to crush the reinforced teleportation talisman. But at that moment, a divine sense, far surpassing Foundation establishment, as vast and mighty as the heavens' authority, descended without warning. That divine sense was like an invisible mountain heavily pressing on the hearts of everyone present. All the cultivators present, whether at the early stage or perfection of Foundation establishment, stiffened, as if paralyzed. Even the spiritual energy in their meridian stagnated. Zhao Hao was initially shaken by the golden core pressure, but in the blink of an eye the soul-devouring jade in his sea of consciousness emitted a soft glow, and he returned to normal. He calmly dodged the dozens of uncontrolled techniques that had been launched, effortlessly defusing a deadly crisis. The entire scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone raised their heads in horror, looking toward the direction of that divine sense. Golden core. It's a golden core ancestor. The vast ocean-like pressure of divine sense, like an invisible giant hand, seized the throats of everyone present. Every single one of the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators without exception had faces etched with terror. Golden core. Does this Li Fire secret realm not restrict cultivators to Foundation establishment? How could a golden core old monster have sneaked in? In an instant, those disciples who had been granted void escape talismans by their sect elders to save their lives silently reached into their storage pouches, tightly clutching that final lifeline. Zhao Hao also felt his mind sink, but in just a moment the second-grade superior soul-devouring jade in his sea of consciousness radiated layers of dark green light, neutralizing the mountain-like pressure into nothingness. He became the only person in the entire venue who could still move freely. However, he did not act rashly. His gaze followed the source of that pressure and landed precisely on the ordinary-looking young alchemist in the crowd, Li Ming. Him. At that moment, a hoarse yet urgent voice exploded directly in his mind. Wuda. I am Li Mingyuan of the 10,000 Souls Hall. While these people are under my intimidation, quickly take Zhou Yun and the others and leave the secret realm. I still have to hunt down that Zhao brat, so I won't go with you. Zhao Hao. He, wearing Wuda's fat face, was completely stunned. Li Mingyuan. The city-destroying demon who, while hunting him, massacred 7 cities and 2 market towns bearing millions of karmic sins. Wasn't he beaten into soul annihilation by the Buddha son Wuxiang of the 1000 Buddha Temple? How did he reincarnate through possession as Li Ming and sneak into the 10,000 Immortal City? This king of hell had been lurking right beside him all along. Even more absurdly, the old demon's golden core stage cultivation hadn't seen through his perfected spirit flesh transformation art and actually took him for Wuda. Now he was even going to cover his retreat, allowing this treasure of his to escape safely. In that moment, Zhao Hao's heart pounded like a drum. Meanwhile, on the other side, among the disciples of the 10,000 Souls Hall, senior brother Zhou, who had been hunted miserably by the sword cultivators of the Heavenly Sword sect not long ago, also trembled as he received the transmission, his face full of disbelief. Zhou Yun, the secret realm's rules suppress me, I cannot use golden core power. I will first intimidate these people with my divine sense. You and the others from the sect immediately take Wuda and leave. Be sure not to let him fall into the hands of other sects before the nascent soul grand elder from our sect arrives. Senior brother Zhou's lips moved slightly, transmitting with divine sense, his voice trembling. You are elder Li Mingyuan. Weren't you killed by that bald donkey Wuxiang of the 1000 Buddha Temple? If it is indeed I, how could I be killed so easily? Enough nonsense, act quickly, take that brat and leave. Li Mingyuan's voice carried a hint of impatience and urgency. Upon receiving the affirmative response, senior brother Zhou's eyes instantly blazed with fervent flame. Elder Li was actually not dead. Moreover, he himself had become part of such an earth-shattering plan. If this succeeded, it would be a tremendous merit. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Hao had sorted out all his thoughts. He made a prompt decision, also transmitting with divine sense, his tone full of gratitude and tears. Thank you, Elder Li. Then I'll leave with the senior brothers. However, before Li Mingyuan could reply, Zhao Hao suddenly opened his throat, channeled full spiritual power, and let out a thunderous roar in the direction of senior brother Zhou. Senior brother Zhou. Let's go quickly. The elder alone can't hold out for long. We must not let down his good intentions. This shout was full of vigor-piercing clouds and splitting rocks. All the cultivators present whose minds were unsettled by the golden core pressure were jolted by his roar. Elder. The crowd instinctively followed his gaze toward the alchemist Li Ming, who was releasing the pressure. After shouting, Zhao Hao did not hesitate at all. The fire phoenix sword under his feet blazed with red light, transforming into a streak of light as he fled into the distant sky without looking back, leaving only a cool silhouette for the nearly 100 people present. At this, the scene became extremely strange. Senior brother Zhou, who was about to secretly transmit to the other junior brothers to follow the elder's arrangement, was also stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, in the center of the crowd, Li Mingyuan, who was exuding a golden core aura, had his expression completely frozen. It was as if countless black lines were hanging down from his forehead. This Wuda? Is his head filled with shit? I secretly transmitted for you to leave. Why did you shout so loudly? He could not use golden core level power, or he would be instantly killed by the secret realm's formation force. Relying solely on divine sense pressure to intimidate these people for a moment was already the limit. Who could actually withstand the siege of 100 Foundation establishment cultivators? Now it's out in the open. Let's go. Follow junior brother Wu. It was senior brother Zhou who reacted quickly. He could no longer care about anything else. With a roar, he also transformed into a streak of light and desperately chased after Zhao Hao's direction. The remaining few disciples of the 10,000 Souls Hall looked at each other in confusion. They had not received any transmission and were completely at a loss. Seeing the leader and that fatty both run away, they thought these two were crazy, daring to flee under the nose of a golden core old monster. Just then, above the sky, the layer of golden red leaf fire light curtain suddenly fluctuated violently. An invisible force of the formation, like the gaze of a giant beast, firmly locked onto Li Mingyuan on the ground. Suddenly, everyone realized. The secret realm's formation has reacted, right? Within the secret realm, power above the golden core stage is forbidden. Even if he is truly a golden core old monster, he can't use his power here. If he can't use golden core methods, who's afraid of him? Kill him. First kill this old monster, then bleed that damned fatty and snatch the treasure. Once fear in people's hearts disappears, only endless greed remains. Swish, swish, swish. Nearly 100 figures simultaneously scattered, forming a huge encirclement surrounding Li Mingyuan and the few 10,000 Souls Hall disciples who hadn't had time to flee. Li Mingyuan's face instantly turned so dark that water could drip from it. He felt like cursing his mother. 100 miles away, Zhao Hao was flying on his sword when suddenly a hurried sound of breaking air came from behind, approaching rapidly. It was senior brother Zhou. Zhao Hao slowed his speed and waited for him to approach. Junior brother Wu, wait a moment. Senior brother Zhou, still not recovered, stopped his flight with a pale face, bearing the relief of surviving a disaster, and urgently transmitted. You must have received the elder's transmission too. This place is not suitable for a long stay. Come with me. I know a hidden place. I'll get you a void escape talisman, and then I'll escort you out of the secret realm. Zhao Hao stopped his flying sword, turned around, and looked at senior brother Zhou, whose face was full of loyalty and eagerness to protect the sect's precious treasure. First, he had risked his life to cover his retreat at the Phantom Soulgrass, and now he was offering a void escape talisman and even escorting him out. A look of extreme gratitude appeared on Zhao Hao's face. He nodded heavily, then under senior brother Zhou's gratified gaze slowly pulled out from his storage pouch a pitch-black eerie soul banner of 10,000 souls. Meanwhile, at the northern edge of the secret realm, in a rocky ravine, a real fatty was holding his head, squeezing his bulky body tightly into a crevice, trembling. It was Wuda. Above his head, a white-robed sword cultivator's figure like a tireless hawk swept back and forth again and again, his icy sword intent locking onto every inch of land for dozens of miles around. The white-robed sword cultivator naturally also saw the earth-shattering spiritual energy phenomenon in the distance, but the killing intent in his eyes did not waver in the slightest. To him, no miraculous herb was as important as personally slaying the demon Wuda. If this demon was not eliminated when he later attempted to break through to Golden Core, the inner demon tribulation would surely kill him. 3 days later, deep within the Lihua's secret realm, 100 zhang beneath the earth, Zhao Hao sat cross-legged, the surrounding soil and rock glowing a dark crimson, vitrified by the intense heat. He concluded his cultivation and opened his eyes. Without activating any technique, with merely a thought, he extended his palm. In the surrounding air, countless invisible particles of fire's spiritual energy suddenly erupted into turmoil. As if imbued with life, they transformed into docile crimson streams racing to converge upon him, coalescing into a violently dancing flame of molten gold upon his palm. Such was the absolute mastery over fire element spiritual energy and flame power granted by the immortal grade spiritual root and fire spirit constitution. Though the earth-shaking spiritual energy vortex had long since subsided, his current cultivation speed remained more than 10 times greater than when he possessed the heaven spirit root. On the interface, the realm's progress bar was clearly visible. Realm Foundation Establishment Late Stage, 51100. A mere 3 days equivalent to months of consuming spiritual stones and arduous cultivation. Time to attend to proper business. Zhao Hao rose, chi and blood churning within his body as his bones emitted soft crackling sounds. Operating this spiritual skin metamorphosis technique, his robust physique rapidly diminished, while his features blurred and reshaped, eventually settling into the appearance of an unremarkable young man of average height and plain countenance. His face had never appeared within the secret realm. He emerged from the underground, oriented himself, and the fire phoenix sword materialized beneath his feet, transforming into an unremarkable stream of light as it flew toward the central region of the secret realm. An hour later, a 9-story tall pagoda of pure crimson piercing into the clouds appeared at the edge of his vision. The Lihua Ascending Immortal Tower. The true seat of the Lihua sect's legacy. No one lingered outside the tower. Clearly, cultivators from other sects were either scouring the world for that Wuda who had devoured the precious medicines or had already completed their inheritance trials. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao stepped through the ancient stone gate. After a moment of slight dizziness, the scene before him opened up grandly. He found himself transported to an endless white jade plaza, overhead a resplendent river of stars. Zhao Hao glanced back over his shoulder immediately. Behind him, a warped and rotating portal of light hung suspended. Through probing with his divine sense, he could clearly perceive the external world's aura. The retreat route confirmed. Reassured, he began surveying this space. At the plaza's center hovered a human head-sized crystal orb within which nebulae swirled, profound and mysterious. Presumably this was the artifact for aptitude testing that Elder Gua had mentioned. According to Elder Gua's explanation, this tower would assign 3 different statuses to trial participants based on their aptitude: menial servant, outer disciple, and inner disciple. Only those with outer disciple status or above were qualified to undertake the next phase of inheritance trials. Should one's aptitude be too poor and receive a menial servant designation, they would be directly transported out of the tower, forever separated from the inheritance. Zhao Hao approached the crystal orb and pressed his palm against it. An icy sensation transmitted through his hand, followed by a grand and emotionless thought resonating in his mind. Trial participant, register your name. Zhao Hao didn't even bat an eyelid. Another one of these. After suffering the loss from Jia Ren's lifeblood, he was now extremely wary of anything involving his own fundamental information. He willed a change in his form, assuming Wu Da's appearance, and then inscribed a bold name into the crystal orb's consciousness. Zhao Ritian. As these 3 characters were recorded instantly, the dim crystal orb blazed with magnificent radiance. An invisible force surged along his arm into his body, akin to the most precise of instruments, scanning him completely from flesh and blood to divine soul. Tension gripped Zhao Hao's heart as he instinctively felt unsettled by this probing force. That grand thought resounded once more. Spiritual root, fire, immortal grade constitution, fire spirit constitution, lower grade status determination, core disciple. Please select inheritance path: spirit, planting, alchemy, formations, artifact, refining, talismans, puppeteering, combat, beast taming. Core disciple. Zhao Hao hesitated momentarily. Elder Gua had never mentioned such a rank existing. However, he reasoned that higher status would naturally bring greater benefits, surely no bad thing. Without excessive deliberation, as per his original plan, he directly recited in his heart. Alchemy. The moment those words fell, the surrounding space warped and transformed. He was transported to a spacious alchemy stone chamber. Before him stood a 2nd-grade supreme quality crimson pill furnace, its flames self-generated. A recipe and refining method for the 2nd-grade lower quality Qingyun pill clearly manifested in his mind. The inheritance trial had begun. Meanwhile, in an upper world separated by countless planes, the spirit realm Lihua sect. At the peak of a sky-piercing great tower within the sect's forbidden grounds, identical in every way to the Lihua Ascending Immortal Tower in the Azure Cloud world, a gray-robed elder with crane-white hair and a childlike face abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze shooting toward the crystal orb before him that had lain dormant for millennia. At this moment, the crystal orb emitted intense rumbling sounds, its surface illuminated by a blinding crimson glow. What's happening? The elder probed with his divine sense. In the next instant, his body trembled violently, an expression of utter disbelief surfacing on his face. A piece of information clearly presented itself within his consciousness. Top-tier spiritual root aptitude disciple detected, Zhao Ritian. Location: Azure, Cloud World, Lihua Gate. Following this, an image materialized. Within the image, a rotund figure with repulsive features was unhurriedly adding spiritual herbs to a pill furnace. It was precisely the disguised appearance of Wu Da that Zhao Hao had assumed. Immortal grade spiritual root. A legacy preserved from the lower world's ancestral gate. Impossible. The elder's eyes blazed with intense light as he activated a transmission jade talisman without the slightest hesitation. Space twisted slightly. A middle-aged cultivator in resplendent fire-red robes materialized his countenance, imposing his tone urgent. Elder Shinyu transmitted that after thousands of years of lost contact, the lower world's ancestral gate has news. The elder referred to as Shun adjusted his robes, his expression already restored to composure. He stepped aside, revealing the still humming and red glowing CRYSD. Please observe, Sectmaster. The middle-aged cultivator eagerly stepped forward, probing with his divine sense. Upon witnessing the numerous aptitude descriptions and that unsightly fatty image, even his commanding face displayed a surge of excitement. Indeed, as expected. Shortly after the founding ancestor ascended from the lower world and established our Lihua sect in the spirit realm, the lower world suffered a demonic catastrophe, completely severing contact with the ancestral gate. To think that today we could reconnect. He pondered for a moment, his gaze becoming resolute. Such a heavenly genius disciple must not be allowed to grow dim in that desolate lower world, nor must we permit them to perish midway. Elder Shun, it appears we must spare no cost to guide him together with that spirit treasure immortal tower from the lower world to the spirit realm. Elder Shun nodded approvingly at his words. The sect master's words ring true. We can utilize the identical resonance between the two immortal towers to activate the ascending immortal formation, forcibly opening a temporary passage to draw up the lower world's tower along with the sect itself. With the ascending immortal tower as this spirit treasure's protection, the disciple will certainly remain unharmed. The middle-aged cultivator nodded, a hint of anticipation appearing on his face. Excellent. This matter shall be entirely entrusted to Elder Shen for execution. 3 days ago, outside the light screen of the Lihua's secret realm, the atmosphere was so oppressive it seemed to solidify. On the platform, 9 golden core elders, including Ancestor Gua, all bowed their heads respectfully, even deliberately slowing their breathing, fearing they might disturb the 9 figures that had appeared out of thin air before them. These 9 people were clearly standing there, yet when divine sense swept over them, it encountered only emptiness, as if they themselves were a twisted space, the embodiment of the laws. They were nascent soul true lords from the 8 great sects of the northern lands and the 10,000 immortal city. The colossal fire attribute spiritual energy vortex that pierced heaven and earth slowly dissipated, leaving only a stabilized crimson light barrier, like a giant eggshell, enveloping the mountains below. Among them, a youth dressed in brocade resembling a noble scion stood with his hands behind his back. Although he exuded no discernible aura, his gaze seemed to pierce the thick light screen, appraising the interior of the secret realm with keen interest. After a moment, he spoke languidly, his voice not loud, yet clearly reaching everyone's ears. Gua the Fourth, what is going on? Hearing the address, Gua the Fourth, Ancestor Gua, a golden core elder of 10,000 immortal city, gave an almost imperceptible twitch of his eyelids, yet forced a look of helplessness onto his face. He bowed and replied, adopting an extremely low posture. Reporting to the city lord, 2 hours ago, an anomaly suddenly occurred within the secret realm. A massive spiritual energy vortex even agitated the outside world, but it quickly dissipated on its own. Sensing something amiss, I immediately sent a message to you. The youth, addressed as city lord, nodded slightly and casually waved a hand. Ancestor Gua dared not delay, immediately taking out a crimson jade token from his bosom and respectfully presenting it with both hands. Seeing this, the other 8 golden core elders on the platform also took out their own tokens and handed them to the nascent soul true lords of their respective sects. Summon a disciple from inside and ask about the situation, the brocade-clad youth said casually. Yes. Ancestor Gua acknowledged, taking out a sensing jade talisman only to find cracks appearing on it. His heart sank. Reporting to the city lord, among the 3 disciples of our 10,000 immortals, city 1 may have fallen. The brocade-clad youth's gaze swept lightly over the remaining 8 golden cores. That plain look sent chills through everyone's hearts. Then summon one from the remaining 2, at random. Ancestor Gua dared not say more. He harbored a small scheme. He did not choose the fairy Xuansu, who possessed unparalleled alchemy talent and a promising future, but instead locked his divine sense on the jade talisman of Li Ming. Reporting to the city lord, this one can be summoned. He formed hand seals with both hands and pointed at the jade talisman. The talisman transformed into a stream of light, flying steadily into the city lord's hand. The city lord took the talisman, the cluster of flame in his eyes flickering slightly, and casually tossed it forward. Boom! The talisman exploded in midair with a sound, and a dense spatial force burst forth forcibly, tearing open a twisted, swirling spatial vortex. At the same time, inside the secret realm, Li Mingyuan's situation could only be described with the word miserable. One of his arms was severed at the shoulder, his body drenched in blood. His cultivation, which had just recovered to the late foundation establishment stage, fluctuated, threatening to drop in realm. Behind him, a pursuit squad of 40 to 50 cultivators, unleashing all kinds of spell radiance, as if they were free, crazily targeted him. Frustrating. Too frustrating. As a dignified golden core true man, when when had he ever endured such humiliation? If not for the faint formation lock above his head which prevented him from even fully unleashing his golden core divine sense, how could he have been chased so miserably by these ants? It was all that fool Wu Da's fault. Utterly wicked. His hatred for Wu Da and the yet unfound Zhao Hao was immense, so even though he was beaten into this state, he did not crush the Void Escape Talisman and leave. But at that moment the specially made Void Escape Talisman in his bosom shattered spontaneously without any warning. Li Mingyuan was stunned. Another sword light struck his back from behind, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, a soft light shield enveloped him. The surrounding scenery twisted rapidly, and his figure vanished into thin air under the astonished gaze of dozens of cultivators. Outside the secret realm, as soon as he broke free, Li Mingyuan could no longer suppress the overwhelming hatred in his heart, and the terrifying aura of a golden core, true man erupted. Zhao Hao, Wu Da, to the ends of the heavens and the depths of the earth, I swear to slay you. Before his roar could spread, a far more terrifying pressure than his own descended, like heaven collapsing and earth cracking, firmly imprisoning him. Oh, I didn't expect that a golden core cultivator would dare to scheme against my 10,000 immortals city. The city lord's calm voice sounded. The aura on Li Mingyuan instantly extinguished, his whole body frozen in place, even the venomous expression on his face solidified. Ancestor Guo was even more frightened by the city lord's indifferent glance, trembling and wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Before Li Mingyuan could beg for mercy among the 9 golden cores, the golden core elder of the 10,000 Souls Hall exclaimed, "Elderly, you, how could you be in the secret realm?" The nascent soul true lord of the 10,000 Souls Hall glanced at the quick-reacting elder, then cupped his hands toward the city lord of 10,000 Immortal City. Taoist friend, there may be hidden circumstances in this matter. How about we first clarify the changes in the secret realm? The city lord's expression relaxed slightly, and he withdrew his pressure. Mingyuan, the nascent soul true lord of the 10,000 Souls Hall, said in a cold tone, "Report quickly and truthfully everything that happened in the secret realm." Li Mingyuan dared not conceal anything, immediately spilling the whole story. From a disciple's eyewitness account, to the fat man called Wu Da enveloped in spiritual light, to hundreds of cultivators witnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily pouring into his body. He spoke through gritted teeth, yet the nascent soul true lords present grew more and more bright-eyed as they listened. A spiritual herb that can trigger such an anomaly must have its medicinal power not yet fully refined. The nascent soul ancestor of Yellow Maple Valley stroked his beard, his eyes flashing with sharp light. That fat man is now a living 10,000 years spiritual herb. He must be captured immediately. Correct. Exactly. Several nascent soul true lords instantly reached a consensus, and the previously tense atmosphere turned into a lively division of the spoils. Such a spiritual herb can only be refined into pills by our sect and the 10,000 Immortal City Lord. My Yellow Maple Valley and the 10,000 Immortal City contributed the most, so we should receive a larger share. Agreed. Even the dignified nascent soul ancestor of the 1,000 Buddha Temple merely murmured Ba, which was considered tacit consent. Only the nascent soul sword cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Sect gave a cold snort, but did not voice opposition. At this very moment, inside an unknown cave crevice in the secret realm, a genuinely fat man was clutching his head tightly, desperately squeezing his bulky body further inside, trembling and muttering continuously, "Can't see me, can't see me." Wu Da was completely unaware that he had already become, in the eyes of those nascent soul bigshots outside, a living, priceless, peerless main ingredient. Within the alchemy trial space of the Fire Ascension Pagoda, crimson flames danced beneath the second-tier, supreme-grade pill furnace before Zhao Hao, as if responding to his every command. He had been here for an unknowable length of time, and his alchemist rank had surged all the way to the peak of the 3rd tier. Starting from the 2nd-tier low-grade Qingyun pill, each successful refinement rewarded him with 10 distinct ancient pill recipes of the same tier from this realm, which would then immediately launch him into the next stage of trials. At this moment, what he had just finished refining was the 3rd-tier supreme-grade pill, the Huaying pill. However, unfortunately, within 10 breaths of completion, both the pill and the spiritual herbs would dissolve into nothingness like bubbles bursting. Just as he was about to toss the spiritual herbs for the 4th-tier low-grade Yueying pill into the furnace and ignite the flames to begin refining, the entire Fire Ascension Pagoda shuddered without warning. The tremor was extraordinarily slight, and unless his divine sense far surpassed those of his peers, it would have been nearly imperceptible. Something was wrong. A warning bell rang in Zhao Hao's mind. Abandoning the 4th-tier pill that was destined to be left behind, his figure flashed, becoming a lingering afterimage as he charged straight toward the twisted, rotating light portal behind him. Almost at the same moment, he burst through the portal. A catastrophic tremor, like mountains collapsing and the earth splitting, erupted from beneath his feet. This was not merely the Fire Ascension Pagoda. The entire secret realm was shaking violently. In the distance, several towering active volcanoes erupted with thunderous roars, molten lava surging skyward and dyeing the heavens a doomsday-like dark crimson. The earth split, open bottomless chasms spreading like ferocious scars across the land. His premonition had come true. The secret realm was indeed facing disaster. Zhao Hao's heart pounded wildly. He dared not waste a single moment. The spirit muscles shape-shifting technique circulated furiously. Wu Da's burly physique rapidly contracting, his facial features blurring and reforming until in the blink of an eye, he had become an ordinary-looking middle-aged rogue cultivator with a chaotic aura, someone who would be lost in a crowd without a trace. Without the slightest hesitation, he withdrew the reinforced cyan space-traversing talisman from his storage pouch and crushed it fiercely. Crack! An intensely concentrated spatial force instantly devoured him, forming a violently undulating pitch-black orb. In the next instant, the orb flickered, and Zhao Hao's figure vanished from the spot without a trace. Less than 10 breaths after his teleportation. Rumble! The secret realm's tremors reached their peak. The pagoda stretching from earth to heaven burst with billions of crimson divine lights forcefully breaking free from the earth's grasp and slowly rose into the sky with irresistible momentum. Immediately afterward, the colossal tower body expanded sharply, and a blindingly intense, white pillar of light shot from its base, cascading like a reversed celestial river and smashing devastatingly onto the earth. The pillar spread rapidly. Wherever it passed, mountains, rivers, demon beasts, cultivators, everything was engulfed by that unsurpassable force. Soon the pillar had covered the entire secret realm. In the next instant, under the horrified gazes of the 9 nascent soul true lords outside, the boundless secret realm space was ruthlessly kneaded and rapidly shrunk and distorted by an invisible giant hand. Along with everything within it, all were forcibly drawn by the white light pillar and sucked entirely into the Fire Ascension Pagoda. Where there had been a realm, only a bottomless, terrifying crater spanning thousands of li remained. The support of the secret realm, that scarlet Fire Ascension barrier, shattered with a deafening crack, dissolving into a rain of light scattering across the sky. Something's wrong. The 9 nascent soul true lords' expressions simultaneously darkened, their figures retreating in a violent blur. As they stabilized their forms and beheld the towering pagoda hovering above the crater, radiating an aura of crushing eternity, the nascent soul midstage true lord from Tianyi Sect's voice had completely changed tone. This, a spirit treasure. Before his words had faded, greed flashed across his eyes, and his figure vanished instantly, raising his hand to unleash a colossal palm of spiritual energy, covering heaven and earth, attempting to forcibly seize the treasure. But at that very moment, from the towering pagoda, a terrifying pressure transcending the nascent soul realm erupted explosively. The Tianyi Sect true lord's spiritual energy palm before that pressure was as fragile as paper, instantly annihilated. He himself was struck as though by lightning, violently spitting a mouthful of essence blood, his figure, humiliatingly, sent flying backward. Retreat immediately. The Wanxian city lord bellowed, and together with the other 7, their eyes sharp and hands swift, they retreated hundreds of li away in the blink of an eye. The surface of the towering pagoda was covered with countless profound runes, lighting up, crawling, and spreading like living creatures. The pagoda's peak abruptly shot a crimson light pillar, piercing heaven and earth, striking fiercely at a certain point in the void. Boom! The sky, as though it were a piece of glazed glass, was violently shattered open, creating a gigantic black passage. The 9 nascent soul true lords stared with wide eyes fixated on this scene. Under their stunned gazes, the towering pagoda rapidly shrank, finally transforming into a streak of luminous light, charging resolutely into that void passage without hesitation. Watching the gradually sealing passage, the Tianyi Sect true lord seemed to realize something and suddenly exclaimed, "This is a flight ascension channel. That's spirit treasure." The spirit treasure took the entire Lihua sect with it and ascended in one sweep. At these words, the entire area fell into deathly silence. Meanwhile, in the Qingyun realm, within the territory controlled by the Union sect in the northern lands, a secluded mountain forest. Without warning, the space distorted, and a middle-aged man in black robes, his face ordinary, was unceremoniously thrown out and crashed heavily onto the ground. It was Zhao Hao. Blood surged to his throat as he spat, his internal organs feeling as though they had been churned into paste by the violent spatial forces, every bone in his body aching as though shattered. He lay on the ground, lacking even the desire to move a single finger. That reinforced space-traversing talisman was indeed powerful, but it was also incredibly punishing. Zhao Hao cursed silently in his heart, vowing that once he caught his breath, he must find a reliable body refinement technique to practice. If this happened again, his body would truly fall apart. Just then, a crisp, melodic voice carrying an edge of surprise suddenly came from the nearby woods. Senior sister, look, there appears to be someone lying on the ground ahead. Immediately, another voice, slightly more mature and alluring, responded. Indeed. Out in this desolate wilderness, could he have been set upon by robe thieves cultivators? He still has a storage pouch at his waist. Let's go see if he's thoroughly dead. Senior sister, this man hasn't died, yet look, his eyes are still moving. How about I give him a sword strike and send him on his way? Zhao Hao, lying on the ground feigning death, nearly choked on his breath at these words. With his divine sense, he had long since discovered the two female cultivators at the chi condensation stage. From their attire and appearance, pink silk skirts, seductive glances, they were likely disciples of the Yin Sect. He had intended to lie still in his severe pain and wait for them to leave, never expecting to hear such a conversation. Before he could react, the so-called senior sister let out a light chuckle. Little one, how long has your yin-yang charm heart mantra been stuck at a bottleneck? What are you still pining for your lover, ye fan, and vowing to guard your purity for him? I say, why not use this fellow on the ground to practice? Drain him completely, and your cultivation might just surge to the middle stage of chi condensation. The junior sister seemed somewhat hesitant, but the senior sister's voice grew even more enchanting. By then you can quietly return to the mortal realm, slaughter that ye fan's entire family, leaving him with no reliance. Where else would he have but to seek you out? And at that time, wouldn't he obediently follow you back to the sect, letting you keep him as your kept man, ruling over your harem? Zhao Hao lay on the ground listening with astonished admiration. Truly the demonic sect was unrivaled in its cunning schemes. He hesitated no longer. Though his body ached with searing pain, his divine sense and spiritual energy circulation remained largely unimpeded. With a flicker of thought, his divine sense stealthily slipped into the storage pouch, rolling out an entire bottle of healing pills and silently delivering them into his mouth. The pill dissolved upon contact with his tongue, and a warm, soothing current surged through his limbs and bones, finally suppressing the tearing agony to some extent. Hey, what are you doing? Don't move. The inexperienced junior sister, sharp-eyed, spotted Zhao Hao's movement and stamped her foot in agitation. Everything on you is our spoils of war. You're not allowed to eat. She let out a shrill rebuke, a flash of light flickering from her hand as she produced a magical sword from her storage pouch. Turning to her senior sister, she called out, "Senior sister, don't wait any longer. Let's finish him off first." Yet the moment she turned around, she froze entirely. Some distance away, her senior sister, who had just been smiling and plotting for her, was now racing away, her skirts billowing, already having silently slipped over 100 meters, leaving only a fleeting receding figure disappearing into the forest. "Senior sister." The young female cultivator's arrogant expression froze, shifting into bewilderment and confusion. Zhao Hao struggled to sit up from the ground, the pill's effects quickly mending his injuries. He can manipulate objects with his divine sense. The young female cultivator shuddered, finally realizing something was amiss. Her senior sister must have discerned the truth long ago and had decisively sold her out to escape. Fear seized her heart instantly. Without a second thought, she turned to flee. But it was too late. Clang! A faint sword hum, like the sigh of death itself. A streak of crimson light, like a startled swan, silently pierced through her brow. The expression on the young female cultivator's face was forever frozen in terror and confusion as her body crumpled softly to the ground. Simultaneously, the senior sister, already hundreds of meters away, also went limp, a tiny blood hole appearing in her forehead as she collapsed into the grass. Retrieving the storage pouches and corpses of the two, Zhao Hao did not linger for an instant. He sank his body down, executing the earth escape art at the mastery level, and vanished from the spot in the blink of an eye. A quarter of an hour later, 100 li away, deep beneath the earth at a depth of 10 li, inside a newly excavated temporary cave dwelling, Zhao Hao sat cross-legged, his face still somewhat pale. He did not tend to his injuries first. Instead, he summoned the system interface without hesitation. His gaze locked onto the status column where the heavenly demon contract he had signed with Elder Gua of 10,000 Immortals City now blazed glaringly. "You're the one." With a thought, he dragged the captured second-grade low-rank 10,000 soul banner into the enhancement slot, then selected the heavenly demon contract in the materials slot. Main item: 10,000 soul banner, second-grade low-rank, enhanced to second-grade middle-rank, consumed material, heavenly demon contract 1, enhancement success rate. For the success rate was pitifully low, but Zhao Hao's purpose was never to strengthen the item. Confirm. Ding. Enhancement failed. Consumed material destroyed. As the system prompt sounded, the intangible shackle that had bound his soul vanished without a trace. Only after completing this did he let out a slight sigh of relief. Then a fierce determination flashed in his eyes. He poured out all the storage pouches of the dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators he had slain during this secret realm expedition, along with everything inside them. Magical artifacts, spiritual tools, spiritual materials, pills, talismans, jade slips, and 10 relatively intact Foundation establishment corpses, as well as a storage pouch containing a vast amount of spirit stones. These immense riches, enough to make any Foundation establishment cultivator go mad with envy, now piled into a glittering small mountain inside the cave. But there was no joy on Zhao Hao's face. To him, these items were all hidden death warrants, enormous risks that could expose his identity. He dared not gamble on whether there was any unknown traceable mark among them. With a thought, the second-grade high-rank soul-devouring jade in his sea of consciousness erupted with terrifying suction. The pure, refined soul power like a tonic nourished his soul, visibly restoring and strengthening the vitality that had weakened from forging the seed of the divine ability. Next, he placed the soul-devouring jade into the main enhancement slot, then unhesitatingly threw in the already exposed second-grade high-rank spirit tool Fire Phoenix sword, the newly purchased Molten Earth Spirit Armor, and the captured dozen or so second-grade spirit tools into the materials slot. Main item soul-devouring jade second-grade high-rank enhanced to second-grade peak consumed materials second-grade high-rank spirit tool Fire Phoenix sword second-grade high-rank spirit tool Molten Earth Spirit Armor second-grade middle-rank spirit tools 3 is second-grade low-rank spirit tools 12. Enhancement success rate 100 confirm. Ding. Enhancement successful. In his sea of consciousness, the soul-devouring jade trembled violently, its volume swelling, the dark green halo on its surface deepening to an abyssal hue, and its aura surging several times over. Soul-devouring jade second-grade peak. With a series of successful enhancement prompts, the 10,000 soul banner also ascended to second-grade peak. When the last glimmer of spiritual light in the cave faded and all items were destroyed as enhancement materials, Zhao Hao was left with only a solitary soul-devouring jade and a single 10,000 soul banner. Though he had become penniless once more, he let out a long, relieved breath, feeling an unprecedented lightness. He activated his blood and qi, causing his muscles and bones to shift and mold his current appearance into the exact likeness of his past life. From this moment on, the alchemist Zhao Hao ceased to exist. The chubby Wu Da who had stirred up chaos in the Leaf Fire secret realm also vanished from this world along with the destroyed items. 3 days later, in a bustling market city's tavern, a young man with ordinary features and an unremarkable demeanor sat by the window drinking alone. This was Zhao Hao, having restored his past life's appearance. Have you heard? The latest intelligence from the pavilion of 10,000 matters, the Leaf Fire secret realm, is gone. The mountains, rivers, and cultivators undergoing trials there were all bundled up by an immortal tower and ascended to the upper realm. Heavens, is that true? If it involves ascension, won't the balance of power in the northern lands be drastically overturned? More than that, I've heard that even the transformation spirit holy ground from the extreme north has sent people. Now the entire northern lands are in chaos, and even forces from other continents have dispatched envoys, all hoping to get a piece of the pie. The discussions of nearby cultivators confirmed Zhao Hao's suspicions. The northern lands had become a massive vortex, a place of trouble. Zhao Hao set down his cup, tossed out a few spirit stones, and rose to leave. Without a trace of reluctance, he headed straight for the tallest building in the city, the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Half an hour later, holding a black iron token, he emerged from the VIP passage of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, his expression blank as he merged into the crowd. Eventually, he boarded a giant flying boat about to depart. In the eastern region, the city of Linyuan. As a super-celestial city under the jurisdiction of the sacred Beihai Immortal Palace, the density of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of any market city in the northern lands. Within a second-grade cave dwelling rich in spiritual energy on the eastern side of the city, Zhao Hao let out a breath of turbid air, ending a full night of cultivation. He called forth a pale golden light screen visible only to himself. Realm Late Foundation Establishment. 100100 Divine Ability Karmic Fire Spiritual Seed 6th grade. Gazing at the 6th grade divine ability seed quietly floating in his sea of consciousness, like a small wisp of black flame, Zhao Hao's heart burned with passion, yet he could not help but sigh. In the 3 months since arriving in the eastern region, he had exhausted all his previous soul accumulations, and even risked condensing a large number of second-grade divine ability seeds as nourishment, barely forcing this karmic fire spiritual seed from 2nd grade to 5th grade. But as he moved about Linyuan City, the karmic sins he carried were bound to attract the attention of high-level cultivators. In the end, suppressing his reluctance, he used karmic sins as materials to strengthen the 5th grade karmic fire spiritual seed, advancing it to 6th grade. Although some of the success rate overflowed, it allowed him to walk through the city with much greater peace of mind. 6th grade was already the limit of spiritual grade divine abilities. Beyond that lay the legendary immortal grade. The stone door of the cave dwelling slowly opened, and Zhao Hao stepped out, strolling along the wide streets of Linyuan City. Unlike the rugged architecture of the northern lands, the eastern region's buildings were more refined and commerce had flourished to an astonishing extent. Cultivators thronged the streets, among them many at the late foundation establishment stage, and occasionally even the auras of golden core cultivators could be sensed. This region bordered the endless sea, and the vast resources of sea beasts had spurred the extreme prosperity of blood and soul cultivation paths. Zhao Hao had heard more than once that the blood path lineage of Beihai Immortal Palace possessed a heaven-defying secret technique capable of purifying the bloodlines of powerful demon beasts and merging them into one's own, strengthening the physical body while also borrowing the beast's innate divine abilities. This made him intensely covetous. However, after much inquiry, aside from joining Beihai Immortal Palace as a disciple of its blood path lineage, there was simply no way to obtain such secret techniques. His fundamental purpose in coming to the eastern region was the abundant soul resources here. The annual sea beast tides that crashed against the coastal islands were in his eyes a tailor-made material repository for strengthening his divine abilities. But all of this required sufficiently powerful strength and spirit stones. This matter should not be delayed. The foundation establishment stage was his best opportunity to elevate the grade of his divine ability seed. Once he broke through to golden core, his divine ability seed would hatch into a minor divine ability, and strengthening it thereafter would cost astronomical materials. His cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. Realm Late Foundation Establishment 100100. At the bottom of the Dantian's spiritual energy lake, fine fiery red crystals had begun to form, a manifestation of pure, dense, and extreme magical power. In terms of magical power and soul alone, he could attempt a breakthrough at any time. But the spatial teleportation across most of the northern lands 3 months ago had inflicted considerable damage on his physical body. Using this frail body to endure the golden core thunder tribulation made him hesitant. Moreover, he was not content to stop here. Beyond 6th grade divine ability lay the 7th grade immortal grade. Zhao Hao's figure halted before a somewhat secluded alley. Inside the alley, a 2-story shop named Ryu Alchemy Pavilion stood quietly. The shop was not large, but its entrance was crowded with cultivators craning their necks to look inside, their expressions fervent and anxious. Inside, a seemingly shrewd, chi refining 9th layer cultivator was busy sweating profusely. Don't push. I said there are only 10 pills today, pushing won't help. A shrewd-looking chi refining 9th layer cultivator was shouting to maintain order, sweating profusely. This man was named Sun Quan, an assistant Zhao Hao had conveniently hired 3 months ago. Sun Quan had sharp eyes. He spotted Zhao Hao entering the shop, quickly pushed through the crowd, and bowed deeply with a full smile. Pavilion Master, you've arrived. His voice instantly silenced the chatter inside the shop. Swish. All eyes converged on Zhao Hao, filled with awe, envy, and fervor. He is the Pavilion Master of the Ryu Alchemy Pavilion. He looks so young, yet he is a Foundation Establishment senior. Not just a Foundation Establishment cultivator. A well-informed rogue cultivator lowered his voice, his tone full of envy. This Pavilion Master is also a 2nd-grade alchemist with profound alchemical attainments. It is said that whenever he refines pills, they are always of the highest quality. Highest quality. Someone smacked their lips, eyes full of desire. What a pity. The Pavilion Master never refines 1st-grade pills. If I could take top-grade chi-gathering pills every day, wouldn't my cultivation skyrocket? Someone nearby immediately sneered. You think asking a revered 2nd-grade alchemist to refine chi-gathering pills for you? Why not ask a golden core ancestor to guard your gate? Zhao Hao, ignoring the surrounding chatter, calmly handed a storage pouch to Sun Quan and walked straight through the crowd up to the private room on the 2nd floor. Sun Quan took the storage pouch with both hands, glanced inside, and his joy could no longer be concealed. He cleared his throat and addressed the assembled cultivators loudly, his voice resounding like thunder. Fellow Taoists, new pills have arrived. He raised the storage pouch high, full of vigor. Same as before. Top-grade Foundation Establishment pills. They can increase the success rate of Foundation Establishment by a full 50%. 10 pills in total. Each pill costs 16,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, we also accept equivalent spirit herbs or soul items worth 15,000 spirit stones with a minimum age of 50 years. He paused, raising his voice a notch with a hint of persuasion. The Pavilion Master has recently taken an interest in body refinement and blood cultivation techniques. If anyone has secret techniques or cultivation methods not recorded in our pavilion, they can also be used for trade. Come, those who lack spirit stones can step out and pool resources with friends you know. Those who break through first will drive breakthroughs later. Once you become Foundation Establishment lords, won't you earn spirit stones much faster than now? Indeed, Zhao Hao's Ryu Alchemy Pavilion sold only one type of pill, top-grade Foundation Establishment pills. As an outsider with no foundation, if he offered too many types of top-grade pills, he would inevitably disrupt the local pill market and invite joint resistance from all other alchemy pavilions. If that happened, forget earning spirit stones. He might not even know how he died. Selling only foundation establishment pills allowed him to amass wealth quickly without overly touching the interests of major powers, while also gathering a network of newly advanced foundation establishment cultivators as his personal resources. This was his survival strategy. No sooner had Sun Quan finished speaking than the crowd below erupted, the atmosphere reaching its peak. Steward's son, I want one. This is my entire fortune. I have a century-old soul wood. How many spirit stones can it offset? Damn it, I'm short 2,000 spirit stones. Who can lend me? I'll be your slave for life. The scene descended into chaos. Everyone was driven mad by the elusive chance for foundation establishment. Just as Sun Quan was about to start sales and the scene was on the verge of losing control, an invisible pressure suddenly emanated from the entrance. The formerly noisy hall fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. The crowded crowd involuntarily parted to both sides, clearing a path. Everyone stared in astonishment. A calm and steady voice came from the entrance, clearly audible in everyone's ears. These 10 pills at 16,000 spirit stones each. I'll take them all. As the words fell from his lips, a domineering and profound aura surged into the pill pavilion like a tidal wave. Though the oppressive pressure targeted no one in particular, it caused all chi refining cultivators in the hall to churn with restless energy. Those with weaker cultivation bases even turned pale, and their legs grew weak, nearly making them kneel on the spot. The clamor suddenly ceased. Everyone looked out in horror, only to find a middle-aged man with dark skin standing at the entrance who had appeared without any warning. He was clad in a blue tight-fitting outfit, his robust frame covered in knotted muscles, clearly a hardened fighter accustomed to life-and-death battles with demonic beasts at sea. His unmasked late-stage foundation establishment cultivation pressed down upon everyone present like a towering mountain, reducing them all to silence like cowering insects. The clerk Sun Quan's practiced smile froze, a cold sweat breaking out across his face instantly. Sell or not sell? If he sold to just this one man, today's business would be ruined, and all the customers in the hall would be offended. But if he refused, he had no doubt that this man before him would tear the shop apart right then and there. Just as he was caught in an awkward position, his mind whirling like a paste, a calm voice drifted down from the second floor, quiet yet carrying an indescribable weight, reaching every ear clearly. Since this Taoist friend has graced our humble shop, why not come up for a chat? The dark-skinned man heard these words and immediately reined in his outward aura. He could sense that the owner of this voice seemed to surpass him in both cultivation and bearing. A look of solemnity crossed his face as he clasped his fists in salute toward the second floor, saying nothing more before stepping toward the stairs. The crowded crowd automatically parted to clear a path for him. Senior, after you. Sun Quan reacted quickly, bowing deeply to let him pass with the humblest posture of anyone. As he watched the man ascend the stairs, the cultivators left below erupted into chaos. My pills. I want a foundation establishment pill. I was ahead in line. Don't you understand the rule of first come first served? Be quiet. Sun Quan regained his managerial air and shouted hoarsely, the pavilion master has arrangements. Those who wish to buy pills can keep waiting, those who don't want to wait can leave now. On the second floor private room, amidst swirling tea fragrance, Zhao Wu pushed a cup of freshly brewed second-tier spirit fog tea toward the dark-skinned man. Please. The dark-skinned man made no pretense of declining, straddling into the chair opposite Zhao Wu, lifting the teacup and draining it in one draft with bold movements. Fine tea. Zhao Wu regarded him and spoke calmly. The rules of my humble shop are posted downstairs. We only sell foundation establishment pills, no custom orders. If this Taoist friend only seeks those 10 foundation establishment pills, I can have my clerk bring them now. The dark-skinned man set down his teacup and said gravely, I am Fan Jin, paying respects to this Taoist friend. I'll be honest with this Taoist friend, I haven't come for foundation establishment pills, but to discuss something. Oh. Zhao Wu gave a slight nod and casually snapped his left fingers. Click. A pale cyan soundproofing array instantly activated, enveloping the entire private room. Fan Jin noticed the soundproofing array light up and nodded slightly. I'll be straightforward with this Taoist friend. I've come to request the pavilion master's assistance in refining a batch of pills. Zhao Wu listened but remained unmoved, leisurely pouring himself another cup of tea before stating calmly. In Linyuan City, there are numerous pill pavilions, and the Tianhai Pill Tower operates under the Blue Sea Immortal Palace. With your cultivation and status, finding someone to refine pills shouldn't be difficult, should it? The implication was clear, a refusal. Anxiety and inner turmoil flashed across Fan Jin's face. I'll be truthful with you, Taoist friend. The pill I seek is no ordinary medicine, and the other pill pavilions have deep backgrounds. I can't trust them. As he spoke as if having made up his mind, he withdrew a cyan jade slip from his storage pouch. Here I have a blood path body refining secret technique passed down since ancient times, which can utilize the essence blood power of demonic beasts to temper a cultivator's physical body. I wonder if this Taoist friend might be interested. Zhao Wu's hand holding the teacup paused almost imperceptibly. He lifted his eyelids, a glint of sharp light flashing through his eyes, yet his tone remained calm and composed. It seems this Fan Daoist friend has come prepared. Speak then, what pill do you wish to refine? Seeing Zhao Wu soften his stance, Fan Jin felt a surge of delight, but still spoke cautiously. This technique is no trivial matter, Daoist friend. I hope this matter remains known only between us two. You must establish a heavenly demon contract swearing never to reveal this secret technique and pill formula to a third party. He stared intently at Zhao Wu and added, as compensation, I can provide both this body-refining secret technique and the accompanying refining pill formula. Before I've even seen anything, you're asking me to swear an oath. Zhao Wu set down his teacup with a soft clink, leaning back in his chair. Do you think I would agree, eh? Fan Jin grew anxious at once. He had been observing this pill pavilion for over a month and knew full well that while the pavilion master's methods were mysterious, his alchemical expertise was undoubtedly at the highest level. Whenever he intervened, the results were always exceptional. The pill he sought was of utmost importance to him, and only an alchemist of this caliber could maximize the chances of success and quality. Moreover, such a small shop, without any backing, posed little threat to him. Have no worries, Daoist friend. This technique is absolutely genuine. Fan Jin explained urgently. Since you've been collecting methods for refining the body and blood, you must have heard of the 9 transformations of the true spirit. 9 transformations of the true spirit. Zhao Wu was internally shaken, but maintained a carefully measured expression of astonishment, blurting out. Could it be that legendary ancient supreme blood-refining secret technique, said to refine true spirit bloodlines and unleash their innate divine abilities? Indeed. Fan Jin saw that he recognized it, a hint of reverence crossing his face, but then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, such immortal techniques were long lost. This secret technique of mine is merely an imitation created by an ancient powerhouse who borrowed its concepts titled blood spirit scripture. He paused, a trace of pride evident in his voice. Though this technique cannot match the original or unleash complete true spirit divine abilities at its peak, it can still draw upon 1/10 of its power. Even so, across all of Dongzhou, this ranks among the top-tier blood-refining secret techniques. Fan Jin laid down his chips. The blood spirit scripture can be given to you now. I have only one request. Within 3 years, you must refine 100 blood spirit pills for me. All the demonic beast essence blood will be provided by myself. What say you, Daoist friend? Zhao Wu pondered for a moment, weighing the advantages and disadvantages. After a moment, he slowly nodded. Very well. They wasted no more words, each invoking their inner demons to swear, and sealed an equal heavenly demon contract. The moment the contract was established, 2 beams of crimson light shot into their foreheads and vanished. Fan Jin finally exhaled in relief and solemnly handed Zhao Wu the jade slip containing the blood spirit scripture along with the blood spirit pill formula. He then produced 3 small dark jade vials. Daoist friend, these contain the essence blood of 3 early-stage, 3rd-rank demonic beasts, Xian Turtle. This should be sufficient for 3 refining sessions. He lowered his voice, his expression exceedingly grave. This Xian Turtle harbors within it a trace of extremely rare, Xuanwu, true spirit bloodline. I only require 1 successful batch of pills. Whatever surplus is produced belongs entirely to you, just consider it compensation for your trial run. After settling all details, Fan Jin handed Zhao Wu a communication jade talisman, rose to his feet, and departed. Zhao Wu remained seated, making no gesture to see him off. He picked up the jade slip inscribed with the blood spirit scripture and extended his divine sense into it. After a moment, he slowly exhaled, and his eyes blazed with an unprecedented intensity. Watching Fan Jin depart from the Sun and Moon Pill Pavilion, Zhao Hao did not hesitate for a moment. He turned and made his way directly to the exclusive alchemy room deep on the 2nd floor. As the door closed, a forbidden formation's light flickered, sealing off all contact with the outside world. He eagerly sank his divine sense into the jade slip, recording the blood spirit art. A vast and intricate stream of information flooded his mind. Zhao Hao's brows initially knitted tightly, then slowly relaxed. This blood spirit art indeed had depth. From the opening lines, the jade slip made clear that this method was modeled after the primordial blood-refining secret art known as the True Spirit 9 Transformations, yet its fundamental approach was entirely opposite. The True Spirit 9 Transformations emphasized preserving the residual will within demonic beast bloodlines, using it to retain the beast's innate divine abilities to the fullest extent. Yet its limitations were equally severe. Merging 8 or 9 true spirit bloodlines was often the absolute limit. Beyond that, conflicting bloodlines would easily clash, causing the physical body to collapse. The blood spirit art took a different path entirely. It chose to completely erase the chaotic wills within demonic beast bloodlines, preserving only the most primal bloodline power. The cost of doing so meant that borrowed demonic abilities would be significantly diminished. If a cultivator lacked deep understanding of the technique, they could exert at most 1/10 of the original ability's power. Yet the benefits were equally obvious. In theory, once the demonic wills were erased, as long as the cultivator's primordial bloodline power was strong enough, they could merge any number of demonic beast bloodlines without restriction. 1/10 of the divine ability's power. Zhao Hao paused for a moment, then a mad notion struck his mind like lightning, making his heart skip a beat. He subconsciously glanced at his system interface, visible only to himself. 1/10 power was indeed insufficient. But what if? He treated all these weakened abilities as materials for refining divine abilities. Offensive techniques, defenses, escape, arts, healing, illusions. As long as he could find the corresponding demonic beast bloodlines, he could theoretically transform himself into a walking repository of divine abilities. Precious treasure. This is an absolute treasure. Suppressing his racing heart, he continued reading. The first step of cultivating the blood spirit art was to refine one's own primordial bloodline power, which served as the foundation for everything that followed. The manual explicitly noted that in the early stages it was best to merge the bloodlines of beasts such as the mystic turtle or the mountainous giant ape, which excelled at strengthening the physical body, and that they must be refined into blood spirit pills to eliminate the demonic will. Otherwise, a frail physique would never endure the process. No wonder Fan Jin's vital energy was so overpowering, and he was in such a rush to find someone to refine pills. Zhao Hao immediately understood the logic. Fan Jin was likely stuck at this very stage, desperately needing blood spirit pills, but distrusting major powers outside, fearing theft and assassination. This manual truly considers every detail. Zhao Hao stroked his chin. When he reached the final chapter of the manual, his breathing grew noticeably quicker. Once a cultivator reached the nascent soul stage, they could use their nascent soul dharma physique as a conduit to borrow a demonic beast bloodline's power, transforming the beast's form into a dharma aspect, causing their combat prowess to surge. Precious treasure. Zhao Hao set down the jade slip, his eyes gleaming brightly. This manual not only perfectly addressed the weakness of the human race's frail physique and provided an extra safeguard against the impending golden core heavenly tribulation, but it also offered him a continuous supply of divine ability, refinement materials. Before breaking through to the golden core stage, he only needed to accomplish two things. First, cultivate the blood spirit art to strengthen his physique. Second, gather massive quantities of demonic beast souls to elevate the karmic fire spirit seed in his spiritual sea to the 7th grade immortal tier. Abyss City bordered the endless sea, and demonic beast resources were abundant. Low-tier demonic beast souls were relatively easy to obtain for spirit stones. Zhao Hao no longer hesitated. With a thought, he retrieved 3 vials of early-stage 3rd-tier mystic turtle essence blood, along with the blood spirit pill formula. The formula was not complicated. The primary ingredient was demonic beast essence blood, and the auxiliary ingredients were ordinary medicinal herbs that neutralized the pill's properties. Not rare varieties at all. The difficulty of refining hinged entirely on the quality of the demonic beast essence blood. With early-stage 3rd-tier mystic turtle essence blood, if he were to refine it himself, producing pills of 3rd-tier lower grade would pose little problem. Zhao Hao glanced at his status panel. Alchemist 4th tier, beginner 0-100. Pills, child nurturing pill, beginner 0-100. Although he had not truly refined a 4th-tier child nurturing pill during the Li Hua Secret Realm expedition, the entire refining process had been recorded by the system. Leveraging 4th-tier pill proficiency, he had single-handedly pushed his alchemist tier to the 4th level, a stage no ordinary alchemist would dare to imagine. He ignited the furnace fire. With fluid practiced movements, just 2 hours later, 3 vials of rich blood-fragrant 3rd-tier, lower-grade blood spirit pills lay quietly in his hand. 6 pills per vial, each perfectly round with restrained pill essence. He did not immediately send a message to Fan Jin, but instead put away the blood spirit pills and retrieved another batch of medicinal herbs. The pill fire flared again. This time what he refined in the furnace was Foundation Establishment pill. He needed more people to gather enough souls for him. At the current pace of 10 Foundation Establishment pills per week, it was utterly insufficient. Half a day later, the Sun and Moon Pill Pavilion's 2nd floor private room. Sun Quan, his face flushed with excitement, was enthusiastically reporting the day's sales success. Pavilion Master, you should have seen it. All 10 Foundation Establishment pills were snatched up in less than half an hour. Many fellow cultivators who missed out were blocking the entrance, saying they would come back tomorrow. Our reputation in Abyss City is firmly established. Zhao Hao leaned back in his chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the table surface, listening calmly, without interrupting. Seeing this, Sun Quan lowered his voice slightly and ventured cautiously, Pavilion Master, do you think? Should we still sell only 10 pills next week? Zhao Hao finally stopped tapping and raised his eyelids, glancing at Sun Quan. From now on we will no longer sell Foundation Establishment pills. What? The smile on Sun Quan's face froze instantly. Color drained from his features, and his heart dropped. He feared he had done something wrong and displeased the Pavilion Master. Pav. Pavilion Master, did the subordinate. Zhao Hao waved his hand dismissively. Go spread the word. He reached into his storage bag and produced 10 identical jade vials, casually placing them on the table. Each vial held 10 pills radiating an intoxicating fragrance. Top-grade foundation establishment pills. 100 in total. Sun Quan's eyes nearly bulged, and his breathing instantly grew heavy. 100 top-grade foundation establishment pills. If sold, that would be worth over 1 million low-grade spirit stones. He had never seen so much wealth in his life. From now on, the Sun and Moon Pill Pavilion will operate on a mission point system. Zhao Hao's voice was calm, but carried an irrevocable authority. The first mission is now issued: collect second and third-tier soul resources. The Sun and Moon Pill Pavilion will purchase everything. Whoever gathers soul resources worth a cumulative value of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones can redeem 1 top-grade foundation establishment pill with no limit on quantity. In the days that followed, Zhao Hao thoroughly imprinted the contents of the jade slip containing the blood spirit scripture into his mind. This cultivation method was not particularly profound in itself, though theoretically any foundation establishment cultivator could practice it. The true difficulty lay in how to refine and purify the vital blood of demon beasts, as well as the terrifying consumption of resources. Inside the cultivation chamber, Zhao Hao sat cross-legged. He did not hesitate for a moment, and began the cultivation of the blood spirit scripture directly. He closed his eyes, sinking his mind into his body, and carefully forced a drop of crimson vital blood from his heart, as described in the scripture. That drop of vital blood hovered above the Dantian's chi, radiating an exuberant life force. Immediately after, he drew a strand of extremely pure foundation establishment late-stage chi from the lake of crimson golden chi, attempting to merge the two. Chi. The moment the chi and vital blood made contact, they did not blend gently as expected, but instead repelled each other like oil and water. That strand of chi violently clashed with the vital blood, while the life origin power within the blood stubbornly resisted, and the two collided wildly near his Dantian. This was only a single drop of vital blood and a strand of chi. If there were more, the Dantian's chi might be detonated by the force of the conflict. Yet there was not a trace of retreat in his gaze. His powerful divine soul spread like an invisible net, instantly enveloping the chaotic region. Relying on his control far surpassing cultivators of the same level, he forcibly pressed the two together using the secret technique of the blood spirit scripture. This was like refining a highly unstable elixir. The slightest mistake would result in a furnace explosion. After an unknown amount of time, when the repulsion between the two forces had been worn away, they finally ceased their struggle, perfectly entwined, and merged, eventually transforming into a strand of peculiar energy that was both substantial and intangible, shimmering with a faint blood-red light. It was a success. With a thought from Zhao Hao, that newborn strand of chi blood energy moved, as if it were part of his body, instantly coursing through his limbs and bones. He tried infusing this power into his right fist. In an instant, the muscles of his right fist bulged slightly, a layer of blood-red radiance covered the skin, and an explosive sense of strength filled it. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao punched the stone wall engraved with defensive formation runes in the cultivation chamber. Bang! A loud crash echoed, and the entire cave dwelling trembled. The formation runes on the stone wall flickered wildly, their light wavering, and at the point where his fist landed, a fist impression, half an inch deep, was left. The power is decent. Zhao Hao withdrew his fist, sensing the chi blood energy that had already dissipated in his body. This punch was certainly no weaker than the full-force strike of a typical chi refinement perfection cultivator wielding a magical artifact. And this was merely the effect of a single strand of chi blood energy. The true foundation of a body cultivator lies in opening the 365 acupoints throughout the body, using them as dantians to store chi blood energy, and then tempering the muscles, bones, and flesh with copious amounts of chi blood until the body can generate chi blood on its own. That is the true gateway to body cultivation. No longer hesitating, Zhao Hao immediately took out the top-grade chi blood pills he had refined from his storage pouch and swallowed over a dozen of them like candy. The immense medicinal power dissolved rapidly, replenishing his depleted vital blood. Soon after condensing 10 strands of chi blood energy, he began to assault the first acupoint. Time flowed like water. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During these 6 months, the Ryu Alchemy Pavilion had become a sacred place in the eyes of low-level rogue cultivators in Linyuan City. Countless cultivators frantically went out to sea to hunt demon beasts, all for the sake of obtaining a single top-grade foundation establishment pill that could increase the success rate of foundation establishment by 50%, just to exchange spirit souls for the Ryu Alchemy Pavilion. As the pavilion master, Zhao Hao, aside from unwaveringly providing a batch of top-grade foundation establishment pills every 7 days and collecting the massive quantities of demon beast souls he had acquired, was seen by no one for the rest of the time. In a corner of the cave dwelling, empty pill bottles had piled up into a small mountain. The communication jade talisman had lit up no fewer than 3 times during these 6 months, each time with Fan Jin's increasingly urgent urgings. from initial polite inquiries to later veiled threats. Zhao Hao merely took his time, giving him a bottle of blood spirit pills every 2 or 3 months, keeping him on edge. He knew very well that the other party was more anxious than he was. Inside the second-tier cave dwelling in the cultivation chamber, Zhao Hao slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp gleam as solid as substance flashed and vanished. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air which shot out like a white arrow several zhang away, leaving a faint white mark on the hard stone wall. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the 365 acupoints inside and outside his body, like 365 miniature stars, resonated with each other, continuously emitting surging qi blood energy. Every muscle, every bone had been tempered by pure qi blood energy, brimming with explosive power. His skin, flesh, and bones, under the accumulation of a massive amount of second-tier top-grade qi blood pills over these 6 months, had already reached the realm of self-generating qi blood. Now, relying solely on his physical strength, he could contend with the magical artifacts of ordinary late foundation establishment cultivators. The path of body cultivation has finally entered the right track. Zhao Hao stood up casually, stretching his limbs, and a series of cracking sounds came from his bones. Yet his greatest gain over these 6 months was not the entry into body cultivation. It was the divine ability seed in his sea of consciousness. Zhao Hao stretched and called up the system interface. He fixed his gaze on his sea of consciousness, where besides the black flame, representing the karmic fire seed, 6 crimson spirit seeds, emitting a scorching aura, were quietly floating. These were the fruits of his half-year's labor. Using the mountain of low-grade demon beast souls, he had condensed thousands of second-grade divine ability seeds, and then forcibly upgraded them with spirit stones to the 6th-grade earth fire spirit seed, the Kunli spirit seed. These trash divine abilities, which others considered worthless and avoided, had become the best nutrients for him. Divine ability karmic fire seed, 6th grade. Zhao Hao looked at the black flame seed quietly floating, and with a thought he dragged 5 6th grade Kunli spirit seeds into the material slot. Main item karmic fire seed, 6th grade enhancement to 7th grade. Consumed materials Kunli spirit seed, 6th grade 5. Enhancement success rate 100. Confirm. Ding. Enhancement successful. The moment the words fell, the sea of consciousness shook violently. The 5 6th grade spirit seeds instantly disintegrated, transforming into 5 streams of the purest flame origin, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, surging into that black flame. The black flame roiled violently and swelled wildly. At its core, an eerie black-red lotus slowly bloomed. As soon as that lotus flame appeared, a terrifying aura transcending the mundane and seeming to dominate the very rules of this world burst forth. Even the second-tier top-grade soul, devouring jade, guarding the sea of consciousness, emitted a faint hum. Divine ability karmic fire seed, 7th grade. Immortal grade. Zhao Hao felt the terrifying might emanating from that 7th grade divine ability seed, and unprecedented confidence and radiance flashed in his eyes. His physical body was complete, and his divine ability was prepared. He could now draw upon the world's spiritual energy at any moment and undergo the golden core tribulation lightning. It is time. Zhao Hao stood up, and without a moment's hesitation he strode briskly toward the cave dwelling's gate. Zhao Hao strolled along the broad main avenue of Linyuan City, ignoring the numerous shops lining both sides of the street, as he headed straight for a magnificent building at the city center. Lingfu Office. This establishment managed all cave dwellings and shops within Linyuan City, serving as the sole official institution authorized to rent tribulation platforms. Zhao Hao was thoroughly familiar with this place. He bypassed the bustling first-floor lobby without a second glance, navigating expertly through the crowd handling lower-tier affairs, and ascended directly to the second floor. He stopped before a room bearing a nameplate reading Li Lun, then rapped lightly on the door. Enter. Zhao Hao pushed the door open. A middle-aged cultivator busy reviewing a jade slip raised his head. This was Li Lun, one of the managers of Lingfu Office, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator renowned for his smooth, tactful manner. Upon recognizing his visitor as Zhao Hao, Li Lun was momentarily stunned, but his expression quickly melted into a warm, enthusiastic smile. He hurriedly rose to greet him personally. Friend Qian, you are truly a rare guest. It has been quite some time since you last graced this place with your presence, ever since we parted half a year ago. Zhao Hao now operated under the alias Qian Ryu, as the master of Ryu Alchemy Pavilion, having secured a second-tier cave dwelling and a storefront through Li Lun, a relationship that made him a sizable client. Friendly. Zhao Hao returned the courtesy with a slight bow, dispensing with pleasantries and cutting straight to the matter. To be forthright, I have come to rent a tribulation platform. A tribulation platform. Li Luan's smile stiffened, his expression shifting to utter astonishment as he studied Zhao Hao from head to toe. He could feel it. The spiritual energy fluctuating around friend Qian had grown considerably more formidable than 6 months prior. His aura was refined and inwardly concentrated, carrying an almost palpable sense of imminent overflow. Congratulations, congratulations. May I offer my earliest felicities? Li Luan shook off his surprise, his expression transforming into genuine joy. Clasping his hands in greeting, he declared, "With the magnitude of your spiritual cultivation, the day of your golden core formation is certain to be a day of triumph." Zhao Hao waved his hand noncommittally. "Whether I succeed or not remains in the heavens' hands." As he spoke, he withdrew an exquisitely crafted pill vial from his storage pouch and pushed it across the desk. "I have heard that your esteemed son has already reached the 8th layer of qi condensation. At such a tender age, his future is exceptionally promising. This top-grade foundation establishment pill is offered as a premature celebration of his forthcoming breakthrough." Li Luan's pupils contracted sharply. Top-grade foundation establishment pill. His breath hitched for a moment as his eyes locked fiercely upon the pill vial. This was no ordinary medicinal treasure. One could fetch 16,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single pill on the open market, yet even wealth could not guarantee its acquisition. A single pill of such quality was worth as much as an exquisite lower-grade second-tier spiritual artifact. He understood all too well that this gift carried great weight. Yet he also knew he had no choice but to accept it. "Friendship, this is far too precious." Li Luan offered polite objections, yet his hands had already secured the pill vial with reverent caution. His smile deepened tenfold beyond its previous sincerity. Changing the subject, he asked eagerly, "May I inquire whether friend Qian has any particular requirements for the tribulation platform?" "I cultivate the fire attribute," Zhao Hao replied calmly. "Naturally, the richer the fire's spiritual energy, the better. Additionally, I require absolute tranquility. During the tribulation, I expect no disturbances of any kind." One pill had secured both his utmost diligence and his silence. A fair transaction indeed. "Consider it done, consider it done." Li Luan reverently stowed the pill vial in his storage pouch and patted his chest with assurance. "Rest assured, friend Qian, I will arrange everything immediately." He pondered for a moment, then manipulated several formation boards. "The fire position platform, no. One it is. Located upon the main geothermal vein of an island 300 li south of the city, it boasts the finest fire attribute spiritual energy. Moreover, the location is remote and protected by independent formations, absolutely tranquil." He paused, then lowered his voice. "Furthermore, there has been no recent registration with the sect regarding the collection of Tribulation Golden Light. You need have no concerns on that matter. Tribulation Golden Light was a bestowal from the heavenly Tao upon cultivators who successfully weathered the Golden Core lightning tribulation. It purified the physical body, nourished the divine sense, and possessed the catalytic power to transform seeds of divine abilities into true lesser divine abilities. This golden light spread across an enormous radius. The tribulation platforms established in Linyuan City served not only to provide a secure venue, but also to collect the scattered remnants of this luminous energy through specialized formations. It was a primary ingredient in various third-tier healing pills and could assist cultivators in comprehending divine abilities, making it an extremely scarce strategic resource even within the sect. Li Luan's deliberate mention of this detail was clearly an overt gesture of goodwill. "Then I am deeply grateful, friendly." Zhao Hao nodded with satisfaction. After remitting 20,000 low-grade spirit stones as the rental fee, he accepted a crimson formation token and wasted no further time, turning to soar toward the southern district. As he flew along, Zhao Hao's mind raced with calculations. The path to Golden Core breakthrough involved 3 trials. The first was the trial of spiritual energy. One had to continuously rotate and compress the liquid spiritual energy within the Dantian until it solidified into a golden core. This trial tested the profundity and purity of one's spiritual power. His immortal-grade fire spirit root had long since saturated his Dantian with spiritual energy. Solid crystals had even begun forming at the lake bed. This trial was merely a natural progression, water flowing to its channel. The second trial was the heart demon tribulation, testing the strength of one's Tao heart and willpower. Zhao Hao possessed a supreme-grade second-tier, soul-devouring jade protecting his sea of consciousness, and his divine sense far surpassed that of his peers. Any heart demon would be but an easy conquest. This trial too posed no concern. The true challenge lay in the third trial, the heavenly lightning tribulation. The might of heaven and earth allowed no shortcuts. Whether one hid deep underground, relied upon sect-level formations, or depended upon powerful magical treasures, none could evade the third trial through subterfuge. A cultivator had to withstand the tribulation with body and spiritual energy alone to earn the tribulation golden light and the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. This was precisely why Zhao Hao had spent half a year refining the blood spirit scripture to its foundational stage, so that his physical strength would be sufficient to withstand spiritual artifacts head-on. His preparations had been thorough and ample. Yet Zhao Hao was unaware that scarcely had his figure arrived at the tribulation platform when a form clad in emerald green robes materialized silently within Li Luan's chamber. The newcomer's aura ran as deep as the ocean. He was undeniably a nascent soul cultivator at the early stage. Upon entering, his piercing gaze immediately fixed upon Li Lun seated at the main position. Do you still have Tribulation Golden Light reserves in the warehouse? This seat requires some urgently. Li Lun's heart sank immediately. Tribulation Golden Light was a resource to be found only by chance, and with no cultivator successfully breaking through in the past year, the warehouse had long been depleted. Under ordinary circumstances, this would have been acceptable, but unfortunately, he dared not deceive this core disciple of the Blue Sea Immortal Palace, so he stammered hesitantly, reporting to Elder. The Tribulation Golden Light in the warehouse has been entirely consumed. However, his voice trailed off, growing quieter. There is a cultivator who just rented a Tribulation platform today, preparing to attempt a golden core breakthrough. Hearing this, the nascent soul cultivator's face, previously tinged with disappointment, instantly brightened. Oh, the corner of his mouth curled upward. He asked no further questions. With a casual gesture, a formation token granting universal access to Tribulation platforms appeared in his palm, which he casually stowed away. Watching the nascent soul cultivator depart, cold sweat broke across Li Luan's forehead. He knew in his heart that he had likely brought trouble upon his friend Qian. A 300-li sea journey was but a mere quarter of an hour for Zhao Hao now. A small island isolated on the sea surface could be seen in the distance. The sword beneath Zhao Hao's feet was no longer the exposed Fire Phoenix sword, but a second-grade top-quality spirit artifact entirely verdant green with wind patterns engraved on its blade. Wind Chaser. He had acquired it a few days ago from the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Although a wind attribute flying sword when driven by his fire attribute mana offered no additional attack bonus, its advantage lay in flying sword speed, a full 10% faster than other attribute flying swords of the same grade. That alone was enough to satisfy Zhao Hao. After purchasing it, he spared no expense, directly using spirit stones to reinforce it all the way to the second-grade top-quality level. Glancing down at the mountain of spirit stones packed to the brim inside a special storage pouch at his waist, Zhao Hao's heart swelled with pride. Now his spirit stone reserve had exceeded 10 million, giving him ample confidence to handle any sudden reinforcement needs. With that thought, he had already flown above the small island. Zhao Hao did not rush to land. Instead, he first circled the island, his divine sense sweeping over every inch of the entire island like liquid mercury. After confirming that no cultivator was hidden and no traps had been laid, he slowly descended. Landing before a huge platform made entirely of metal in the center of the island, Zhao Hao took out the Crimson Array token and gently waved it toward the empty space ahead. A hum. Ripples spread through the air, and a translucent light curtain appeared from nowhere, silently opening a portal. He stepped inside confidently, and the portal behind him slowly closed. The Tribulation Transcendence platform before him was even more magnificent than he had imagined. Crafted entirely from gold essence, its surface was densely engraved with runes clearly indicating some extremely sophisticated guidance and protective array capable of withstanding the might of heavenly tribulation without damage. It was a pity that cultivators undergoing tribulation could not take shortcuts. They had to obtain the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. Otherwise, with such materials, one could build a safe room deep within the sect's grand formation, or simply hide 10,000 zhong underground, and the heavenly tribulation would be as good as a decoration. Zhao Hao once again used his divine sense to thoroughly inspect the platform inside and out. After confirming everything was secure, he walked to the center of the platform and sat down cross-legged. Without any hesitation, Zhao Hao formed hand seals to control the token and directly activated the island's spirit-gathering array. In an instant, the runes on the entire platform lit up one by one, and a tremendous suction force emanated from the array's core. Spiritual energy from all directions, especially the pure fire spiritual energy from the earth fire main vein beneath the platform, converged toward the platform as if summoned, becoming so dense that it turned into a faintly visible reddish mist. But this was not all. With a thought, Zhao Hao directly activated the long-dormant 6th grade divine ability, Fire Spirit Affinity. A boom. The fire attribute spiritual energy that had been slowly gathering was suddenly stirred by an invisible giant vortex beginning to spin madly around Zhao Hao. At this moment, even without circulating any cultivation technique, merely relying on his immortal grade spiritual root fire spirit body and the passive effect of this 6th grade divine ability, his speed of absorbing spiritual energy already surpassed the total full power cultivation of most foundation establishment cultivators. Rise! Zhao Hao shouted in a low voice, no longer suppressing. The Lihoi Yuling Sutra began to circulate. The spiritual energy vortex, as if fitted with a high-powered motor, suddenly increased, its rotation speed manifold. Inside Zhao Hao's body, the originally calm lake of spiritual power in his dantian began to churn violently, surging with towering waves. As more and more refined mana was refined and generated pouring into the dantian, the entire lake of mana began to rotate, slowly converging into a huge liquid sphere within the dantian. The sphere kept rotating, constantly being filled and compressed by newly injected mana. Sharp pains of overload came from the Dantian walls, as if they could burst at any moment from the force. Not enough. Zhao Hao's eyes turned crimson, and with a fierce expression, he directly activated the blood energy within his body. Ahum. All 365 acupoints in his body vibrated in unison, and a torrential flood of blood energy layered over his Dantian and meridians, shrouding them in a faint blood-red glow guarding them firmly. No more worries. With a grim expression, Zhao Hao pushed his cultivation technique to the extreme. Above the Tribulation Transcendence platform, the spiritual energy vortex transformed completely into a spiritual power tornado. Not only fire attribute spiritual energy, but also the other 4 attribute energies around were forcibly drawn in by this domineering force. Then under the influence of his immortal grade fire spiritual root and fire spirit body, they were forcibly assimilated into the purest fire attribute spiritual power. Such violent infusion of spiritual energy would have caused any other Foundation establishment cultivator's meridians to snap inch by inch, resulting in immediate explosion and death. But Zhao Hao, with his blood energy protecting his meridians and Dantian, remained as steady as Mount Tai. The violent spiritual energy was efficiently refined and absorbed by him, then gently channeled into his Dantian under the pacifying influence of the fire spirit affinity, divine ability. Inside the Dantian, the liquid mana sphere, instead of expanding due to the massive influx of mana, was continuously being compressed again. At the core of the sphere, many solid crystals had already formed. As the liquid mana was continuously compressed and solidified, those crystals converged into a small spherical embryo, with layer upon layer of new solid mana covering the sphere's surface like the layers of an onion. Time passed unknown. Just as Zhao Hao was immersed in the critical moment of breakthrough, a figure in a green robe appeared silently above the island. Looking at the terrifying spiritual energy tornado below, even he as a golden core cultivator could not help but be startled. What a grand spectacle. This rogue cultivator's foundation is much deeper than I imagined. It seems this fellow should succeed in his breakthrough. I won't come away empty-handed this time. He had not expected that this cultivator, who had only rented the Tribulation Transcendence platform today, would be so decisive, not even adjusting his state before starting the breakthrough. Originally, he had planned to find an opportunity to appeal to emotion and reason with this cultivator to get him to voluntarily give up the Tribulation Golden Light after a successful breakthrough. As compensation, he would naturally produce some healing spirit pills and promise a favor from a core disciple of a divine transformation, Holy Land. He had broken through to Golden Core many years ago, yet had been unable to comprehend his own minor divine ability. For a core disciple of a divine transformation, Holy Land, this was an unspeakable humiliation. Therefore, he had been traveling outside all these years, completing tasks and accumulating resources just to exchange for enough Tribulation Golden Light to hasten the maturation of a third-grade divine ability seed he had painstakingly condensed. Over the years, he had accumulated over a dozen bottles of Tribulation Golden Light in his storage pouch, equivalent to the total endowment of a dozen cultivators breaking through to Golden Core. At this moment, the slight hesitation on his face was replaced by a faint disdain. Even without prior communication, so what? Could a mere rogue cultivator dare to compete with him, a Golden Core disciple of a divine transformation, Holy Land? A cultivator who had just broken through with unstable foundation and severe injuries, how could he be a match for him, who was in perfect condition and at his peak? However, before he could finish his thought, a sudden change occurred. Below on the Tribulation Transcendence platform, the spinning, awe-inspiring spiritual energy tornado abruptly collapsed with a roar. The disdain on the green-robed cultivator's face instantly froze, replaced by a deep astonishment. Breakthrough failed. On the Tribulation platform, within Zhao Hao's Dantian and Sea of Qi, the storm had subsided. A golden core the size of a pigeon egg, entirely crimson, with faint flames swirling on its surface, floated quietly in rotation. With each rotation, the golden core emitted a terrifying might more than 10 times greater than the previous liquid mana. The golden core was formed. Yet Zhao Hao's mind instantly tightened at the moment of successful condensation. Having passed the first stage, the mana stage, the second stage, the inner demon stage, awaited. Without any hesitation, he directly opened the pale golden system interface, visible only to himself, frantically clicking with his mind. System. Strengthen the soul-devouring jade for me. Main item: soul-devouring jade, second order top grade, strengthened to third order lower grade. Consumed materials: spirit stone 3906250. Strengthening success rate 100. Confirm. Confirmed. The small mountain of spirit stones piled in the storage pouch instantly disappeared by nearly half. At that moment, a vast surge of refreshing coolness far greater than before poured into Zhao Hao's sea of consciousness, like a baptism enveloping his entire soul. Soul-devouring jade had already transformed from a second-order top-grade spiritual artifact into a third-order lower-grade magic treasure. At the same time, the second stage of Golden Core, the inner demon stage, arrived silently. Zhao Hao saw his own sea of consciousness. The originally empty world of the sea of consciousness had without anyone noticing begun to permeate with wisps of twisted black mist. Within the mist one after another familiar figures slowly condensed. Jia Run with a haggard face and venomous eyes. The female cultivator of the Union of Bliss sect whom he had slain, with a single sword strike her face, still bearing shock and confusion. Even Lin Yaoer, the unfortunate senior sister whom he had tricked to death earliest, appeared. The phantoms of those entangled with him in karmic ties stared at him with eyes of extreme resentment. Zhao Hao's soul sat cross-legged in the center of the sea of consciousness, not the slightest bit tense, but rather like a spectator in a theater beginning to comment. This Jia Ren's resentment is well acted. His expression is quite on point, much better than the eternal stiff face of that transformed Lin Yaoer. As if sensing that these enemy phantoms could not shake Zhao Hao in the slightest, the black mist surged, and the scene changed again. Inside the gloomy 10,000 corpse hall, his golden core master corpse heart true person stared at him with utterly emotionless eyes. In the 10,000 immortal city lord's mansion, ancestor Guizli Fire Mingshu pupil erupted with terrifying light, as if it had already perceived all his secrets. Even scenes from his previous life on Earth, overwhelmed by countless work pressures, appeared one by one. Unfortunately, these phantoms appeared utterly ridiculous before someone who had long known they were false. Zhao Hao didn't even bother to use his soul power to dispel them, simply watching the whole spectacle. Seeing that all kinds of intimidation, coercion, recollection, and temptation were useless, the black mist seemed to have exhausted its tricks. After a few breaths of suspended time, the black mist churned, and all phantoms dissipated. In their place appeared a young girl with a seductive figure, peerless beauty, and dressed in a red skirt. She moved with light lotus steps, dancing gracefully in Zhao Hao's sea of consciousness. That dance carried an indescribable magic, as if it could stir the most primal desires in the depths of one's heart, causing the soul to sink. Zhao Hao's consciousness became momentarily dazed. Buzz. At that very moment, the soul-devouring jade, which had just been promoted to a third-order magic treasure, erupted without warning, with a dense halo of dark green light firmly protecting his soul. The dance and seductive sounds that could incite desires were instantly isolated. Zhao Hao came to his senses only then, realizing that the dance had triggered the active defense of the third-order magic treasure soul-devouring jade. This inner demon is something. Seeing that the dance had also failed, the dancing girl's figure abruptly halted, the enchanting smile on her face instantly collapsing. Her figure twisted and finally coalesced into a pitch-black demon 3 zhang tall with 2 horns on its head and a ferocious face. Then the demon spoke in human tongue, its voice filled with furious roaring. "You, this cultivator, have no martial ethics." It pointed at Zhao Hao, hopping mad. "With such a grade of soul defense treasure, why didn't you reveal it earlier? You made this heavenly demon waste his origin energy to perform the heavenly demon dance for nothing. What a waste. I'm exhausted." Zhao Hao was completely stunned. This inner demon. Not only can it speak, but it can also curse. His interest piqued, his soul power rippled, transmitting a thought. "Your form is quite unique. How did you manage to produce so many variations and appear precisely at the moment of my breakthrough eye?" The ferocious demon placed its hands on its hips, casting a glance at Zhao Hao as if looking at a country bumpkin, its tone full of disdain. "Do you think I am one of those lowly inner demons, eh? Listen well, I am an outer realm heavenly demon. Your third-order lower-grade soul defense treasure is not bad, but I have already memorized your aura." It extended its pitch-black claws, pointing at Zhao Hao from afar. "When you break through to nascent soul, one day my true body will descend and avenge today's humiliation." With that, the demon's figure began to grow illusory, turning into a wisp of black smoke about to dissipate. "Wanna leave?" Zhao Hao, unwilling to let go of this research material that had delivered itself to his doorstep, transformed his spiritual sense into an invisible giant hand grabbing at lightning speed. But the black smoke was slippery, passing right through his spiritual sense hand without any damage. The black smoke coalesced again into the demon's image not far away, letting out an arrogant manic laugh. You think you can catch this clone of mine? How naive. A heavenly demon is formless and intangible. Not to mention a minor cultivator who just formed a golden core. Even if an incarnation true lord came in person, destroying my clone would depend on whether his laws of power are refined enough." Zhao Hao, seeing that the spiritual sense hand couldn't grasp it, rolled his eyes. Big talk, anyone can say. A hint of disdain appeared on his face, and he raised his right hand towards the demon, giving a thumbs up. "I have a divine ability called Five-Finger Mountain. If you can escape from this ability, I'll admit you're the best." The demon looked at Zhao Hao with a gaze as if looking at a fool. "Do you think I can't see such a foolish provocation?" It said so, but its tone was full of arrogance. "Fine. Let you, this ant from the lower realm, witness the divine ability of my heavenly demon race." Before the words faded, without waiting for Zhao Hao to act, it actively leaped and landed firmly on the palm of the giant hand Zhao Hao had condensed with his spiritual sense. It placed its hands on its hips, raised its head, and puffed out its chest, as if saying, "Come on, start your performance." Zhao Hao's expression instantly turned exceedingly strange. He slowly closed the 5 fingers condensed by his spiritual sense. The demon, indeed like a formless smoke, was completely unaffected by any force. But that was enough. The moment the 5 fingers closed, virtually grasping, the demon, Zhao Hao summoned the pale golden system interface in his mind at the fastest speed of his life. His mind, like a bolt of lightning, operated quickly. Main item: strengthening slot Karma Fire Spirit Seed 7th grade strengthened to 8th grade. Consumed materials slot Outer Realm Heavenly Demon, Nascent Soul Golden Core Clone. Strengthening success rate 1000 system. Quick, strengthen them for me. Ding. Enhancement successful. Divine Ability Karma Fire Seed 8th grade. The system notification resounded within his mind. In the center of Zhao Hao's sea of consciousness, the black-red lotus seed abruptly swelled in size, the luster flowing across its surface growing deeper, yet still showing no signs of blooming. The expression of the extraterrestrial demon clone, firmly grasped by his spiritual sense, manifested as a giant hand instantly froze in its most arrogant posture. Its figure, as if erased from a painting by an invisible hand, vanished without a trace, leaving no residue behind. Meanwhile, in the boundless dark void beyond the Qingyuan realm, countless miles away, within a grand palace constructed entirely from cyan spiritual materials, a towering demon of Tinzhong, with a pair of horns on its head, an aura of the nascent soul stage, and a ferocious countenance, sat upon a throne. Suddenly, its massive frame trembled violently, emitting a muffled groan of pain. Its eyes snapped open, filled with shock, rage, and disbelief. How is this possible? A golden core clone I condensed from my origin essence has been utterly annihilated. The demon's low roar echoed through the empty hall. Strange, wasn't this clone assigned to invade the sea of consciousness of those cultivators breaking through to the golden core stage? How could a cultivator in such a lowly realm sever a soul clone of my heavenly demon clan? It could not comprehend. The clone had been erased so thoroughly that not even a fragment of memory was transmitted back. How could a cultivator in a mere lower realm achieve this? The demon raised its massive claw and lightly grasped the void. A wisp of imperceptible aura materialized in its palm. If Zhao Hao were present, he would recognize it as his own. Damn it. This person has already passed the inner demon tribulation. Further probing is impossible. The demon's eyes flickered with brutality and greed. Nevertheless, I have memorized your aura. When you attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage, I will descend in person. Then I shall see what secrets you harbor. Zhao Hao, naturally unaware of the events transpiring in the void beyond the realm, had all his attention captured by the swiftly gathering dark clouds above his head. Tribulation clouds. The third trial of the golden core stage, the lightning tribulation, had arrived. Above the small island, the green-robed golden core cultivator Zhou Wuji, who had been about to depart, quietly stared at the rapidly expanding tribulation clouds, utterly stunned. The speed of this breakthrough was simply absurd. The mana tribulation took less than 2 hours. That alone was remarkable, but the grand scale indicated profound foundations. But the second trial, the inner demon tribulation, had it lasted even the time it takes to brew a cup of tea? And now it directly triggered the heavenly tribulation. This meant the inner demon had no effect on him whatsoever. Zhou Wuji's mind raced. Was it worth offending a golden core cultivator with such limitless potential for the sake of a few rays of tribulation golden light? But soon the hesitation in his eyes was replaced by a ruthless resolve. The path of immortality is one of struggle. With the backing of the divine transformation Holy Land, once his divine ability was complete and his strength soared, this man, no matter how gifted, would be nothing but a slightly tougher grasshopper. At worst, he could compensate with extra pills afterward, if the man proved ungrateful. Zhou Wuji's gaze turned utterly cold. The tribulation clouds in the sky continued to spread, soon covering an area of 10 li in radius, as thick as a giant lid swallowing all light. The entire island was plunged into darkness. With a deafening crack, a silver lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket tore through the clouds, descending with the might to destroy all things. Its target was Zhao Hao, seated cross-legged in the center of the tribulation platform. Zhao Hao looked up sharply, flames seeming to burn in his eyes. The crimson golden core within him spun wildly, and his vast mana surged forth like floodwaters from a burst dam. Rised. The 10,000 swords, art mastered to perfection, was unleashed. In an instant, tens of thousands of flying swords condensed from pure mana materialized in the air. Sword chi crisscrossed, emitting a deafening hum. Condense. With Zhao Hao's low shout, the myriad flying swords converged like swallows returning to their nest, layering upon each other, and in the blink of an eye coalesced into a colossal sword spanning 100 jom. The giant sword's intent pierced the heavens as it slashed straight toward the descending thunderbolt. A thunderous roar shook the sky. The moment the silver lightning met the giant sword, it was shattered into fragments, dissipating into countless tiny arcs. The mana giant sword, its momentum unbroken, even pierced a massive hole through the thick tribulation clouds before slowly fading away. Such was the terrifying might of a golden core cultivator's strike. The golden core lightning tribulation, also known as the first 9 tribulations, consisted of 9 bolts, each stronger than the last. As the heavenly thunder continued to fall, Zhao Hao felt his earlier concerns were entirely unnecessary. When the 9th bolt, whose power now rivaled a full-force strike from a mid-golden core cultivator, descended, Zhao Hao's mana giant sword was finally shattered by the impact. But the tribulation lightning itself was also depleted, retaining less than a quarter of its original power. Zhao Hao stood up. Instead of forming a mana shield, he gathered all his blood chi into his right fist. Facing the remaining lightning bolt descending upon his head, he punched out. The lightning shattered with a smack. A powerful numbness spread through his entire body. The robe on his upper body disintegrated into ashes under the force, revealing his muscular torso, with faint scorch marks still lingering on his skin. But as his blood chi circulated through his body, the numbness and blackened marks quickly faded. The tribulation clouds in the sky began to slowly dissipate. Warm and sacred golden rays of light streamed down from the gaps in the clouds. The tribulation golden light. Zhao Hao let out a hearty laugh, his form rising into the air, actively welcoming the golden light. Countless golden rays fell upon him, nourishing his flesh and soul. At the same time, within his sea of consciousness, the newly promoted 8th grade Karma Fire Seed and the other 6th grade Kunli Fire Seed he had deliberately kept began to tremble violently. Strands of golden light were absorbed by Zhao Hao's soul, transforming into countless golden threads that surged into his sea of consciousness. However, the domineering 8th grade Karma Fire Seed actively emitted a suction force, swallowing all the golden threads entering the sea of consciousness. The nearby 6th grade Kunli Fire Seed couldn't even get a drop of the bounty. Sensing that much of the golden light had fallen to the earth, absorbed by the tribulation platform and the island below, Zhao Hao activated his 6th grade divine ability, Fire Spirit Affinity. In an instant, countless fire-attributed spiritual energies in the air converged frantically, forming a colossal spiritual energy funnel that blotted out the sky above his head. The tribulation golden light streaming from the cloud gaps was entirely intercepted by the funnel, coalescing into a thin golden beam that poured continuously into Zhao Hao's body. Within his sea of consciousness, the domineering Karma Fire Seed, after absorbing a vast amount of golden light, trembled once. On the surface of the orb, a black-red flame lotus slowly bloomed. On the system panel, the entry for Karma Fire Seed instantly transformed. Red Lotus Karma Flame. Minor divine ability 8th grade. Zhao Hao could clearly see that the blooming red lotus petals were covered in profound patterns, though these patterns appeared incomplete and fragmented. Just as Zhao Hao continued absorbing the tribulation golden light, intending to also hasten the maturation of the Kunli Fire Seed, an enraged roar erupted from the distant sky. "How dare you, boy! You feast on the meat, and leave not even a sip of soup for me." Before the furious roar had even faded, a jade-green streak of light shot across the sky, like a meteor, carrying the overwhelming pressure of a golden core cultivator as it hurtled forward. The newcomer was none other than Zhou Wuji. Without sparing a single glance at Zhao Hao hovering in midair, his greedy eyes were fixed solely on the tribulation golden light gathered within the massive funnel. With a flick of his right hand, a jade-green bottle artifact materialized out of thin air. Its mouth aimed at the funnel, and with a surge of spiritual energy, he intended to swallow all the tribulation golden light in one go right before Zhao Hao's eyes. Zhao Hao's face turned cold. Not even a single polite word, and he directly resorted to robbery. Without wasting words, he simply pressed his fingers together like a sword and casually traced a line through the air toward the aggressive green beam. Swish! A cyan sword, light faster than anything imaginable, appeared out of nowhere and flashed past Zhou Wuji's nose by a hair's breadth. The next instant, the sea surface 100 zhang away exploded with a thunderous roar carved into a bottomless chasm. Zhou Wuji, who had been charging forward, abruptly froze, halting midair with a face ashen with fury. "You're asking for death." He erupted in rage, whipping around to glare at Zhao Hao. Yet when he took in Zhao Hao's condition, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. The other's aura was perfectly harmonious, his golden core stable, his spiritual power abundant. There was not a trace of the weakness that should follow a tribulation. Looking again, the tribulation clouds had already dissipated, and the massive spiritual energy funnel was drawing in the last wisps of golden light. His heart burned with impatience. He had rushed here with all speed, only to find not even a drop left. Suppressing the fury in his heart, he looked down on Zhao Hao with a condescending gaze. "I am Zhou Wuji, a core disciple of the Beihai Immortal Palace." He forced down his anger and proudly announced his sect's name, hoping to intimidate with the prestige of a divine transformation sacred ground. Sure enough, he saw Zhao Hao's brow furrow slightly. As a rogue cultivator, hearing the name of a divine transformation sacred ground naturally warranted caution. Zhou Wuji sneered inwardly. Without waiting for Zhao Hao's reply, he continued on his own. Fellow Taoists, since you have successfully transcended the tribulation, why not leave quickly and find a quiet place to stabilize your cultivation? This tribulation golden light is merely a remedy for injuries to you, but for me it is of great use. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and casually tossed a bottle of pills toward Zhao Hao as if bestowing a charity. These are second-grade healing pills, more than enough for your recovery. With that, he prepared to activate the jade bottle again and collect the stored tribulation golden light from the funnel. Yet a figure moved faster. Zhao Hao caught the pill bottle with one hand, flashed forward, and blocked his path again. With a sweep of his divine sense, he simply tossed it back. Fellow Taoist, isn't it a bit much to rob so openly? Before the words faded, he gently lifted his left hand. The vast spiritual energy funnel rapidly contracted, finally condensing into a fist-sized fiery red sphere with golden lights swirling inside, which he held steadily in his palm. At the same time, a second-grade peak flying sword, entirely jade green with wind patterns etched along its blade, silently appeared, floating unsteadily by his right hand. Zhou Wuji's gaze swept over the second-grade peak flying sword, Zhuifeng, floating beside Zhao Hao, and the murderous intent in his heart could no longer be restrained. A rogue cultivator who had just formed his golden core and was still using a second-grade spirit tool, who gave him the audacity. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, I'll personally send you on your way. Zhou Wuji wasted no more words. He pointed sharply. A third-grade low-tier treasure flying sword shimmering with cyan light materialized and let out a clear resonant hum, transforming into a cyan rainbow that tore through the air, aiming straight for Zhao Hao's head. A golden core cultivator's strike, fueled by rage, was terrifyingly imposing. Yet facing this ferocious attack, Zhao Hao showed not a hint of panic. The Zhuifeng sword before him trembled lightly, then traced a bizarre arc like a fish refusing to clash head-on with the enemy's treasure sword, instead bypassing its edge to stab straight at Zhou Wuji's heart. A life-for-life gamble. Zhou Wuji's pupils constricted. He never expected a newly formed golden core cultivator's sword control to be so cunning and his fighting style so reckless. He had no intention of exchanging wounds with this rogue cultivator. Damn it! Zhou Wuji cursed under his breath, hurriedly recalling his treasure sword to form a sword barrier before him. Clang! Clang! The cyan and green sword lights clashed wildly in the air. Zhou Wuji was forced into a fluster by a second-grade spirit tool, barely able to defend with no chance to counterattack. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes. To rob his things with such self-righteousness was truly treating him as a pushover. Murderous intent stirred within him. Watch my sea of fire art. Zhao Hao suddenly shouted, pointing sharply into the sky with his right hand. In an instant, the sky for 10 li around was shrouded in a sea of fire clouds. Tens of thousands of flaming arrows rained down, dense and relentless like an apocalyptic calamity. A second-grade spell. Zhou Wuji's face twisted with disdain. A mere trick. A third-grade low-tier treasure armor instantly materialized on his body, its thick spiritual light shield enveloping him securely. He let the countless fire arrows strike the shield, sending ripples across its surface while he remained unmoved. Zhou Wuji relaxed, a cruel determination setting in. He decided to endure this barrage and unleash his flying sword with full force to strike down this arrogant brat in one blow. But he failed to notice that among the rain of arrows, one arrowhead bore a wisp of black-red finer than a strand of hair. It silently struck the spiritual light shield, dispersing like the other arrows. Yet in the moment of its dispersion, that wisp of black-red flame seemed to ignore the third-grade treasure's defense, piercing through the barrier and landing lightly on Zhou Wuji. The flame ignited within him in an instant. Zhou Wuji's vicious grin froze, and then a piercing scream, inhuman in its agony, tore through the clouds. The treasure-flying sword he had been desperately controlling gave a clatter, lost control, and plummeted straight into the sea. Zhao Hao's spirits lifted. It worked. This was his first time using the Red Lotus karmic fire, and its power was even more terrifying than he had imagined. This flame was impossible to resist. It did not harm the flesh, but burned the very soul. He looked closely and saw Zhou Wuji's physical body hanging intact in midair, yet his face was grotesquely contorted, black blood oozing from his 7 orifices. His entire body convulsed wildly, but he lacked even the strength to move a finger. Zhao Hao beckoned with one hand. A blooming black-red lotus of flame appeared before him. At its center, a faint black figure was being mercilessly scorched, emitting mournful wails. It was Zhou Wuji's soul. This 8th-grade minor divine ability was so domineering. Zhao Hao casually formed a hand seal, and the black-red lotus flame transformed into countless fine threads of fire, binding the wailing soul tightly. He knew well that this was not the time to completely destroy this man. If a core disciple of a divine transformation sacred ground died, here the Beihai Immortal Palace would never let it rest. They would surely investigate to the end. Zhao Hao waved his hand, tossing Zhou Wuji's unconscious body and the bound soul into his storage pouch. With that done, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant. A quarter of an hour later, deep within 100 zhang of earth beneath an unnamed desolate island, Zhao Hao slowly opened his eyes, having completed soul-searching Zhou Wuji. Li Luan. He murmured the name, a chilling, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The next moment, his muscles and bones emitted a series of crackling snaps. His form shifted and twisted, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into the exact likeness of Zhou Wuji, even his aura perfectly matched. He boldly mounted the third-grade treasure flying sword he had just barely refined, burst out from underground, and sped toward Linyuan City. Within Zhou Wuji's temporary cave dwelling in Linyuan City, Zhao Hao sat cross-legged on the stone bed. His aura had now completely transformed into the same somber and sharp demeanor as Zhou Wuji's. Before long, a slight tremor disturbed the restrictions outside the cave. Here he comes. Without even lifting his eyelids, Zhao Hao casually waved his hand, and the heavy stone door slid inward without a sound. At the entrance, a figure was cowering and bowing nervously. It was Li Luan, the steward of the Spirit Residence Bureau. His heart was pounding with anxiety, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune. Elder Zhou had summoned him with a less than pleasant tone. Could it be that fellow Qian had failed his tribulation? Was Elder Zhou unable to obtain the golden light of tribulation, about to vent his anger on him? What was he to do? Li Luan cursed Zhao Hao 1,000 times in his heart, yet he never regretted betraying him. In his eyes, even if the matter was exposed, would the other party dare to cause him trouble? Moreover, that person was likely already dead from the failed tribulation. Elder Zhou. Li Luan had just begun to speak when the stone door behind him slammed shut with a thunderous rumble, plunging the entire cave into a deathly silence. An icy, murderous intent, like a tangible rope, locked him tightly in place. Brotherly, you really know how to help people. A voice tinged with mockery came from the main seat, no longer the somber tone of Zhou Wuji. You accepted fellow Qian's pills one moment, and the next you sold them out. Truly an eye-opening experience. That voice. Li Luan jerked his head up, struck as if by lightning. There on the stone seat before him was not the Elder Zhou of the Beihai Immortal Palace, but unmistakably Qian Ryu, the very man who had rented the tribulation platform from him. The other party's vast and profound golden core aura pressed down on him without restraint, making it nearly impossible to breathe. He had succeeded in his tribulation. Then where was Elder Zhou? A terrifying thought exploded in Li Luan's mind. His legs gave way, and with a thud he fell straight to his knees, trembling like a leaf in a storm. Fellow Taoist Qian. Senior Qian, spare me. Spare me. Li Luan wept and wailed, his forehead striking the cold stone floor with dull thuds. I was forced to do it. It was the sect elder who personally inquired. I'm just a Foundation establishment steward. I dared not refuse. Zhao Hao looked at him impassively, his voice devoid of emotion. Oh, so to avoid being blamed you found it acceptable to betray me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Senior, I will never dare again. Please, for the sake of our past acquaintance, spare me this once. Li Luan wailed, knocking his head like a pestle. Zhao Hao was silent for a moment, as if pondering. Finally, he spoke slowly, his tone seeming to soften. What you say has some merit. In your position, I might have chosen the same. Li Luan's movements froze, and a surge of ecstasy from having escaped death flooded his face. There was hope. He kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, Senior. Thank you for your great kindness. Rest assured, I will keep today's events locked in my heart, never to be spoken of. As for Elder Zhou, I shall say that you failed your tribulation and were reduced to ashes by the heavenly thunder. Zhao Hao nodded, seemingly pleased with the proposal. Very well. I will spare you this time. Thank you, Senior. Li Zhen wept with joy, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. Zhao Hao's voice drifted over. In your next life, remember to be a person of your word. The ecstasy on Li Luan's face instantly froze. Bewildered, he looked up as if failing to comprehend the meaning of those words. An icy palm had already gently pressed against the crown of his head. Half an instant stick later, Zhao Hao extracted Li Luan's soul from his physical body, casually affixed a spirit-sealing talisman, and sealed it into a jade box. He stored the corpse and the jade box into Li Luan's storage pouch. From Li Luan's storage pouch, Zhao Hao retrieved a jade slip containing the records of rental registrations within the city. He submerged his divine sense into it, effortlessly found the entry for Qian Re-Renting Platform No. 1 elite position, and with a subtle movement of his spiritual power, he completely erased that line of text. Having done this, a series of fine crackling sounds came from his muscles and bones, and in an instant he transformed into the likeness of Li Luan. He changed into Li Luan's clothes, swaggered out of the cave dwelling, returned to the Spirit Residence Bureau, and submitted the revised registration to the main archive. After completing all this, he did not linger in the city, but went straight out of Linyuan City, vanishing into the night. Half an hour later, Zhao Hao, still in the guise of Zhou Wuji, silently returned to the cave dwelling. He sat down cross-legged and began to organize the gains from this venture, as well as his subsequent plans. Through the soul search of Zhou Wuji, he had gained a clearer understanding of the high-level cultivator circles in Linyuan City and even the entire eastern continent. The local garrison was overseen by Zhang Yao, a mid-stage Golden Core executor dispatched by the Beihai Immortal Palace. This man, nearly 400 years old, had no hope of reaching nascent soul in this lifetime, so he had volunteered to serve as the garrison commander of Linyuan City. As for Zhou Wuji himself, he was a solitary, gloomy, and eccentric figure. He had no close friends within the Beihai Immortal Palace and had never been taken under the wing of any Golden Core elder. He was a quintessential lone wolf. To Zhao Hao, this was the perfect disguise. Even more surprising, Zhou Wuji's storage pouch contained a complete cultivation technique, Jade Slip, the crimson gold burning heaven art. This was a dual-element technique of metal and fire capable of cultivating all the way to the nascent soul perfection stage. Although it was not the technique most compatible with his celestial grade fire spirit root, it resolved his urgent need for a continuation after the Lihua Imperial Scripture. Beyond that, he learned that many rare resources for the Golden Core stage, such as third-tier alchemy ingredients, forging materials, and even some secret divine abilities, rarely circulated on the open market. They were typically exchanged through barter at small-scale Golden Core cultivator exchange meetings. Spirit stones simply could not buy them. Zhao Hao was well aware that the identity of Qian Ryu could no longer be used whether it had been exposed or not. The identity of Zhou Wuji, however, was practically tailor-made for him. Being a core disciple of the Beihai Immortal Palace was the best protective talisman, and his reclusive nature made it easy for Zhao Hao to conceal himself. Most importantly, according to Zhou Wuji's memories, in half a month the garrison commander Jing Yao would organize a semi-annual Golden Core exchange meeting. This was the perfect opportunity for him to break into the Golden Core circle and obtain high-level resources. This was also the reason why Zhao Hao had not refined Zhou Wuji's soul. He took out a jade box, sealed the soul that had been tormented to near extinction by the Red Lotus karmic fire inside, affixed several spirit-sealing talismans, and carefully placed it into his storage pouch. As long as he kept this soul, Zhou Wuji's soul lamp would not go out and no one would suspect his identity as Zhou Wuji. Zhao Hao rose and walked to the cultivation chamber of the cave, activating the third-tier spirit gathering array. A dense, almost visible spiritual energy instantly filled the entire cultivation chamber. With a golden core already formed, he only needed to switch to the crimson gold burning heaven art to alter his mana signature, and he would become the true Zhou Wuji.